After failing to pass the college entrance examination, Chu Ling's dreams of becoming a model were brutally shattered, leaving him with no choice but to attend a vocational college. For men, preparing himself for a life of solitude. He had resigned himself to a lifetime of being single, only to unexpectedly activate a luxurious sign-in system. Sign in at the art classroom and acquire the divine skill of cursive calligraphy. Sign in at the dormitory and receive 10 sets of luxurious accommodations. Sign in at the finance department and gain the skill of earning money simply by breathing. Over the course of 4 years, Chu Ling diligently signed in at various locations across the campus. After 4 years, he emerged from the campus, ready to show the world what it truly meant when they said, "Young people never abide by the rules of martial virtue." Chapter 1. 4 years of urban sign-ins. Jinling Business Vocational College for Men. Across the street lay the renowned Jinling University of China. As a new semester commenced, fresh male and female students flocked toward Jinling University, especially the girls, who had recently transformed from their school uniforms into stylish shorts and skirts, their graceful legs on full display, igniting countless fantasies in the hearts of onlookers. At that moment, within the confines of Jinling Business Vocational College for Men, a pair of eyes observed the parade of enchanting young women. Oh heavens, must I endure such misfortune? If I am at fault, let the law punish me, but what is this? I have flunked my exams and ended up in a vocational school, preparing myself for a life of celibacy. Yet you present me with a throng of leggy beauties. This is simply unfair. Chu Ling sat on the curb, his gaze fixed on a group of exquisitely dressed young women from a prestigious university, his mental state reaching a breaking point. Reflecting on the past 18 years, Chu Ling felt an overwhelming urge to raise his middle finger to the sky. They say the heavens are jealous of talent. Yet Chu Ling believed he wasn't merely talented, he was on sin 1,000 years genius. Otherwise, how could he have ended up in such dire straits? From a young age, his parents' business failures had led to a sharp decline in their once prosperous household, prompting him to study diligently with the hope of gaining admission to a prestigious university, aspiring not to wealth and power, but at least to a modestly comfortable life upon returning home. However, such optimism was shattered by the harsh reality that delivered a devastating blow. Initially, Chu Ling had been a top student in his class, determined to overturn his fate through the college entrance examination, but on the day of the exam, he was beset by a severe cold, resulting in a muddled and incoherent essay, while his other subjects suffered catastrophic performances. The final results were such that even the usually composed homeroom teacher could only exclaim, "What the heck? A modestly comfortable life? Returning home in glory? A promising future?" Now, here he was in a vocational school. What nonsense was there left to say about a bright future? At this rate, not only would he fail to attract the attention of the enchanting women before him, but he might also end up alone for a lifetime. The mere thought of future blind dates filled Chu Ling with dread. As he sighed in despair, a sudden light curtain appeared before him. System detected host's unprecedented grievances toward fate, activating the luxurious sign-in system. The host may sign in, but rewards will be temporarily stored within the system. After successfully signing in for 4 years, the restrictions on the rewards will be lifted. After 4 years, monetary rewards will be transferred directly to the host account, while skill rewards will be granted immediately. Assets will be placed in designated locations. Please proceed to sign in at the finance office within 10 minutes. What the is this? A system? In an instant, Chu Ling felt a wave of confusion wash over him. But he quickly regained his composure and hurried toward the designated location, the finance office. As he walked, he pondered, "Can I sign in every day?" The light curtain manifested again. Sign-ins will occur intermittently each day, with time constraints. Failure to sign in within the time limit will result in no rewards. Sign-in locations are limited to within the school. After 4 years, all restrictions on locations and sign-ins will be lifted. Chu Ling understood this meant he would be signing in at this location for the next 4 years. Although rewards would not be immediately dispensed, he envisioned the day he could assert his dominance over fate and show the world what it meant when they said young people never play by the rules. Within 3 minutes, he arrived at the finance office. "Sign in. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. You have acquired the skill of earning money with every breath. Each breath will yield a reward of 10 cents. The accumulated funds will be released after 4 years. All rewards are processed and entirely legal. The host may use them without concern." Chu Ling was momentarily taken aback. earning money with every breath. He calculated quickly. An average person breathes approximately 8 million times a year, which means his annual income would exceed 800,000. And this was just from his first sign-in. This was astonishingly delightful. The next day, please complete the sign-in at the second dormitory within 10 minutes. Still in slumber, Chu Ling was jolted awake by the voice, and he sprang from his bed, hastily dressing and rushing outside. The elderly gentleman at the entrance looked on in astonishment. Good heavens, I've never seen such speed. The old man mused, recalling his days at the hotel front desk, when he witnessed men scrambling out in the dead of night with their clothes in hand. None were as swift as this young man. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the goddess rebate skill. For every purchase made for women rated 95 or above in attractiveness, the host will randomly receive a monetary rebate. Note: sign-ins will occur randomly. Please ensure to check in regularly to seize opportunities. The third day, please complete the sign-in at the dormitory restroom within 10 minutes. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 1 centimeter enhancement, the basic skill of indomitable stamina. Chu Ling, am I not already sufficiently endowed? Must I enhance further? Wouldn't that be taking it too far? Isn't this for the lady's benefit, after all? Time passed. In the blink of an eye, for years had elapsed. Throughout these years, Chu Ling remained dedicated to his sign-ins at school. Initially, he ventured outside, but upon reaching the city, he triggered a random sign-in and missed the time limit upon returning to campus. Having missed several opportunities to check in, Chu Ling now finds herself curious about what she might have signed in during those occasions. Subsequently, Chu Ling decided to remain at school, save for the time she returned home during the new year to spend time with her parents and younger sister. Lost in thought, she retrieved her notebook. As it was time to jot down some notes, she began to sift through her entries. Huaxia, June 30th, 2017. Weather, clear. A few days after checking in, I resolved to commence journaling. Today was rather uneventful. Our class monitor, Lu Hao, was showing off in the group chat, boasting about his acceptance into Jiangxing University. He enthusiastically invited everyone who had also been admitted to a gathering, and at first, I thought he was treating us, but it turned out to be a shared expense. Note: today I checked in at the restroom and acquired the skill of extended reach. I now feel a slight tingling sensation. Huaxia, July 1st, 2019. I have now been at school for 2 years, during which I have accomplished not merely coasting through life. My classmates in the group chat have begun to flaunt their successes, while I can only observe in silence. Note: today I checked in and gained a modicum of attractiveness. Huaxia, June 25th, 2021. I checked in at the cafeteria and acquired advanced culinary skills. Huaxia, June 26th, 2021. I checked in at the art room and acquired advanced cursive skills. Huaxia, June 27th, 2021. I checked in at the restroom and experienced a 2 centimeter growth. Huaxia, June 28th, 2021. Check in, check in, check in. Chu Ling. Oh, Chu Ling. Look at yourself. How can you allow yourself to fall so low? You are bringing shame upon the system. You must achieve greatness. This cannot continue. I have resolved that starting tomorrow, I will set a small goal to earn 100 billion. Huaxia, June 29th, 2021. I checked in from my bed and acquired a stake in the 100 billion valuation Mo Long Group. Chu Ling gazed at her notes, feeling a wave of frustration. Damn it. What's the point of keeping a record? She then called up her personal information. Name: Chu Ling. Age: 22. Height: 185 centimeters. Attractiveness: 82. Accumulated attractiveness points: 16. Undistributed assets: 4,823,000. Tianfang Tanlong, Bay No. 1 Villa, Mo Long Group. Physique: 100. Standard adult physique: 100. Accumulated physique points: 900. Undistributed skills: goddess rebate skill, extended reach skill, advanced cursive skill, advanced culinary skill. Just as Chu Ling was reflecting on this, another notification appeared. Detected that the host has randomly checked in for 4 years. The luxurious check-in system has been upgraded. You're no longer restricted to fixed locations. You may check in anywhere. Commencing distribution of rewards. Chapter 2. My dear girl, you are destined for greatness. Physical rewards have been distributed. The aesthetic rewards will be gradually allocated over the course of a year. Assets have been allocated. Skills have been distributed. A series of luminous screens materialized before Chu Ling, enveloping him in an extraordinary sensation that rendered him momentarily stunned. Subsequently, he glanced at the text notification on his phone. What? For 180,000? Has it truly been credited? Chu Ling. This feeling, it resembles emerging from seclusion? Haha, the splendid world. Here I come. Chu Ling summoned the luminous screen to peruse the allocated assets. Allocated assets, Bugatti Veyron. Currently parked in the underground garage of Wanda Plaza in Jinling. It would be prudent to retrieve this vehicle first. After all, one must have a means of transportation. As for driving, Chu Ling had acquired his driver's license prior to enrolling in vocational school, and during his first year, he had even attained divine-level driving skills. His expertise was unquestionable, and being an experienced driver, how could he possibly crash? At that moment, he took out his phone, preparing to summon someone to accompany him to Wanda Plaza. Suddenly, a group message notification flashed across his screen. Chu Ling tapped on the notification, transitioning to the WeChat group chat interface. A high school classmates group? Chu Ling raised an eyebrow. Within the chat, everyone had changed their names to their real identities. And the speaker was Lu Hao. How is everyone doing? Have you all graduated from university? I've returned to Jinling. And I think it would be a great opportunity for us to have a reunion. What do you say? After all, once we start working, our chances to gather will dwindle. Lu Hao had been the class monitor in high school, brimming with arrogance, likely due to his family's affluence. Many classmates had sought to curry favor with him. Chu Ling still had several notes from him in his notebook, and over the years, Lu Hao had often boasted in the group chat, which had become increasingly intolerable for Chu Ling. As he pondered this, numerous classmates began to respond, their messages flooding in, causing his phone to vibrate incessantly. Hey, monitor, you're back? Are you planning to develop your career in Jinling? Have you found a job? Oh, our esteemed class monitor is someone of great stature. With your family's advantages, are you even concerned about employment? Meanwhile, Lu Hao smirked at the responses on his phone, reveling in their admiration. The more he considered it, the more he felt pleased with himself. He quickly typed out a response. You all needn't flatter me so much. I fear I might fall and crush you beneath me. I did find a decent job. A Fortune 500 company was keen on retaining me. However, as you know, my family's business requires my attention, so I had no choice but to return. He then sent 3 exasperated emojis. Instantaneously, as Chu Ling read the message, a shiver ran down his spine. He vividly recalled an incident from high school when there was a writing competition in town, the theme being family values. Lu Hao had opened with a boastful declaration. My father is the CEO of Lu Group, which had secured him first place. It was akin to a real-life version of the my father is the district chief trope, but this was reality. In terms of family business, the remuneration was far from impressive, merely 300,000 to 400,000 a year, but Lu Hao's tone conveyed a sense of hardship. Classmates reading Lu Hao's message widened their eyes. After all, 300,000 to 400,000 was no small sum. They toiled for an entire year, often earning less than what he made in a month. Yet he still acted as if he looked down upon it, which was infuriating. The classmates felt a pang of envy, but their words dripped with praise and flattery. Indeed, gold shines wherever it is. Monitor, your family's nurturing has been exemplary. Now is the time for you to repay them. Ah, what a contrast in fortunes. We all emerged from the same high school, yet our class monitor has become a capitalist, which is truly enviable. Let's not be bitter. One of our old classmates has succeeded. Surely our good days are not far behind? Furthermore, you all know the monitor-esque character. He is quite generous and will not forget us. Lu Hao, observing the screen filled with envy and flattery, let out a cold chuckle. Yes, I'm doing well, and as for you all, just watch and learn. He quickly typed, everyone must join the reunion. No excuses allowed. At this moment, most classmates began to chime in, engaging with Lu Hao. Chu Ling chuckled quietly at the absurdity of it all. These old classmates, after years apart, seemed to be masters of flattery, effortlessly showering compliments that were both amusing and tedious. As he contemplated leaving the group chat, he suddenly noticed a message directed at him. Chu Ling had initially intended to remain unresponsive, for he held little interest in such gatherings. Still, he decided to see who it was. Scrolling through the messages, he discovered it was from Lu Hao. Chu Ling, my old classmate, you absolutely must attend this time. It's been years, and you've always made excuses. Now that we have all graduated, if you still claim to be too busy, it would seem rather dismissive to your old classmates. Besides, the past is behind us. Everyone knows you didn't do well in the college entrance exam and ended up in vocational school, but you can't just avoid your old classmates. Chu Ling stared at the screen, his expression icy as he contemplated the implications of Lu Hao's words. The facade of camaraderie masked a deeper, more painful reminder of past wounds. After all, these were incidents from 4 years ago. Everyone had now graduated from university, so why resurrect such memories? The subtle disdain was woven into the fabric of their words. Those who had entered university, alongside Lu Hao's sycophants, quickly echoed Lu Hao's sentiments. Yes, Chu Ling. After college, we are all just blank slates, aren't we? We only have an extra ticket to the journey ahead. Let us not be so dismissive. Not attending university doesn't make one a lesser person. Besides, Chu Ling, you did manage to enroll in a junior college, didn't you? We should all be mindful of our words. You won't even have to take the CET. 4. How easy is that? Really? Without taking the CET. 4. How will you find a job? Chu Ling, you must come to the reunion. Only a big shot like our monitor can guide you. Seize this opportunity. The more they spoke, the more exhilarated they became, inexplicably adopting a condescending air, particularly Lu Hao. At that moment, Lu Hao couldn't help but smirk, recalling how Chu Ling had once competed against him for the position of class monitor. Had it not been for his father's influence, he would have struggled to surpass Chu Ling. Moreover, during high school, Chu Ling had garnered jealousy from other boys primarily because his desk mate was the school beauty, Chu Xiaobing. Chu Xiaobing was the unattainable dream of countless boys. Thus, when Chu Ling faltered in his college entrance exams, many classmates secretly relished his misfortune. Now, with the opportunity to step on Chu Ling, they were relentless in their mockery. Chu Ling was not at all vexed. After all, since Lu Hao had reached out to him, it would be somewhat impolite not to respond. Thus, he typed in the chat box, "All right, I will attend. Please send me the time and address." Lu Hao was taken aback to receive a reply from Chu Ling. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly responded. "Tonight at 6 o'clock, at Xian Hotel. I'm treating, and if you all don't come, it would mean you're disregarding me." Upon hearing about Xian Hotel, the classmates became lively again, chattering enthusiastically. Wow, indeed the class monitor. Such extravagance. In Ling, who hasn't heard of the illustrious Xian Hotel? Haha. We're certainly broadening our horizons this time. But it's a bit embarrassing to let the monitor foot the bill. The class monitor is truly generous. Chu Ling found the flattery overwhelming and turned off the chat interface, stepping outside. Shortly after, his Didi arrived, and he got into the car, heading straight for Wanda Plaza. Upon arrival, he made his way to the underground parking lot. As he exited the elevator, he spotted his Bugatti Veyron gleaming in a nearby parking space. It was unmistakable. This car was simply too eye-catching. Even if the parking lot were expanded several times, its presence would still be easily recognizable. Chu Ling's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, it was a top-tier luxury vehicle, breathtakingly beautiful. At that moment, a young woman emerged from another elevator. She was clad in a fitted black OL suit, her face adorned with light makeup that attempted to mask her youthful innocence, compelling herself to appear more mature. Her figure was accentuated, causing the suit to hug her curves enticingly. Cascading waves of chestnut hair flowed casually over her shoulders, enhancing her elegance. As she moved, the softly curled ends of her hair danced playfully, radiating an allure that caught the attention of several passing gentlemen, who couldn't help but steal glances filled with astonishment. This woman possessed not only a perfect figure, but also a captivating face, complemented by an exquisite aura, embodying the essence of an ideal partner. The men's gazes seemed to linger, wishing to follow her as she walked away. Unperturbed, the young woman continued forward, a coffee cup in hand, from which wisps of steam occasionally escaped, invigorating her spirit. "Oh, there's a Bugatti Veyron parked here?" As she walked briskly, her attention was drawn to the luxury sports car that stood out dramatically from the others. Bai Yun slowed her pace, her face reflecting surprise. She hadn't expected to see such an elite luxury vehicle in Jinling. Moreover, the design of the Bugatti Veyron was undeniably stunning. Bai Yun unabashedly expressed her admiration. Circling the car, her beautiful eyes filled with appreciation. Who said this was merely a dream for men? It was also the aspiration of many women. Upon returning to the front of the car, Bai Yun noticed the license plate, Jean A99999. She raised an eyebrow. This license plate was extraordinarily impressive. It was the most coveted plate in Jinling, 5 nines, the revered 95 Prestige. This was the pinnacle of license plate numbers. Such plates are typically not available for purchase at the vehicle management office or simply acquired with a monetary exchange. In many regions, prominent figures are often awarded these special plates as a form of encouragement and recognition for their contributions to local enterprises. Bai Yun pondered. There hadn't been any news regarding who had received this license plate in Jinling. Nevertheless, it was clear that the owner of this car possessed significant power and influence. The more she thought about it, the more envious she felt. A car so stunning, paired with the perfect 95 plate, was the quintessential hallmark of a successful individual. However, this was ultimately someone else's vehicle, and Bai Yun prepared to move on. Perhaps lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice the approaching Chu Ling, and the two collided unexpectedly. The force of the impact caused her coffee to spill, a significant portion splattering onto Chu Ling's attire. Dressed in a gray and white sports outfit made of pure cotton, which absorbed moisture readily, Chu Ling looked down to see the coffee stains. Bai Yun quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, sir. I wasn't paying attention and didn't mean to bump into you. I truly apologize." As she spoke, she retrieved a tissue from her pocket and began to carefully dab at Chu Ling's clothing. When he looked down, he caught sight of her earnest profile, her long lashes fluttering adorably. Bai Yun was meticulous and gentle in her efforts, cautious not to apply too much pressure lest paper fibers adhere to his white outfit, which would be unsightly. After tending to his attire, she noticed that some coffee had splashed onto his shoes, gleaming with droplets of the beverage. Just as Chu Ling intended to take the tissue to clean them himself, Bai Yun unhesitatingly knelt down, using the tissue to wipe the stains from his shoes. This pose accentuated her figure even more, and Chu Ling couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. From this angle, she was irresistibly captivating. In the next instant, Chu Ling's eyes lit up. "Young lady, you are destined for great things," he remarked. Bai Yun was taken aback. "What? Are you suddenly predicting my future? Just because I knelt down to clean shoes, I'm supposed to achieve greatness?" After completing her task, Bai Yun looked up with satisfaction, smiling at Chu Ling as she said, "Well, it's all clean now. I'm really sorry about that." Chu Ling admired her polite demeanor, appreciating her sincerity. Typically, girls of such beauty tended to be quite proud. Finding one willing to kneel and clean shoes was indeed a rarity. Given her earnest apology, Chu Ling decided to respond graciously, stating, "It's no trouble at all. I can manage the rest myself." Bai Yun observed the coffee stain on his outfit and furrowed her brow slightly. Coffee stains are notoriously difficult to remove, especially from pure cotton fabric, which may not recover from this mishap. This coffee stain might be impossible to wash out. How about this? Let us exchange WeChat, and I'll compensate you for the cost of the shirt, if that is all right. Bai Yun looked at Chu Ling earnestly as she proposed a solution. With a gentle smile, Chu Ling replied, "Really, there is no need for that. It's quite all right." Bai Yun sensed that he was not merely brushing her off and felt a twinge of guilt, apologizing once more. "Regardless, I caused you trouble, and I'm truly sorry." After sharing a few more words, she turned to walk away. Chu Ling watched her depart, and suddenly, a notification appeared in his mind. Name, Bai Yun, height, 168 centimeters, appearance, 97. Physique, 36D. Affinity, 65. Good heavens, I must say this lady is truly magnificent. Chu Ling pondered for a moment, realizing he should have added her on WeChat earlier. After all, spending money on a beauty rated above 95 could trigger random rewards. However, as a complete stranger, wouldn't spending money frighten her away? Perhaps it was best to refrain for now. A short while later, Bai Yun approached her Maserati Quattroporte, which was her vehicle. At that moment, Chu Ling found himself admiring a Bugatti Veyron, captivated by its stunning aesthetics. The contrasting colors melded together, creating an eye-catching spectacle. The metallic paint of this top-tier luxury car was infused with gold dust, shimmering with a unique brilliance under the parking lot's lights. Who could possibly resist such a beautiful beast? Equipped with a W16 engine, a 16-cylinder direct injection powerhouse, and an 80T power configuration, this marvel possessed ample energy. It could accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in a mere 2.7 seconds, boasting a maximum horsepower of 1,000, earning its title as the fastest car in the world, bar none. Chu Ling's admiration grew deeper. The rewards offered by the system were indeed extravagant and perfect. Ding! He pressed the car key, and the Bugatti emitted a soft chime, signaling its readiness. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the exquisite red interior. He settled into the seat, which, despite its low position typical of supercars, offered remarkable comfort, rivaling that of first-class airline seats. The steering wheel's connection point was shielded by a metallic casing, while the leather cover of the wheel was crafted from a beautiful combination of red and black leather. The central console was breathtakingly exquisite, showcasing the meticulous craftsmanship that defines a top-tier luxury sports car. As Chu Ling caressed the leather steering wheel, relishing its supple texture, he felt quite satisfied with the vehicle. He then started the engine, which roared to life like an awakened beast, sending shivers down one's spine. The moment he pressed the accelerator, the car surged forward. Although the speed was not overwhelming at first, the immense power provided an exhilarating push against his back, a sensation unattainable with ordinary vehicles. Not long after setting off, he spotted Bai Yun preparing to leave. Seated inside her Maserati, she was taken aback to find herself face to face with the owner of the Bugatti Veyron. "Oh, what a splendid car. Why has he parked it right in front of me?" As she pondered this, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as the window of the car across from her gradually descended, revealing the very face she had just encountered, Chu Ling, the one she had accidentally splashed with coffee. Bai Yun was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the owner of the Bugatti Veyron was him? She gazed at his handsome visage, astonished that such a young man could afford such an extravagant vehicle. Who was this young master? While she was lost in thought, Chu Ling, recalling her admirable character, gently spoke. "I thought I should point this out. When you bent down earlier, the button on your chest popped open. You might want to change into something else." With that, he swiftly raised the window and pressed the accelerator, leaving her in a state of confusion. What did he mean by that? My chest. As a rush of crimson flushed her cheeks, Baiyun lowered her gaze, only to discover that the button had indeed come undone, exposing a tantalizing glimpse of her décolletage. "Ah," she gasped, her face turning an even deeper shade of red. However, her fists clenched tightly as she suddenly comprehended the implication behind Chu Ling's remark. For many years, she had opted for conservative attire, ensuring that even her work suits were fastened to prevent any unfortunate incidents. Yet today, she had been inadvertently revealed, and from an above angle no less. This was supposed to be high-end custom fashion. Is this the quality it boasted? Meanwhile, Chu Ling maneuvered his car, following the ground signs out of the parking garage. A female driver, just having paid for parking, was about to leave when her husband, spotting the Bugatti Veyron ahead, widened his eyes in disbelief. Whoa, a top-tier luxury sports car. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he turned to his wife, urgently exclaiming, "Stop, stop, stop. Honey, please stop." The bewildered woman slammed on the brakes, glancing at her husband. "What's the matter? Why are you yelling? We're at the parking lot entrance. You're scaring me. What if we crash into another car? Other cars are fine. Just don't hit the luxury car in front." He was sweating profusely. "If we scrape it, we'll lose our house." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the woman quickly switched seats with her husband. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, making a sharp turn as they sped away. Only when they reached the main road did he breathe a sigh of relief. Other drivers shared a similar sentiment, desperately keeping their distance from the Bugatti Veyron. Chu Ling was taken aback by the attention his car garnered, chuckling wryly to himself as he drove. After exiting the parking lot, the Bugatti continued to attract countless gazes, with many people ignoring traffic safety, stretching their phones out of their windows for clearer shots. "Look, it's a Bugatti Veyron. The color combination is simply stunning. I must capture this for a wallpaper. Why bother with wallpaper? I'll post it on Weibo to gain followers." The owner of the Bugatti Veyron must be a handsome young man. I wish I could exchange contact information with him. Unaware of the frenzy outside, Chu Ling drove straight to the Ziyun Hotel. As one of the five-star hotels in Jinling, Ziyun Hotel was nothing short of luxurious. The hotel's exterior boasted a bullet-like design, striking and impressive. Particularly at night, when the exterior lights illuminated, it resembled a glittering bullet, captivating all who beheld it. Due to its unique architecture, Ziyun Hotel had garnered attention since its construction, flourishing in business over the years and becoming a must-visit destination in Jinling. At the entrance, a young and dapper security guard stood watch. Chu Ling peered from his car at the hotel, which was packed with luxury vehicles, a testament to the numerous guests. Even the entrance was lined with cars waiting to enter. At that moment, a beautiful manager was conversing with the owner of an S-Class Mercedes beside her. "I sincerely apologize, sir. Unfortunately, our hotel is at full capacity today. Both the ground and underground parking lots are completely occupied, so we must ask you to park your vehicle at the roadside. However, we assure you that we will arrange for dedicated personnel to oversee your car, ensuring its safety. Would that be acceptable?" The beautiful manager sincerely apologized and offered some very pertinent suggestions. Her tone and choice of words were exceedingly polite, creating a comfortable atmosphere for the listener, and her demeanor was commendable. However, the owner of the Mercedes seemed far from satisfied. His expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "Is this the level of service at your hotel? Is this how you treat your guests? You expect me to leave my car parked haphazardly by the roadside? This is a Mercedes S-Class, mind you. Look closely. With just these few security personnel at your entrance, they can barely manage the comings and goings of guests. What assurance do you provide that they can safeguard my vehicle? What if it gets scratched? Will your hotel take responsibility?" The Mercedes owner bombarded her with a barrage of questions, resembling a child full of curiosity, leaving the beautiful manager momentarily speechless. Despite her years of experience, she had never encountered such a demanding guest. Nevertheless, she reminded herself that this individual was indeed a guest, and the customer is king. Regaining her composure, she took a deep breath and responded, "Sir, allow me to explain. Our hotel has faced similar situations when the parking lot is full, and we ask guests to temporarily park outside until a space becomes available. The security personnel you see behind me are responsible for monitoring the vehicles. Should any issues arise, we will contact you immediately to ensure you suffer no loss." The Mercedes owner remained unyielding, continuing to express his discontent. "We waited here for so long, only for you to come and tell us there are no parking spots left. It's infuriating." The other car owners gathered around the beautiful manager sighed in agreement, echoing his sentiments. "Exactly. We traveled such a long way and even scheduled a meeting here, only to find no parking available. How much money has your Ziyun Hotel made over the years? Can't you create a few more parking spaces? It's utterly maddening." As they lamented, a sudden roar of an engine caught everyone's attention, drawing their gazes. Upon spotting a Bugatti Veyron, their eyes widened in astonishment. Such a luxury vehicle on the street was a rare sight. The beautiful manager quickly approached Chu Ling's car, her heart heavy with the irony of having no parking spaces available while a top-tier luxury vehicle arrived. What seems to be the issue? Chu Ling inquired, noticing the crowd. The manager promptly explained the lack of parking and shared her proposed solution, without harboring any hopes. If the Mercedes owner was unwilling to park outside, how could she expect the owner of such an elite car to do so? To her surprise, Chu Ling nodded in agreement. Sure, it's just parking by the roadside. No problem at all. Thank you so much. If a parking spot becomes available inside, we will notify you immediately, the manager responded, her relief palpable. After parking by the roadside, Chu Ling handed the car keys to the manager, saying, "You need not inform me. Just have a valet park it for me." The manager received the keys with both hands, her excitement bubbling over. To witness such a luxury car firsthand was a stroke of luck, and the owner's willingness to entrust her with the keys was a testament to his immense trust in the hotel. With this thought, she promptly instructed her security staff to ensure the protection of the Bugatti Veyron. The manager then glanced at the other car owners, who exchanged awkward smiles, their expressions betraying their discomfort. How could they not feel awkward? They drove ordinary vehicles, trembling with apprehension, while the true mogul, with a car worth tens of millions, the Bugatti Veyron, seemed utterly unfazed by the parking situation. The owner, appearing to be in his early 20s, radiated an air of nobility. To him, even the most extravagant car was merely a mode of transportation, unlike the others who felt beholden to their vehicles, their demeanor reflecting a sense of inferiority. Faced with this realization, they felt no further resolve to persist. No matter how expensive their cars were, they could never compare to a Bugatti Veyron. One by one, they complied, retreating to their vehicles and parking them along the roadside. Finally, a space opened up in front of the hotel, and the beautiful manager exhaled in relief. Chapter 4, Long Time No See. It was truly thanks to the gentleman in the Bugatti Veyron that the day had not turned into a hassle. However, she could not afford to relax just yet. She dispatched 2 security personnel to monitor the remaining vehicles before turning to leave. Chu Ling had already entered the hotel lobby, and upon stepping inside, he was greeted by a striking purple fountain. The violet decorations cascaded from the ceiling in a tornado-like formation, enveloping the fountain in an ethereal embrace. At first glance, it appeared as though purple water flowed directly from the ceiling, a truly magnificent sight. The exquisite design compelled Chu Ling to admire it several times over. The entire lobby exuded meticulous craftsmanship and style, which explained the hotel's enduring popularity, closely tied to its remarkable decor. Meanwhile, in one of the private rooms, several classmates had already gathered, chatting animatedly with Lu Hao. As not everyone had arrived yet, they simply ordered a pot of tea, sipping and conversing. Lu Hao glanced at his watch and remarked, "I believe it's about time. Has everyone arrived?" His brow furrowed slightly as he realized that the campus belle, Chu Xiaobing, had yet to show up, causing him considerable anxiety. Could she be skipping out? Despite his worry, he concealed it well. The classmates exchanged glances, and someone soon replied, "Chu Xiaobing hasn't arrived yet, and neither have Chu Ling and Zhang Chong. Everyone else is here." Just as they finished speaking, the door to the private room swung open, and a tall woman in a moon-white dress stepped inside. "I sincerely apologize for my tardiness," she said softly, her voice melodious like a gentle breeze in a secluded valley, complemented by her warm smile that made it difficult to look away. Chu Xiaobing wore a light touch of makeup today. Her willow-like brows were meticulously shaped, presenting an exceptionally natural arch. A subtle dusting of brownish copper brow powder enhanced the clarity and softness of her features, perfectly aligning with her graceful demeanor. Her large, dark eyes evoked the image of a charming fawn, glistening with kindness and warmth. Encountering such eyes would ease even the greatest of frustrations. Chu Xiaobing's eyelashes are thick and elegantly curled, a stark contrast to the artificial effects achieved in beauty salons. Hers are naturally lush, exuding an air of effortless beauty. Her eyes appear as if enhanced by some magical filter, radiating a captivating allure. Her lips, neither too thin nor too full, are perfectly shaped, adorned with a shimmering orange lip gloss that sparkles enticingly, making one irresistibly tempted to savor them. Complementing her appearance is a flowing white lace gown that bestows upon her an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a fairy descending from the heavens. Leaving no room for any impure thoughts, this exquisite image of femininity epitomizes the ideal girlfriend in the minds of her admirers. Not only are the male classmates left dumbfounded, but even the previously chattering girls have ceased their conversations, turning their gazes towards Chu Xiaobing, engulfed by feelings of envy and admiration. Amongst them, the question arises, how can another woman possess such striking beauty? Observing her classmates' astonished expressions, Chu Xiaobing feels a tinge of bashfulness. Clearing her throat, she remarks, "Ahem. I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long." Her words jolted her classmates from their stupor, particularly the boys, who began to surround her with eager chatter. "Oh my, Our goddess is becoming more and more beautiful, they exclaimed. No wonder it's said that women blossom as they age. But really, how can there be any room for improvement when she's already so stunning? One boy mused. You see, we're all just ordinary folks, and naturally, we grow more unappealing with age. But our goddess is a celestial being. She can only grow more beautiful. Chu Xiaobing received their flattery with a gentle smile, responding, all right, enough of the teasing. After glancing around, a hint of disappointment crossed her features as she inquired, Isn't Chu Ling supposed to join us today? Where could he be? Chu Ling, her high school deskmate, has not been seen in 4 years. Many times in the past, Chu Xiaobing had attended gatherings with hopeful anticipation, only to leave disheartened. Had it not been for the desire to see her former classmate, she would hardly have bothered with such competitive gatherings. After such a long separation, she wondered what he had become. Upon hearing Chu Xiaobing's words, the boys' expressions darkened. What was this? Their goddess had just arrived and was already inquiring about another man. If it were someone they could not possibly compare themselves to, it might be bearable, but it was none other than Chu Ling, who hadn't even made it to university. Their frustration simmered. They felt an urge to confront him. Yet, they only dared to voice their grievances internally, knowing Chu Xiaobing was merely their classmate and nothing more. To speak out would risk offending her and souring their relationship, an outcome they wished to avoid. One boy cleared his throat. A smile plastered on his face as he glanced at his classmates, saying, Chu Ling hasn't arrived yet. We've been waiting for him too. To be honest, he's rather tardy, isn't he? Didn't he promise to be here? I hope he isn't flaking on us. As he spoke, others chimed in. Don't get started on Chu Ling. I heard that after he flunked his exams, he went to a vocational school. His family isn't well off. He must be taking public transportation. The hotel is a bit far from the bus station, so he probably has to walk. Let's give him some slack. Indeed. We only made it here because we followed the class leader. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here either. It's nice to have connections. They feigned concern for Chu Ling. But in truth, they were seizing the opportunity to belittle him. The fact that he had captured Chu Xiaobing's affection only fueled their ire. The classmates were hesitant to delve deeper into discussions about Chu Ling when a curious female classmate turned to Lu Hao, asking with a hint of gossip, Class leader, I heard you bought a new car? All of them had just graduated, barely managing to secure jobs. The notion of purchasing a car was far-fetched. Yet Lu Hao, with his advantageous family background, had already traded up for a new vehicle. The other students leaned in, eager to hear what kind of car he had acquired. Before Lu Hao could respond, a classmate who had arrived with him interjected, It's a brand new Audi A6L. When the class leader came to pick us up, the elders downstairs were astonished. It's quite impressive. In an ordinary, aging neighborhood, such a luxury car was a rarity, especially when driven by someone familiar. The enthusiasm in his voice filled the room, while Lu Hao sat sipping tea, secretly reveling in his success. The classmates gasped at the revelation of an Audi, realizing the class leader's status had just elevated their own standards. You boys must feel the pressure. For us girls, we can settle for an Audi, one remarked. Now we can't keep up, and it's only going to get harder. Isn't it about time you girls aim for someone wealthy? Here's a prime candidate. They mused about the Audi A6L, speculating its worth at several $100,000. Lu Hao, noticing their inquiries about the price, waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's not worth much really, just over $400,000. Just over $400,000? His classmates scoffed, incredulous at the casualness with which he dismissed such a sum. I never intended to rely on my family for a car. You all know me. I'm not one to mooch off my parents for appearances. Initially, I didn't plan on purchasing such an expensive vehicle, but my father recently entrusted me with $2 million to invest in funds to hone my financial skills. Unbeknownst to me, fortune smiled upon me, and I made a quick profit of $60,000, allowing me to splurge on something nice. Lu Hao finished, taking a sip of his tea. Though he appeared nonchalant, he had meticulously crafted his words. His classmates exchanged glances, speechless. The class leader's circumstances were indeed enviable. $2 million to practice investing? If only I had such a fortunate father. The boys lamented, while the girls regarded Lu Hao with newfound admiration. After all, he had earned that Audi through his own efforts. Even though his family had provided the initial investment, he had not touched the principal, spending only the profits. Lu Hao was not only from a well-off family, but also possessed a commendable ability to generate income. The prospect of finding a partner like him began to look increasingly appealing to the girls, as they eyed him with a blend of expectation and intrigue. Lu Hao, a seasoned veteran in matters of the heart, feigned ignorance, presenting himself as someone who did not grasp their intentions. Was this not a jest? His purpose for attending today was solely to pursue Chu Xiaobing, utterly disregarding the other ordinary attendees. Ironically, this only heightened the girls' enthusiasm, as they flocked around Lu Hao, inquiring about his current circumstances and even prying into the affairs of his family. It was as if they were already preparing for a possible union with the Lu family. Faced with such fervor, even the experienced Lu Hao found himself retreating, sipping tea in silence. As his classmates fawned over him, Chu Xiaobing quietly settled into a seat far removed from Lu Hao, engrossed in her phone. She detested this atmosphere. Had it not been for the chance to see Chu Ling, she would have been reluctant to attend the class reunion at all. The gathering had morphed into a display of ostentation rather than camaraderie. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, revealing none other than Chu Ling. The classmates instinctively turned their gazes towards him. Although they had not seen each other in 4 years, Chu Ling had not changed significantly. He appeared more mature than in high school, albeit somewhat out of place in his casual sportswear compared to their meticulously curated outfits. Lu Hao, observing Chu Ling's appearance, chuckled and remarked, "Chu Ling, after 4 years, we thought you might have stood us up today." Chu Ling shook his head, assuring them that he had simply been delayed on the way. The classmates exchanged knowing smiles. They were well aware of his circumstances. Surely, he had left early to catch the bus, only to be ensnared by traffic. "No worries, we all understand." A girl chimed in, urging Chu Ling to take a seat, reminding him that they had waited long enough. Lu Hao continued to scrutinize Chu Ling, searching for flaws, as if doing so would alleviate his own discomfort. What an unfortunate sight, he mused. Attending a class reunion in sportswear? One must wonder if you have any decent clothes to wear. Suddenly, he spotted a coffee stain on Chu Ling's outfit and coldly remarked, "I wonder, Chu Ling, was my invitation too sudden for you to manage a change of clothes? Look at that large coffee stain. My apologies, it seems I have unwittingly embarrassed you." Coffee stains can be quite stubborn, and even on dark clothing. They can alter the garment's appearance once dried. A closer inspection would reveal much. The other classmates turned their attention to Chu Ling's chest, stifling laughter. In that moment, they felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Though they may not be thriving, at least they were not in a worse predicament than Chu Ling. A sense of balance was restored, particularly among the boys, who had harbored significant grievances against him. Now, witnessing his disheveled state only encouraged them to join Lu Hao in mocking him. "Class monitor, perhaps you should manage your time better in the future. And Chu Ling, you ought to be more mindful of your appearance. Are you working at a CAF? Otherwise, how could you have gotten that stain? Please, don't be so harsh. Work should not be judged by status. Don't CAF employees have uniforms?" The classmates' remarks grew increasingly outrageous, their disdain unabashed. Only Chu Xiaobing observed Chu Ling with a warm smile, gesturing for him to come sit beside her. "Chu Ling, don't just stand there, come sit with me," she said, patting the empty seat beside her, a spot she had intentionally reserved for him. It had been a long time since she had seen Chu Ling, and she wished to seize the opportunity to reconnect with her long-lost deskmate. The others were taken aback by Chu Xiaobing's overt friendliness towards Chu Ling, falling silent momentarily. Chu Ling, upon noticing her, made his way to her side, greeting her, "It's been a while. You've become even more beautiful." Chu Xiaobing's attire today perfectly complemented her grace, making her appear ethereal, like a fairy meant to be admired from afar. Unable to resist, Chu Ling offered her a compliment. He then turned his gaze downward. Name, Chu Xiaobing. Beauty, 98. Height, 170 centimeters. Figure, C. Favorability, 80. Deskmate, your figure hasn't changed a bit, he mused. As he gazed at Chu Xiaobing, she responded with a hint of playful reproach. Indeed, it has been quite a while since we last heard from you. You've missed every class reunion. There was a note of lingering resentment in her tone, and a flicker of unacknowledged longing in her eyes. Chapter 5. You understand quite well. After all this time, you couldn't have reached out? She had almost expected Chu Ling to have changed beyond recognition, but upon seeing him, she was relieved to find he still looked quite handsome, perhaps even more so than in high school. Chu Ling chuckled, scratching his head in embarrassment as he casually took a seat. Chu Xiaobing quietly retrieved a wet tissue from her bag, glancing at the coffee stain on Chu Ling's clothing. Looks like this was spilled not long ago, she remarked, beginning to gently wipe it away. Chu Xiaobing was meticulous, as the pristine tissue absorbed the coffee, taking on a tinge of discoloration. The boys nearby watched this scene with envy, their eyes green with jealousy, wishing they could take Chu Ling's place. What was he thinking? Did he not realize he was unworthy of Chu Xiaobing? Ugh, he was never a match for her. They scoffed. He,'s just a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, playing the pity card. The boys' imaginations ran wild, having forgotten their own derision, instinctively believing that Chu Xiaobing's kindness was merely a response to his feigned vulnerability. Indeed, the more beautiful the girl, the softer her heart. Goddess, do not fall for his tricks. Unaware of the boys' thoughts, Chu Xiaobing continued to converse with Chu Ling as she cleaned. Have you found a job yet? Chu Ling shook his head. Not yet. What about you? As for me, I probably won't be looking for a job anytime soon, Chu Xiaobing replied. I've just been accepted to pursue my graduate studies at Jinling University, which I believe is right across from your school. I'll be going there soon to meet with my advisor, and since you haven't graduated yet, it's quite convenient. As they laughed and chatted, the boys felt a wave of frustration wash over them, especially Lu Hao, whose eyes began to glimmer with envy. Just then, the door swung open once more, and in walked the tardy Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong burst into the room, exclaiming, "Class monitor, the hotel you chose is exceptionally upscale." When I walked in, I was stunned by the grand hall. Dining here must be quite costly, right? Truly, class monitor, wealthy people are indeed different. By the way, did you see that car parked outside? The car outside. The classmates exchanged puzzled glances. When they entered, there was nothing unusual about the scene. After all, this was a five-star hotel, bustling with vehicles every day, making it nearly impossible for anyone to notice every car. However, observing Zhang Chong's rustic demeanor, it was likely he had never encountered any luxury automobiles, so someone casually inquired, "What car is it? It can't possibly be a Mercedes or BMW, can it?" How naive. If he were genuinely excited about such commonplace vehicles, everyone would burst into laughter. Upon noticing the expressions of his peers, Zhang Chong surmised their thoughts and incredulously widened his eyes, exclaiming, "What's happened to our camaraderie? Is there no trust left?" The classmates regarded him in silence, offering only a glance that suggested he should reflect on their unspoken sentiments. Frustrated, Zhang Chong pulled out his phone and displayed a photo, a Bugatti Veyron, parked right outside our hotel. "You all are far too dismissive. Is this not a remarkable car?" At the mention of the Bugatti Veyron, the group's eyes widened in astonishment. Filled with disbelief, how could such a magnificent vehicle go unnoticed? They hastily passed around Zhang Chong's phone, marveling at the stunning luxury car on the screen, their expressions turning rapturous. "What a gorgeous sports car. Its streamlined design is simply breathtaking. I adore it. To think it's parked right outside our hotel. The owner must be incredibly bold. This car undoubtedly comes with a hefty price tag, absolutely exquisite. My goodness, it feels like love at first sight. How does Chu Ling have such a high-caliber luxury supercar? It seems like a lifetime since I last visited, and Chu Ling has transformed remarkably." They scrutinized the elite license plate. Jean A99999. Was this a plate for the average person? Even those unfamiliar with automobiles recognized this as a vehicle belonging to someone of significant stature. A plate like that? I doubt I could afford even one of the nines in a lifetime. This has to be someone of great prominence in Chu Ling. I wonder who it could be. Should we not wait around for a glimpse? Surely it would lead to valuable connections. Enough. If you're so eager, you might as well wait for our class monitor. That's more practical and easily attainable. One girl, not particularly knowledgeable about cars, innocently asked, "How much does this car cost?" Lu Hao smiled lightly, realizing it was his moment to shine. "Ah, this car? The manufacturer's price is over 40 million. With various taxes and fees, it's likely around 50 million, he said nonchalantly. Regardless of whether it was 50 or 60 million, he knew it was beyond his means. There was no point in feeling envious or resentful. Mere admiration would suffice. Lu Hao relished the collective gasps that filled the room. This car boasted a 16-cylinder engine, delivering extraordinary power. It could accelerate to 100 kilometers per hour in just over 2 seconds. Such vehicles are rare in Huaxia. Typically, they are seen in Shanghai or Tianjin. It appears Chu Ling has also progressed significantly in recent years to possess such luxury cars. His classmates' eyes widened in admiration, praising Lu Hao's knowledge. After all, he hailed from a prominent family, well-versed in the world of luxury automobiles. Lu Hao waved his hand dismissively, feeling quite proud of himself. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted them, and a stunning female manager entered. Her striking beauty instantly captivated many of the gentlemen present. The brightly lit private room accentuated her figure perfectly, as she donned a black uniform that exuded a fashionable aura. Her face was as radiant as a lotus blossom, and when she smiled, 2 adorable dimples appeared, sweetening the atmosphere. The male classmates stared, entranced. "Beautiful lady, have you come with business?" Lu Hao cleared his throat and addressed the manager with utmost seriousness. Although his primary focus was on Chu Xiaobing, the chance to befriend another beautiful acquaintance felt like a serendipitous gain. Lu Hao believed himself the most suitable to greet the manager, but his self-assuredness bore no fruit. Upon spotting Chu Ling, the manager's eyes lit up, and she gracefully approached him. "What is happening here? Why is everyone flocking to Chu Ling?" The male students were aflame with envy. The manager approached Chu Ling with elegance befitting her position, bowing slightly as she spoke respectfully. "Sir, I have come to inform you that there is space available in the parking lot below, and you may park your esteemed vehicle there." As she spoke, she extended her hands, offering something toward Chu Ling. Surprised, Chu Ling looked at the beautiful manager and replied, "Didn't I mention? Just have an employee assist me with parking. There's no need for you to come all this way." As he said this, the manager's face displayed a hint of embarrassment. Her smile faltered slightly as she explained, "However, none of our staff dares to drive such an expensive car." She didn't wish to disturb such a wealthy individual, but her employees were simply too timid. The manager even considered driving the car herself, but quickly felt daunted by the thought of handling such an expensive vehicle. After much contemplation, the manager ultimately resolved to approach Chu Ling, bowing even lower. She humbly extended her hands again, revealing a uniquely designed car key. The logo was unmistakably that of Bugatti. Even those unfamiliar with the Bugatti Veyron had come to recognize its emblem after viewing the photo Zhang Chong had taken. In that instant, the entire room fell silent. How could this be? This was Chu Ling's car? No, it was impossible. Almost all the students instinctively believed the manager had mistaken him for someone else. However, Chu Ling was anything but forgettable. He possessed a certain charm that made it unlikely for anyone to confuse him. The fact that he had just engaged in conversation with the manager sealed the matter. Even Lu Hao, who had been so eloquent moments ago, was left speechless, staring blankly at Chu Ling. Even Chu Xiaobing, who had always treated Chu Ling sincerely, looked at him with astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. They had only been apart for 4 years, and the Chu Ling who had once faced setbacks in his college entrance exams had now ascended to the heights of success, owning a Bugatti Veyron. The contrast was simply too overwhelming for anyone to accept. Chu Ling rose to take his car keys, casting a slightly apologetic glance at his old classmates. "Excuse me, everyone, I need to step out to drive." With that, he followed the beautiful manager out the door. Once he departed, the private room fell into an utter silence. As if the Almighty had abruptly pressed the pause button, the individuals present were rendered motionless. At this moment, their hearts were in disarray, akin to a tangled ball of yarn. Each person harbored their own thoughts, leaving no room for conversation. What could they possibly say? Should they reflect on their misguided remarks about Chu Ling? Even if introspection was warranted, it would have to wait until Chu Ling returned, wouldn't it? Seated at the head of the table, Lu Hao found himself increasingly restless. Just moments ago, he had shamelessly boasted about his modest Audi. Yet here was Chu Ling, gliding in with a hypercar, the illustrious Bugatti Veyron, renowned as the fastest car in the world, and doing so with remarkable humility. How could his little car possibly measure up? This was beyond mere embarrassment. It was a monumental loss of face. Moreover, such an exquisite Bugatti could hardly be a rental. They had clearly seen the vehicle's distinguished license plate. Renting it? That was a fantasy. Even if it were borrowed, that alone signified Chu Ling's exceptional connections with the elite. From every conceivable angle, Chu Ling was a figure they must protect and revere. The boys were filled with regret, while the girls wore peculiar expressions, all lamenting the loss of a promising opportunity. Had they recognized Chu Ling's capabilities earlier, coupled with his striking good looks, their fortunes might have flourished. Truly, it was a case of blindness and a missed chance. Each of them felt a deep sense of discomfort, their mental state severely frayed. However, Chu Xiaobing felt no dismay. Instead, she genuinely rejoiced for her deskmate. Soon, Chu Ling returned. Upon entering, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of classmates, all eager to forge connections. "Is it true, Chu Ling? Is that car really yours? Your taste is impeccable. I truly envy you for acquiring such a beautiful supercar. Chu Ling, you're incredible. You've ascended to the ranks of hypercars. If any good fortune comes your way, don't forget about me. I'd love to share in it. Brother Chu, please accept my WeChat friend request. I've been studying out of town for the past few years, so I haven't kept in touch with everyone. I hope you don't hold it against me." Even Lu Hao rose from his seat, approaching Chu Ling with a friendly demeanor, exclaiming, "Chu Ling, you've really made it big. Among our classmates, you're the one who is truly thriving. You deserve to take the head seat." Lu Hao's family had always been in business, and he understood many principles more profoundly than most. Bowing one's head was not a sign of shame. Wealth commanded respect. A figure like Chu Ling was someone to be held onto tightly. Listening to their words, Chu Ling experienced the fickleness of human relationships. He chose not to comment, remembering the adage that the impoverished in bustling markets go unnoticed while the wealthy are sought after in remote mountains. Indeed, there was truth in that. With this in mind, Chu Ling returned to his original seat, plopping down beside Chu Xiaobing. Addressing the group, "I'm content to remain here." Unconcerned with how others perceived him, he adjusted his posture and turned to Chu Xiaobing, who was gazing at him in astonishment. Her mouth agape, she seemed genuinely taken aback. She had never anticipated so much admiration for Chu Ling, and that he would choose to sit beside her again. Her large, sparkling eyes appeared irresistibly cute. Having been deskmates for several years, Chu Ling had never witnessed such an adorable side of her and couldn't help but jest. "What's this? I leave for just a moment, and you no longer recognize me?" Chu Xiaobing, curious, looked at Chu Ling and asked, "But seriously, Chu Ling, how did you transform from who you were back then to who you are now?" Chu Ling chuckled. "What do you think I've been doing these past 4 years?" His words prompted Chu Xiaobing to ponder deeply. Soon after, the group began to eat. Classmates seized every opportunity to clink glasses with Chu Ling. Even as he insisted on drinking tea, those who preferred alcohol still urged him to toast. Revolutionary friendships often begin with a drink. Come on, finish this glass. Why are you leaving tea at the bottom of the cup? Aren't we still old classmates? Let us not discuss anything else today. After this drink, I hope you'll forgive any past transgressions, my brother. Please, stop encouraging Chu Ling to drink. What is the point? Even tea can be too much. One tea he feel unwell. By the end of the meal, Chu Ling had undeniably become the focal point of the gathering, with nearly every topic revolving around him. After dining, he declined the offers of other girls for a ride home, instead calling out to Chu Xiaobing. How are you getting back? Chu Xiaobing chuckled. I'll take a taxi. Come on, walk with me. I'll drive you home, Chu Ling said, eliciting another laugh from her. Isn't it supposed to be out of the way? How did it change? Never mind that, Chu Xiaobing exclaimed. I was hoping to take a ride in this supercar. Otherwise, I might never get the chance again. Enough joking, she added, following Chu Ling to retrieve the car. Chu Ling slid into the driver's seat and called out to Chu Xiaobing, who was still outside. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get in. Oh right, Chu Xiaobing exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream, before finally settling into the vehicle. As she touched the luxurious leather seats and gazed at the opulent interior, awe glimmered in her eyes. Indeed, this was a top-tier luxury car, and it was breathtaking. The interplay of purple and black in the upholstery exuded both elegance and grandeur. The choice of materials was paramount. A vehicle of such caliber would never skimp on quality. The exquisite materials enhanced the richness of the colors, resulting in a flawless combination. To be honest, I never imagined I would ever sit in a Bugatti Veyron, Chu Xiaobing remarked, somewhat wistfully. As Chu Ling started the engine, he chuckled. Really? You're about to become a graduate. Why the lack of confidence? Chu Xiaobing was not lacking in confidence. On the contrary, she was a determined young woman. She believed that with her own efforts, she could forge a commendable life. A mid-range car like a BBA was certainly within her reach. But a Bugatti Veyron? That was beyond her wildest dreams. Such vehicles were typically the realm of billionaires. How could a girl who hadn't even graduated yet dare to dream of such luxury? By the way, Chu Xiaobing said, rummaging through her bag to produce a gift box, which she handed to Chu Ling. I didn't get a chance to give this to you earlier because there were so many people. It's a little something I prepared for you. Chu Ling, taken aback, accepted the gift box and replied, wait a moment, I didn't prepare anything for you. How about I get you a cup of milk tea? Don't girls usually love sweet drinks? He saw this as a perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of the goddess's random reward skill. However, in the next moment, Chu Xiaobing waved her hands in refusal. No, it's fine. I don't want to be labeled as a gold digger. Besides, this gift doesn't even compare to the gas money for driving me home. So, in a way, I'm the one who is profiting. Chu Ling observed that Chu Xiaobing was not declining his invitation and nodded in agreement, saying, all right, let us be on our way. Consequently, the two set off, leaving a group of classmates behind who gazed silently at the departing Bugatti. The girls were enveloped in a mixture of envy and resentment, thinking to themselves how fortunate Chu Xiaobing was. Meanwhile, the boys were blushing with jealousy, pondering whether they were sending off their dreams of millions. Oh, just the thought of Chu Xiaobing's alluring figure and striking beauty shattered their hearts. Yet, what could they possibly do about it? Meanwhile, as the two were seated in the car, they approached the route leading to Chu Xiaobing's residence, which necessitated crossing the Yangtze River Bridge. Relishing the unique tranquility of the night, Chu Xiaobing slightly squinted her eyes. The wind playfully tousled her hair, and Chu Ling, captivated by the gentle contour of her profile, found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe her beauty. She resembled the elegant and charming heroine of a Hong Kong film, exuding an indescribable allure. The playful strands of hair brushed against Chu Ling's cheek and neck, stirring a delightful sensation within him. Unintentionally catching his gaze, Chu Xiaobing blushed and playfully chided, what are you staring at? Just admiring a beauty. Is that so wrong? Chu Ling raised an eyebrow, teasingly responding. He realized that being with Chu Xiaobing was exceedingly relaxing, reminiscent of their carefree high school days, where conversation flowed effortlessly. Chu Xiaobing shot him a sidelong glance, remarking, so, it seems that in addition to becoming wealthy over the past 4 years, you've also developed a silver tongue? You'd better confess honestly how many girlfriends you've had to acquire such charm. Observing Chu Ling's increasingly handsome visage, she found it hard to believe that he had remained unscathed by temptation over the years. Wealth and good looks, coupled with this newfound charisma, made her heart feel unexpectedly sour. Even though Chu Ling and she had no real connection, an inexplicable discomfort lingered. On the other hand, the mention of girlfriends made Chu Ling feel as if he might explode. This old classmate truly knew how to strike a nerve, as if sprinkling salt on an open wound. For years, did she have any idea how he had spent those years? The meager school felt like a monk's temple, where he longed for a breath of fresh air, only to be pulled back at the first sign of a check-in. He had wished to seek out some jovial companions, but opportunities were scarce. Noticing the change in Chu Ling's expression, Chu Xiaobing's amusement was palpable, for reasons unknown. Witnessing his bittersweet demeanor made her feel as if she understood something unspoken. With a light-hearted tone, she inquired, "What's wrong?" Showing her concern, Chu Ling shot her an exasperated glance, shaking his head while sighing, "Ah, such heart-wrenching torment." As their playful banter continued, they soon arrived at the entrance of Chu Xiaobing's residence. It must be noted that her neighborhood was indeed one of the upscale districts of Jinling, as even the Bugatti had to undergo a lengthy registration process at the gate. Just as they parked, a male and female figure swiftly passed by, clad in sportswear, seemingly out for a night run. Upon spotting the uniquely styled sports car, they instinctively exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming in unison. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief, her finger trembling as she pointed towards the Bugatti Veyron, exclaiming, "Look, Lao Chu. This luxurious sports car is parked right outside our building. Whose child is this so accomplished? What a source of pride." The man beside her wore an inquisitive expression, glancing around before suggesting, "From this distance, how can we possibly see clearly? Since we're not in a hurry to run, why don't we move closer for a better look?" The two eagerly agreed and stealthily approached the Bugatti Veyron under the cover of darkness. Chu Xiaobing, having arrived home, noticed a small supermarket nearby still open. She turned to Chu Ling, saying, "Wait here for a moment, I'll be right back." Moments later, she returned with 2 bottles of juice in hand. Handing one to Chu Ling, she remarked, "I remember you loved this brand of juice in high school. Do you still drink it?" "Thank you," Chu Ling replied, warmth flooding his heart as he recognized the familiar beverage. It sparked fond memories of their high school days. "How did you know I was thirsty? After all these years. You still remember my favorite drink?" Chu Xiaobing's cheeks flushed at his words, and she softly explained, "I noticed your car was brand new. And there wasn't even a bottle of water inside, so I went to buy you some." Chu Ling smiled gently, internally acknowledging, "You've pinpointed my every flaw. This is indeed a new car. I just picked it up this afternoon." Nevertheless, he felt grateful for Chu Xiaobing's thoughtfulness as he began to sip the juice. The two were engrossed in conversation, completely unaware that not far from their vehicle, a man and woman were observing them with astonishment. As they recognized the figures who had just exited the car, their eyes widened in disbelief. "Lao Chu, if my eyes are indeed deceiving me, that just disembarked from the car appears to be your daughter." The woman instinctively looked at her husband, her mouth agape, nearly twitching in disbelief. Could it be that this illustrious young lady was their precious little girl? The man cast a sidelong glance at his wife, snorting in disdain, "What's wrong? As if she's not your daughter." The woman shot him a glare. This was hardly the moment for nitpicking. They needed to investigate before someone else snatched her away. Observing the unfolding situation, she spoke incessantly like a live commentator, noting how Chu Xiaobing had even bought drinks for the man, laughing joyfully in his company. The man, clenching his fist, declared, "Let us go. We need to see what's happening." They couldn't allow their little cabbage to be whisked away by someone else. On the other side, Chu Xiaobing bid farewell to Chu Ling, who drove off, preparing to make a U-turn and exit the area. As she stood there sipping her drink, watching him turn away, a sudden cold snort from a man startled her. 2 figures approached, and she turned instinctively, only to see 2 familiar faces. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? What did you just witness?" Chu Xiaobing's face flushed crimson, as if she had been caught in a compromising situation. Observing her flustered demeanor, her parents exchanged knowing glances, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon them. Chapter 8. Seizing the Opportunity. Chu Xiaobing was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of her parents. The two exchanged glances before turning to watch the direction in which Chu Ling had departed. Once they confirmed he had left the neighborhood, they let out a long sigh, as if lamenting something lost. "Dad, Mom, what are you looking at?" Chu Xiaobing's lovely face was flushed with embarrassment. Never anticipating that after being escorted home by Chu Ling, she would encounter her parents out for a night run. This was mortifying. Seeing their daughter's bashful demeanor, her parents had already formed a conclusion. Their glances collided, and they swiftly made a decision. No more night running. It was time to head home. Clearing his throat, her father began tentatively, "So, dear daughter, whose car was that striking one we just saw?" Chu Xiaobing did not think much of it, and replied directly, "It's Chu Ling's. Do you all remember him?" Upon hearing the name Chu Ling, both Chu Dad and Chu Mom were momentarily stunned. Wasn't that boy a high school classmate of their daughter? And now he was doing so well. As Chu Mom ascended the stairs, she grasped Chu Xiaobing's arm and quietly inquired, "My dear, tell me honestly, how much is that car of Chu Ling's?" While not particularly familiar with luxury cars, she could tell from its design that it must be quite expensive. It certainly outshone all the vehicles in the nearby community. Imagining riding in such a car, She felt a surge of excitement and eagerly glanced at her daughter. After pondering for a moment, Chu Xiaobing recounted what their class monitor, Lu Hao, had mentioned at the gathering earlier that day. It was a top-tier supercar, worth around 50 to 60 million. 50 to 60 million? Upon hearing that staggering figure, both Chu Dad and Chu Mom were taken aback. Such an exorbitant sum for a single vehicle? If that was the case, Chu Ling had truly achieved remarkable success. Even someone with a net worth of several hundred million would hesitate before spending 50 or 60 million on a car. How would he afford maintenance and repairs? Chu Dad and Chu Mom were visibly excited, their hands clasped tightly together. Their daughter was impressive, and the people she associated with were equally remarkable. Even a mere classmate had prospered to this extent. Lost in thought, the family entered their home. Chu Mom plopped down onto the sofa and beckoned her daughter over, signaling for her to sit beside her. Feeling somewhat helpless, Chu Xiaobing approached and, with a hint of complaint, said, "What's up, Mom? I'm a bit tired today. I want to take a shower and go to bed early." She was well aware of her mother's tendency to ramble, and if she got carried away, no one in the family would get any rest for a while. The thought of that made Chu Xiaobing feel overwhelmed. "Oh, come here. As your mother, I could never lead you astray." Chu Mom shot her daughter a reproachful glance. Then her face broke into a beaming smile. Chu Xiaobing couldn't shake the feeling that her mother resembled an overly enthusiastic aunt, eager to chat and inquire about her daughter's thoughts. "All right, go ahead." Chu Xiaobing resignedly settled in, adopting an attentive demeanor. Chu Mom, satisfied, nodded and spoke earnestly. "Xiaobing, you're no longer a child. I believe you understand certain principles. Regarding such a classmate, you..." Chu Xiaobing's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. Oh, she had anticipated this. Her parents were indeed exceedingly conservative. It was merely a boy who drove her home, yet they were making a mountain out of a molehill. Even if she were interested, she had no idea what Chu Ling thought. No, I didn't mean to imply that," she exclaimed, interrupting her mother in a flurry of embarrassment. "Mom, what are you thinking? I know my boundaries. Besides, I'm not that kind of materialistic girl." She would never be with someone solely based on the car they drove. It was absurd that her mother didn't trust her character. Chu Dad and Chu Mom exchanged puzzled glances, and Chu Mom, glancing at her husband, said with a hint of frustration, "What I mean is that you should seize this opportunity. Such a fine young man, someone you know well, is certainly worth your attention. While moderation is a virtue, what good is it now? Can it bring about such a remarkable son-in-law?" Truly, their daughter was growing up, and they, as parents, were utterly consumed with worry. Chu Xiaobing. She felt utterly despondent. When did her parents become like this? How old was she? They seemed eager to marry her off immediately. Were they already preparing her dowry? Feeling that remaining in the living room would be torturous, Chu Xiaobing stood up and retreated to her room, leaving Chu Dad and Chu Mom in the living room, watching their daughter depart. Meanwhile, Chu Mom turned to her husband. "Do you think there's something wrong with our parenting approach?" On the other hand, Chu Ling had already exited the community and merged onto the main road. The evening traffic was sparse, and upon seeing Chu Ling driving a Bugatti Veyron, the reactions of other drivers were remarkably uniform. A collective gasp expressed their astonishment, followed by immediate braking to yield. With such a top-tier luxury car, Chu Ling felt quite pleased as he experienced the vehicle's performance on the open road. Indeed, it was the epitome of performance cars. Driving it on the highway was a breeze. Chu Ling even felt as though he barely needed to press the accelerator. With just a gentle touch, the car surged forward like a wild stallion, even at lower speeds. The exhilarating push against his back was indicative of a truly powerful luxury vehicle. Suddenly, an idea struck him, reminiscent of a line from a movie, and he extended his hand out of the window to feel the wind rushing against his palm. 20 miles per hour is A, 40 is B, 60 is C. He mused aloud, savoring the sensations. What a pity it's in the city. I can't reach 100 miles per hour to discover what D feels like. As he switched speeds, he relished the varied sensations. Noticing the time was getting late, Chu Ling increased his speed, heading toward the luxurious Tanfeng Bay Villa district he had signed into earlier. He wanted to arrive in time for the handover. Moreover, he had given prior notice before coming. Tanfeng Bay was the most opulent residential area in the city, featuring a specially constructed road leading directly to the entrance of the villas to showcase the owner's prestige. Having heard about this lavish road, Chu Ling was eager to see if the rumors were true. Soon, he found himself on the road leading to the villa district. Just around a bend, the path widened significantly, and the surface was impeccably smooth, as if workers had painstakingly leveled it daily. It was evident that the road had been meticulously constructed, built with high-quality materials. As the Bugatti Veyron glided over the surface, it felt as though the grip was enhanced, allowing for even greater speed. Additionally, the property management had arranged for dedicated personnel to maintain cleanliness, resulting in an impeccably tidy road, devoid of any debris or litter. Chu Ling merely glanced around and nodded in satisfaction, Indeed, it was the most luxurious villa district, living up to its reputation. The streetlights emitted a warm orange glow, illuminating the surroundings brightly. Each lamp post was intricately carved with two dragons coiling upward, poised as if to soar into the heavens. Even from a distance, one could appreciate the craftsmanship of the dragon-shaped streetlights. If not for the strict attention to detail, how could such a substantial amount of money be spent on these elements? The cost of a single lamp could easily purchase 10 or more ordinary ones. Even the greenery flanking the road was trimmed with exceptional care, sculpted into flawless shapes. Adjacent to the path, vast expanses of rose bushes bloomed, their buds poised to open, igniting a sense of yearning in onlookers. The journey thus far has been adorned with elegance and beauty at every turn. The surrounding scenery is equally delightful, offering sweeping views of the Yangtze River, its mighty waters flowing eastward. Behind the winding mountain road lies a majestic peak, and with mountains, water, and fertile land, it is undoubtedly a place of good feng shui, which explains its exaltation by others. Not long after setting off, Chu Ling could already glimpse the grand entrance of Tianfeng Tanglong Bay from afar. A surge of joy filled his heart as he pressed the accelerator, steering directly towards the villa district's gates. As he drew nearer, Chu Ling could clearly see that the entrance to Tianfeng Tanglong Bay was impressively constructed, with 4 grand cylindrical columns elevating the community's plaque, the gilded characters strikingly prominent. Unlike other low-end communities, the nameplate eschewed neon lights and colorful embellishments. For security guards stood vigil at the entrance, their youthful faces marked by resolute determination, their stances impeccably military. Chu Ling felt a stir of admiration, realizing that these guards were likely retired soldiers, given their impeccable demeanor. While observing the guards, Chu Ling remained oblivious to a young woman in the shadows, quietly scrutinizing him. Upon catching sight of the Bugatti Veyron, she was taken aback, astounded that such a luxury vehicle, valued at 50 to 60 million, was casually driven into the area. As a property manager with considerable experience, she was well acquainted with the vehicles of the residents, and this one was certainly not from their community. Coupled with the phone call she had received earlier, she approached the Bugatti without hesitation and gently tapped on the window. Hearing the knock, Chu Ling opened the car door and was greeted by a young woman in a sleek black suit, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Pardon my intrusion, but may I ask if you are Mr. Chu?" Chapter 9. The sign-in here? Chu Ling assessed the property manager. She appeared quite youthful, perhaps around 22 or 23, with an innocent beauty and a commendable figure. "Yes, that's me." Chu Ling confirmed his identity without hesitation. The young woman showed no sign of surprise. She understood that only a top-tier magnate would be a resident of Tianfeng Tanglong Bay. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am the property manager of Tianfeng Tanglong Bay. I received your call about your visit, and I have been waiting for you. Allow me to escort you to Villa Number 1 for the handover." Her professional introduction reflected a high level of competence. Chu Ling nodded and gestured for her to get in the car. "Let's head in now." The guards, noticing the property manager's accompaniment, immediately saluted and permitted Chu Ling's vehicle to enter. As they drove, the property manager cautiously admired the supercar, remarking to Chu Ling, "Tomorrow, I will ensure your vehicle information is entered into our system, allowing you to access the community directly with your license plate in the future." Chu Ling acknowledged her with a nod and expressed his gratitude. The property manager, somewhat flustered, quickly insisted that it was her duty, adding with a hint of awe, "I truly didn't expect our Villa Number 1's owner to be so young and handsome upon our first meeting." "Oh, are you implying that I should be an old man?" Chu Ling replied with a faint smile, jesting. The property manager refrained from affirming, but certainly entertained the notion in her mind. Villa Number 1, the undisputed king of villas within the community, boasted the most impressive area and amenities. Naturally, its price was equally astonishing. Many prominent business magnates from Jinling had visited this famed villa but had ultimately been compelled to forego it due to its exorbitant price. The property manager had witnessed their lamentations on several occasions, leaving a lasting impression. She had envisioned numerous times what the owner of Villa Number 1 might look like, yet none matched Chu Ling's striking presence. It was undeniable that he was exceptionally youthful and strikingly handsome, possessing both beauty and wealth. He was practically the epitome of perfection. Even as a female property manager, she found herself feeling a twinge of envy towards Chu Ling. The villa district sprawled over a vast area, with the distance between standalone villas significantly greater than in any other community, ensuring the privacy of its residents. Villa No. 1 occupied the most desirable position at the heart of the district, necessitating a drive of over 10 minutes even to reach it. With a hint of pride in her tone, the property manager remarked, "The expanse of our villa district is unparalleled in Jinling, and it certainly holds its own against any design across the nation. You can reside here with complete peace of mind." As she spoke, she pulled out a tissue to dab at her forehead. Chu Ling noticed her actions and inquired with curiosity, "Is everything all right? Are you feeling unwell? It's quite cool this evening. The property manager smiled lightly and quipped, I've often heard that women feel warm when entering luxury cars. I never imagined it was true until today. I suppose I've truly experienced it firsthand. Entering luxury cars makes one warm? Chu Ling chuckled, amused by her playful nature. Look, that is Villa number 1. The property manager suddenly pointed to a grand structure not far away. Despite the night, the villa district was well lit, allowing for a clear view of the surroundings. Villa number 1, the largest in area, had its landscape resembling a private garden, visible just outside the door. The community featured several artificial fountains, with the finest designs concentrated around Villa number 1, enhancing its beauty. Chu Ling raised an eyebrow, captivated by the enchanting scenery that resembled a fairy tale castle. The courtyard of Villa number 1 was locked, prompting the property manager to quickly retrieve an electronic remote key, activating the gate to open automatically. As Chu Ling drove into the villa's courtyard, the property manager explained, Mr. Chu, each villa's entrance is equipped with cutting-edge electronic technology. You may input vehicle information and utilize the iris recognition system. Only after dual authentication will the gate open automatically for entry. Of course, you may also use the key remote, though it is somewhat cumbersome. Not only was the courtyard's gate secured, but even the villa's main entrance employed iris recognition technology. These systems were interconnected, allowing for seamless communication once any set of information was entered. The property manager gestured towards the gate, providing a detailed explanation. Chu Ling remained silent, surveying the villa's courtyard environment. Although he had yet to move in, Villa number 1 was delivered in exquisite condition, showcasing world-class technology and furnishings. The courtyard appeared to be meticulously maintained, with beautifully trimmed flora, creating a visually pleasing atmosphere. The property manager had mentioned that the villa featured rare plants that required extra care in their upkeep. Noticing Chu Ling's expression, the property manager quickly added, Our butler arranges for personnel to check and maintain the premises daily. While other standalone villa owners share a common butler between 2 villas, Villa number 1, being the king of villas, has its own dedicated butler who is always on hand to attend to its needs, regardless of when Chu Ling checks in. It is assuredly the epitome of an exquisite environmental experience. In the future, when Chu Ling is away from home, there will be no need for concern regarding the absence of caretakers, as a professional steward will systematically conduct inspections and maintenance of the villa. Let us step inside and take a look. With a nonchalant gesture, Chu Ling indicated that the courtyard could be explored at a later time. Today, he intended to settle in directly, placing greater emphasis on the decor within the rooms. The property manager unlocked the grand entrance of the villa with a code, and the intelligent locking mechanism emitted a melodious mechanical chime. Welcome home. Simultaneously, the lights within the room illuminated instantly, and a melodious piano piece resonated through the living room. At the center of the living area hung an enormous crystal chandelier, its quality immediately evident and undoubtedly invaluable. The crystal ornaments sparkled brilliantly under the light, exuding an enchanting radiance. As the two approached, the baseboards activated a series of illuminated lines, creating a visually stunning effect. This Villa No. 1 is equipped with a comprehensive smart home experience. Nearly all the furnishings are interconnected. Should you desire particular interactions, we can arrange for engineers to fine-tune them to your specifications. The property manager spoke with great familiarity about every detail within the residence, stating, Behold, our lighting system employs the latest motion sensor technology, conserving energy while providing you with the utmost luxurious experience. To be candid, Chu Ling was genuinely astonished. He never anticipated that he would check into such a lavish villa. This sensation was simply exhilarating. The top-tier smart home amenities alone could likely purchase an ordinary villa. Such indulgence is truly extraordinary. On the lower level, there exists a private cinema, accompanied by an independent gym. There are swimming pools both indoors and outdoors, equipped with intelligent temperature control and a self-purifying water circulation system. However, should you require assistance, we have dedicated staff available for maintenance. The property manager elaborated extensively, guiding Chu Ling to explore the surroundings. Chu Ling was utterly satisfied with the environment. He smiled at the property manager and remarked, Let us conclude the introduction here. I can explore the rest on my own. Thank you for the tour. Would you care for a cup of tea? The property manager politely declined, smiling as he explained, I have fulfilled my duties, and it is against protocol for me to sit and partake in tea. Wishing you an enjoyable stay. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to contact me. After the property manager departed, Chu Ling headed to the bathroom for a shower. As he turned on the shower head, a luminous screen flickered to life, displaying a new sign-in confirmation. Please complete your check-in. Check-in. Chu Ling felt a stir of excitement. Subsequently, the screen presented another message. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have received the latest global limited edition sets from Gucci, Armani, and Versace. Chu Ling. Is this a critique of my attire? Very well then. Soon after, Chu Ling reclined in the lavishly warm bath, savoring the experience. Upon finishing his shower, he discovered that the wardrobe was already filled with the latest clothing ensembles. He casually picked out a pair of underwear, and upon inspection, a dark line crossed his forehead. This will definitely not fit. Chapter 10. Something seems amiss. After quickly finding a garment to wear, Chu Ling lazily reclined. Indeed, the international top-tier mattress felt as though he were lying on a cloud. The balance of firmness was perfect, supporting his body without letting it sink, providing utmost comfort. Chu Ling settled into a cozy position, resting his head on his crossed arms, lazily reflecting on the events of the day. He had indeed encountered 2 women rated above 95, yet he had not spent a single penny. Otherwise, he could have tested the goddess rebate feature. What a splendid opportunity. Alas, finding women rated above 95 is no simple task. Chu Ling sighed. Ironically, both he had met were splendid individuals. One too unfamiliar, and the other not materialistic. Truly a headache for Chu Lingham? It seems there is still a gift left unopened. He then retrieved the present from Chu Xiaobing, and upon unwrapping it, he found it rather cool. In his hand was a tiger head badge, which he liked due to his zodiac sign being the tiger. It would be remiss not to reciprocate with a gift for Chu Xiaobing in the future. However, the goddess rebate matter lingered in Chu Ling's mind. After some contemplation, he took out his phone, pondering, modern life is so convenient. Finding a beautiful woman should be quite simple. He opened a live streaming application, where an array of stunning women awaited. After all, the goddess rebate only stipulated that the woman must have a rating above 95. There were no restrictions on how to spend money. And gifting through live streams surely wouldn't be against the rules. With this thought, Chu Ling decisively opened the Feiyu Live app. Before long, a petite girl resembling a young loli appeared on his screen. Her large, bright eyes sparkled like those of a charming character from an anime. Chu Ling couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This girl looked irresistibly adorable. Surely her rating must be high. He quickly checked the system's assessment. 75. No way. Chu Ling instinctively rubbed his eyes, bewildered by such a low score. However, he soon realized the nature of the live streaming platform. To enhance the allure of their hosts, the app possessed powerful beauty filters, and some streamers would procure the latest beautification equipment online, leading unsuspecting viewers to be deceived into believing that the host's appearance was their true visage. The mere thought sent a shiver down Chu Ling's spine. Live streaming can be quite terrifying. He hastily switched to another room. Brother, do you like me? Moi? His phone's network seemed to stutter momentarily. Yet he could hear the sweet voice from the live stream. That voice was so saccharine that even a diabetic would have to watch carefully. It was captivating. Chu Ling felt invigorated. Could his luck truly be this fortuitous, stumbling upon such a beautiful host so quickly? That sweet voice surely belonged to someone equally delightful. Just as Chu Ling eagerly awaited, his phone's network stabilized, revealing the visage of a middle-aged woman on the screen. The aunt's face was as round as a blooming sunflower, plump and spherical. Chu Ling, if I am guilty, let the law punish me. Why must I endure what is beyond my years? Truly, it echoed that saying, just because a girl is beautiful does not guarantee a pleasant voice. In fact, they may be inversely proportional. There's no need to check the score. It likely struggles to pass. How curious. Have the standards in the streaming industry dropped so low that anyone can participate? Chu Ling muttered to himself in frustration. After browsing through several more live rooms, Chu Ling noticed that the female hosts' ratings hovered around 70 to 80, certainly passing but rather mediocre in appearance, hardly even qualifying as attractive. Nevertheless, Chu Ling was unperturbed, treating it as a means to pass the time, preparing for sleep. As Chu Ling felt a tinge of fatigue and contemplated shutting down the application to retire for the night, the app sent yet another notification. With a lackluster interest, she clicked on a cartoon avatar of a girl to enter the live stream, muttering to herself, if this turns out to be another dinosaur, I shall simply retire for the night. I can't afford such impatience. The live stream featured a girl engrossed in a game, specifically the immensely popular Honor of Kings, showcasing her skills with the character Shangwan Wanner. The public chat was abuzz with messages directed at the streamer. He is coming. He is coming. The enemy is closing in with their teammates. Hurry, Xiao Wanner. The streamer must not retreat. She cannot show weakness. Charge in and fight. Wanna, you've got this. Go ahead and flaunt your skills. Is that you, Shua? I want to comb your hair with my 9-toothed rake. How could you let such a delightful girl meet her demise? Do you have no heart? You all are merely fair-weather fans, aren't you? Wanner is a formidable streamer. The kind who can turn the tide in an instant. Pay attention. The speed of the messages on the public screen was rapid. Chu Ling glanced at the streamer's name, which was also Wanner, and she appeared to be a newcomer. With her head bowed, focused on her phone, only a portion of her face was visible. Don't spout nonsense. I want to falter. I'll show you what true skill looks like. Warner seemed to have caught sight of the fans' messages and retorted angrily. Her voice was melodious, tinged with a slight magnetism, reminiscent of crystal-clear spring water flowing before one on a scorching summer day, bringing a sense of profound comfort. Especially in her tone, there was an air of dominance that made one want to coax her into speaking more. Any casual remarks she made sent the audience into a frenzy, with rapid-fire messages flooding the chat. Warner's voice is so enchanting. Do say a few more words. With such beauty and a voice to match, she is destined for stardom. Look at her, as a newcomer. Her room is nearly filled to capacity. What a testament to her beauty, huh? As the crowd continued to jest about Warner, she suddenly executed a flawless maneuver with her hero, achieving a pentakill. Pentakill, a wave of devastation. The live stream seemed to pause for a moment. Did she just achieve a pentakill? That maneuver was simply extraordinary. The fans, all players of Honor of Kings, knew well the challenges of mastering Shangwan Warner. The difficulty of unleashing her ultimate ability was daunting. A slight misstep could lead to a disastrous outcome. Yet, Warner's execution was as smooth as flowing water, each step and movement perfectly timed, culminating in an impeccable 5-kill achievement. She is just a girl. How can she be so skilled? I bow to the master. You're not merely Shangwan Warner. You're Shangwan Xior. This is simply divine. Warner, help me rank up, will you? Your skills are worthy of being a coach. I'm so thrilled. This match is secured. Look, even the teammates are praising Warner's prowess. Wow, this girl is truly amazing. As the banter continued, Chu Ling watched Warner's gameplay, her eyes lighting up at the display of skill. This girl is quite impressive, she thought. But let me check her ratings first. I'd rather not suffer any disappointment. Although I'm captivated, my aim today is to see if the goddess offers random rewards. If her looks don't measure up, then it's all for naught. A translucent panel appeared, revealing Warner's information on the screen. Name, Lin Warner. Age, 21. Height, 168 centimeters. Appearance, 97. Figure, 32C. Chu Ling's heart raced. She had finally found a girl of exceptional beauty. At that moment, Warner had secured victory in the game, and the chat exploded with praise. With a sweet smile directed at the camera, Warner said, "Thank you all for your support. Since you seem satisfied with my performance, I'll be signing off now. It's getting late, so do rest early." Finally, Warner's full face appeared before the audience. Her delicate oval face framed sparkling eyes that seemed to gaze directly into the camera, as if sharing a moment with each viewer. What a stunning streamer. She is too beautiful. Her petite, refined nose and rosy, plump lips were all perfectly harmonious. Warner seemed youthful, her face brimming with collagen, radiating flawless beauty on screen. The public chat erupted once more. Ah, the streamer is so beautiful. Please don't log off. Let us see more of you. Warner's beauty set her apart among streamers, and the audience urged those who could to send gifts, while others offered to share the stream. How could one not want to keep such a beautiful girl to themselves? She is both gorgeous and skilled at gaming. She is the ideal girlfriend. No one is competing with me, right? Then I'll take her. Let us play another round. If you do, I'll send you a rocket. Upon seeing the comments about sending rockets, Warner playfully slumped over her desk, feigning exasperation. You're all such liars, trying to con a beauty. You can't accomplish anything. Yet you're number one in freeloading. You only want to leech off me. Last time, you promised me rockets after this round, and look at me now. I'm about to have pickled vegetables for dinner, usually just paired with lao gan ma. How outrageous. This is simply too much. Warner was not the type to solicit gifts or rewards, resulting in her daily earnings being dismal. The current state of the streaming industry was dire, with some prominent streamers effortlessly earning thousands daily, simply by calling their viewers Big Brother. However, Warner believed she had talent, yet sometimes struggled to earn enough for meals. Initially, she thought as a newcomer, it wouldn't be easy to make money. Over time, she realized that those who skyrocketed to fame were often the ones who spoke the most nonsense. As an earnest and straightforward female streamer, it was challenging for her to attract sponsors. In this streaming world, those without financial backing were akin to seaweed in the water, merely drifting with the current. Warner was merely logging hours in the hope of earning a meager salary. Relying solely on this income for survival would likely leave her unable to afford even lao gan ma. As the fans in the live stream heard Warner lamenting her financial woes, they couldn't help but chime in. Wow, streamer, you're doing well enough to afford lao gan ma. I'm so poor I can only make soup from my dad's 7 Wolves brand. You still have 7 wolves? I'm down to dirt in my flower pot. Would you like some? At that moment, Warner, glancing at the barrage of comments, was skeptical. Just as she was about to sign off, a notification popped up. User, Ling Yun, has entered the live stream. Warner smiled sweetly at the camera and warmly greeted, "Welcome, Ling Yun, to my live stream." Upon hearing Warner's welcoming words, the fans in the live stream felt a pang of emotion and began to cheer. "Ling Yun, our sister Warner has welcomed you. Don't you think you should express something in return?" There are rules in Warner's live stream. Upon entering, one must send a grand rocket. Lingyun, now that you're in the live stream, you're akin to being on a pirate ship. No doubt about it. Every live stream has its own customs. Rest assured, your rocket will not go unnoticed. Warner can showcase her skills in the game for you. Chu Ling directly ignored the fans' comments and addressed Warner. How old are you? You've already started live streaming? I'm 21 this year. I'm an adult and fully capable of being a streamer. Warner replied. Chu Ling countered. I didn't mention age. Chapter 12, The Veteran Driver. As Chu Ling's words echoed, the comments exploded once more. Wow, I've discovered an A-class veteran driver. This ride caught me off guard, at my age. I almost threw out my back. I demand to get off. This isn't a school bus to kindergarten. Let me off, or I'll jump. Warner, momentarily taken aback by the comments, quickly grasped Chu Ling's meaning. Her cheeks flushed, and she playfully scolded, You bunch of veteran drivers, enough already. If you keep this up, I'll have to mute you. How old am I? Haven T, I told you before. I'm just a 36D. Stop asking. Chu Ling exclaimed, What? You're a 36D? That's not right. I just saw on the screen that you're a 32C. However, the bear that should be about the same size as Chu Xiaobing looks rather large, almost similar to that girl from the parking lot. He then activated the X-ray vision of his golden eyes, and through the screen, he discovered something astonishing. Good heavens! What is this? It even has padding? The next moment, a screen notification popped up. Host, is this how you're supposed to use the golden eyes? Chu Ling stared at the screen, momentarily stunned. Before breaking into a grin, this seems a bit inappropriate. Look lower. Another notification appeared. Chu Ling, you're acting suspicious. Subsequently, he began to tease the young streamer with his comments. You're so young and already streaming. Aren't you supposed to be in school? At your age? You should still be studying, right? In an instant, Warner's expression turned melancholic as she sighed. Alas, my family is poor. They can't afford to send me to school, which is why I started streaming. I only wish to bring joy to everyone. As for money, it doesn't matter. As she spoke, Warner subtly wiped her eyes and gazed up at a 45-degree angle. In that moment, Chu Ling felt a pang of sympathy. This streamer seemed a bit pitiful. However, the next moment, several comments flooded in. Liar. The streamer is a big fraud. We clearly saw you using your campus card to enter Jinling Art Academy just a few days ago. That's a legitimate 211 school. One of the top 3 art academies in China. Yeah, no school, no money. I believe you, not a chance. Hee. Chu Ling chimed in. Sister, with your acting skills. It's a pity you're not pursuing a career in acting. At this moment, Warner, exposed, flushed with embarrassment and shouted into the microphone, Everyone, there's an honest person here. Come bully them quickly. Hee. Lingyun, I was just joking with you. I checked your profile, and it seems you're also from Jinling. Right? So, if you send me a plane as a tip, I can introduce you to the beauties from our Jinling Art Academy. I'll let you in on a secret. The girls in our academy are stunning. In an instant, Chu Ling felt that the girl before him was reminiscent of his old caretaker. Meanwhile, 2 special effects appeared on the screens of everyone in the live stream. 2 planes were sent out simultaneously. My goodness, 2 planes at once. What a wealthy patron. Lingyun is magnificent. Warner stared at the screen, astonished. This Lingyun actually sent me 2 planes. And without warning, Warner's heart raced. This was a big shot entering the live stream. Chu Ling had already received the random reward from this donation. Detected that the host successfully spent 200 yuan, triggering the goddess rebate skill, 3-fold rebate. Total rebate of 600 yuan. Very good. Chu Ling nodded in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming brighter as he stared at his phone. Warner, too, began to feel elated. After all, she now had money for meals. Thank you, Lingyun. You're so generous. You all who come to my live stream just to freeload should take note. This is what true generosity looks like. You should learn from him. Chu Ling, listening to her words, typed back. Sigh. I initially intended to send a super rocket. But since the streamer prefers planes, I'll grant your wish. One of the donations was meant to provide you with nutrition. Since you claim to be 36D, sigh. With such a size, you shouldn't lack nutrition, so I switched from the super rocket to a plane. Lin Warner. Big brother, I'm actually 32C. I need nutrition, boo-hoo. As soon as this line was uttered, the comments in the live stream soared. Oh my, I'm impressed. The streamer is bold. And she even dares to say we lack ambition. Your ambitions aren't that grand either. Streamer, what were you thinking, requesting a plane instead of a super rocket? You're killing me. Alright. Now you can send me your WeChat privately. Chu Ling then sent a message. On the screen, the comments suddenly ceased. What? They want the streamer's WeChat? Then, the comments exploded once more. Streamer, don't fall from grace. You must uphold your principles. So direct? Warner looked at Chu Ling's message and broke into a smile. In a blink, the words were on the tip of her tongue. Oh, so Lingyun wants my WeChat? I forgot to mention, my WeChat is free of charge. Chu Ling, Warner straightened her posture, believing she had regained the upper hand. After a while, the two added each other on WeChat. Chapter 13. Oh. After adding each other on WeChat. Warner, hello Ling Yun. I'm Lin Warner. Chu Ling. My name is Chu Ling. Just call me Ling Go. How about we play a game? If you do as I say, I'll send you gifts. What do you think? Warner. Ling Go, what do you want? I must tell you, even though I'm just a poor student eating pickled vegetables, my integrity absolutely forbids me from doing those things. Even if I face a lifetime ban, I would never agree to your conditions. Chu Ling. One condition. One super rocket. Warner. Ling Go. I want to see the super rocket effect. Oh. Chu Ling. Goodness, you truly are a spirited person. A bowl of rice could sell the country. Warner. I can agree to the condition, but your request can only be described with one word. After Warner made her statement, a playful smile danced on her lips. Chu Ling. Oh. After a while, Warner stared at the single oh, momentarily puzzled. Why isn't he saying anything? Are you still deliberating? Warner. Ling Go. Are you struggling to articulate your conditions? Chu Ling. I already mentioned them. You did? Chu Ling. It was just oh and ah. Oh. Warner then glanced at those words. In the next moment, her face flushed crimson. LSP. Absolutely an LSP. Noticing Warner had fallen silent, Chu Ling directly sent a super rocket as a token of appreciation. Instantly, the live stream burst forth with magnificent effects, radiantly spectacular. Detected that the host successfully spent 2,000 yuan, triggering the goddess rebate skill, earning a double rebate, and a reward of 4,000 yuan. Oh. Chu Ling began to launch a flurry of gifts. Detected that the host successfully spent 2,000 yuan, triggering the goddess rebate skill, earning a triple rebate, and a reward of 6,000 yuan. Detected that the host successfully spent 2,000 yuan, triggering the goddess rebate skill, earning a double rebate, and a reward of 4,000 yuan. Detected that the host successfully spent 2,000 yuan, triggering the goddess rebate skill, earning a tenfold rebate, and a reward of 20,000 yuan. Moments later, 50 super rockets were sent flying. The audience in the live stream was utterly astonished. Goodness. What does it mean to be a tycoon? No beating around the bush, just 50 super rockets. That's 100,000 yuan. That's equivalent to my annual salary. How could it be spent in such a short time? Not only were they stunned, but Warner was also momentarily dazed. After all, despite her considerable streaming experience, it was her first time witnessing such an abundance of super rockets. 100,000. Even after platform deductions, she could pocket 40 to 50,000. This could surpass the annual income of many streamers. Ling Go is so generous, truly generous. Thank you, Ling Go, Warner expressed gratefully. Chu Ling then sent a message in the chat. Forget it. I'm done. I'm exhausted from gifting. Upon reading this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Exhausted from gifting? This was undoubtedly the most ostentatious statement of the year. Chu Ling, gazing at the additional 300,000 yuan, felt a sense of satisfaction, yet a lingering desire remained. He promptly sent Warner a voice message. All right, I won't tease you any longer, beautiful tool. Let us go out for dinner tomorrow. Is that too much to ask? Upon hearing this, Warner thought, going out? This felt reminiscent of many previous routines. Coupled with Chu Ling's magnetic and somewhat roguish voice, he resembled a quintessential rich second-generation heir. Just as Warner was preparing to concoct an excuse for her reply, another WeChat notification lit up her phone. Supervisor, Warner, today was quite impressive. With gifts totaling over 100,000 and a significant boost in popularity. I saw it. You must grasp this benefactor well. If you stabilize for a few more days, I will apply for a homepage recommendation for you. Keep it up. A homepage recommendation. The impact of this recommendation is extraordinary. Previously, Warner wouldn't have dared to even dream of such a position. However, now that her supervisor mentioned it, Warner. Yes, supervisor. Thank you. I will ensure to keep this benefactor. Supervisor. Perform well. If you truly can, I will fully support you. Warner. Thank you. Thank you, supervisor. Subsequently, Warner turned to her roommate. Xiaonan, could you lend me something? After confirming, Warner replied to Chu Ling, and once they settled on time and place, Chu Ling went to bed, feeling like he had struck gold and discovered the secret to wealth. On the other hand, Warner, leveraging her newfound popularity, played a few rounds of games, causing her follower count to multiply. Content with the day's events, she drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Chu Ling rose early, tidied up, and donned a limited edition Armani outfit before checking his assets in the system. There's a watch I haven't claimed yet. I should be able to pick it up with just my ID. This could be a perfect opportunity. With that thought, Chu Ling drove towards the Jinling Academy of Arts. Meanwhile, Warner had already woken up early, applied a beautiful makeup, and headed straight to the school gate. After all, it was her first meeting with Chu Ling, so punctuality was essential. She glanced at her handbag, giving it a pat, as if to say that whether she would return well today depended on it. After waiting for a while without seeing Chu Ling, she wasn't anxious, just standing by the roadside, eagerly anticipating his arrival. Her stance, combined with her nervousness, gave off the impression of a delicate wife awaiting her husband's return. Just then, her phone rang, and as she opened her purse to answer the call, Chu Ling's voice came through, apologetic. "Sorry, Warner. I'm caught in traffic. You might need to wait a bit longer." Lin Warner chuckled. "No worries. I'm already at the school gate. You can come find me when you arrive." Today, Warner wore a beige dress that exuded elegance. The sleeveless design accentuated her delicate arms, and not to mention her long, fair legs that seemed to captivate anyone's gaze. Students and passers-by couldn't help but glance her way, their heads turning in admiration. Even girls looked on with appreciative eyes, filled with envy. Warner, unfazed, took out a small mirror to check her makeup, her slender fingers adjusting a few stray strands of hair, a picture of exquisite beauty primping before the mirror. While she was preening, a wealthy second-generation heir happened to drive by in his BMW and instantly spotted this mesmerizing sight. In an instant, his gaze became fixated, his heart racing uncontrollably. He had seen many beautiful women, but none as stunning as this. Moreover, the way she carried herself hinted at an air of innocence. Chapter 14, Double Standards. The rich heir, upon realizing this, executed a sharp U-turn, driving his car towards Warner's position. To show off, he skidded to a halt in front of her, lowering his window gently. "Beauty, are you waiting for someone? How about we grab a cup of coffee while we wait? I know a great place nearby. What do you say?" he called out, leaning toward her. Warner cast a disdainful glance at the rich heir, her expression turning frosty. How shameless to think that a bit of money could win a woman's affection. The greedy gaze sweeping over her made Warner feel utterly repulsed. She coldly declined his invitation, saying, "No, thank you. I'm waiting for someone." The rich heir completely disregarded Warner's rejection. To pursue a woman, one must shed any sense of dignity. The simple truth that a good woman fears persistence was something he understood well. Moreover, with a gem like Warner, expending more effort was undoubtedly worth it. Observing Warner's aloof demeanor, the rich heir's eyes glinted with determination as he said, "I know you're waiting for someone. But look at the sun today, it's blazing hot. Your delicate skin shouldn't be exposed to such heat. Why don't you come sit in my car for a bit? The air conditioning is running. It would be much more comfortable than waiting outside." His reasoning was impeccable. As it is common for young women to cherish their beauty, even if she were indifferent to him, she would still fear the consequences of sun exposure, wouldn't she? Moreover, he was keen to showcase his luxurious car. Once inside, the wealthy heir would have ample opportunities to engage Warner in conversation, gradually winning her over. Unfortunately, Warner paid no heed to the rich scion and instinctively took a step back, coldly reiterating her refusal. "I don't need it. Thank you. And my friend will be arriving shortly." The repeated refusals did not diminish the heir's enthusiasm. He pulled out his smartphone, waving it in front of Warner with a grin. "How about we add each other on WeChat to get to know one another? Rest assured, we are merely seeking friendship, and I won't pressure you." Warner turned aside, ignoring him, prompting the heir to exit his vehicle and follow her with an incessant grin, clearly determined to remain until he secured her WeChat contact. Warner felt irritated and was about to scold him away when she received a call from Chu Ling. "I've arrived. What color is your dress?" "I'm wearing a beige dress." Upon hearing Chu Ling's voice, Warner felt a rush of anxiety. "All right, I see you," Chu Ling replied, driving in her direction. The roar of the engine drew considerable attention, with passers-by exclaiming in astonishment, "My goodness, is that a Bugatti Veyron? Where did this wealthy tycoon come from? I want to take a picture with it. I can't believe we have such an extravagant car in Jinling. How impressive." Warner stood transfixed as the Bugatti Veyron approached her, fully aware of the car's significance. A supercar valued at tens of millions. However, such a vehicle should be seen in cities like Shanghai or Tianjin, not bearing a Jinling license plate. Moreover, it seemed to be heading directly toward them. The wealthy heir beside her gaped in disbelief, his mouth agape like a dazed child. How did this car come to be right beside them? The car halted next to Warner, and Chu Ling stepped out, looking at Lin Warner. "Hello, I'm Chu Ling." This. Warner's eyes widened even further. She had envisioned Chu Ling's image countless times in her mind, but never in such a form. Handsome, courteous, driving a multi-million-dollar supercar. With such looks and attire, he could only be described as a paragon among gentlemen. Chu Ling glanced at Lin Warner, assessing her level of interest, and noted with surprise. It's already at 70. Just as he was about to invite Warner into the car, he suddenly noticed the stunned wealthy heir beside them. "And you are?" The rich scion was taken aback, realizing that the Bugatti Veyron and its prestigious license plate were far beyond his realm. The more he pondered, the more terrified he became. Hastily stating, "I was just asking for directions, just asking for directions." He then jumped into his car and sped off with alarming speed, almost Olympic-worthy. Chu Ling blinked, amused by the heir's perceptiveness. He then climbed into the car, noticing that Lin Wanner was still in a daze, and waved her over. Come on. Get in the car. Why are you still standing there? Wanner quickly jogged over, and Chu Ling's eyes twitched slightly as she opened the door and bent down. A cylindrical black object rolled out of her handbag and landed on the seat. Chu Ling. Is this a self-defense stun baton? What is this? Chu Ling picked up the stun baton and looked at Lin Wanner. Her face flushed crimson as she replied, Lingu, don't be nervous. You know I'm a girl, so it's reasonable for me to carry this as if it were lipstick, right? Yes, yes, Chu Ling chuckled lightly, choosing not to confront her about it. However, the next moment, another canister of self-defense spray tumbled from her bag. Chu Ling. Lin Wanner. She quickly retrieved it, asserting, as I just mentioned, I'm a girl, so mistaking this for perfume and carrying it around makes perfect sense, right, Lingu? What the heck? Does that even make sense? How do you manage to lie so calmly? All right, I believe I understand your style now. As he spoke, Chu Ling discreetly placed the stun baton and spray beside him. Lin Wanner, do you really understand? However, Wanner was too timid to say anything further. Sitting there, she felt the heat rising within her, as it was her first time in such a luxurious car. The subtle fragrance mingled with her natural scent created an alluring atmosphere within the vehicle. Just as they were about to set off, a tall, fair-skinned girl with delicate makeup and high heels approached, her long legs almost ethereal. She tapped on Chu Ling's car window. Is there something you need? Chu Ling lowered the window and looked at her. Due to the Bugatti's low chassis, the girl leaned down, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her alluring figure to Chu Ling. Hey handsome, shall we add each other on WeChat? Chu Ling, captivated by her smile, internally remarked, wow, this girl has a dazzling smile. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner felt a sudden surge of tension, as if someone were attempting to snatch away her prized possession. However, Chu Ling simply smiled and replied, sorry. I'm not interested in adding strangers on WeChat. Goodbye. He then rolled up the window and drove away with Lin Wanner. The girl stood there, stomping her high heels in frustration, her face a mask of indignation. What is so impressive about driving a Bugatti? If you don't want to add me, I certainly don't care. Ugh, how infuriating. Shortly thereafter, a boy approached the girl, saying, hey, how about we add each other on WeChat? The girl glanced at him and huffed, get lost, you loser. You think I de-add you? She then walked away in her high heels. The surrounding boys murmured. Double standards. Chapter 15, Don't Provocatively Challenge Me. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner had comfortably settled into the passenger seat, flashing Chu Ling a sweet smile. Where are we headed? Chu Ling turned to look at the charmingly smiling Lin Wanner, causing her cheeks to flush. What is Lingu staring at? This is so embarrassing. But Lingu is truly handsome. Chu Ling's charm was unique. Upon first glance, he was strikingly handsome, and the more one looked, the more captivating he became. Especially thinking about how he had just driven away the unwanted suitor, she felt a rush of sweetness at the memory of the wealthy heir's hasty retreat. Lin Wanner's heart raced, akin to a delicate deer fluttering within her chest, her pulse quickening. Wanner, Chu Ling began. Lin Wanner's heart raced even faster, wondering if he was about to say something significant. Her delicate ears flushed with warmth, turning a rosy hue. Embarrassed, she softly replied, I'm here, Lingu. Do you have something to say? At that moment, Wanner felt a slight tremor coursing through her body as she awaited Chu Ling's words. The next instant, he exclaimed, you haven't fastened your seatbelt. Lin Wanner thought to herself, oh my goodness, have I just created a major blunder? How utterly embarrassing. He merely reminded her to adhere to traffic regulations and buckle up while seated in the passenger seat. Lin Wanner, come to your senses. As she mentally urged herself to regain composure, she reached for the seatbelt, only to realize she could not locate the buckle. Is the position of this luxury car's seatbelt different from that of other vehicles? Chu Ling had yet to start the engine. After waiting for a moment without seeing Wanner buckle up, he turned to find her searching for something beside her seat. Meanwhile, her right hand was still grasping the seatbelt. Upon noticing this, Chu Ling couldn't help but chuckle, realizing she was struggling to find the buckle. He leaned in closer, extending his left hand to pull the seatbelt. Wanner was taken aback by his sudden proximity, instinctively leaning against the seat back, her mind racing in a flurry of panic. This posture feels far too intimate, doesn't it? In such a confined space, she had nowhere to retreat. Is Lingu about to embrace her? Yet, Chu Ling merely retrieved the seatbelt and secured it for her, casually noting that the buckle had been obscured by her bag. This simple statement caused Wanner's cheeks to flush crimson. Pouting in indignation, her bright eyes widened as she glared at Chu Ling. Lingu, you must be the fabled ironclad man, right? Humph, pretending to be suave online. How shameful. Chu Ling, with a bemused expression, inquired, what do you mean? Lacking an understanding of romance, he seemed oblivious to the nuances of charming a girl. Subsequently, he playfully lifted her chin with his finger, their eyes locking momentarily. Even he could sense Wanner's body shudder, Her face instantly flushed, resembling a startled little rabbit. As he leaned closer to her, Warner felt enveloped by a wave of warmth, regretting her earlier provocation of Ling Ge. Was her first kiss destined to be surrendered today? Overwhelmed with anxiety, she tightly shut her eyes, surrendering to whatever may come. Moments later, a gust of wind brushed past her ear, causing her to shiver. Little girl, if it weren't for the cramped space in this car, you wouldn't escape today. Continue to provoke me, and you know the consequences. Chu Ling laughed heartily at her flustered demeanor, and as his laughter echoed, the car headed toward Jinling Wanda Plaza. Warner, contemplating his words, felt a surge of defiance rising within her, yet she hesitated to retaliate. After all, her weaponry had been effectively disarmed. What right did she have to be confrontational? Chapter 16. Facing Consequences. The time was still early, and the roads were relatively clear. Consequently, nearly all vehicles instinctively steered clear of the Bugatti Veyron. Cherish life. Keep a safe distance from luxury cars. Warner noticed this phenomenon, giggling in the car, her laughter reminiscent of the charming neighbor girl. Did you see? Those drivers look at you as if they spotted a ferocious tiger, keeping their distance. The sight of a Bugatti Veyron on the road, a staggering value of 50 to 60 million, was indeed intimidating. Chu Ling, maintaining focus on the road ahead, retorted, and yet, you mock them? If you owned a car, wouldn't you do the same? A crushing blow. Warner found herself momentarily speechless, left to sit in silence beside the driver. If it weren't for Chu Ling's striking good looks, she might have wished to devour him whole. His words were exceedingly irksome. However, he did have a point. Once her rewards were deposited, wouldn't she be able to purchase a car? Well, perhaps she would treat Ling Ge to a meal instead, as a way of basking in the popularity she had unwittingly garnered. As they arrived at Wanda Plaza, a premier shopping destination in Jinling, it buzzed with activity. Filled with patrons indulging in commerce. Various dining and entertainment venues ensured a vibrant atmosphere at all times. Many young women, hand in hand with their boyfriends, chatted animatedly in the plaza's center, adorned in their finest outfits for the occasion. The short skirts they wore revealed their long, fair legs, creating a striking tableau. Numerous single individuals strolled alongside friends, witnessing the intimate exchanges of couples, and though they couldn't hear the whispered secrets, the blissful expressions of the lovers fed them a feast of envy. At the parking lot entrance, congestion ensued, compelling Chu Ling to inch forward in his car. Many were captivated by the sleek design of the Bugatti Veyron, murmuring in awe, "Wow, it's a Bugatti Veyron. This is my first time seeing one in person. It's 1,000 times more stunning than in pictures." The young woman in the passenger seat appears to be quite fortunate, being accompanied by such a wealthy boyfriend willing to take her shopping. This car must cost over 10 million, right? Over 10 million? You can only dream of such a price. This car is globally limited. Even if you could find one, it would set you back 50 to 60 million. Let us not even mention buying it. The maintenance costs could cover a fleet of BMWs. The onlookers not only envied Chu Ling for his formidable supercar, but also felt a pang of jealousy toward Lin Warner, who sat beside him. Noticing the envious gazes directed her way, Warner straightened her posture, feeling a sense of pride. At that moment, Chu Ling maneuvered the car into the underground parking garage, where he overheard a security guard informing the driver ahead that parking spots might be scarce, advising him to search for one himself. The driver grumbled, but complied. Driving into the garage, initially appearing lackluster, the guard's demeanor transformed when he caught sight of the Bugatti Veyron, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. Such an impressive vehicle had made its way to Wanda Plaza. The guards, well-trained and familiar with high-end brands, had heard the name Bugatti Veyron countless times, but had never seen one in person. One guard, who had been seated in the booth, instantly sprang to his feet, opening the door and saluting Chu Ling in the driver's seat. "Sir, please hold on a moment. We'll check which areas still have available spots." The manager had issued strict orders to treat luxury car owners with utmost respect. These individuals were not to be trifled with. Lin Warner remarked. It seems they only show their professionalism when faced with luxury cars. They were just telling the previous driver to find a spot himself. In essence, the guard had been lazy. Seeing the luxury car had sparked a flicker of professionalism. Chu Ling waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I can look for a spot myself." He then engaged the handbrake, instructing Lin Warner to remain in the car while he drove deeper into the garage. The garage was overflowing with vehicles, making it quite a challenge to find a parking spot, a testament to the thriving business at Wanda Plaza. However, soon enough, Chu Ling noticed two cars not far away preparing to exit. Two adjacent parking spaces. What a fortunate discovery, Chu Ling thought to himself, taking a nearby plastic cap and placing it atop the now vacant space. At that moment, another vehicle backed out of its spot and nodded in acknowledgement towards Chu Ling. The driver understood that Chu Ling intended to wait until they had completely exited before parking, a gesture of courtesy that greatly facilitated their departure, naturally warranting a token of gratitude. As Chu Ling observed the two cars leaving and was about to drive away, suddenly, a car sped out of the corner with alarming swiftness. A Porsche Panamera hurtled towards him, sending the plastic cap flying. Had it not been for Chu Ling's quick reflexes, stepping back just in time, he would have been struck by the vehicle's momentum. The Porsche screeched to a halt with an ear-piercing sound, positioned precariously across both parking spaces. Chu Ling stood not far from the car, able to hear the booming music still blaring from inside, along with the playful banter of a man and a woman. The earlier near-miss sparked a flicker of fury in Chu Ling's deep-set eyes. Not only had the driver nearly hit him, but they also audaciously occupied 2 parking spots. What was the meaning of this? Suppressing his rising ire, Chu Ling approached and rapped on the window of the Porsche Panamera. The window slid down, and before he could utter a word, a brash male voice responded, "What are you knocking for? If you break it, can you pay for it?" Chu Ling scrutinized the man within the vehicle. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, adorned in high-end fashion, his expression radiating impatience. "You've taken up 2 parking spaces. Could you possibly leave one for me?" Chu Ling's voice was tinged with frost. The wealthy heir glanced at Chu Ling's Armani attire, which indeed seemed authentic, albeit in a style he had never encountered before. Convinced it must be a counterfeit, he felt emboldened. This newfound confidence ignited his temper, and he snapped at Chu Ling. "Kid, I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you dare to talk to me? What do you mean by placing a flimsy plastic cap there? Let me tell you, if I see my car scratched later, you will be responsible for the damages." The thought of the plastic cap he had sent flying gnawed at the air, as this Porsche Panamera was his newly acquired vehicle. The mere notion of it being marred ignited a wave of frustration within him. With a mocking grin, he continued, "And so what if I occupy 2 spaces? Who do you think you are, demanding I yield one to you? Look at my car, a Porsche Panamera, do you understand? If you had a Porsche, you could also take up 2 spots. Now, kindly get lost." Chu Ling could hardly contain his laughter, staring into the heir's eyes as he retorted, "So, in essence, you refuse to relinquish a parking spot, correct? You don't understand Mandarin, do you? Why should I yield a space to you? Now step aside." The heir, without hesitation, began to curse, even opening his car door, intending to confront Chu Ling. However, as he stepped out, he realized that Chu Ling towered over him, nearly a head taller. If it were merely height, it might have been manageable, but Chu Ling's physique was robust, accentuated by the tailored Armani suit that he wore impeccably, rivaling that of a supermodel. In contrast, the heir's own physique, a result of indulgence, paled in comparison. The more he considered his own diminished state, the more intimidated he became, his clenched fists gradually loosening. Engaging in a physical altercation would undoubtedly spell disaster for him. Chapter 17, The Marquis. Chu Ling regarded the heir from his elevated stance, his gaze icy and resolute. "Do you wish to strike me? If so, do it swiftly. Do not waste my time." The heir's eyes lit up with a newfound understanding, as if he had grasped a clever ploy. "So you were hoping I would strike first, and then you could extort money from me? You truly are devious," he exclaimed, convinced that Chu Ling intended to swindle him. Uninterested in further exchanges, Chu Ling turned and began to walk away. The heir, watching Chu Ling's departing figure, remarked to his companion in the passenger seat, "These poor folks do have a sense of self-awareness. Upon realizing my strategy, they dare not speak further and scurry away." His companion, with a flirtatious tone, wrapped her arm around his, cooing, "Brother, you are undoubtedly the best. Since you are so remarkable, don't you think you should treat me to a purse?" The heir grinned mischievously at her, and the two engaged in whispered conversation within the car. Meanwhile, Chu Ling approached a Wuling Hongguang van, intercepting the driver, a middle-aged man, who, far from being irritated by the sudden interruption, greeted Chu Ling with warmth. "What is up, brother?" With a friendly smile, Chu Ling replied, "I'd like to discuss a matter with you." The two engaged in hushed conversation, and the driver, extending his arm from the vehicle, patted Chu Ling on the shoulder, declaring with camaraderie, "This old clunker won't be of any use to you, right? It's merely blocking his car. Not a problem. I don't use it much anyway. It can stay here for a few days." The driver, a man of integrity, detested the audacious behavior of the wealthy heirs. Seizing the chance to retaliate against them, he readily agreed. He exited the vehicle and handed Chu Ling the keys. Chu Ling, of course, would not let the driver labor in vain. He slipped a thick bundle of cash, around 2,000 yuan, into the driver's hands. The driver initially refused twice, but eventually accepted. Then, Chu Ling hopped into the van, revved the engine, and drove it over, effectively blocking both parking spaces. After securing the handbrake and locking the doors, he glanced back at the heir, who remained oblivious to the predicament of being trapped. Chu Ling strolled leisurely towards the heir, who was still engrossed with his companion, and said, "Since you both cherish these 2 parking spots so much, why not relish them to the fullest?" He was confident that the heir's vehicle could not maneuver sideways. As long as it was confined, they would remain ensnared. Damn it, this brat is causing trouble. The heir finally recognized their entrapment, and his frustration boiled over as he glared at Chu Ling's retreating figure, feeling an overwhelming surge of anger. These poor bastards, how troublesome. They dare to block my car with a Wuling Hongwang. He cursed. Yet, no matter how vehemently he railed against the van or how much he looked down upon it, the vehicle would not vanish into thin air. The heir circled the Wuling Hongwang, realizing that it was parked so snugly that there was no conceivable way to escape. This is simply an act of defiance against him. Chu Ling couldn't care less about the rants of the wealthy heir. He had already driven off in his own car, seeking a new parking spot. Upon seeing Chu Ling return, Lin Wanner inquired with genuine concern about what had transpired. In a huff, she exclaimed, "Such malicious attempts to seize parking spaces are utterly detestable." Her charming tone, complemented by her exquisitely delicate features, elicited an involuntary chuckle from Chu Ling. Typically, a girl of her caliber would leave most men spellbound, rendering any quarrel improbable. They would likely transform from aggressive to adoring in an instant. "Come on, let us go for a stroll," Chu Ling suggested as he parked the car and beckoned Lin Wanner to accompany him shopping. Lin Wanner often frequented Wanda Plaza, but as a modest student, her visits were primarily for leisurely window shopping. She followed closely behind Chu Ling, heading directly toward the upscale luxury brand section on the upper floor. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Wanner's eyes, yet she found it entirely reasonable. After all, Chu Ling had generously bestowed a reward of 100,000, and with a Bugatti to his name, his financial prowess was undoubtedly formidable, beyond her wildest imagination. For someone of his caliber, purchasing luxury goods was akin to an ordinary person buying a bag of salt. Chu Ling recalled his earlier appointment to collect the Patek Philippe Calatrava watch, so he led Lin Wanner to the Patek Philippe boutique. The store's decor, adorned in sleek black, exuded both sophistication and elegance. At that moment, Zhao Lan, stationed at the entrance, immediately approached upon spotting Chu Ling and Lin Wanner. "Welcome to Patek Philippe. It is our pleasure to serve you," Zhao Lan greeted politely while discreetly assessing Chu Ling's attire. Being part of an elite luxury brand, Zhao Lan's discerning eye quickly recognized the Armani ensemble Chu Ling was wearing, either a new release or a bespoke piece. With this understanding, Zhao Lan's demeanor towards Chu Ling and Lin Wanner softened considerably, her tone becoming even more amicable. Lin Wanner felt an overwhelming sense of delight. She had never encountered such a courteous sales associate before. Reflecting on this, her gaze instinctively shifted towards Chu Ling. It was due to his presence that everything felt transformed. "Sir, allow me to escort you to our premium section where you may find styles that capture your interest," Zhao Lan respectfully gestured, leading Chu Ling toward the high-end area. The watches in the premium section of Patek Philippe each commanded prices exceeding 500,000 RMB. This particular boutique boasted a higher caliber of luxury, even showcasing some platinum models, their brilliance enhanced under the spotlight. Lin Wanner, not particularly knowledgeable about watches, merely piqued in curiosity, her lips pursed. How could there be so many zeros attached to such a price tag? A watch costing over 500,000? The one beside it, appearing identical, was priced at over 150,000. While Lin Wanner was momentarily lost in thought, Chu Ling had already approached a separate display case featuring another timepiece. Illuminated by 4 spotlights, a striking photograph of the Calatrava watch was prominently showcased. Chu Ling found it amusing and chuckled aloud. Turning to Zhao Lan, he remarked cheerfully, "Your store is quite amusing, having a dedicated display for photographs. Indeed, a creative touch." Zhao Lan, far from feeling awkward, graciously explained, "Sir, are you interested in our Calatrava watch? It is one of our brand's premier timepieces and a classic design. It features the traditional 3-hand style along with complex functions such as a perpetual calendar, moon phase, and chronograph, truly practical features. Moreover, our Calatrava watch is available only in platinum, further underscoring its prestigious status." Lin Wanner listened intently, her lovely almond-shaped eyes widening in astonishment. Once Zhao Lan finished her explanation, she inquired, "How much does such an exquisite watch cost?" 24 million RMB. Zhao Lan replied decisively. It was precisely due to the staggering value of this watch that the genuine article was not on display. Instead, they showcased a photograph for admiration. Moreover, not everyone could own a Calatrava watch. Even Patek Philippe's official website clearly stated that this type of highly complex timepiece was limited to only 2 pieces produced annually. This was not merely a marketing tactic. It genuinely stemmed from the constraints of craftsmanship. After all, this was the world's most intricately handcrafted watch, where even a small component might require a master artisan 10 to 15 days of polishing to meet acceptable standards. Observing Zhao Lan's proud expression, Chu Ling smiled and stated, "I previously made an appointment to collect a watch. Here is my identification." "Certainly, sir. I will check on that for you," Zhao Lan replied. momentarily taken aback as she quickly retrieved her tablet to verify the details. Upon discovering the information, she was utterly stunned. This gentleman had actually ordered the Calatrava watch, the very one she had just installed. Please hold on. This particular watch needs to be transferred from our headquarters in Suzhou and Hangzhou, so it may take a little time, Xiaolan stammered, her excitement rendering her momentarily tongue-tied as she hurried to the back room to call her manager and relay the news. Just as Xiaolan departed, the wealthy heir and his female companion entered the boutique. Darling, as long as you take good care of your brother, I'll certainly buy you the clothes or bags you desire. The wealthy heir draped his arm over his companion's shoulder, his gaze lecherously fixed upon her figure. His voracious appetite was palpable. Had they not been in a public venue, he would have acted upon his desires without hesitation. The companion giggled, showing no sign of distaste. Rather, she subtly accentuated her curves, making her alluring form even more pronounced. At that moment, another sales associate approached them, speaking softly. The companion glanced around and immediately spotted Chu Ling and Lin Wanner. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes as she gently tugged at the wealthy heiress sleeve. Lin Jing, the companion, paled slightly, pointing towards Chu Ling and Lin Wanner. The wealthy heir's eyes flared with fury upon recognizing Chu Ling. He was ready to storm over and berate him. This brat had obstructed his path, and he would not let Chu Ling escape unscathed. If he had not encountered him, that would have been one thing, but this very moment was a divine punishment for Chu Ling. Damn it, I'll give him a piece of my mind, the wealthy heir declared as he began to stride toward Chu Ling. However, before he could take a step, his companion caught his arm. Startled by her grip, he paused. What's wrong? She gently shook her head, glancing at the nearby sales associate before leaning in to whisper in his ear, I didn't mean it like that. Do you see the girl next to that guy? She is my cousin. Lin Jing was Lin Wanner's cousin, and the wealthy heir beside her was named Feng Jun, her new boyfriend, more accurately, her latest affluent partner. Lin Jing cast her gaze upon Lin Wanner, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. How should one articulate it? Lin Wanner was the epitome of the perfect child that Lin Jing's mother incessantly spoke of. From a young age, she excelled academically, possessed striking beauty, and conducted herself with an air of quiet elegance. Later, Lin Jing heard her mother mention that this cousin had even been accepted into the esteemed Jinling Academy of Arts. A prestigious institution, indeed. It could be said that aside from their differing family circumstances, Lin Wanner surpassed her in nearly every aspect. Yet, the very fact of her superiority incited a wave of scorn from Lin Jing. How dare she, a child from a less fortunate background aspiring to rise above her station? What grounds did she have for such ambition? Initially consumed by jealousy and resentment, Lin Jing unexpectedly felt a sense of relief upon encountering Lin Wanner today. It was as if a heavy burden that had long weighed on her heart had been lifted. Witnessing Lin Wanner with Chu Ling, a sudden sense of equilibrium washed over her. So what if Lin Wanner was so accomplished in every conceivable way? After all, her romantic pursuits had led her to a man driving a humble Wuling Hongguang. The absurdity of it all was almost comical. The celebrated beauty from Jinling Academy had fallen for a man who drove a minivan? It seemed that the impoverished were destined to seek companionship among their own kind. Such poverty of thought confined them, forever trapping them in a vicious cycle. As this realization dawned on Lin Jing, a smile involuntarily played upon her lips. Feng Jun, overhearing Lin Jing's remarks, furrowed his brow. Cousin, I seem to recall something of the sort. Is this the distant cousin you mentioned who attends university in Jinling? He glanced toward Lin Wanner standing beside Chu Ling. The moment his eyes fell upon her, he found himself momentarily stunned. He intended to gawk so foolishly, but his eyes betrayed him, refusing to divert their gaze. This young lady was undeniably enchanting. Her eyes sparkled with an almost sentient quality. Gazing upon her daily would surely extend one's lifespan. If only he could win her affection, he might find himself indulging in life's pleasures every day. As this thought flitted through his mind, it danced like a feather across his heart, igniting a yearning within him. How could such a beautiful girl be accompanying a man of such lowly status? Chu Ling may have been moderately handsome, but his character left much to be desired. Just look at him. He resorted to blocking others' paths when angered and donned counterfeit luxury brands, revealing his vanity and superficiality. How could he pretend to be affluent when he was clearly not? Just as Feng Jun resolved to seize this opportunity, he noticed Lin Jing wearing a derisive smile. Disdainfully observing Chu Ling and Lin Wanner, in a hushed tone, she remarked, Indeed, children of poverty inherently exude an air of mediocrity. In the end, they can only settle for someone who drives a Wuling. The world is indeed so pragmatic. Those with poor discernment are doomed to a life of decline. Humph. Despite their financial constraints, they dare to stroll through Patek Philippe, flaunting their pretensions. This is a premier international watch boutique. There are no bargains here. Surely my cousin must have been deceived by this man to follow him here. Humph. Soon he will concoct an excuse to duck out on the bill. I shall wait here and relish the spectacle of Lin Wanner's humiliation. As Lin Jing reveled in her thoughts, her eyes sparkled with delight. Meanwhile, Fang Jun had formulated his strategy. He smirked inwardly. Such a splendid opportunity had presented itself, and if he failed to capitalize on it, he would be remiss in taking advantage of Chu Ling's unwitting cooperation. Just as he was preparing to assert himself in front of the beauty, Chu Ling had the audacity to enter and show off. Did he truly believe that pretending to be wealthy would win him her affection? If that were the case, he would hold all the cards. As Fang Jun contemplated Lin Wanner's exquisite visage, he glanced at Chu Ling, just in time to see him and Lin Wanner examining a watch together. Having visited Patek Philippe on several occasions, Fang Jun was familiar with the layout. They were currently in the lower-end section. Exchanging knowing glances with Lin Jing, they ambled toward the couple. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, Chu Ling nonchalantly turned, locking eyes with Fang Jun and Lin Jing, his expression darkening. What were these two approaching for? Lin Jing merely cast a cursory glance at Chu Ling before focusing on Lin Wanner, smiling as she said, "Wanner, it's me, your sister Jing. You've truly blossomed. You grow more beautiful by the day. I hardly recognized you when I saw you just now." Lin Wanner furrowed her perfectly shaped brows, contemplating for a moment before exclaiming with dawning recognition, "You are Cousin Lin Jing?" Of course, how could she have forgotten? "You don't mean to say you've lost all memories of me, do you?" Lin Jing feigned a look of hurt as she spoke. Lin Wanner quickly shook her head, replying, "Of course not. It's just that we haven't been in touch much in recent years, so I momentarily couldn't recall." After Lin Wanner's explanation, Lin Jing snickered inwardly. Naturally, they had drifted apart. They were still impoverished, while her family had ascended to a more comfortable status, naturally severing ties with such poor relatives. "Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is Fang Jun, my boyfriend." Lin Jing graciously introduced Fang Jun to Lin Wanner, disliking the way Fang Jun regarded her. Lin Wanner merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chu Ling leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper as he asked Lin Wanner, "Are they really your relatives? How tragic to have such relatives." Lin Wanner was momentarily taken aback by the rich timbre of his voice. It was such a deep, melodious sound that it made her legs feel weak. Even in such an intimate posture, she could feel the warmth of his breath, causing her cheeks to flush. "I suppose so, but the relationship is rather distant, so we aren't very close," she replied, choosing her words carefully. Chu Ling nodded, understanding her implication. Since their connection was tenuous, he felt no need to be overly cautious. Fang Jun continued to greedily assess Lin Wanner, and in a bid to win her favor, he feigned sincerity as he spoke. "I truly apologize. I didn't realize we were all acquainted. Well, I suppose this counts as a case of not knowing one's neighbors. My earlier demeanor was a bit brusque, but come on. You can't just park your Wuling Hongguang behind my Panamera and block my way over a trivial disagreement." He emphasized the name Wuling Hongguang, as if to ensure that everyone around could hear. The patrons within the store, perusing watches, turned to glance at Chu Ling, their eyes filled with disdain. Was it really necessary for someone driving a Wuling Hongguang to shop at a premier establishment like Patek Philippe? If he had such funds, shouldn't he improve his family's living conditions instead? Whispers of laughter began to ripple through the crowd as they exchanged comments. Chapter 19. What pretense? It seemed this young man had brought his girlfriend out to put on airs, only to be unmasked. How unfortunate. But I must say, that girl is indeed quite beautiful. Just look at her youthful complexion. She can't be very old. Tisk, truly enviable. Youthful beauty indeed. At my age, even if you were to present me with a low-tier Patek Philippe in an attempt to deceive me, I would not be easily fooled. The exuberance of youth is indeed a double-edged sword, as one tends to take deceit so earnestly. The onlookers were quick to judge, immediately branding Chu Ling as a pretentious child from a less affluent family after hearing Fang Jun's remarks, indulging in their gossip as if it would somehow elevate their own status. Fang Jun reveled in the disdainful glances from the surrounding patrons, feeling a swell of pride. Yes, this is the rhythm I desire. Let everyone join in the derision, compelling him to unveil his most grotesque visage. Let us see if Lin Wanner will still stand by him then. "Brother, you're here to buy a watch too? Which model are you considering?" Fang Jun inquired with a disingenuous smile, feigning benevolence as he scrutinized the display case that Chu Ling and his companion had just been examining, filled with watches priced at a mere 10 to 20,000. A smirk crept upon his lips. It was evident that Chu Ling was hardly affluent. He had been waiting for this moment. Fang Jun lifted his gaze to meet Chu Ling's, adopting a familiar tone. "Don't be tempted by those lower-end pieces priced at 10 or 20,000. A man ought to invest in a quality timepiece. It's a form of motivation to live life well. Wouldn't you agree? How about we purchase the same one? What do you think?" His voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of nearby customers, eager to discern what the young man would choose. "Excuse me, has the watch I ordered arrived yet?" Fong Jun feigned indifference as he addressed the sales associate. Her demeanor was remarkably graceful, and as a frequent customer, she recognized him. She smiled slightly. "Mr. Fong, your watch has indeed arrived. Would you like me to retrieve it for you now?" Fong Jun nodded. "Please bring it out. And let my brother have a look as well. It's merely a watch worth over 100,000, but it undoubtedly surpasses those low-end items." "Over 100,000? Merely?" The surrounding patrons visibly twitched at the corners of their mouths. It was clear this young man was a second-generation wealthy heir at such a tender age. He casually spoke of a watch worth tens of thousands, as if it were trivial, as though money simply fell from the sky. The sales associate swiftly returned from the back room with Fong Jun's watch. "Mr. Fong, you may now inspect your timepiece," she said, placing the watch upon the glass counter and gesturing for him to examine it. Not only Fong Jun, but also the other customers shifted their attention to the watch box. Fong Jun approached the glass counter with utmost seriousness, holding his breath as he reached for the watch. His heart raced. This was the first truly luxurious watch he would call his own. Perhaps in the days to come, he would acquire even more expensive pieces. Yet for Fong Jun, this was a precious first, and he held it in high regard. As he gently opened the box, a classic timepiece was revealed. The pristine white dial featured a beautifully defined track layout, pleasing to the eye and exuding elegance. The blue hands epitomized Patek Philippe's signature color scheme. The soft, cowhide strap radiated comfort and highlighted every detail of the luxury brand, emanating an aura of opulence. Surrounding customers gazed upon the watch with envy, showering it with praise for its exquisite craftsmanship. "This watch is truly stunning. It is indeed a classic from Patek Philippe, timeless enough to be worn for centuries." Indeed, one cannot argue with that assessment. After all, it is a classic design, a refined homage to the past, albeit with a more robust inner mechanism. Look at that color. It must be the 18K gold variant, a true embodiment of understated luxury and depth of character. This young man possesses taste. Fong Jun felt himself soaring with joy, unable to suppress a broad smile. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely wanted something understated, which is why I chose this model." His words subtly conveyed a message. "My capabilities extend beyond this. I simply lowered my expectations and opted for a watch to casually wear." This young man certainly comes from an extraordinary background. Bathed in the envious gazes, not only was Fong Jun filled with pride, but even Lin Jing felt herself elevated, as if basking in reflected glory. Driving a Porsche Panamera and wearing a Patek Philippe worth over 100,000, she mused, "What can you possibly compare to this? Dear cousin, your man is merely passable in appearance, but what use is good looks? Can one eat with a handsome face?" Lin Jing smiled at her cousin Lin Wanner, whispering, "Sister, your taste in men could use some improvement." However, Lin Wanner merely smiled, choosing silence. The prowess of Chu Ling required no defense from her. Lin Jing need not be privy to that truth. Lin Jing, oblivious to Lin Wanner's intent, grew even more self-satisfied, believing her cousin to have conceded, hence her quiet demeanor. Fong Jun slowly lifted the watch, his fingertips trembling with excitement. Yet he feigned nonchalance, gently placing it upon his wrist and waving it towards Chu Ling. "What do you think, brother? How does my watch look? Let me tell you, this luxury brand retains its value. If you're going to buy, opt for a classic. It will last you many years, and who knows, you might even profit from it in a few years." He then turned to the sales associate. "Could you allow my brother to try on my watch? One must be exposed to high-quality items to ignite their passion for success." As the sales associate began to respond, Fong Jun abruptly slapped his forehead, feigning regret. "How could I overlook that? You must still be a student, right? My apologies for my oversight. Your situation is quite different from mine. I toil day in and day out, meeting clients and conducting business. A decent timepiece is essential for making a good impression. You see. However, heed my advice. Even if you are a student, avoid those lower-end watches, all right? Let me help you find a few mid-range options. Those priced around 70 to 80,000 should suffice." Upon hearing Fong Jun mention the need for a respectable appearance when meeting clients, the other customers nodded in agreement. Who would willingly wear such an expensive watch unless to flaunt and display their financial prowess? At that moment, a sales associate approached, presenting a watch priced at 70 to 80,000 to Chu Ling. He merely cast a glance and promptly declined to try it on. Such a low-end watch was beneath his consideration. Fong Jun observed closely, interpreting Chu Ling's disdain as mere embarrassment stemming from financial incapacity. "No worries, brother. The manager here is my friend and can offer you a discounted price. Why not place an order?" Fong Jun intentionally provoked Chu Ling, eager to witness his utter humiliation. Chu Ling merely smiled faintly. "It's too cheap. Let's pass." His words echoed in the air, leaving the crowd stunned. However, astonishment soon morphed into disdain. Fang Jun and Lin Jing exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing the derision in each other's eyes. Just admit you can't afford it. Why pretend to be something you're not? Lin Jing could no longer contain her amusement, scoffing as she covered her mouth. Too cheap? Huh? You truly dare to speak such words? 70 to 80,000 is too cheap? Do you not realize that 70 to 80,000 is the total income of many families over the course of a year or two? Alas, some individuals today are truly like this. They drive a Wuling Hongguang yet pretend to be affluent. Sister, you must not be deceived by such pretenses. Chapter 20, just passable. She was determined to expose Chu Ling in front of everyone, dragging Lin Wanner along to grind both their faces into the dirt. At this moment, Fang Jun opportunely stepped in, casting a knowing glance at Lin Wanner, and said loudly, "It's perfectly natural for someone as young as my cousin to misjudge character. Why don't you exchange contact information with me? Just let me know what type of man you fancy, and I will certainly help you resolve your personal issues." His words carried a double meaning. Resolving personal issues did not merely imply introducing her to men. The only suitable candidate was none other than himself. So close yet so far. Not necessary. Lin Wanner coldly rejected him. The guests around them shook their heads, deeming Lin Wanner to be utterly hopeless. Such a beautiful girl, and yet she chose to associate with a young man who could only show off. Regret was inevitable. At that moment, a man entered, appearing weary as if he had just returned from outside. The instant Fang Jun laid eyes on him, he became visibly excited. This gentleman was the general manager of Patek Philippe in Suzhou and Hangzhou, one of the most prominent figures in the region, exceptionally capable. More importantly, his connections were unimaginably formidable. His clientele comprised super-rich individuals from all corners of China, not just the run-of-the-mill millionaires. Fang Jun once had the fortune of meeting this manager at a banquet. He had approached him to offer a cigarette. Yet the manager did not even spare him a glance, as if he deemed it a waste of his attention. However, Fang Jun felt no embarrassment. Rather, it underscored the manager's impressive stature, did it not? Seeing Fang Jun's demeanor, Lin Jing quietly inquired about the identity of the man. In an effort to showcase his extensive connections, Fang Jun briefly recounted the manager's accomplishments, concluding that this manager was no ordinary individual. As Lin Jing and several other guests gazed at the manager in awe, he was already striding toward them. Fang Jun's heart raced with excitement. Could it be that the manager overheard his earlier comments? Was he coming over to personally shake his hand? Fang Jun's heart soared with joy. Such recognition was monumental. He even extended his hand, fully prepared to engage in a handshake. However, to his surprise, the manager bypassed him entirely and continued on his way. At that moment, Zhao Lan emerged from the inner room, having completed her tasks, and approached Chu Ling to introduce him, saying, "Manager, this is Mr. Chu." At that single utterance, the manager's body trembled, and he hurried over to shake Chu Ling's hand, his head bowed slightly in a posture of humility, exuding an air of subservience. This demeanor and action caused everyone behind him, including Fang Jun, to collectively gasp in astonishment. In an instant, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. They stood there, stupefied, struggling to reconcile the situation with their expectations. Why was the manager approaching Chu Ling with such deference? Fang Jun had previously extolled the manager's credentials, a person to whom they all aspired. Why was he so courteous to this young man? The onlookers were both shocked and felt a pang of pity for the manager. Perhaps he had mistaken him for someone else? As they contemplated this, the manager spoke gently. "Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting." His words were imbued with warmth, and his humility seemed deeply ingrained, exuding an effortless grace. His demeanor, actions, and tone were all saturated with respect, leaving the attendees' minds buzzing. This sensation was alarming. They began to sense that something was amiss. Chu Ling offered a faint smile, extending his hand to grasp the manager's, and inquired, "By the way, my watch, has it arrived?" "Of course. Your Patek Philippe Calatrava is ready, as promised," the manager responded, nodding vigorously, his voice loud enough for everyone in the boutique to hear. The mention of the Patek Philippe Calatrava sent a shockwave through the crowd, leaving them momentarily stunned. Like the detonation of a bomb, their minds were left reeling. Those who had visited the store knew well that the Calatrava was showcased in the high-end district. Yet what was on display was merely a photograph, underscoring the watch's rarity. Chu Ling had ordered a Patek Philippe Calatrava that was priced at over 20 million. And it was not a timepiece available to just anyone. How was this possible? Yet, everyone knew with clarity that the general manager's personal appearance had solidified the authenticity of the event. There was no room for doubt. The general manager personally delivering a watch? It could not be a ruse. Spending over 20 million on a watch, such wealth could not be trivialized. Fang Jun and the others, with eyes wide, watched as the manager presented the watch box to Chu Ling. "Mr. Chu, this box is completely unworthy of your esteemed status. I have prepared a crystal watch box for you. Please wait a moment, the manager said, gesturing for an attendant to fetch the box. Chu Ling merely acknowledged with a hum and opened the box to retrieve the watch, donning it without hesitation. The 18K rose gold case radiated a unique regal aura, and the crocodile leather strap featured an exquisite pattern, exuding sophistication and mystery. He turned the watch around, offering a faint assessment. It's just passable. Chapter 21. Let it go. Just passable? The onlookers felt as though they had been dealt a resounding slap to the face, the sting palpable. Particularly Fong Jun and Lin Jing, who felt as if they had been forcibly pressed to the ground, subjected to a harsh grinding. The pain was overwhelming. They had just claimed that someone could not afford a mid-range watch priced at 70 to 80,000, yet here was a person who deemed it beneath his notice, finding it too inexpensive. This was a watch befitting the highest echelons of wealth, utterly remarkable. The most complex watches, of which only 2 were made annually, had been ordered by Chu Ling, his image now indelibly etched in everyone's memory. The attendant returned with the crystal watch box, respectfully placing it on the counter before Chu Ling. The manager, gazing at the luxurious crystal box, succinctly introduced it. This is a special design by Swarovski's top designer exclusively for Patek Philippe, valued at 200,000 RMB. Only our elite clients may possess such a gift. This crystal box is not sold separately. It is a complimentary gift for our top-tier clients. A 200,000 gift, and it was complimentary. The crowd gasped, their mouths agape. Such a lavish gift. Fong Jun was left trembling with fear. The watch box gifted to him was even more extravagant than the prestigious timepiece he painstakingly purchased. He boasted about his wealth, yet scorned the giver for their ostentation. As Fong Jun reflected on this, a wave of shame washed over him, nearly causing him to faint. Chu Ling, however, paid no heed to the crowd surrounding them and strode directly to the high-end watch counter. Pointing to a stunning women's diamond watch priced at 700,000, he declared, "Please wrap this up for me. I intend to gift it to this lady." His finger indicated Lin Wanner's position. Those present gazed enviously at Lin Wanner, marveling at her extraordinary fortune. Not only did she have a boyfriend who was both affluent and handsome, but he treated her with such kindness. A magnificent diamond watch worth 700,000 was a testament to her bliss. "Madam, may I assist you in trying it on?" the sales associate inquired, presenting the diamond timepiece to Lin Wanner. As the watch was removed from the counter, onlookers could better appreciate its exquisite design. The pink mother-of-pearl dial was breathtakingly beautiful, the delicate hue captivating the attention and admiration of all the women present. Not to mention, the dial was adorned with 2 circles of diamonds, totaling 160 exquisite stones. Such a radiant and stunning watch was irresistible to any woman, overwhelmed with excitement and shyness. Lin Wanner gently bit her pink lips and extended her arm, softly uttering, "Thank you." Her voice was tender and melodious, enchanting all the gentlemen in attendance. They silently roared in their hearts, acknowledging that a top-tier wealthy individual not only had a stunningly beautiful partner, but her voice was equally captivating. Just that soft utterance was enough to make their hearts flutter. Lin Wanner's wrist was delicate, and her skin was fair and supple when adorned with the watch. She appeared even more exquisite than the model in the advertisement. The luminous skin and the sparkling watch harmonized perfectly, transforming her entire aura. The sales associate sincerely remarked, "Miss, you and this watch are an impeccable match. It's simply breathtaking." A pang of regret struck Lin Wanner. How could it not be a perfect match? After all, it cost 700,000. If someone were to carry that amount of RMB down the street, wouldn't they also be deemed worthy? Although Lin Wanner cherished the watch, her rationality urged her not to accept such an extravagant gift. She could not allow herself to owe Chu Ling any more than she already did. Resolutely, she took a deep breath, determined to remove the diamond watch. "What are you doing taking off the watch? Doesn't it look good?" Chu Ling approached at that moment, halting Lin Wanner's actions. He grasped her arm, examined the watch with a smile, and nodded in approval. "It's just as I imagined. This will do." With that, he handed the sales associate a bank card for payment. The associate respectfully accepted the card, while Lin Jing's gaze followed the associate's every move, watching as she processed the transaction and entered the amount. The sound of the electronic receipt printing echoed in the air, leaving Lin Jing utterly despondent. Lin Wanner truly was fortunate to have found such a remarkable partner. Meanwhile, she had flaunted herself, only to be met with a harsh reality. She had invested so much in Fong Jun, yet had received nothing in return, not even a handbag. Lin Wanner merely came to collect a watch and was gifted a diamond timepiece worth over 700,000. Tears welled in Lin Jing's eyes, her heart heavy with shame. Detected that the host successfully spent 700,000, triggering the goddess rebate skill, receiving a triple rebate of 2,100,000. Chu Ling reveled in his triple rebate, effortlessly earning over 1 million, a delightful feeling indeed. "Let us go," he called. retracting his bank card and gesturing for Lin Wanner to follow. All eyes were upon them as they departed, when suddenly, Lin Jing pointed to the warranty card on the table and exclaimed, "Wait, you forgot to take your item." Fang Jun also stood up, watching the couple with longing eyes. Chu Ling turned back nonchalantly, stating, "No need for it. Just discard it." "Discard it? But you'll need the warranty card if the watch breaks and requires repair." Lin Jing was momentarily taken aback, her voice dwindling. Is this what it means to be a top-tier wealthy individual, so capricious? Chu Ling didn't even glance back, yet his voice resonated clearly. "If it breaks, we'll just get a new one. Repairs are too much trouble." The crowd felt their nerves fraying. They looked at Fang Jun and Lin Jing, incredulous. Could such a person truly be driving a Wuling Hongguang? Chapter 22, Goddess Rebate. Chu Ling led Lin Wanner out of the Patek Philippe boutique, leaving the onlookers gazing longingly after them. Such a wealth was unfathomable to them. Yet they felt a sense of loss for letting such a chance slip away. Lin Wanner felt a surge of vindication. She had detested the mocking demeanor they had displayed towards Chu Ling earlier. It was utterly revolting. This moment was immensely satisfying. Noticing Lin Wanner's delight, Chu Ling smiled and suggested, "Since you seem so pleased, let us go buy some more things." Lin Wanner, however, was not as thrilled as he anticipated. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him, seemingly questioning, "More purchases?" Chu Ling recognized her expression and thought, "Oh dear. She hasn't yet realized she is not just a tool for me. The more she buys, the more I gain." The thought of shopping brought Lin Wanner back to the extravagant watch on her wrist, a staggering sum of 700,000. That amount could purchase a small apartment in Jinling. Now, it felt as if she were wearing a small house on her wrist. Chu Ling, oblivious to her silence, scanned the array of international luxury brands and casually remarked, "Since we're going to shop, let us begin with Chanel." Without waiting for a response, he pulled Lin Wanner into the Chanel store. Once inside, Lin Wanner felt compelled to look at something, casually browsing through several outfits. Truly, Chanel's French-style suits were not only beautiful, but also carried a hefty price tag. A simple inner shirt was priced at over 20,000. Overwhelmed, she thought, "Forget it." To her surprise, Chu Ling picked up the shirt from behind, playfully measuring it against Lin Wanner's frame. "This will do. It suits her nicely," he concluded. The sales associate eagerly took Lin Wanner's size and thoughtfully coordinated a classic Chanel ensemble for her. Lin Wanner adored the Chanel outfits. They exuded elegance. However, upon seeing the nearly 50,000 price tag, she suddenly lost her voice. Indeed, they looked exquisite, but it was all just a matter of money. Unfortunately, Chu Ling didn't give her a chance to voice her objections, promptly ushering her into the fitting room with the garments. "Hurry up, there are many more stores to visit," he declared, leaving no room for discussion. The sales associate watched Lin Wanner with a heart full of envy. A good man always seemed to belong to someone else. Shopping with her boyfriend was such an arduous task, and here she was witnessing a man urging his girlfriend to shop. What an extraordinary gentleman. However, the sales assistant was well aware that the reason a man could be so accommodating was largely due to his wealth. Wealthy clients were treated as deities, and thus the sales assistant's demeanor towards Chu Ling and Lin Wanner became increasingly respectful. Lin Wanner, with her striking beauty and graceful figure, donned the garments as if they were custom-tailored for her, elevating her entire aura to a higher echelon. "Wrap it up for me," Chu Ling declared with a wave of his hand, decisively sealing the deal. While at the checkout, he spotted some perfumes and took the liberty of purchasing several bottles, leaving Lin Wanner in a state of astonishment. "A few thousand per bottle, and you're buying several? Isn't that a bit extravagant?" she thought. Lingu. I really don't need that many," she attempted to gently hint to him. To her surprise, Chu Ling remained unfazed, gazing into her eyes with a grin and saying, "Take your time using them. If all else fails, they could serve as air fresheners. I'm sure they'll do wonders." Air fresheners? Not only Lin Wanner, but even the sales assistant, accustomed to catering to affluent clientele, forced a smile at such a provocative remark. "Is it that stimulating? The world of the wealthy is beyond our comprehension. Sir, your total expenditure today amounts to 285,600 yuan. Will you be paying by card, or?" Chu Ling promptly presented his bank card, quickly receiving a system notification. Detected that the host successfully spent 285,600 yuan, triggering the goddess rebate skill, activating double the rebate, totaling 571,200 yuan. "Sir, your spending has qualified you for our membership. Shall I process your membership card?" The sales assistant regarded Chu Ling with keen interest. Chu Ling casually remarked, nudging Lin Wanner beside him, "Why don't you handle the membership card? You can earn points for your next visits. It's rather beneficial." The sales assistant felt a pang of envy. Indeed, he was the boyfriend everyone wished for. His words only intensified the jealousy directed towards Lin Wanner, who seemed to have struck cosmic luck. Subsequently, Chu Ling led Lin Wanner to the LV store. The staff, noticing the numerous bags they carried, immediately brightened with anticipation. Having already spent so much, they were clearly high-value clients. The sales assistants eagerly rushed to assist them, ushering them inside the store. Chu Ling selected several garments and bags, spending over 100,000 more. Detected that the host successfully spent 186,800 yuan, triggering the goddess rebate skill, activating triple the rebate, totaling 560 for 100 yuan. The duo was indeed on a shopping spree, having nearly spent 1 million in just a few stores. Chu Ling checked the system notifications and found that the rebates had already exceeded 2 million. It was undeniably a lucrative venture. Passers-by gazed at Lin Wanner, burdened with bags, their expressions filled with shock and envy. That girl looks extraordinarily affluent. Just look at all those international luxury brands. They murmured. Not only is she beautiful, but her boyfriend is strikingly handsome too. It's almost infuriating. Does she merely look wealthy? No, she genuinely is. Look at that watch on her wrist. It's a Patek Philippe diamond watch, worth hundreds of thousands. Chu Ling paid no heed to the bystanders' comments. Instead, he turned to Lin Wanner, who looked exceptionally overwhelmed, and asked, "Wanner, is there anything else you wish to purchase? Look over there. There are still many stores." Lin Wanner, her face resembling a wilting flower, seemed on the verge of tears. With great difficulty, she managed to say, "Lingu, can you please be my brother instead? Look at all we've bought, cosmetics, clothes, bags. People are looking at me as if I'm your mistress. This is too much. Even if I were a mistress, I couldn't justify such extravagant spending. Could I? I surrender. Is that acceptable?" Chu Ling glanced at her with a hint of exasperation, inwardly lamenting, "Why do you lack the awareness of being a useful companion? Spending money on you allows me to earn rebates. You want to even spend it, and here I am, giving you opportunities." He shook his head, pondering the lack of consumption capability in this beautiful girl. "Buy what you fancy. Even if you don't like it, it might grow on you. I'm fine spending my own money, but spending someone else's makes me uneasy. A small splurge is manageable, but this level of expenditure is beyond my mental preparedness." Suddenly, Chu Ling raised his hand, pointing at the Armani store ahead. "Since you don't seem to need anything, let us go in and buy a bag. There's always an opportunity for rebates, and we must seize it." No. I genuinely think that's enough." Lin Wanner adamantly resisted, her first encounter with shopping fear overwhelming her. Who can endure such spending? Chu Ling found her stubbornness amusing and playfully tugged at her. The Armani sales assistant, having observed them for some time, approached Lin Wanner and said, "Miss, you really should come in and take a look. Our clothing is of excellent material and style, perfectly complementing your noble aura." Lin Wanner, momentarily at a loss for words, thought, "Do I possess a noble aura? Right now, I'm exuding the essence of a pauper." However, in her moment of distraction, she found herself pulled into the store by Chu Ling. One must say, holding Lin Wanner's hand felt incredibly soft, almost boneless. A smoothness that was simply delightful. "Sir, you are exceptionally kind to your girlfriend. In all my time as a sales assistant, I've never encountered a boyfriend quite like you." The sales assistant lauded Chu Ling without reservation. It wasn't flattery. He truly exceeded expectations. Even when his girlfriend expressed her disinterest, he insisted on showering her with gifts. His boyfriend prowess was indeed commendable. Of course, although they were not in a romantic relationship, to the eyes of the sales assistants, they might as well have been. Otherwise, why would he be so generous? Meanwhile, Lin Wanner felt her cheeks flush as the assistant repeatedly referred to him as her boyfriend, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Chu Ling remained silent, preparing to make a payment when he noticed some jewelry on display at the counter. He leaned in for a closer look and thought, "Oh, this design seems quite appealing." Upon hearing Chu Ling's words, Lin Wanner, like a startled rabbit, hurriedly dashed out of the store. "This man is buying again. Does he not feel satisfied until he has overwhelmed me?" Chu Ling and the sales assistants shared a laugh at Lin Wanner's antics. "This girl is just too adorable." Chu Ling shook his head, pointing to a particular bracelet. "Wrap this one up for me as well, and ensure it's beautifully packaged. I intend to gift it." He had yet to express his gratitude to his classmate Chu Xiaobing for her gift, and this seemed the perfect opportunity to reciprocate. However, he understood that this time there would be no rebate, likely due to it not yet being gifted. After a while, Chu Ling finally emerged to find Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner earnestly addressed him. "Chu Ling, I truly cannot take it any longer. May we not indulge in a meal together? I shall treat you. How does that sound? We simply cannot continue wandering about. If we keep shopping, you will transform my passion for it into a nightmare." Chu Ling nodded, acknowledging that after such an extensive outing, he was indeed feeling a bit famished. Moreover, this assistant of his appeared somewhat uncooperative. He needed to subtly adjust her mindset. One must adopt a more liberated perspective on consumption, as it reflects a grander vision. Let us venture out to find a restaurant. The crowds at Wanda Plaza are overwhelming, and the dining experience is hardly enjoyable. As Chu Ling surveyed the increasing throng of patrons, he added, "As for your offer to treat me, perhaps that can wait for another time." Before Lin Wanner could respond, she caught a glance from Chu Ling that silenced her. "What? Do you wish to continue shopping?" "No, no, no." She hastily waved her hands, then fell silent, adopting a demeanor of submissiveness. The two of them, laden with numerous shopping bags, exited Wanda Plaza and made their way toward the car. Chu Ling had parked in the surface lot, and after a brief stroll from the side entrance, they beheld the striking silhouette of a Bugatti Veyron. As they approached to enter the vehicle, two figures in the distance recognized them, Fong Jun and Lin Jing. Upon observing the multitude of bags in Chu Ling's and Lin Wanner's hands, particularly the paper bags emblazoned with logos of international luxury brands, their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. This Chu Ling is exceedingly wealthy. Just bringing a girl shopping has resulted in such a haul. The sheer quantity of those bags must amount to at least 1 million or 2. Furthermore, Chu Ling and Lin Wanner displayed no signs of hesitation, casually tossing the high-end items into the car, starkly contrasting with their own frugal demeanor, as if they were handling delicate treasures. This was truly the manner of the affluent. Fong Jun felt his face flush with embarrassment, realizing that even the box of a watch carelessly discarded by Chu Ling was worth more than his own timepiece. This revelation stung deeply. It was no wonder that when he previously mentioned the Wuling Hongguang, Chu Ling exhibited no reaction. Their social standings were worlds apart. The Bugatti Veyron was worth at least 50 to 60 million after all. Lin Jing, covering her mouth in shock, watched as the duo entered the car, her mind racing. The Wuling Hongguang they had seen earlier was likely rented by Chu Ling to deliberately block their way. In comparison to Chu Ling's supercar, Fong Jun's Porsche Panamera seemed like a mere toy, utterly inconsequential. Especially when they discerned the striking license plate number A99999, their legs buckled, and they nearly collapsed. Their hearts raced as they gazed in astonishment at the Bugatti Veyron departing from their view. A license plate signifying such prestige. What an extraordinary individual. They had just pretended to be affluent in front of a true magnate. Fong Jun and Lin Jing exchanged wide-eyed glances, reflecting on their previous words and actions, their faces paling to a ghostly white. They were nothing but foolish jesters pretending to be wealthy in the presence of a significant figure. Fong Jun instinctively swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Had he offended such a powerful person, would he still be able to conduct business in the future? If word of today's events spread, they would likely become pariahs in Jinling, scorned by all. Meanwhile, is there anything in particular you wish to eat? Chu Ling asked as he drove, glancing at Lin Wanner. Brother Ling, I am not picky at all. I can eat anything, she replied. Chu Ling nodded. And since she had no specific restaurant in mind, he decided to take her to a luxurious establishment, considering the goddess's return on investment. After a quick search on his phone, he discovered that the highest-rated venue was Ziyun Pavilion. Renowned in Jinling, it was the only Michelin 3-star restaurant, a true jewel in the culinary crown of the city. This would indeed be a splendid choice for dining with a beautiful companion. Shall we go to Ziyun Pavilion? He inquired. That sounds great. I trust your judgment, Brother Ling, Lin Wanner said, turning her gaze toward the window to conceal her flushed cheeks. As Chu Ling drove in silence, he suddenly noticed Lin Wanner's phone ringing incessantly, the sound unusually persistent. He furrowed his brow and asked, "What is the matter, Wanner? Is something going on?" Not only was her phone ringing, but she was also diligently responding to messages, appearing quite busy. Lin Wanner gently shook her head and handed her phone in Chu Ling's direction, indicating that he could see the content of the messages, assuring him, "It's nothing serious. My fans are just urging me to start my live stream." Previously, Lin Wanner had structured her live streaming schedule to accumulate enough hours for her base salary, often starting around this time and continuing into the evening. After Chu Ling had boosted her stream with gifts the previous day, many fans came to remind her to start early and maintain her new audience, which would subsequently increase her income. Chu Ling casually glanced at her phone, noting the abundance of fan messages. "Wanner, if you don't start streaming soon, you'll be back to days of not affording Lao Gan Ma. Get to it. Are you feeling nervous with so many new fans, Wanner? Don't worry, we will all support you. Can't wait for the show to start." As Chu Ling observed Lin Wanner's conflicted expression, he suggested, "Since they're urging you to live stream, why not begin? Although gaming outdoors is impractical, you could switch to a restaurant exploration stream. Exploring a Michelin 3-star restaurant sounds like a splendid theme, doesn't it? Is that really all right?" Lin Wanner felt a surge of excitement, eager to leverage the attention from yesterday's boost to stabilize her following. As the saying goes, a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Lin Wanner aspired to become a prominent streamer, establishing her own reputation through hard work. With Chu Ling's unwavering support, she promptly opened her live streaming software. Upon entering the room, she found thousands of fans already waiting, and as she appeared on screen, The comments erupted with excitement, all inquiring where she had been and why she was only just starting. With a radiant smile, she addressed the camera. "Hello everyone. I didn't expect you all to be waiting for me. Thank you so much for your love." Despite Chu Ling's steady driving, the screen exhibited slight tremors. The chat flooded with inquiries. "Warner, are you not gaming today? This background seems unfamiliar. It doesn't look like your room. Are you outside?" Lin Warner spoke truthfully, sharing. "Today, I'm out having fun with Brother Ling, so we're not gaming. Would you like to see the dining environment and dishes at a Michelin 3-star restaurant? We are about to explore it." Upon hearing the illustrious name of Ling Tian, the fans in the live broadcast room immediately erupted in lamentations. Who would have imagined that the innocent female streamer, Warner, had succumbed to the embrace of a wealthy benefactor? It truly shattered my heart. Return my love to me. Indeed, beautiful women seem destined to be possessed by the affluent, while individuals like us, mere impoverished souls, are left to merely watch the live streams. Ling Tian, the Great One? Is he not the extravagant brother who extravagantly gifted tens of thousands yesterday? We beseech you, show us your face, Great One. Warner, observing their comments, could only smile faintly. Some matters, even when explained, would still not be believed by those individuals. They would only perceive it as an attempt at concealment. The most effective resolution was simply to disregard them. Noticing that many fans clamored to catch a glimpse of Ling Tian's true visage, Lin Warner inquired of Chu Ling. "Brother Ling, would you mind revealing your face?" "It matters not," Chu Ling replied nonchalantly, as Lin Warner observed the frenzy of requests for a face reveal flooding the screen. She cheerfully declared, "Very well, I shall grant you a glimpse to satisfy your curiosity." With that, Lin Warner directed the camera of her phone towards Chu Ling. His serious profile while driving was thus revealed to all. For several seconds, the live broadcast seemed to freeze, as not a soul uttered a word. Only the notification of XXX entering the live stream flickered across the screen. Were it not for this notification, Lin Warner might have doubted whether her phone had frozen. After nearly 10 seconds, the chat exploded with excitement. The speed of the messages was such that they were nearly indecipherable. "My goodness, what divine beauty is this? Ling Tian is extraordinarily handsome. I never imagined Ling Tian to possess such good looks. I thought all the generous tippers were hideous. It appears I was mistaken. What did I just witness? Did you see that? Goodness, Ling Tian drives a Bugatti, the most powerful supercar on earth. How impressive." Everyone was entranced by Chu Ling's stunning profile, only to be led astray by the audience's fascination with his luxury car. Once they grasped what a Bugatti Veyron was, they collectively wailed anew. No wonder he can tip over 100,000. His car alone costs 50 to 60 million. Such a tycoon. The economic prowess of Ling Tian was indeed formidable. "I am in awe." 66,666. At this juncture, Lin Warner noticed a fan inquiring about her plans for the day's store visit. "Today, we plan to visit the Ziyun Pavilion in Jinling, the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in our area." Lin Warner responded with a smile, engaging with her fans. Ziyun Pavilion? Many fans had indeed heard of the esteemed establishment, eagerly sharing their knowledge in the chat. Ziyun Pavilion is renowned in Jinling. It is the pinnacle among restaurants. "Warner, you truly must give it a try, or you would be remiss as a Jinling native. I found it online, and the ratings are incredibly high. But does such a restaurant allow live streaming?" Seeking insights from the Great Ones. That is an old, established Michelin 3-star restaurant. The selection process for the initial list is exceedingly stringent, truly deserving of its accolades. I can only indulge in a visual feast. As the car advanced a little further, Lin Warner suddenly spotted a grand archway by the roadside, adorned with the characters Ziyun Pavilion. The archway's colors were remarkably vibrant, as if freshly painted. At that moment, Chu Ling had already driven into the parking lot of Ziyun Pavilion. Lin Warner took the opportunity to film the luxurious array of cars populating the parking area for her fans. The fans marveled, exclaiming, "No wonder it's a Michelin 3-star restaurant." The patrons here are either affluent or noble. Nestled within a bustling commercial district, Ziyun Pavilion was an independent 3-story building, exquisitely constructed with a traditional aesthetic. Several hostesses clad in elegant red kipeos greeted guests at the entrance, each possessing a sweet demeanor and melodious voices that brought joy to all. Upon entering, one was greeted by a plush carpet underfoot, providing a soft, cloud-like sensation. "Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to dine on which floor?" The first floor features open dining tables, while private rooms are available on the second floor and above. The hostess's voice flowed smoothly, eloquently detailing the offerings of Ziyun Pavilion, and she added, "I must inform you, our private rooms require a minimum expenditure of 10,000 yuan, should the consumption fall short. A room fee of 1,000 yuan will be charged." Upon hearing this, the fans in the live stream were taken aback. Is it true? A private room requires a minimum spend of 10,000 yuan? The streamer is but 2 people, Isn't a meal costing 1 or 2,000 yuan sufficient? 10,000 yuan. This is outright highway robbery. Even Lin Wanner hesitated at the mention of such exorbitant costs. Dining at such a price seemed excessive. Although she was aware of Chu Ling's wealth, she was reluctant to squander his resources. The 1,000 yuan room fee was already equivalent to half a month's living expenses for her. Before Lin Wanner could voice her concerns, Chu Ling addressed the hostess. Please provide us with a quieter private room. The hostess promptly led them upstairs, entering the first private room on the left. Upon entering, they were met with a wooden screen, and the room was adorned with traditional Chinese decor, exuding a sense of quality. Behind the screen was a wooden round table, modest in size but impeccably clean, exuding the unique luster of polished wood. As the two settled in, a server swiftly presented the menu and politely inquired, "What would you two like to order?" The humility and grace of the server's demeanor were truly commendable. The fans in the live stream praised the exemplary service. "You choose. See what you desire," Chu Ling said gallantly, offering the menu to Lin Wanner. She took a glance, showcasing the prices to the viewers through her phone. Most dishes were priced in the 4 digits, with many reaching into 5 figures. After displaying the menu to her fans, she quickly pushed it back to Chu Ling, saying, "Brother Ling, you should order. Whatever you choose, I shall eat." With a resigned smile, Chu Ling casually selected a few items from the menu. After the server noted the orders, they departed the room. Before long, the server returned with an exquisitely crafted small dish. Lin Wanner glanced at it, recognizing it as a fruit platter, with grapes that appeared crystalline and utterly enticing. She plucked one and gently bit into it. The grape, seemingly skinless, burst open effortlessly, releasing a cascade of juice that filled her mouth with its unique aroma. In mere moments, she devoured a grape, the exquisite taste entirely satisfying her palate, causing her to squint in delight. Lost in her musings, she reached for another grape and popped it into her mouth, savoring the delightful explosion of flavor. Turning to Chu Ling, she exclaimed, "Brother Ling, what kind of grapes are these? They are absolutely delicious, far surpassing any I have previously tasted." Fearing he might not believe her, she offered him one. Chu Ling smiled slightly and explained, "These are ruby Roman grapes, priced at approximately $6,400 per bunch, which translates to around 40,000 yuan. They are sourced from Japan, with each grape containing a sugar content and weight of approximately 18 and 20 grams, respectively. Not only must the grapes be sufficiently sweet, but each individual grape must also be of considerable size. A single grape like this could cost nearly 1,000 yuan." Chu Ling placed the grape in his mouth and nodded in agreement. Wanna nearly choked. Had she just consumed 1,000 yuan worth of grapes in just a few bites? The fans in the live stream erupted with astonishment. Chapter 24, Have I Laughed? A single grape costs 1,000 yuan? Forgive my modesty. I am unworthy. Look at what they're saying upstairs. Who do they look down upon? Let us both be humble online, my brother. Truly, the esteemed Ling Tian only dines on exorbitantly priced delicacies. It's too much to bear. Chu Ling remained oblivious to the fans' reactions in the live stream. He turned to Lin Wanner with a gentle smile and remarked, "In comparison, this grape is quite affordable next to the tea beside you. That contains exquisite pu'er tea, which costs at least several tens of thousands per tael." Lin Wanner was momentarily stunned, unsure whether she should swallow the tea she had just consumed. Was it truly that expensive? Several tens of thousands for a tael? At that moment, a waiter entered, presenting 2 plates. Hawthorn cherry foie gras. This is the kaiseki beef cubes. Please enjoy. Lin Wanner picked up a piece of beef to taste. It was exceptionally tender, with a hint of sweetness that elevated its savory aroma to the utmost. The wasabi shrimp balls, shaped like half a person-high tree, astonished Lin Wanner as they were presented on a tray, adorned with small bamboo baskets containing the shrimp balls. The most impressive aspect was the layers of translucent sugar strands enveloping them, creating an ethereal and romantic appearance. Wanner spent the entire meal in a state of shock and bewilderment. This was her first encounter with such exquisite cuisine. It was simply marvelous. After the meal, Chu Ling went downstairs to settle the bill, and the cashier respectfully informed him, "Good day, sir. Your total expenditure today is 70,000 yuan." Chu Ling promptly handed over his bank card and soon received a notification from the system. Detected that the host has successfully spent 70,000 yuan, triggering the goddess rebate skill, activating triple rebate, totaling 210,000 yuan. At that moment, Lin Wanner also descended the stairs, and in her daze, whether from shock or the delectable meal, she missed the last step. Fortunately, it was not a great height. She merely bumped her knee slightly, which turned a bit red. "Are you all right? How careless of you." Chu Ling rushed over to assist her. Lin Wanner, feeling a bit embarrassed, waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Ling Gu, it's nothing. I just zoned out and wasn't paying attention to my feet." Chu Ling gave her a helpless glance, grasped her hand, and carefully guided her outside. As she felt his hand clasping hers, Lin Wanner's cheeks flushed bright red. They were so close that she could catch the faint scent of his cologne. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Chu Ling helped her to the car, and Lin Wanner was oblivious to her surroundings. Noticing her still in a daze, Chu Ling assumed she was still feeling unwell. He opened the car door and lifted her inside. It was only when she felt herself suspended in the air that Lin Wanner realized what was happening, letting out a small gasp. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms tightly around Chu Ling's neck. The next moment, she released her grip. My heavens, what have I done? Not only did I allow Chu Ling to carry me into the car, but I also clung to his neck. Wanner's face burned with embarrassment, and a storm of turmoil erupted within her. Chu Ling, however, did not dwell on it. Once inside the car, he leaned over to fasten Lin Wanner's seatbelt. In the confined space of the vehicle, their bodies were pressed together, their scents merging in an intoxicating blend. Lin Wanner nervously blinked, stealing glances at Chu Ling's face. Amidst her flushed cheeks, Chu Ling drove her back to the school. As the Bugatti Veyron entered the campus, it drew the attention of many students. Having never seen such a luxurious vehicle, they halted in their tracks, pulling out their phones. Their intentions were clear. They hoped to snap a few pictures of the car owner once he exited, to boast on social media. Upon arrival, Lin Wanner stepped out of the car and turned to Chu Ling, saying, Lingo, please drive safely. When the familiar figure of the campus beauty emerged from the luxurious car, the hearts of a group of boys shattered into a million pieces. No, this was not what they wanted to see. Why did it have to be Lin Wanner? This was utterly unfair. Their goddess was now someone else's. The thought alone was painful, especially when an observant boy noted Lin Wanner's slightly red knee, which she was favoring as she walked. Their vivid imaginations ran wild, conjuring scandalous scenes in their minds. In their hearts, they felt a mixture of pity, jealousy, and disdain. How could Chu Ling be so unrefined? Didn't he know that girls are delicate beings deserving of gentleness? To treat a goddess in such a rough manner was simply outrageous. Lin Wanner, unaware of the boy's need for a reality check, blushed as she bid farewell to Chu Ling and headed straight to her dormitory. Her roommates were all present, and upon seeing her return with numerous bags, they gathered around her excitedly. You're back? Wow, you bought so many wonderful things. The sight of the designer bags made their eyes sparkle with envy. They eagerly surrounded her, and as a few lightweight receipts slipped from the bags, one girl hastily picked one up to return it to Lin Wanner, only to freeze in shock at what she saw. What had she just stumbled upon? A casual glance revealed a staggering expenditure amounting to hundreds of thousands. There were so many zeros that she nearly lost count. Wanner, your watch is stunning. Another roommate, still oblivious to the situation, leaned in to snap a photo, intending to search for the watch's brand to buy one for herself. However, her search results made her eyes widen in disbelief. A Patek Philippe diamond model, priced at $700,000. My goodness, that was nearly the cost of half a house. The roommates were left speechless, staring intently at Lin Wanner. They had been roommates for over a year and were somewhat familiar with each other's family backgrounds. Lin Wanner was typically frugal and would never purchase such an extravagant array of designer items. They exchanged knowing glances, recalling how Lin Wanner had taken extra time to dress up today, and it all clicked into place. Lin Wanner, you must be in a relationship. Not only that, but she had clearly found a boyfriend who was either wealthy or of noble status, extremely generous toward her. This mischievous girl hadn't even informed them about her dating life. She must have gone out on a date today. Instantly, her roommates surrounded her, clamoring, Wanner, when will you introduce your boyfriend to us? Indeed, why not inquire with your boyfriend if there are any fine gentlemen among his acquaintances who could be introduced to us? Jealousy has rendered me quite unrecognizable. Is Wanner's boyfriend not simply marvelous? Please, do introduce someone to soothe my restless heart. You indulge in meat, surely. You cannot forget us. A little broth to share would be delightful. As Lin Wanner listened to her roommates chatter incessantly about boyfriends, she refrained from interjecting, instead basking in their words, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. What are you so secretly amused about, little girl? Did you not hear our conversation? One of her roommates playfully pinched Wanner's cheek. Was I laughing? Wanner replied innocently, to which the chorus of roommates exclaimed, did you not? Your smile is nearly reaching your ears. Chapter 25, Attendance completed. After Chu Ling escorted Lin Wanner home, he prepared to drive back and rest. However, just as he hit the highway, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the screen, he discovered it was a call from his cousin, Chu Mingming. Hello, what is up, Mingming? Chu Ling inquired gently. On the other end, Chu Mingming's excitement was palpable upon hearing her cousin's voice. Cousin, have you been busy lately? I just finished my graduation ceremony, and my classmates and I have planned a trip to Jinling. Once I return, I'll come to see you. Chu Mingming chirped joyfully, her face lighting up at the thought of reuniting with her long-missed cousin. Sounds great. I'll take you out to have some fun, Chu Ling replied. Ming Ming continued to chatter animatedly, resembling a jubilant little squirrel. Cousin, just wait for my arrival in Jinling. I'll treat you to a meal. Treat me to a meal? Chu Ling chuckled. You should save your money. After all, you're using uncle's funds. It's only proper for me to treat you. As a gentleman. He felt it was inappropriate to let a young girl pay for his meal. Don't underestimate me, cousin. After my college entrance exams, I worked and saved quite a bit. Chu Ming Ming retorted indignantly. Surprised, Chu Ling responded, oh really? What kind of job did you get? With pride, Ming Ming recounted her work experience at a prestigious global Fortune 500 company. A Fortune 500 company. That does sound impressive, Chu Ling mused, taken aback. Has this little girl truly accomplished so much already? Fresh out of high school, and she is already experiencing life at a Fortune 500 company? Predictably, Ming Ming burst into laughter. Cousin, you're so silly. I'm at McDonald's. I was a part-time server there, and every penny was hard-earned. Impudent girl, daring to tease your elder cousin, are you? Just wait until you arrive in Jinling. You'll see how I deal with you. Chu Ling feigned a stern tone, which sent Ming Ming into a fit of giggles as she begged for mercy over the phone. Let me know when you arrive in Jinling, and I'll come pick you up, Chu Ling advised, emphasizing the importance of safety for the newly adult girl. Ming Ming felt her cousin's concern and smiled sweetly. Okay, I will. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they hung up. Placing his phone on the passenger seat, Chu Ling's thoughts wandered back to his childhood. Ming Ming is his cousin, and he reminisced about the time he entered middle school when his family fortunes took a downturn, coinciding with his father's leg injury. As life grew increasingly difficult, his father's temperament soured, often succumbing to the bottle, leading to turbulent days. His mother, sensing the unsustainable nature of their existence, returned to their hometown, hoping the tranquility of rural life would help his father recover and regain his spirits. Yet, those days were blissful for Chu Ling, carefree and full of play. Ming Ming would follow him everywhere, a devoted little shadow, calling him brother in her sweet, youthful voice. Those echoes of laughter still lingered in his memory. Back then, in the countryside, he was surrounded by little boys, often teased for being the only one with a baby sister in tow. The more he reminisced, the more amused he became, a smile spreading across his face. It had been over a year since they last met. He wondered how she was faring now. Oh well, no need to dwell on it. She'll be here in a couple of days, Chu Ling thought, chuckling softly. Pressing down on the accelerator, he drove towards Tianfeng Tanglong Bay. Upon arriving home, he noticed a message from Lin Wanner inquiring about his safe return. He replied, I'm home. After a long day out, he felt fatigued and decided to take a shower to refresh himself. Once he emerged, he noticed a gift on the table, the bracelet he had purchased. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to Chu Xiaobing. I bought you a gift. When are you free? Moments later, Chu Xiaobing replied, you bought me such a trinket? It doesn't even cover the gas money you spent on me. Must we adhere to the principle of reciprocity? I just happen to be free tomorrow. Why don't you come to my house? My parents want to be home, and I can show you my skills. Chu Ling was taken aback and texted back, I didn't know our campus belle could cook. I thought your dream wasn't to be a chef. Chef. Chu Xiaobing nearly choked on her tea with laughter upon reading his message. This Chu Ling is far too mischievous. Humph. My dream was to learn painting and become a free-spirited artist. She typed quickly, her excitement evident. What about you, Chu Ling? What is your dream? Seeing her question, Chu Ling couldn't help but smile. My dream? I aspire to be an illustrator. He sent the message. Chu Xiaobing stared at her phone, momentarily stunned. An illustrator? She had never heard Chu Ling express an interest in art before. Suddenly, she realized something and burst out laughing, nearly spitting her tea. This cheeky Chu Ling is openly flirting in private messages. The speed at which he drives is dangerously fast. Annoyed, she sent him a comical image of a monster with bared teeth. After sending it, Chu Xiaobing tossed her phone aside to prepare the menu for tomorrow. Nowadays, a balanced diet is all the rage, so she decided to download a nutritious recipe online. Watching her daughter ponder deeply, Chu's mother approached curiously and saw a list of dish names, most of which were crossed out. It resembled a recipe, but something felt off. What are you doing, Xiaobing? Practicing your writing? Chu Xiaobing looked up to see her mother and casually replied, I've invited Chu Ling over for dinner tomorrow, and I'm preparing the menu. Mom, with your experience, which dishes do you think I should make? Mother Chu cast a disapproving glance at her daughter, finally managing to utter, let us set aside the dishes for now. I would like to inquire first, can you cook? Chu Xiaobing blinked innocently and replied nonchalantly, isn't cooking simple? I often watch those cooking videos. Besides, there are so many recipes online. I can just follow one at random, can't I? While innovation may elude her, surely following a recipe cannot go awry. Mother Chu remained silent, turning back to her room, her expression laden with concern. Father Chu, engrossed in his reading, noticed his wife's troubled demeanor and asked, somewhat bewildered, what troubles you now? Are you worrying about national affairs again? Mother Chu shot him a sharp look and retorted, How can you be so carefree? You still have the energy to jest? She then recounted the situation regarding Chu Xiaobing preparing a meal for Chu Ling, sighing deeply. What shall we do? With her inexperience, she might scare him away. As a prospective mother-in-law, Mother Chu was genuinely anxious about having a suitable son-in-law. Father Chu approached and gently patted her shoulder, speaking earnestly. Let the children find their own fortunes. Why fret so much? Besides, who is our daughter? She has inherited all our virtues. Perhaps she is just biding her time. Mother Chu wore a look of despair, lamenting. A person who struggles to boil instant noodles now wishes to cook for someone else. How absurd is that? However, considering her husband's words held some merit, she concluded that even the most skilled chef could not teach a daughter who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen. Thus, they decided to take it one step at a time. They turned off the lights and prepared for bed. Meanwhile, Chu Ling, gazing at the delightful images on his phone, realized it was time for his check-in. Please complete your check-in. Check-in. Chapter 26. As light as a cicada's wing. Congratulations on a successful check-in. You have gained 100 physique points and mastered the 8 Extremes Fist. 8 Extremes Fist? Chu Ling searched for relevant information on his phone. In the realm of traditional Chinese martial arts, 8 Extremes Fist is said to embody the philosophy of literary peace through Tai Chi, martial stability through 8 extremes. This highlights its esteemed status within the traditional martial arts community in China. The 8 Extremes Fist is a striking martial art characterized by its emphasis on fierce and rapid techniques. Chu Ling observed several instructional videos and noted that the moves were quite straightforward, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, utterly unadorned. Its combat methodology centers on direct, forceful strikes. Those who attain mastery can unleash a formidable presence that can shake the heavens and rattle the earth. Of course, this is merely a matter of aura. Chu Ling's eyes lit up. This was indeed promising, a valuable asset. He glanced at his physique points and discovered he had amassed an astonishing total of 100 points. Realizing the hour was late and that he had matters to attend to the following day, he decided to retire early. The next morning, Chu Ling arrived at Chu Xiaobing's home. He had arrived a bit early, and Chu Xiaobing, seemingly just awake, greeted him in a soft yellow pajama set. You rise quite early. Your routine seems rather disciplined. She yawned, ushering him inside. It was then that Chu Ling noticed her pajamas were adorned with a Pikachu motif. Complete with a hat that showcased 2 adorable ears, she looked utterly charming. Especially with Pikachu's large, expressive eyes, which seemed to twinkle with life. Noticing Chu Ling's gaze lingering, Chu Xiaobing playfully chided, "What are you staring at?" Realizing he had been caught, Chu Ling feigned seriousness. "What could I possibly be looking at? I was merely inspecting the authenticity of your Pikachu pajamas." Certainly, those eyes were undeniably captivating. At that moment, Chu Ling jingled the gifts he was holding and inquired, "Where shall I place these?" Chu Xiaobing took them, shaking her head in mild reproach. "Why are you being so courteous? We are old classmates, after all. There's no need for this formality." Chu Ling had selected an exquisite fruit basket along with supplements suitable for her parents, clearly reflecting his thoughtful consideration. "Oh, and this is also for you," Chu Ling added, producing a beautifully wrapped box from his pocket. "A gift? What is it?" Chu Xiaobing asked as she opened the package, revealing a jewelry box. Upon opening it, she discovered a stunning bracelet nestled inside. "Wow, this bracelet is simply beautiful," Chu Xiaobing exclaimed, captivated by its elegance. "This bracelet is truly lovely," she mused, glancing at Chu Ling, who had evidently chosen well. Such a lovely piece. It must have cost quite a bit, right? Although she adored it, she felt a tinge of embarrassment at accepting such an extravagant gift and gently inquired about its price. Chu Ling chuckled. "Don't concern yourself with the cost. Try it on first and see how it looks." With that, he effortlessly took the bracelet and fastened it around her slender wrist. It looked exquisite on her. Chu Ling gazed at her wrist, sighing contentedly, noting that perhaps he had indeed opted for a bargain. Such a lovely wrist warranted something even more exquisite. Detected that the host successfully spent 100,000 yuan, triggering a tenfold rebate, rewarding 1 million. Oh, a tenfold rebate? Chu Ling's exhilaration soared. Had he known, he would have splurged even more. "You rascal." Chu Xiaobing, noticing Chu Ling's playful teasing, hurriedly fetched her tablet and handed it to him. "Here, entertain yourself with this while I change." Upon inspecting Chu Xiaobing's tablet, filled with girlish single-player games, Chu Ling found it rather uninteresting and considered watching a movie instead. However, before he could open any software, a WeChat message popped up on the screen. Chu Ling called out, "Xiaobing, someone is messaging you on WeChat. Should I respond?" "Huh, what does it say?" Chu Xiaobing called from her room. Chu Ling glanced at the message and replied, "It seems to be asking about the item number. They mentioned you usually order C, but this time it's D. Did you make an error?" Chu Xiaobing, overhearing this, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and quickly donned her clothes. rushing over to confiscate the tablet. Noticing her rosy complexion, Chu Ling teased, "Xiaobing, it seems you've put on a bit of weight?" Chu Xiaobing bristled at this, hands on her hips, retorting, "This is called a second growth spurt, do you understand?" Indeed, he was a typical straight man, utterly lacking in tact. Chu Xiaobing then headed to the kitchen, washing some fruit and handing it to Chu Ling along with the remote control. "Watch some TV while I prepare lunch." Chu Ling turned on the television, aimlessly flipping through channels. Just as he was about to find something suitable, a sudden scream erupted from the kitchen, startling him. He quickly leaped off the couch and rushed toward the kitchen. As soon as Chu Ling entered the kitchen, he was greeted by the sight of black smoke billowing from the hot oil in the pan. Chu Xiaobing seemed to be preparing to fry something, but she had failed to control the oil temperature, resulting in hot oil splattering everywhere, causing her to emit a shrill scream. Upon seeing Chu Ling's sudden entrance, Chu Xiaobing was startled, still holding her earlobe with one hand, her wide eyes fixed on him. For a moment, they exchanged silent glances, both taken aback. "What's wrong? Did you burn yourself?" Chu Ling asked with concern, stepping forward to take her hand for inspection. Chu Xiaobing's fair cheeks flushed crimson. She bit her lip and said, "Wait for me a moment. I need to get something." After speaking, she hurried to the storage room, and when she returned, she was equipped with a head cover, gloves, and sleeves. Chu Ling was left momentarily speechless. If he was not mistaken, the head cover resembled those typically worn by bank robbers. Noticing Chu Ling's astonished expression, Chu Xiaobing smiled playfully, brandishing her gear, and said, "You can step outside. Don't underestimate me. Once I'm suited up, I can be quite capable." "Capable? How capable?" Seeing her determination, Chu Ling felt overwhelmed. All right, let me handle this." He dared not allow Chu Xiaobing to continue her efforts in the kitchen. She might just blow the place up. For the sake of his own safety, he decided to take the reins. Chu Xiaobing, looking incredulous, struggled to put on her sleeves. "You must have spent these past years focused on making money, right? When would you have time to cook?" "Isn't it said that gentlemen should keep their distance from the kitchen? Let me do it. I believe practice makes perfect. I just need an opportunity to hone my skills." "Hone your skills? Practice makes perfect?" Chu Ling interjected, taking hold of Chu Xiaobing's arms and carrying her out, firmly shutting the kitchen door behind them. "You stay out there and wait, understood?" "No way. How can I call you over only to have you cook for me?" Chu Xiaobing pouted, calling back from the kitchen door. Chu Ling remained silent, but soon, the rhythmic sound of chopping echoed from within the kitchen. Tap, tap, tap. Chu Xiaobing's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? Chu Ling actually knew how to cook? The rapid chopping sound suggested remarkable knife skills. The noise was music to her ears. Even without seeing, she could envision the scene unfolding, like a culinary show on television, where dishes were expertly prepared in record time. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Chu Ling methodically worked through the ingredients. He noted that Chu Xiaobing had prepared everything perfectly, indicating her careful planning. His movements were fluid and natural, like a dance. Before long, an array of dishes adorned the dining table. "My goodness, did you really make all of this?" Chu Xiaobing could scarcely believe her eyes. How had he completed everything in such a short span? By her estimation, she should still be on the second dish. Moreover, the dishes looked incredibly exquisite. She stared at a plate featuring a cicada sculpted from ice, puzzled. "What dish is this?" Chu Ling smiled slightly and replied, "You're in for a treat. This dish is all about freshness. Try it before the ice melts and it loses its appeal." Chu Xiaobing blinked, gently poking the icy cicada with her chopsticks. "Can you eat ice? Is this even edible?" "Silly girl." Chu Ling chuckled, picking up a cicada wing. It was at that moment Chu Xiaobing realized that the wings were crafted from thinly sliced fish. Raw fish can be made to look like this? Chapter 27, The Culinary Delight. The pristine white fish was sliced so thinly, it was almost translucent. Set atop the ice, it was nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. What does as thin as a cicada's wing mean? This was it. Observing Chu Xiaobing's astonishment, Chu Ling prepared a dipping sauce and handed it to her. Chu Xiaobing dipped a piece in the sauce and tasted it. The fish melted upon her tongue, leaving an exquisite flavor. "This fish is so tender, and there is no trace of fishiness," she exclaimed, gazing at Chu Ling with wide eyes. Chu Ling chuckled and added another piece to her bowl. "If you like it, have another, but remember, since it's raw fish, moderation is key. You know, many girls in Huaxia tend to have a cold constitution, so it's better to limit the intake of raw foods." Chu Xiaobing nodded obediently, savoring the sensation of the fish melting in her mouth, her eyes closing in bliss. Chu Ling had prepared a bounty of dishes, a delightful spread of vegetables, meats, and shrimp. Chu Xiaobing had intended to sample just a bite, but once she started, she couldn't stop. Vegetables can be stir-fried to taste this good? The vibrant greens were crisp with each bite, retaining their moisture despite being cooked. It was as if Chu Ling had cast a spell, locking in the vegetables' freshness. The seasoning was just right, allowing the natural sweetness of the greens to shine through. Chu Xiaobing was in culinary heaven. She had never tasted such delicious dishes before. Chu Ling had long set down his chopsticks. At that moment, a notification popped up. Please complete the sign-in. Sign in. Congratulations on completing the sign-in and receiving the God-level acupuncture technique. God-level acupuncture technique? Chu Ling mused. Recalling that he had previously signed up for God-level pharmacology and God-level medicine, now completing his trifecta in the medical field. Quite splendid. In high spirits, he turned to Chu Xiaobing and said, "Let us go out and have some fun after dinner?" "Sure. Just let me tidy up a bit." Chu Xiaobing eagerly agreed. After a quick freshening up, the duo made their way downstairs. "Where shall we go?" Chu Xiaobing buckled her seatbelt in the car, glancing at Chu Ling. He pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about I take you to see the Yangtze River?" "Sounds good. I just returned from the bustling metropolis and haven't seen the Yangtze at home in ages," Chu Xiaobing replied, and they set off, chatting and laughing. The roads were clear that day, and the Bugatti Veyron garnered much attention. However, most drivers, upon spotting the luxury car, instinctively vacated the area, fearing potential financial ruin. Why is there a traffic jam ahead? This time shouldn't be congested. Just as they were nearing the Yangtze River Bridge, the traffic began to slow. Chu Xiaobing looked towards the bridge, puzzled. This was a fast lane, and jams were rare here. Chu Ling rolled down the window and overheard someone passing by, muttering about an accident. The person's face was pale, clearly shaken. Chu Ling furrowed his brow and glanced at Chu Xiaobing before making a U-turn and pulling over to the roadside nearby. They both exited the car and soon spotted a dump truck overturned not far away. The colossal wheel continued to revolve ominously, instilling a sense of dread. The ground was strewn with yellow earth, exuding a distinct, muddy odor. What was once a proper road was now largely obscured by dirt, hindering the passage of other vehicles. As Chu Ling grasped Chu Xiaobing's hand and moved forward, they were met with a scene of utter devastation. A dump truck had collided with a large bus, and from their vantage point, they could see the bus's front crumpled inward, its windows shattered. The vehicle had contorted grotesquely from the violent impact. The luggage compartment burst open, with suitcases scattered chaotically across the ground. Nearby, the situation was even more harrowing. Bloodstains were conspicuously abundant, and despite their distance from the scene, they could still hear the agonizing moans and wails. How had it come to this? The carnage suggested a significant number of casualties. With a furrowed brow, Chu Ling hurried toward the wreckage. The bus had overturned, trapping several injured individuals in their seats, unable to move. Some had already been extricated, each bearing considerable injuries. Chu Ling noticed many wore bright red flowers on their chests, clearly indicating they were veterans. The civilians present were predominantly middle-aged or elderly, likely the families of these discharged servicemen. It appeared the bus was transporting veterans and their kin who had unexpectedly encountered such a calamity. As they approached the bus, the stench of blood intensified. Chu Ling even glimpsed severed limbs, likely instantaneously severed during the flip of the vehicle. The exposed ends of those limbs had already turned dark, and upon seeing them, Chu Ling felt a wave of heaviness wash over him. It was probable that their owners had met with misfortune. Even if one were to miraculously survive, they would likely face a life of disability. "Child, don't exert yourself. Just let me bandage you up quickly." "Mother is not in pain, truly," a voice cried out. While assessing the situation, Chu Ling discovered a middle-aged woman trapped beneath the bus. Her legs were pinned under the vehicle, rendering her immobile. Two lightly injured veterans attempted to pull her free, but their efforts only caused her distress, her brow furrowed deeply, her complexion paling further, and even the faintest smile she managed was twisted in agony, making rescue impossible. As Chu Ling circled the bus, he noticed a stone pillar by the roadside wedged beneath the overturned vehicle, preventing it from crushing the woman's legs completely. However, she remained stuck. And if too much time elapsed, her legs would surely suffer from prolonged blood deprivation. It was this trapped woman that impeded the rescue of those injured within the bus above. Any additional weight from rescuers would only exacerbate her suffering. Everyone was at a loss. If this continued, they would all perish here. The veterans, upon regaining consciousness, dragged their injured bodies to care for their families. A crowd of onlookers gathered, horrified by the scene, some even shedding tears. What a shame. This was supposed to be a joyous occasion. The return of our child from service. What a significant event. Who would have thought such a tragedy would occur? Lamented one. If only they hadn't collided with such a massive vehicle. Otherwise, the bus passengers wouldn't have suffered so terribly. The dump truck, already large and heavily loaded, could not have been traveling fast, yet here they were, faced with this calamity. Most spectators, upon witnessing the gruesome scene, turned away, unable to bear the bloodshed. Meanwhile, on an adjacent road, a Maybach came to a slow halt. "Huh, why have we stopped?" A melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark's song, emerged from the back seat. A young woman, having been engrossed in a book, set it aside and tilted her head to gaze outside. Her fair complexion, accentuated by a pristine white ensemble, gave her an ethereal appearance, akin to a celestial being untouched by earthly strife, exuding a serene grace. A faint herbal fragrance wafted from her, refreshing and invigorating to those nearby. The driver glanced outside and stammered, "Miss, it's terrible. A serious accident seems to have occurred ahead." Upon hearing this, Sun Yingxue immediately opened the car door and stepped out. A glance at the scene ahead caused her brow to furrow deeply, and she quickly instructed the driver, "Fetch the medical kit from the trunk. We must go help the injured." The urgency of rescuing accident victims hinges on speed. They were racing against time itself. With this thought in mind, Sun Yingxue resolutely made her way toward the bus. She needed to assess the situation, prioritize the severely injured, and extend their chances of survival as much as possible. Upon reaching the front of the bus, the horrific reality of the scene struck her, even as a healer. She felt her complexion drain of color. The casualties from this accident were grave, and even the robust veterans appeared on the brink of collapse, their own injuries severe. Yet they persevered to look after their families. Chu Xiaobing, trailing behind Chu Ling, was not a medical student and had never faced such a traumatic scenario. She was overwhelmed by the intensity of the scene, her legs weakening beneath her. Chu Ling, noticing her distress, pulled out his car keys and handed them to her, saying, "Xiaobing, you should wait for me in the car." "What about you? What will you do?" Chu Xiaobing inquired, concern etched on her face. Chu Ling offered her a reassuring smile. "I'm going to assist with the rescue. Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself." With that, he strode toward the bus. Watching Chu Ling's retreating figure, Chu Xiaobing gritted her teeth and followed him. In the face of such a catastrophic event, hiding in the car seemed cowardly. While she may not possess the skills for substantial aid, simple first aid was within her capabilities. Chapter 28. The Resilience of the Strong. Observing the multitude of injured individuals scattered about, a sense of unease gripped Chu Ling. He first approached the middle-aged woman trapped beneath the bus to assess her condition. A burly man with a grim demeanor was searching for a possible leverage point near the vehicle, interspersing his efforts with snippets of conversation with the trapped woman. Most of his words were mundane, but Chu Ling soon realized that the middle-aged woman was the mother of this man. "Yuhan, don't exert yourself unnecessarily. Come here. I have something to tell you," the woman said, her face contorted in pain. She had transitioned from initial panic to a resigned acceptance of her fate. How heavy could such a bus be? Her son, though strong, would likely struggle to free her even with the assistance of a few comrades. Rather than prolong the agony, it seemed prudent to impart final instructions while there was still time. Lin Yuhan, unable to meet his mother's gaze, discreetly wiped away a tear and choked out, "Mom, don't say that. I'm going to find help right now." Lin Yuhan's comrades continued to strain against the bus, but their efforts were as futile as ants attempting to move a mountain. The bus remained immovable. Even Lin Yuhan joined the fray, the veins on their arms and shoulders bulging from exertion, yet to no avail. "Brothers, can you come down and lend a hand? This is a matter of life and death," a comrade of Lin Yuhan's pleaded, flagging down passing vehicles in hopes of rallying more assistance. United in purpose, their collective strength could make a difference. However, the drivers merely feared the responsibility and hesitated to intervene, opting instead to glance at the situation before driving away. Despite their repeated shouts from behind, their cries fell on deaf ears. The sensation of helplessness weighed heavily on the group of sturdy men, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. This truly was a matter of life and death. Even if she were not a comrade's mother, she was still an innocent life at stake. Just as despair began to envelop them, a voice broke through the gloom. "Allow me to assist." Chu Ling approached, closely followed by Chu Xiaobing. While Sun Yingxue from across the way also jogged over, her face resolute as she declared her intention to help lift the vehicle. Lin Yuhan and his comrades expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Any assistance was a beacon of hope. At that moment, several drivers stepped out of their vehicles, pointing at Chu Ling and the others, remarking, "With their slight builds, they certainly won't manage. That's a bus, far too heavy. A young man and two young ladies simply won't suffice. Let's move on." One driver sighed, stating, "We're only marginally stronger. Our strength is limited too. This isn't a joke. That bus is exceptionally heavy. Even if we brought 10 more people, we might barely budget." Nevertheless, despite their doubts, the drivers resolved to assist, returning to their vehicles to inform the families inside. Meanwhile, Chu Ling and the others had reached the side of the bus. Lin Yuhan's comrades were clearly exhausted, yet none wished to relent, gritting their teeth to suppress their trembling limbs, determined to make a final effort. Chu Ling located a vacant space and grasped the bus's body. Attempting to exert force, the surface of the bus was slick, making it challenging to find a secure grip. Despite multiple attempts, the bus remained immobile. Lin Yuhan's heart shattered as he witnessed his mother's increasingly pale face. He truly had given his all, yet found himself powerless. The weight of helplessness brought tears to this stalwart man's eyes. He was at his wit's end. Even a flicker of hope was worth clinging to. Tears streamed down his face as his heart raged. Why is this happening? Everyone, hold on a little longer. Don't give up. Chu Ling, observing the despair etched on their faces, spoke in a commanding tone. He removed his luxurious coat, using it to shield his hands as he shattered the sharp shards of glass at the window's edge, positioning his hands by the gap. Upon trying again, he found he could apply force this time. His actions were clearly visible to Sun Yingxue, standing nearby. She noted the quality of his clothing, although devoid of prominent logos. The fabric was undoubtedly expensive, and she felt a pang of sympathy for the garment being used in such a manner. Seeing Chu Ling's determination, the others redoubled their efforts. Though Lin Yuhan and his comrades' arms ached painfully, they pushed through, risking muscle tears for one last attempt. With a collective roar, they unleashed their strength, their voices akin to a pride of lions pushed to their limits. Yet, despite their agony and fatigue, the bus remained unmoved. Lin Yuhan, gazing at his mother beneath the vehicle, felt his heart nearing shattering. There's nothing more I can do, nothing. My mother is only 50. She merely wanted to take me home. What crime has she committed? Oh, heavens, why must she endure such suffering? If you have the power, strike me instead. Years of military service had dulled his experience with tears, yet this feeling of helplessness was far more tormenting than weeping. The despair was palpable not just for them, but also on Sun Yingxue's face. Just when they felt utterly incapable of lifting the weight, a sudden command broke through the air. Heave! Chu Ling shouted. And in that instant, everyone felt a sudden lightness in their hands, instinctively turning to him with astonished expressions. This young man possessed such remarkable strength. They could distinctly sense that it was only after Chu Ling exerted himself that their hands felt lighter, even with the cushion of his coat. Such a disparity in strength seemed implausible. However, they understood that there was no time for questions. They needed to act swiftly to rescue the trapped individual. Sun Yingxue, noticing the shift in their expressions, also felt the sudden lightness in her hands. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Chu Ling. Almost everyone recognized Chu Ling's extraordinary capabilities, except for Chu Xiaobing, who remained oblivious to the changes around her, focused solely on lifting with all her might. Unaware of the shift in dynamics, feeling the bus lift slightly, Chu Ling turned to Lin Yuhan and Sun Yingxue. What are you waiting for? Hurry, rescue her, he urged, continuing to apply pressure. Chapter 29, The Divine Healer. Only then did Sun Yingxue and Lin Yuhan spring into action. Lin Yuhan's eyes glistened with urgency as he quickly assisted Sun Yingxue in freeing his mother. The surrounding onlookers were captivated, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Just moments ago, they had doubted the possibility of lifting such a heavy vehicle, yet here it was, a testament to their miraculous strength. Mom, are you all right? Lin Yuhan gently laid his mother on the ground, overwhelmed by the exhilaration of having her back. Yet, seeing her weakened state, he hesitated, unsure of how to comfort her. He noticed blood seeping from her pant leg, a wave of anxiety crashing over him. No, that can't be. She is still so young. She has to see me work, get married, and help me with my children. Trembling, he reached for his phone to call for emergency assistance. Chu Ling and Sun Yingxue turned their attention to Lin Yuhan's mother, their expressions hardening as they observed the alarming amount of blood. This situation was perilous. Without prompt action to staunch the bleeding, they might not wait for the ambulance to arrive. At that moment, Sun Yingxue's driver rushed over with a medical kit. Upon seeing the kit in the driver's hands, Chu Ling's eyes brightened with hope. He strode directly over and seized the first aid kit, prying it open before the astonished eyes of several onlookers. Inside the kit lay alcohol swabs, a rudimentary surgical scalpel, and next to it, a transparent compartment housing a set of acupuncture needles. Upon witnessing Chu Ling's actions, Sun Yingxue's temper flared, and she rebuked him. Hand over the medical kit. I am a professional. Do not hinder my rescue efforts. The driver, observing Chu Ling's audacity, was equally incensed. Did this young man truly comprehend the gravity of his actions? Even as a medical student, he should not be meddling without a medical license. Moreover, was he aware of whose medical kit he had so brazenly commandeered? The driver knew well that the young lady hailed from a prestigious medical lineage, being a descendant of the renowned physician Sun Simiao. Sun Yingxue had been steeped in the art of medicine since childhood, recognizing herbs at 5, memorizing texts at 6, and sitting in on consultations by 9. Now, she was completing an 8-year curriculum at Jinling University's School of Medicine in a single year. This year, she had even entered Jinling Hospital, showcasing her extraordinary talent among the younger generation of the Sun family. With adequate experience, her future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass those of the venerable elder of her clan. and she was currently the apple of the Sun family's eye. Only she had the highest chance of saving the middle-aged woman at this moment. Chu Ling's actions could be deemed as either reckless ambition or, on a larger scale, as a dangerous gamble with human lives. It was precisely this concern that fueled their ire towards him. The admiration and astonishment Sun Yingxue had felt moments ago for Chu Ling's heroism evaporated in an instant. She exchanged a glance with the driver, both determined to reclaim the medical kit. Time was of the essence. After all, they were in a race against death. Chu Ling had no time to explain. He grabbed the acupuncture needle box and dashed towards Lin Yuhan's mother. The urgency was paramount. Immediate acupuncture was imperative. Chu Ling moved with remarkable swiftness, his fingers gliding over the needle box as he deftly selected a dozen silver needles of varying lengths, all glimmering with a metallic sheen. He quickly sanitized a needle with alcohol, and before anyone could process what was happening, a small silver needle had already pierced the middle of the middle-aged woman's philtrum. The driver instinctively shut his eyes. Though he had no medical expertise, having spent years with the Sun family, this was the first time he had heard of someone directly needling the philtrum. Wasn't that reckless? It seemed like a matter of life and death. While the driver was anxious about the impending disaster, Sun Yingxue's eyes widened slightly in astonishment. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while experts discern the subtleties. Chu Ling's first needle was inserted with precision and speed. This was clearly not the technique of a novice. Even Sun Yingxue herself might not have possessed such skill. Only her grandfather could have executed such a steady-handed approach. But how many years had her grandfather immersed himself in traditional Chinese medicine, and how many needles had he inserted? This young man, appearing so youthful, was indeed beyond her imagination. Yet, everything was unfolding before her eyes, leaving her no choice but to believe. In the fleeting moment that Sun Yingxue was lost in thought, Chu Ling had already inserted 7 or 8 needles. His choice of acupoints seemed peculiar, differing from the methods known to Sun Yingxue. He employed the philtrum, shaoshang, yinbai, and daling acupoints, utilizing techniques such as point stimulation, direct insertion, and even through needle methods. Chu Ling's movements were swift and fluid, inserting 13 needles with remarkable accuracy, hardly needing to locate the acupoints, his eyes guiding the needles effortlessly. From a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, Sun Yingxue could assert with certainty that his acupoint recognition was astonishingly precise. It was nothing short of miraculous. One should bear in mind that each individual's acupoints exhibit slight variances, often requiring a physician's expertise to locate the correct positions. However, Chu Ling's precision was truly beyond what one would expect from someone of his age. Chu Xiaobing also gazed at Chu Ling's technique in astonishment. Had they not come together, she would hardly believe this was the same Chu Ling she knew. His calm demeanor, unwavering focus, and the confidence exuding from him during the needling process were compelling, fostering an irresistible urge to trust him. He was remarkable. His needling technique seemed effortless. Chu Ling remained kneeling, continuously observing the middle-aged woman's reactions, adjusting the depth and pressure of the silver needles as needed. Occasionally, he would gently tap the needles with his fingers, causing them to oscillate slightly, a technique known as waking the needle, which can enhance the efficacy of acupuncture. Those watching closely noticed that the pained expression on the middle-aged woman's face gradually relaxed, and the bleeding appeared to be subsiding. This left the onlookers wide-eyed in disbelief, marveling at the miraculous transformation. Exclamations of astonishment filled the air as they marveled at Chu Ling's acupuncture prowess. This young man was truly exceptional. The results were immediate and impressive, an undeniable testament to the enduring excellence of traditional Chinese medicine, far surpassing the capabilities of Western practices. At that moment, Chu Ling beckoned to Lin Yuhan, urging him to come closer. He spoke patiently. "I will share several acupoints with you. Once your mother regains consciousness, you should massage these areas a few times each day to aid in her recovery." The middle-aged woman had been pinned under the bus for an extended period, which would inevitably have some impact. However, she remained unconscious, her lower limbs distorted from the pressure, making it risky to touch certain areas. Thus, Chu Ling could only instruct Lin Yuhan on the locations for massage. "Is there anything else you require regarding the pressure applied?" Lin Yuhan asked gratefully as he noted the acupoints. Chu Ling pondered for a moment before responding. "Gauge the pressure based on your mother's tolerance. If she experiences significant pain, ease up a bit and increase the frequency of the massages for better results. Everything should have its limits. Excess is as detrimental as deficiency. As long as you remain within your mother's comfort threshold, that will be the appropriate pressure." After a brief hesitation, Lin Yuhan inquired, "Sir, may I ask why you have not continued needling my mother?" Having just witnessed Chu Ling's acupuncture technique, he believed that combining needling with massage would yield even better results. Understanding Lin Yuhan's concern for his mother's well-being, Chu Ling patiently explained, "Acupuncture promotes the flow of qi and blood. Your mother's internal bleeding has just stabilized, so further needling is not advisable at this moment. I am currently working to invigorate her circulation. There should not be any significant aftereffects. However, given her age, she will require some time for proper recuperation. As Chu Ling guided Lin Yuhan, Sun Yingxue quietly recalled the sequence and pressure of Chu Ling's needling technique, committing every detail to memory. The more she reflected, the more astonished she became by Chu Ling's acupuncture skills. Sun Yingxue observed Chu Ling's silhouette, initially awed by his strength and now captivated by his almost transcendent medical expertise, leaving her with an even greater sense of wonder. The very person who moments ago wished to reclaim the medical kit from Chu Ling now stood frozen, as if undergoing a transformation. Chu Ling then turned his attention to the injured passengers within the bus, as well as those who had been ejected from the vehicle due to the impact. His heart grew heavier. Thankfully, the one trapped beneath the bus had been rescued. Now, he could proceed without reservations. Continuing on, Chu Ling began to approach the overturned vehicle with bandages and acupuncture needles in hand, commencing his efforts to administer first aid. For those with minor bleeding, he applied bandages, while for those with significant blood loss, he utilized needles to staunch the flow before proceeding with bandaging. Observing the current situation, Chu Ling recognized that his available tools were limited, and thus, his interventions could only extend so far. Sun Yingxue also wished to assist, but as she regained her composure and prepared to step forward, Chu Ling had nearly completed his task at the scene. His speed was unprecedented, akin to someone who had rehearsed countless times in advance. Just as Chu Ling was about to exhale a sigh of relief, a voice cried out, "Mom, what is wrong with you?" Everyone turned towards the sound, spotting a veteran embracing a woman, shouting in distress. Upon hearing the veteran's call, the crowd instinctively gathered closer. The soldier clutched his mother tightly, rocking her back and forth, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Mom, please wake up. What is happening to you?" Upon hearing the commotion, Chu Ling immediately approached and commanded, "Lay your mother flat at once. Do not shake her any further." It was critical that many patients remain in a supine position during a medical crisis. The family members could not be allowed to act recklessly. The veteran was startled. He cautiously laid his mother on the ground, his voice choked with emotion. "I didn't mean to. I was just worried the ground was cold, and that my mother's condition would worsen." His intentions were rooted in filial piety, and he quickly adjusted her position to provide Chu Ling with the best access. Still holding his recently removed jacket, he pondered whether to place it beneath her. Chu Ling stepped forward, placing his hand gently on the elderly woman's neck, where a major artery could be palpated to assess for signs of life. However, after a few tense seconds, he felt no pulse. His gaze sharpened as he realized the artery's rhythmic thrum had ceased. While continuing his examination, he inquired of the veteran, "When did your mother lose consciousness?" The soldier hesitated. "Lose consciousness? My mother wasn't unconscious. She merely said she felt a bit tired, and then I noticed." His thoughts drifted back to the earlier scene, and he felt tears welling in his eyes. "Oh, she did mention feeling dizzy and having a rapid heartbeat." Chu Ling remained silent, yet internally, he reached a preliminary conclusion. He leaned down, placing his ear against the elderly woman's chest to listen for any heartbeats, but there was only silence. Her heartbeat had vanished. He retrieved a flashlight from his medical kit, shining it into her eyes, noting the pupils were slightly dilated and unresponsive. She had lost consciousness. Blood pressure was undetectable. Observing her pallid complexion and slight bodily convulsions, it became evident that she was likely suffering from cardiac arrest. Given the timeline of her symptoms, it was apparent she had been in distress for some time. Chu Ling's examination was executed with remarkable precision, his movements swift and methodical. The onlookers were mesmerized by his expertise, while Sun Yingxue and Chu Xiaobing stood in awe. Sun Yingxue, more attuned to the gravity of the situation than Chu Xiaobing, understood that the patient's condition was dire. Based on Chu Ling's actions and expression, it was clear that she was facing a life-threatening crisis. The mortality rate for such a condition was exceedingly high, necessitating immediate resuscitation. However, given the current circumstances and the gridlock traffic, even if an ambulance were dispatched, it would be a while before it could reach the patient. This was precisely the moment that drove Sun Yingxue to the brink of frustration. There were treatment methods available, yet no medical instruments to implement them. Just then, a sudden loud thud echoed nearby. The crowd turned to see Chu Ling striking the elderly woman's chest with his fist. The earlier sound had indeed been the impact of his blow. As he delivered that punch, the expressions of the onlookers shifted to shock, including Chu Xiaobing and Sun Yingxue. They regarded Chu Ling with disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. While those lacking medical knowledge could be excused, even Sun Yingxue, from a family of physicians, found herself utterly bewildered, unable to grasp why he was resorting to such drastic measures. Was he not attempting to save a life? The crowd could no longer contain their disbelief. urgently calling out to halt Chu Ling's reckless actions. Stop. This woman is already unconscious. How can she withstand such blows? You must cease at once. This is tantamount to murder. Where's the ambulance? We understand you possess medical skills, but you cannot act so irrationally. Please stop. My goodness. If you continue, this could lead to a fatality. Chu Ling appeared unfazed by the cacophony of objections and doubts surrounding him. Each of his punches was delivered with unyielding determination and focus, as he felt the rush of air generated by his strikes, unhesitatingly impacting the elderly woman's chest. The second blow, the third blow. Only Chu Ling understood that each strike was intended to serve as a makeshift pacemaker. With only a basic medical kit at his disposal, there was no advanced equipment such as a defibrillator available. Thus, he resorted to this unorthodox method, using his fists in place of the sophisticated device. Though this approach was a desperate measure, it carried immense risk. Each blow had to be precisely calibrated. If he struck too hard, he could fracture her ribs, potentially causing greater harm or even instant death. Conversely, if he lacked sufficient force, he would fail to stimulate her heart effectively, leaving her without the critical opportunity for timely intervention. Chu Ling was resolute. He could not bear to witness the elderly woman miss her chance for survival and tragically pass away. Thus, he made the decisive choice to initiate resuscitation efforts. Observing Chu Ling's actions, several nearby veterans understood that his approach was driven by sound reasoning, having witnessed his earlier interventions. The son of the elderly woman averted his gaze, striving to suppress his grief. As Chu Ling continued his rhythmic strikes, he urged the soldier, "What are you waiting for? Do you know how to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? Hurry. Start." The veteran nodded vigorously, but in his haste, he stumbled and fell to his knees, the sound of his impact resonating through the air, sending a jolt of pain through his own knees. Unfazed, he leaned down, covering his mother's nose with one hand, and began to breathe into her mouth in a regulated manner. Having issued his instructions, Chu Ling turned to Chu Xiaobing and commanded, "Xiaobing, call 120. I have critical information to relay to the emergency responders." The surrounding crowd felt a wave of reassurance wash over them as they listened to Chu Ling's composed directives. Though they might not fully grasp the medical terminology he employed, the tone of his voice carried an innate sense of calm. They knew that if they followed his lead, he would manage the rest. The sense of security was simply overwhelming. In that fleeting moment, all present regarded Chu Ling with a profound respect. A young man of such medical ethics and expertise was deserving of everyone's admiration. Upon hearing Chu Ling's words, Chu Xiaobing promptly retrieved her mobile phone and dialed 120 for emergency assistance. While waiting for the call to connect, she approached Chu Ling, lifted her skirt slightly, squatted beside him, and activated the speakerphone, bringing the device close to his face. "Hello, this is the 120 Emergency Center. How may we assist you?" The call to the emergency center was finally connected. Chu Ling took the phone and spoke with utmost seriousness. "Listen carefully to every word I say and record it accurately. The patient is a female who has just experienced a car accident, sustaining some bruises and considerable shock. She is currently unconscious, with blood pressure, pulse, and heart sounds all absent, accompanied by mild convulsions. I diagnosed this patient as having suffered from cardiogenic sudden death, which has been occurring for some time. I am currently performing preoperative emergency care, having administered basic cardiac pacing and cardiopulmonary resuscitation, which has alleviated her condition. Given the considerable time elapsed since the onset of symptoms, preparations must be meticulously made prior to the ambulance's arrival. You must record this clearly. Ensure that a defibrillator is ready, and bring along adrenaline, nitroglycerin, lidocaine, atropine, choramine, and Lobeline. Additionally, remind the emergency personnel that due to a brief cardiac arrest, the patient is now experiencing cerebral hypoxia and requires the use of an ice cap to lower the head temperature to 32 degrees Celsius, thereby reducing oxygen consumption. Furthermore, notify the resuscitation room and relevant staff that the patient is one requiring cardiac resuscitation and 2 large-bore central venous access lines must be established. Given the current situation, the peripheral veins may be collapsed, making successful puncture highly unlikely. Therefore, consider using intraosseous access, external jugular vein, or femoral vein cannulation. Ensure they prepare as soon as possible. This barrage of information left everyone momentarily speechless, including bystanders, while Chu Xiaobing, squatting beside Chu Ling, was equally stunned, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a profound sense of confusion. The terminology he employed was far too specialized for the average person to comprehend. Nevertheless, despite this, the crowd felt that Chu Ling's stature had significantly elevated. Such professionalism at such a young age surely indicated extraordinary future achievements. Sun Yingxue stood amidst the crowd, her lips twitching. Having come from a medical family, she understood every word of Chu Ling's discourse. All she could say was that it was nothing short of professional, flawless. The equipment, the medications, even the ice cap was accounted for. Without the ice cap, even if the patient were revived, the risk of brain death, colloquially referred to as being in a vegetative state, was substantial. Sun Yingxue was baffled as to how Chu Ling could provide such definitive answers without any instruments or test results. She could not believe that he was merely guessing. Through her interactions with the two patients, Sun Yingxue had developed a basic understanding of Chu Ling, but subconsciously, she had already placed immense trust in him. Some individuals, even after a brief encounter, exude an unmistakable reliability, and Chu Ling's every action suggested he was one of those rare individuals. Sun Yingxue sighed quietly. Having practiced traditional Chinese medicine since childhood and later focused on Western medicine in university, she was following her grandfather's advice to master foreign techniques in order to fundamentally enhance one's own skills. Over the years, her academic performance had consistently placed her at the top of her class, far ahead of her peers. She believed she was quite capable and felt she had lived up to the Sun family's legacy. However, in light of the day's events, it was evident that she still had a considerable distance to go. Comparing herself to Chu Ling, she recognized that her skills in both traditional and Western medicine paled in comparison to his. The realization sent her into a frenzy. Despite her relentless effort over the years, she had never once wavered in her commitment to uphold the family name. Today had indeed been unfortunate, as she had encountered such an extraordinary individual. It felt as though she had stepped out without consulting an auspicious calendar. The blow to her confidence was significant. As for the other passengers trapped in the vehicle with less severe injuries, they were also rescued. Chu Ling approached them for a quick assessment and found that they were largely unharmed. Most had endured the impact and had been trapped for a considerable time, resulting in mild cerebral hypoxia, but they would recover with some rest. Hearing Chu Ling's assessment, their families felt a wave of relief. It's all right, it's all right. In moments like these, one truly grasps the meaning of the saying, safety is a blessing. Grateful expressions adorned the faces of the retired servicemen as they looked towards Chu Ling, though they were too preoccupied caring for their loved ones to express their gratitude at that moment. Soon after, the 120 emergency ambulance arrived at the scene, equipped with numerous medical personnel aware of the grave accident. The well-trained staff swiftly initiated rescue operations. The injured received the necessary treatment. Emergency care was rendered, wounds were dressed, and those requiring transport were loaded onto stretchers. Thanks to Chu Ling's presence, the rescue effort was remarkably orderly rather than chaotic. After assisting the medical staff in loading the critically ill patients into the ambulance, Chu Ling finally exhaled a sigh of relief as the emergency vehicle departed. The lives of those in critical condition had been preserved. With the situation resolved, he intended to leave with Chu Xiaobing, as they had planned to spend the day together. It was essential to keep one's word, was it not? Chu Xiaobing followed closely behind, captivated by Chu Ling's earlier display of heroism. His composed demeanor during the crisis was undeniably charming. Such a man exuded responsibility and accountability. Lowering her gaze to conceal her admiration, she gently inquired, Chu Ling, is there anything you don't know? I truly find it astonishing that you possess such medical knowledge, and not just a basic understanding, but a profound one. Chu Ling merely nodded slightly, reluctant to elaborate further, asserting that his knowledge was merely basic, that these emergency procedures were common knowledge. Sun Yingxue, who had been on her way to invite Chu Ling to the hospital, nearly stumbled upon hearing the phrase basic understanding. Is that what you call it? Just a basic understanding? Your acupuncture techniques are merely a basic understanding? And those meticulous emergency medications and rescue recommendations, are they also just basic? Are you trying to mock me? She swore she had recited Chu Ling's merits numerous times to suppress the urge to retaliate. This was incredibly demoralizing. He showed no regard for her feelings at all. Despite her indignation, Sun Yingxue hastened to catch up with Chu Ling, inquiring, aren't you going to the hospital to assist? Your medical skills are so exceptional. If the hospital encounters any challenging procedures, you could undoubtedly be of assistance, correct? After expressing her thoughts, Sun Yingxue gazed at Chu Ling with eager anticipation. She believed her intentions were purely for the benefit of the patients, yet she remained oblivious to her own selfish motives. Deep down, she was simply curious to discover the extent of Chu Ling's untapped potential. Although Sun Yingxue lacked concrete evidence, she felt certain that Chu Ling could indeed offer valuable help, even in a prestigious hospital teeming with experts. Should she manage to persuade Chu Ling to join the hospital as a physician, it would undoubtedly enhance her uncle's reputation as the director of Jinling Hospital. Chu Ling, however, disregarded Sun Yingxue's invitation and instead walked aside to retrieve the medical kit he had previously taken, placing it in her hands while expressing his gratitude. Thank you for the medical kit. Without it, several critically ill patients might have faced severe danger. After his expression of thanks, Chu Ling turned to leave. Observing his departure, Sun Yingxue instinctively blocked his path, asserting, you haven't answered me yet. Come to the hospital with me. As Chu Ling looked at the obstruction in his way, he felt a twinge in his heart. The pose resembled that of an eagle capturing its prey. Faced with the girl, Chu Ling couldn't help but smile. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "The issue at hand is not whether I will go or not, but rather what purpose I would serve there. The doctors at Jinling Hospital are seasoned professionals, adept in their treatments. If I were to join them, our collaboration might not be seamless and could potentially hinder the patient's conditions. Wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, we must place our trust in the expertise of these esteemed doctors. After all, I am merely an amateur. Why should I intrude upon their affairs?" He continued, "In this incident, I have done all that I could. As for the rest, it is up to the fate of those injured. As the saying goes, life and death are determined by destiny." Lastly, he added, "Moreover, they do not compensate me for my efforts. What incentive do I have to go?" Chu Ling's line of questioning pierced Sun Yingshua's heart. His arguments were so sound that had she not been discerning, she might have been easily swayed. What did he mean by being an amateur? If he considered himself one, then what did that make her? Excessive humility often borders on arrogance. And as for the lack of payment, how could he even utter such a thing? Sun Yingxue had observed clearly that the clothes Chu Ling had used as a makeshift cushion were luxurious garments worth tens of millions. His nonchalant attitude at that moment suggested he held no regard for their worth. With such wealth, could he truly be concerned about a trivial consultation fee? Moreover, if he genuinely needed money, she would gladly provide it. Unfortunately, before Sun Yingxue could continue her retort, Chu Ling had already taken hold of Chu Xiaobing and departed. Watching them leave, Sun Yingxue stamped her foot in frustration and angrily made her way toward the car. The driver, not far behind, cautiously inquired, "Miss, where are we headed now?" While speaking, he glanced at Chu Ling's retreating figure. "This man is quite impressive. My young lady is renowned for her poise. Yet he has managed to provoke such a reaction from her. His prowess is notable. Let us visit my uncle," Sun Yingxue had declared as she slid into the back seat of the car. Her uncle was the director of Jinling Hospital, and despite Chu Ling's earlier comments, she still wished to ascertain the condition of the injured. As a doctor at Jinling Hospital herself, albeit on leave today, she recognized that following such an incident, the hospital might be understaffed, so her assistance would be beneficial. She also wished to check on the middle-aged woman who had been revived using silver needles. With thoughts of the silver needles occupying her mind, Sun Yingxue opened the medical kit and retrieved the box containing them. She intended to reclaim the silver needles, a gift crafted by her grandfather for her 18th birthday. As she gazed at the needles, her mind wandered far away until she felt something unusual in her pocket. Upon reaching in, she pulled out 2 crisp red bills. Sun Yingxue exclaimed, "I didn't bring any cash today. How peculiar." Meanwhile, as Chu Ling and Chu Xiaobing settled into their vehicle, he suddenly paused, realizing, wait a minute, those silver needles from that girl are still embedded in the patients, along with the bandages. I should have brought some cash with me. Chu Ling muttered to himself, recognizing that the silver needles appeared to be distinct from ordinary ones, suggesting they were meticulously crafted, which left him feeling somewhat guilty. "What is the matter?" Chu Xiaobing inquired, noticing Chu Ling's expression. Turning to her with a smile, he replied, "It's nothing serious. I just realized that I used that girl's belongings without compensating her. After everything was done, it just came to mind." As he spoke, Chu Xiaobing extended her hand. "What are you doing?" Chu Ling asked, taken aback. "Paying you." Chu Xiaobing chuckled lightly, while that girl was momentarily distracted. "I slipped 200 yuan into her pocket. You truly have a knack for this. Come on, hand me your phone. I'll transfer you the amount." Reluctantly, Chu Ling produced his phone, only to be met with Chu Xiaobing's knowing gaze. "All right, consider it your treat for taking me out today. Now drive. Let us go have some fun." Chu Ling glanced at Chu Xiaobing, noting her still pale complexion, and couldn't help but chuckle at her feigned nonchalance, clearly still shaken. Chapter 32. Fine, it wasn't me. At that moment, within Jinling Hospital, several doctors were gathered around a piece of paper, engaged in discussion. The man leading the conversation was Sun Zi, the director of Jinling Hospital and Sun Yingshue's uncle. The other attendees were prominent surgeons from the hospital. Sun Zi lightly tapped his fingers on the paper before him, stating, "Everyone, take a look at this. It's a fax we just received from the 120 Emergency Center, detailing some preoperative instructions." Preoperative instructions? The lead surgeons initially dismissed it, but as they continued reading, their expressions shifted to alarm. The details were astoundingly comprehensive, addressing key points with precision. Particularly noteworthy was the final note regarding venous access. Had they only discovered this during surgery, it would have consumed an inordinate amount of time. This preoperative preparation could save them a significant amount of time and, in turn, enhance the patient's chances of survival. At that moment, a nurse knocked on the meeting room door and poked her head in, announcing, "The patients have arrived." Sun Zi and the lead surgeons exchanged glances and hurriedly exited the room. As the ambulance doors swung open, several retired soldiers leapt out, disregarding their own injuries, insisting that the doctors attend to the other patients first. Moreover, they assisted the medical staff in transferring patients to beds, demonstrating remarkable dedication that was truly moving. The elderly woman who had suffered a cardiac arrest was gently held by her son, who whispered encouragement into her ear. "Mom, you must pull through. We have many bright days ahead that await your guidance. I'll be right here outside the operating room, waiting for you. Please hold on, all right?" The nurses, recognizing the urgency, urged the soldiers to step aside while swiftly transporting the elderly woman into the operating room. The chief surgeon in the operating room was fully prepared and commenced the procedure after making all necessary arrangements. The operation proceeded with remarkable smoothness, though a light sheen of perspiration had begun to form on the surgeon's forehead. As the nurse wiped the sweat from his brow, the surgeon couldn't help but express his gratitude for the thorough preoperative preparations, remarking how timely they were. Truly, as the note had indicated, without them, the situation could have been dire. The assistant and the nurse exchanged a glance, refraining from uttering a word. It was imperative not to disturb the surgeon while he was engrossed in the operation. However, some light-hearted grievances were bubbling beneath the surface. They had just witnessed the exceptional professionalism of the preoperative arrangements, a clear indication that only a seasoned expert could make such judicious assessments. Not long after, Sun Yingxue arrived at Jinling Hospital, where she too was busily engaged in providing aid to the medical staff. It was only after all the individuals involved in the car accident had received treatment that she finally stretched and changed her clothes to head home. Everyone was utterly exhausted today, and her uncle's family was certainly even busier. She felt it would be inappropriate to intrude. She had already rendered all the assistance she could, and remaining there would bear little significance. As for the condition of the injured, she had inquired through connections and learned that the surgeries had been quite successful, meaning that these individuals had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. However, once she departed, the atmosphere shifted entirely. A group of men found themselves shedding tears, reminiscent of the lyrics that spoke of tasting the bittersweet essence of long-absent tears. Meanwhile, Chu Ling had taken Chu Xiaobing to the banks of the Yangtze River. As they watched the waters of the river surge forward, Chu Ling felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if the unpleasant memories had been swept away by the flowing current. "Xiaobing, do you feel any better?" Chu Ling gently inquired. Yet, after waiting for some time without a response, he turned to glance at Chu Xiaobing, only to discover that she was lost in thought. Realizing that she must have been deeply shaken by the earlier events, he felt a pang of guilt. He should have left her in the car, sparing her the fright. Contemplating this, Chu Ling lightly prodded Chu Xiaobing's arm and asked, "Xiaobing, would you like to watch a comedy? They say that the remedy for a troubled heart is laughter. If one is startled by something gruesome, watching something cheerful might just mend it." Chu Xiaobing blinked, forcing a smile, and replied, "Sure." Seeing her agree, Chu Ling promptly fetched the car and set off towards their destination. As evening approached, Chu Dad and Chu Mom returned home. "Say, Lao Chu, what do you think our daughter cooked for Xiao Chu today?" Chu Mom eagerly speculated even before stepping through the door. Chu Dad, preoccupied with unlocking it, did not respond to his wife's question, only to hear her continue. "I wonder if it turned out well. If the meal was poorly prepared, we might lose such a wonderful son-in-law. Just the thought is disheartening." Chu Mom was genuinely concerned, observing that many of her friends' daughters were already married, while her own exceptional daughter remained single, which troubled her heart. As Chu Dad opened the door and ushered his wife inside, he followed her in, stating, "My daughter takes after me. Her culinary skills are undoubtedly first-rate." Chu Mom retorted, "Are you certain? You, who can't even fry an egg, are boasting?" If Chu Dad had kept quiet, Chu Mom might not have been so anxious, but his words only heightened her concern. Once they changed their shoes and stepped inside, they immediately noticed several plates of food still sitting on the table, untouched. Chu Dad and Chu Mom exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with curiosity. Approaching the table, they observed remnants of food in the dishes, indicating that their daughter and Xiao Chu had shared a meal. Chu Dad smiled at the sight, proudly exclaiming, "Did you see that? I told you my daughter takes after me. Look at these dishes. They are a feast for the eyes, fragrant and flavorful. To be honest, even if you, as her mother, had cooked, you might not have matched her skill." Chu Dad was not exaggerating. He spoke without any bias, asserting that the presentation of the dishes on the table could rival that of a hotel chef, at least of a 5-star caliber. As he spoke, he asked Chu Mom to hand him a pair of chopsticks, eager to taste his daughter's cooking. "I'm riding on the coattails of my future son-in-law just to sample my daughter's culinary creations. I admit, my reputation as a father is rather lacking," Chu Dad lamented, his words drawing laughter from Chu Mom. "Listen to you, so sour. Just wait until our daughter comes back. I'll show you how to tease," she replied, already handing him the chopsticks. Though it was her daughter, Chu Mom hesitated to try the food, questioning how good a first-time cook could really be. The taste was certainly a matter of concern. Chu Dad, however, did not overthink it. He picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and took a bite. The dish had cooled somewhat, but once the meat warmed in his mouth, its true flavor was released. He involuntarily exclaimed, his eyes suddenly sparkling with delight. He felt rejuvenated, nearly leaping from his chair. The flavor was simply exquisite. The chicken was savory and slightly spicy, incredibly delicious. Despite being chicken breast, it was remarkably tender and juicy. Chu Dad could hardly believe it. He quickly took a sip of the cool tea on the table, then grabbed another piece of chicken. This time, the flavor seemed even more robust. The tea had not completely washed away the previous taste. Perhaps it had laid a flavorful foundation, making the second piece even more aromatic and rich. The intense deliciousness tantalized his taste buds, leaving him ravenous. Don't just eat. Tell me how it tastes. Chu Mom watched Chu Dad, who was engrossed in his meal, her heart racing with anticipation. But Chu Dad remained oblivious, shoveling food into his mouth without lifting his head. Chu Mom was taken aback, her irritation mounting. You glutton, eating cold leftovers without a word. Has your tongue frozen? After years of marriage, Chu Mom still felt a pang of concern for her husband, saying, I can't stand your starving beggar routine. If you're really hungry, I can whip up something warm for you. Yet Chu Dad continued to ignore her, focused on his meal, growing increasingly frustrated. Chu Mom snatched the chopsticks from him and took a bite herself. She was taken aback, then immediately carried both plates into the inner room. You're not playing fair. Wait, we should eat together. Chu Dad, disregarding everything else, dashed to the kitchen for a cold steamed bun and rushed into the room. The couple enjoyed their meal with fervor, and soon, the plates were licked clean. Chu Mom gazed at the empty dishes, feeling slightly unsatisfied, and huffed. Well, this little girl has certainly outdone herself. Despite her remarkable culinary skills, she feigns ignorance even when it comes to preparing instant noodles. From now on, let her take charge of all the meals at home. She shows no consideration for her parents' efforts. Mr. Chu, listening from the side, had his eyes sparkling with delight as he nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, my dear wife, such a child must be punished by cooking every day. If every evening after work is filled with such delightful dishes, I can only anticipate a blissful old age. Mr. and Mrs. Chu lost interest in watching television, instead sitting on the sofa to discuss the flavors of the dishes they had just enjoyed, lamenting the fact that the delectable food was not served hot. If only you had hit the brakes in time, we could have warmed the dishes. That would have been the most delightful, Mrs. Chu complained. Mr. Chu chuckled bashfully. He too longed for the warmth of the food, but his hands would not allow it. No worries, once our chef returns, we shall enjoy the meal while it is still warm. Just as they were conversing, a sound near the front door announced the return of Chu Xiaobing. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of her parents standing at the threshold, resembling two solemn guardians, their expressions devoid of emotion, fixated upon her, startling her greatly. Mom, Dad, what are you doing? You scared me to death, Chu Xiaobing said, gently patting her chest in discontent. After exchanging glances, Mrs. Chu instructed, Come in for a moment. Without hesitation, Chu Xiaobing obediently followed her parents into the room. Upon entering, she noticed several gleaming empty plates. Oh, did you eat the leftovers? But if you've cleaned the plates, why leave them here? They should be returned to the kitchen, she inquired, recognizing the plates she had used during lunch. Mrs. Chu smiled slightly. Your father wiped them clean with the buns. Chu Xiaobing thought, is this really my mother and father? I feel compelled to call the authorities. I suspect my parents have been abducted by aliens. Mrs. Chu tapped her fingers on the table, her tone serious. Did you prepare these dishes at noon? The moment Chu Xiaobing heard her parents' inquiry, her complexion shifted noticeably. Recalling her own disheveled appearance from earlier, she found it difficult to confront the truth. Clearing her throat, she sheepishly admitted, Yes, I made them. How were they? Not bad, right? Is it truly you who made them? That is wonderful. Mr. and Mrs. Chu immediately brightened up, even high-fiving in celebration. From now on, you'll be in charge of cooking at home. A promising future awaits. Chu Xiaobing thought, these are definitely not my real parents. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly confessed, All right, I admit it, I didn't cook them. It was Chu Ling who did. Chapter 33, Marrying Off Our Daughter. If she didn't speak the truth, the weight of the family's meals would rest upon her shoulders. While Chu Xiaobing didn't mind helping out at home, she was concerned that her parents' stomachs couldn't handle her culinary preferences. Mr. and Mrs. Chu, however, remained skeptical, believing their daughter was merely trying to conceal her skills. They earnestly replied, Don't hide it. Your father and I could tell immediately. This is clearly a true inheritance of our family. A true inheritance of our family. You could tell? Chu Xiaobing felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Her father was truly bold with his claims. Raising her hands in surrender, she insisted, honestly, it was Chu Ling who prepared it. I can't even cook instant noodles, so how could I possibly create such delicious dishes? After explaining for some time, Mr. and Mrs. Chu exchanged a glance, and their belief began to waver. So it was Xiao Chu who cooked? How many dishes did you make? Mrs. Chu inquired. Her curiosity piqued. We had quite a few. I don't know the names of all the dishes. We ate the best ones for lunch. And what's left is just average, Chu Xiaobing recounted. Mr. and Mrs. Chu were astonished. Is that what you call average? My goodness. The young people today have such discerning tastes. The best ones must be extraordinary. They felt a burning curiosity akin to a cat scratching at their insides. Remembering the sashimi from lunch, Chu Xiaobing asked, Did you have the sashimi? Mr. and Mrs. Chu exchanged bewildered glances, both looking utterly confused. They had only eaten ordinary home-cooked meals. Where was the sashimi? Chu Xiaobing dashed to the dining room, spotting the last remaining plate. The ice sculpture of the cicada had melted, leaving a puddle of water on the plate. There it is, right in there. She pointed at the water. Seeing their parents' puzzled expressions, Chu Xiaobing quickly grabbed chopsticks and fished out a few translucent slices of sashimi, waving them before her parents. See, this is it, Mr. and Mrs. Chu gaped at the nearly transparent slices of fish, astonished at their thinness. These are incredibly thin. In the water, we couldn't see them at all. Chu Xiaobing beamed with pride as she described how Chu Ling had presented the sashimi earlier. If it weren't for Chu Ling serving me, I would have thought I was just eating ice. Mr. and Mrs. Chu paid no mind to their daughter's bragging. They each picked up a slice of sashimi, dipping it in a sauce before tasting it. Without the ice's influence, the fish melted in their mouths. Though it lacked texture, the exquisite flavor was undeniable, nearly causing them to swallow their tongues in delight. This is true delicacy, Mr. and Mrs. Chu exclaimed in unison. Mr. Chu dramatically grasped Chu Xiaobing's hand, his expression earnest. This son-in-law of ours is worthy. Marrying off our daughter requires no dowry, just a sincere heart. Mrs. Chu nodded in agreement, indeed. If he can come over to cook for us, our daughter can take him home. Chu Xiaobing thought, these are definitely not my parents. My parents love me dearly. How could they trade their daughter for mere culinary satisfaction? The moment she returned home, something felt off. Her parents had surely been swapped. The three of them sat on the sofa, conversing, when suddenly Mr. Chu glanced at a news alert on his phone. Look at this news story. There was a terrible car accident today on the Yangtze River Bridge. Mr. Chu continued to stare at his phone, completely oblivious to the fact that Chu Xiaobing's face had gone ashen. The news also mentions a heroic rescuer at the scene, driving a Bugatti. The moment they heard the word Bugatti, Mr. and Mrs. Chu froze, instinctively glancing at Chu Xiaobing. Noticing her pale complexion, they quickly inquired, Was it you who saved someone today? Chu Xiaobing nodded slightly, recounting the day's events and extolling Chu Ling's remarkable composure during the crisis. Mr. and Mrs. Chu were left in shock. This Xiao Chu is indeed a remarkable individual. They never expected that Chu Ling was not only wealthy and skilled in cooking, but also adept in medicine. He was undoubtedly the perfect choice for a son-in-law. Exchanging knowing glances, Mr. and Mrs. Chu grew increasingly fond of Chu Ling. Mrs. Chu, noticing her daughter's pale face, felt a pang of sympathy. She gently wrapped an arm around her daughter's shoulders, comforting her softly. Silly girl, do not be afraid. You have done remarkably well today. You are truly impressive. If your mother were here, not only would she be busy making phone calls and caring for the injured, she might even be paralyzed with shock on the spot. Let us sleep together tonight. Do not fear. Chu Xiaobing felt her mother's concern and smiled sweetly. All right. It has been a long time since I shared a bed with my mother. After saying this, she playfully winked at her father, who was left alone to guard the empty house. Chu's father rolled his eyes at her. They say daughters are like a warm, comforting quilt, but in his case, it felt more like a prickly cotton ball. It was infuriating that she even had to compete with him for his wife. With such thoughts, Chu's father found himself eagerly anticipating the day his daughter would be married off, though he was merely jesting. Meanwhile, son Ingxue, having finished attending to her patients, hurried back to a villa nestled halfway up the majestic Jinling Zhengshe mountain. As she stepped inside, she spotted an elderly man meticulously preparing medicine. The old man, clad in a pristine white robe, buttoned up perfectly, wore an expression of utmost seriousness, reflecting his dedication. The moment son Ingxue saw him, her face lit up with a radiant smile as she exclaimed, Grandfather, you haven't rested yet? Sun Dihai turned at the familiar call, asking, Xiaoxue, you are back. You have returned rather late today. I was attending to patients at the hospital and lost track of time. Sun Ingxue replied with a grin, Grandfather, has uncle returned yet? Sun Dihai waved his hand dismissively, not yet. Earlier, he called to say there was an issue at the hospital and would be home a bit later. You know how it is. Ever since he became the director, he has been working day and night. Do not worry about him. Xiaoxue, have you eaten? If not, I will prepare something for you. The old man's face softened with a smile as he looked at his eldest granddaughter, his lips curving upward involuntarily. Just as the pair was conversing, the door swung open. Sun Yingxue turned her gaze towards the sound and found her uncle, wearied and haggard. Chapter 34. Grandfather. That was not my doing. Sun Zi was dressed in tailored trousers and a V-neck sweater, the collar of his shirt standing stiffly. The top button, typically fastened, had come undone at some point, accentuating the exhaustion etched around his eyes. Uncle, you must be utterly exhausted today, Sun Yingxue inquired with concern, hastily pouring a glass of water and handing it to him. Sun Zi accepted the water, responding with a weary grunt, barely mustering the energy to speak. Observing his son's fatigue, the elderly man chose not to comment further. Instead, he rose to the kitchen, bringing forth a warm meal that had been kept hot. Beckoning Sun Zi and Sun Yingxue to sit down and eat something before resting, lest they harm their stomachs. As doctors dedicated to saving lives, they often received calls in the dead of night, summoned to perform surgeries. The Sun family had a long lineage of physicians, thus they harbored no complaints. However, the kitchen in the Sun household was always simmering with a pot of soup and a meal kept warm. The old man remained at the table with the two of them, waiting until they finished eating before turning to Sun Zi and asking, "Eldest son, why did you return so late today?" "A severe car accident occurred at the Yangtze River Bridge, and I was engaged in rescue operations until now. I nearly collapsed from exhaustion," Sun Zi replied after eating a bit, finally regaining some of his strength. He cast a glance at Sun Yingxue, still sipping her soup, and a smile crept upon his lips as he addressed the old man. "But speaking of which, today was truly thanks to Xiaoxue. If she hadn't been there, I fear several lives would not have been saved." "Oh, Xiaoxue has become quite accomplished." The old man was momentarily taken aback, urging his son to elaborate on the situation. At this point, Sun Yingxue set her bowl down, looking bewildered at her uncle, pouting as she asked, "Uncle, why do you say that? What did I do?" She had indeed been helping at the hospital today, but she had only attended to simple cases. It was far from the grand claims her uncle was making. Sun Zi, noticing her confusion, couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he remarked, "Xiaoxue, why do you still exhibit such modesty? You were certainly present at the accident scene today, weren't you?" Sun Yingxue nodded in acknowledgement. Sun Zi turned to the old man, stating, "During a meeting at the hospital today, I received a fax from the 120 Emergency Center. It detailed the equipment and medications we needed to prepare, even including ice caps for cooling the head. Moreover, it provided pre-operative preparations based on the assessment of the scene. At that moment, I wondered who could remain so composed and collected in such circumstances." The old man widened his eyes, forgetting the cup of tea in his hand as he laughed. "You mean, it was Xiaoxue who did all this?" If it were indeed his granddaughter, it would mark a significant transformation for her, as the theory she learned in books would be far too superficial compared to practical experience. While she was well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine, in terms of Western medicine, she had only just graduated and begun her journey at Jinling Hospital, lacking the experience compared to her skills in traditional medicine. Sun Zi gently patted the old man's hand, signaling him to remain patient as he had yet to finish his account. "Can you guess what I saw when the patient was brought to the emergency room?" Sun Zi, knowing the old man was anxious, directly provided the answer. "I saw the silver needles on the patient were from the set you gifted to Xiaoxue." Sun Zi was known for his meticulous nature. Had it not been for such evident evidence, he would not have hastily drawn conclusions. The conditions of those patients were perilous. Had it not been for the timely use of silver needles to stop the bleeding and the appropriate emergency care, they would have likely suffered fatal blood loss en route. Moreover, the acupoint control and strength of the silver needles were executed to perfection. Even I would struggle to achieve such a standard. Furthermore, Xiaoxue's pre-operative reminders were incredibly timely, allowing us to be thoroughly prepared before surgery, stabilizing their conditions. Were it not for that, they might not have even made it off the operating table. Even if they were fortunate enough to survive the surgery, they would likely end up in a vegetative state. Sun Zi spoke with fervor while the old man listened, especially captivated by his son's remark that even he might not reach such a standard. The weight of that statement was significant, as the eldest son was renowned for his mastery of traditional Chinese medicine, having practiced for decades. For him to utter such words was no trifling matter. The next generation of the Sun family had indeed found a worthy successor. Such an exemplary child truly surpassed expectations. Sun Zi reached out to ruffle Sun Yingxue's hair, exclaiming, "Xiaoxue, you are truly remarkable now. No wonder you are the product of your grandfather's teachings. Splendid, simply splendid." The old man listened with delight, gulping down his tea and bursting into laughter. "Well done, Xiaoxue. You have performed excellently. Our family's motto is to always remember the benevolence of a healer. Your ability to achieve this fills your grandfather with immense pride." Sun Zi pulled out a box from his pocket, revealing the very silver needles gifted to Sun Yingxue. He formally presented the needles to her, his gaze filled with approval. Sun Yingxue's cheeks flushed crimson. She was acutely aware that everything her uncle had mentioned was not her doing. Yet, witnessing the excitement of her grandfather and uncle, the truth lodged like a thorn in her throat, refusing to escape. Dad, I am too exhausted today. I shall retire for a while. She informed Sun Zi and the old man, as she might need to return to the hospital later that night. I will go take a nap. Go ahead, they urged. The elderly gentleman watched his eldest son ascend the stairs, a cheerful smile illuminating his face as he settled at the dining table, savoring his tea. His eyes crinkled into crescent shapes. Observing her grandfather's demeanor, Sun Yingxue felt a profound ache in her heart. After much internal turmoil, she resolved to lay bare the truth to him. One may gradually learn the art of medicine, but one's character must remain unblemished. Having come to this realization, Sun Yingxue took a seat beside her grandfather and spoke in a voice softer than a whisper. Grandfather, what transpired today was not my doing. It was Sun Yingxue recounted her outing in meticulous detail, particularly emphasizing the miraculous treatment administered by Chu Ling, how he staunched the bleeding, how he performed acupuncture, and how he utilized his fists to substitute for a defibrillator to save the patient. Grandfather, when Chu Ling called for an ambulance, he simultaneously carried out CPR while swiftly relaying critical instructions. I was utterly astonished. How can there exist such an extraordinary individual in this world? She marveled at his remarkable techniques and skills, a master of both traditional Chinese and Western medicine, far surpassing her capabilities. As she spoke, her head lowered further, nearly resembling a timid ostrich. Grandfather, do you think I have been too conceited in the past? I am truly disheartened today, and I find myself questioning my own abilities. Her voice was muffled, mirroring her current melancholic state. Upon hearing his granddaughter's account, the elderly gentleman fell silent for a moment. Even at his advanced age, Sun Dihai was taken aback by Chu Ling's astonishing capabilities. This young man was indeed formidable. However, this did not diminish the excellence of his own granddaughter. Gently resting his hand on Sun Yingshue's shoulder, his voice steady and kind, he reassured her, Little Snow, heed your grandfather's words. Your accomplishments are already commendable. Sun Dihai had always held his granddaughter in high regard. She had persevered through hardships since childhood, possessing a nimble mind and impeccable character. She had always sailed smoothly through life, never having faced setbacks. In this light, Sun Dihai perceived Chu Ling's emergence as a timely reminder for his granddaughter. A clarion call awakening her to the realities of the world, which he deemed a fortunate event. Little Snow, do you remember what I've told you since you were small? There are always greater talents beyond our own. And the world of traditional Chinese medicine is not limited to our family alone. From what you've said, he may well be a descendant of a prestigious medical lineage. Who would have thought he is also so well-versed in Western medicine? It seems that contemporary medical families, like ours, are all in pursuit of transformation. Sun Dihai's words eventually prompted Sun Yingxue to raise her head. He continued to ponder aloud, a hint of confusion in his tone. Yet, among the few families I know, it seems there are no suitable heirs, and I have certainly not heard of any exceptionally gifted young practitioners. Could it be that someone from an esteemed medical family has come to Jinling? Sun Yingxue, striving to recall Chu Ling's characteristics, suddenly exclaimed, Ah, grandfather, Chu Ling possesses extraordinary strength. The patient he treated with silver needles was originally trapped beneath a bus. She briefly summarized the rescue process. Sun Dihai's expression shifted, a hint of anxiety creeping in as he pressed. Are you certain he lifted such a heavy vehicle? Sun Yingxue nodded emphatically, her conviction unwavering. The bus had remained immobile until he intervened. Sun Dihai chuckled softly, looking at his granddaughter with a smile. Little Snow, you are indeed fortunate to have encountered someone with a lineage of mastery. Lineage of mastery? Sun Yingxue questioned, her face a mask of confusion. Grandfather, what does that mean? The elderly gentleman sighed, acknowledging that even he had merely heard of such extraordinary individuals, never having encountered one personally. These individuals are exceedingly rare. Yet each one is a true dragon among men. I learned this from my grandfather. There indeed exist ancient martial lineages within Huaxia, known for their martial arts traditions. Their disciples undergo rigorous training from a young age, developing immense strength through disciplined practice and techniques. However, such individuals are seldom seen today. They either live in seclusion or serve in the military. As he spoke, a glimmer of yearning crossed his face. Sun Yingxue, absorbing her grandfather's words, found herself bewildered. Ancient martial traditions? Immense strength? It all sounded like a tale from a storybook. Grandfather, do such people truly exist in the world? She asked, unable to believe it. Sun Dihai laughed heartily. Today, as children know far too little. Do you think legends like Lu Bu's might are mere exaggerations? Throughout history, many formidable generals have been trained in such lineages. While tales of flying through the air may have elements of embellishment, they are rooted in reality. With each explanation, Sun Yingxue felt her established worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. If such beings exist, then grandfather, do they possess true energy or something similar? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at him. Sun Dihai nearly found himself exasperated by her question. This child has undoubtedly been led astray by certain novels. He playfully flicked her forehead, satisfied by her yelp of surprise before he slowly replied, True energy? Have you been reading too many fantasy novels? If such power existed, would Huaxia have suffered so grievously? A few reclusive masters could have easily turned the tide against our enemies. Reflecting on the past's harrowing events, Sun Dihai sighed deeply. Those martial families had dwindled due to their involvement in the wars. Some had not even had the chance to pass on their legacies before meeting their demise. Countless treasures of knowledge had been lost through the years. Little Snow, have you heard of the Taoist sects? They have a guiding principle. In chaotic times, Taoists enter the world to help others. In prosperous times, they retreat to cultivate in solitude. In truth, most ancient martial families adhere to this principle, which is why many have faded from existence. Those individuals, armed with their skills and a heart to save the world, resolutely joined the fight. Sun Dihai sighed again, reflecting, were it not for such guiding principles, these hidden families would not have suffered such a depletion of talent, remaining largely unknown. As Sun Yingxue listened, she finally began to grasp the weight of her grandfather's words, feeling a deep sense of admiration for those predecessors. Grandfather, is Chu Ling truly from a hidden family? Balancing physical training with medical skills must be incredibly arduous, right? And didn't you say they tend to live in seclusion? How did Chu Ling learn Western medicine? Surely he couldn't have taught himself? Sun Yingxue continued to press for answers, her curiosity unabated, until nightfall arrived and she reluctantly retreated to bed. Observing his granddaughter's weary expression, Sun Dihai felt an indescribable pang of sorrow. His precious granddaughter had hardly uttered a word that did not revolve around that young man. With a heavy heart, he sighed, lamenting that a girl grows up too quickly, especially when her gaze is filled with genuine admiration. Ah well. Meanwhile, having seen off Chu Xiaobing, Chu Ling drove back home. Today he truly felt the weight of exhaustion after a long day. He hurriedly took a refreshing shower, and soon, a sense of relaxation enveloped him. It was as if he had been rejuvenated. Sitting on the sofa, Chu Ling reflected on the day's life-saving endeavors. Thoroughly pleased with the medical skills he had acquired through the system. The quality of the system's offerings is undeniably exquisite, as it has not deceived me. In the next moment, a luminous screen suddenly appeared. Please complete today's check-in. Check-in, Chu Ling silently recited, and in an instant, a beam of golden light radiated forth. Chapter 35, A Few Treatment Sessions? Congratulations, the host has acquired a 30% stake in Rolls-Royce. Shares in Rolls-Royce. This check-in reward was beyond Chu Ling's expectations, evoking a sense of novelty within him. However, he quickly cast this thought aside, recalling that after a day of leisure, the fish in the villa were likely hungry. The fish food rested on the shelf adjacent to the aquarium, and Chu Ling casually grabbed a can. Leaning forward to observe the blood parrot cichlid, the fish swam freely within the tank, undeterred by Chu Ling's presence, and even seemed to swim with a bit more vigor. Is it hungry? Observing the bright red scales of the blood parrot, Chu Ling felt a surge of delight. An adult blood parrot's coloration gradually transitions from golden yellow to a vibrant orange-red, a hue that persists until around the age of 8 or 9. As it matures further, the color deepens to a rich crimson, marking the completion of its color transformation. The fish before Chu Ling had reached its most aesthetically pleasing stage, resembling a gem of blood jade, truly a sight to behold. At the 2004 International Fish Exhibition, a blood parrot was auctioned for $600,000, approximately 5 million yuan. Having seen a photograph of that fish, Chu Ling felt that it bore a striking resemblance to the one before him. With a cheerful demeanor, he poured the fish food into the aquarium, consisting of live shrimp, a perfect portion for a meal. The blood parrot swiftly devoured 2 shrimp in one gulp, relishing its feast. After admiring the fish for a while, Chu Ling proceeded to check on the large alligator turtle he had been nurturing. The turtle resided in the villa's fish pond, and to promote its growth, Chu Ling had prepared fresh fish, shrimp, and premium beef for it. The alligator turtle had a formidable jaw capable of consuming large chunks of food in a single bite. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Ling had overfed it with additional beef. Playfully watching as the turtle feasted at the bottom of the water, he found himself experiencing a paternal instinct, subconsciously believing that the more meat it consumed, the faster and healthier it would grow. Once he had finished feeding the fish, he recalled the prized flowers and plants he was tending to, realizing it was time to tend to them as well. Watering, trimming excess leaves, and checking the soil's condition were all part of the process. Caring for plants was not particularly challenging. It simply required a measure of patience. After several hours of diligent work, Chu Ling couldn't help but internally lament. No wonder the wealthy retire to villas. After a whirlwind of activities, half the day had already passed. and time seemed to fly by. All right. It was as if a thought struck him. He muttered to himself, the bank cards I sent to my parents should have arrived by now, wouldn't they? Having experienced a decline in family fortune since childhood, this should bring joy to my parents. However, Chu Ling was somewhat unclear about the reasons behind their financial struggles. Whenever he inquired, his mother would deftly sidestep the topic. Perhaps he would delve into it at a later time. Meanwhile, at the Rolls-Royce Jinling branch, the general manager received a phone call. Upon hearing the contents of the call, his expression drastically changed, and he sprang up from his office chair. After hanging up, he immediately summoned his secretary, instructing, inform everyone, all department heads and above, to convene for a meeting at once. The secretary, not daring to delay, hurried off to notify the senior staff of the meeting. When the executives arrived in the conference room and saw the serious expression on the general manager's face, their initial inclination to inquire about the situation was quickly suppressed. The general manager surveyed the assembled individuals and stated directly, let us cut to the chase. I just received notification from headquarters that a major shareholder of the Rolls-Royce Group is located right here in Jinling. Although the shareholders' information has yet to be disseminated, everyone must prepare for their inspection visit. Understood? Thus, Director Bai and I will be paying a visit to this major shareholder shortly. Following the general manager's statement, everyone's gaze shifted to a woman seated on his left. The attendees had no objections to the general manager's choice of Director Bai as his companion. After all, not only was she strikingly beautiful with an impressive physique, but her professional capabilities were also widely acknowledged. Her individual performance was the highest within the Jinling branch. Such a talented individual was not only competent, but also well regarded in terms of interpersonal relations. The others were reluctant to voice any dissent, as the opportunity to meet a major shareholder was undeniably a positive prospect. Having a figure of such influence in their corner would undoubtedly make their endeavors within the group more manageable. The potential to navigate the corporate landscape with ease was enticing. Yet the matter bore its risks. If one served the major shareholder well, it could lead to great convenience and numerous benefits. However, failing to meet expectations or inadvertently offending the shareholder could jeopardize one's standing within the group. Thus, the executives preferred to remain cautious, observing the situation before taking action, ensuring they retained their current positions and jobs. The Rolls-Royce Jinling branch boasted excellent benefits and relatively relaxed work conditions, a coveted position that many envied. After noting the general manager's directives, the other executives gradually exited the conference room, leaving only Director Bai behind to await further instructions. The general manager glanced at his watch, signaling to Director Bai to wait a moment. He then took out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly and with utmost respect. The general manager spoke. Hello, is this Mr. Chu? I am Du Jianzheng, the general manager of the Rolls-Royce Jinling branch. I was wondering if you might have a moment for me to pay you a personal visit. Would that be acceptable? After speaking, the general manager held his breath, his heart racing with anticipation as he awaited Chu Ling's response. It was, after all, his first time speaking with this major shareholder, and he was uncertain of the individual's temperament. The general manager felt a twinge of nervousness. It felt as though an eternity had passed when, at last, Chu Ling's voice came through the line. Sure, you can come over. I will send you the address shortly. Thank you, I appreciate it. The general manager finally ended the call, exhaling deeply and taking a few calming breaths to steady his excited heart. The response was affirmative. This marked a perfect first step forward. Director Bai, observing the scene, noticed a fine sheen of sweat on the general manager's forehead. Furthermore, the tremor in his voice during the call had not escaped her attention. She was taken aback, as she had worked alongside the general manager for several years and was well aware of his character. He is undoubtedly a person of remarkable composure, unruffled even in the face of calamity, which explains how he attained the position of general manager. I never anticipated that a mere phone call today would induce such anxiety. It is evident how esteemed the individual on the other end of the line is. The general manager swiftly regained his composure, meticulously adjusted his attire, and summoned Director Bai to accompany him. Meanwhile, Chu Ling, after sending the address, hardly paid the matter any mind. With nothing particularly pressing to do, he opened a live streaming application and fortuitously stumbled upon Wan Er's broadcast, joining in. Wan Er's backstage received a notification. User, Ling Yun, has entered the live stream. Upon recognizing Ling Yun's account, her eyes sparkled with delight. Oh, it's Brother Ling. Everyone, let us give him a warm welcome. Many of the viewers, ardent fans, were deeply impressed by this prominent figure and quickly joined in the chorus of greetings. A lavish gift of 100,000 was bestowed by a wealthy patron driving a Bugatti. Such a benefactor must be cherished indeed. As Wan beheld the flurry of 666 comments, she turned to the avatar of Chu Ling and inquired, Brother Ling, I saw on the news today that a hero who saved lives was driving a Bugatti Veyron. That must be you, right? The mention of the Bugatti Veyron instantly reminded her of Chu Ling, for such a luxury vehicle is rare, especially in Jinling. Aside from Chu Ling, she truly couldn't think of another. Chu Ling's account had been designated as a room administrator by Wanner, allowing his messages to display prominently in the center of the screen. "Yes, it is I," he replied, and his message immediately floated to the forefront. As it circled the live stream before vanishing, the entire atmosphere turned electric, erupting into excitement. "Oh my goodness, I've captured the legendary healer," exclaimed a viewer. "Brother Ling, please grant us your attention." The news reported that it was due to an unnamed hero's timely intervention that several retired soldiers' families were spared. "Surely, your wealth stems from your healing prowess, right? Is it true you can help me? I'd like to request half an hour of acupuncture, if possible." "Brother Ling, I have but one request, day after day." Another chimed in. "Careful up there, you might just sleep yourself to death. Watch out for organ damage. Don't come back smoking." Observing these peculiar demands, Chu Ling smirked wickedly and typed, "Actually, I excel at massage." Wanner, slightly baffled by his response, replied, "Massage? Isn't that just for wellness? How could it possibly cure anything? I recall you mentioning you were so poor you could barely afford to eat, practically starving the bear. That ailment of yours can indeed be remedied with massage. When you come to see me, I'll ensure 3 sessions will guarantee your revival. How does that sound?" Chu Ling typed swiftly, sending his message in mere seconds. As it floated on the screen, the chat room fell eerily silent. In the next moment, it was as if a glitch occurred on the screen, with a barrage of LSP comments flooding the chat. "Damn it, I knew this ride felt off. This isn't a school bus for toddlers at all." Indeed, he was a seasoned driver. The vehicle sped along smoothly, and before I realized I was on board, we had already arrived. "Brother Ling, due to your excessive speed, your driving license has been revoked. Raise your hands." At first, Wanner was taken aback, but as she witnessed the rapidly scrolling comments, clarity dawned upon her. "Brother Ling, you truly are a LSP," she playfully admonished, though her eyes sparkled with mischief, prompting another wave of discussion among the audience. Fans eagerly noted that their beloved host had been utterly captivated by this prominent figure, pouting with feigned anger. Wanner pulled out her phone, declaring, "Humph, I'm upset now, so I'm going to unleash my wrath." The familiar sound of Timmy echoed as she decided to stream some gaming content. After all, she was an esports host and couldn't stray too far from her duties. After watching Wanner showcase her skills for a while, the doorbell rang. Chu Ling approached the door and answered, discovering it was a query call from the security at Tianlong Bay. "Mr. Chu, someone wishes to visit you. Should I grant them access?" "Yes, allow them entry," Chu Ling replied before hanging up. With Chu Ling's permission, the security guard led the way for the 2 visitors, with the general manager and director by following closely behind in their vehicles. Being natives of Jinling, they were well aware of the prestigious Tianlong Bay Villa District. It was renowned, and many had visited, spreading tales of its splendor far and wide. However, hearsay pales in comparison to first-hand experience. Upon entering, they were struck by the undeniable luxury of the premier villa enclave, the wide roads leading to the area and the meticulously designed landscapes within it. Even the greenery in the communal spaces were of exceedingly rare tree species. Numerous grand and stunning trees left them at a loss for names. Moreover, a man-made creek meandered through the villa district, as water symbolizes wealth in feng shui. With water flowing past the entrance, prosperity naturally follows. The general manager, keenly aware of such matters, gazed upon the arrangement with admiration, remarking on the exceptional feng shui. "That building over there is Villa Number 1. The security guard indicated before turning to leave. The general manager and director stood gazing toward Villa Number 1, momentarily awestruck. Positioned at the very heart of the villa district, the standalone mansion resembled a beauty glancing back amidst a throng, instantly recognizable. Their major shareholder resided in the crown jewel of Tianlong Bay, worth over $1 billion. While this was entirely consistent with the valuation of a Rolls-Royce shareholder, the presence of such a top-tier magnate nearby elicited a bittersweet thrill. Chu Ling awaited them at the entrance of the villa, prompting the general manager and director to hastily park their vehicle and approach. "Director it's imperative we cultivate a good relationship with this major shareholder, understood?" The general manager reiterated anxiously, imparting careful instructions to Director Bai. Director Bai nodded, "Yes, I understand." At that moment, they observed Chu Ling emerging from the villa. The general manager quickened his pace and, before reaching Chu Ling, extended his hand in reverence, saying, "Good day, Mr. Chu. I am the general manager of the Jinling branch with whom you were previously in contact. It is truly a pleasure to meet you." After the general manager had completed his greeting, it was now Director Bai's turn. Bai Yun. She lifted her gaze, her smile abruptly freezing in place as she stared at Chu Ling for a prolonged moment before finally uttering, "It's you?" The general manager's expression shifted in surprise. Initially prepared to reprimand Director Bai for her lack of decorum. However, Upon reflection, he felt a surge of joy and turned to Bai Yun with a beaming smile. Director Bai, do you know Mr. Chu? Chu Ling smiled back at Bai Yun. Yes, I suppose we are acquainted. Upon receiving Chu Ling's affirmative response, the general manager's eyes gleamed with delight. He inwardly mused, indeed, Director Bai is my lucky charm. Not only does she excel at her job, but she also knows our major shareholder. Surely, our future endeavors will be smooth sailing. Let us proceed inside, Chu Ling suggested, beckoning the two to follow him into the villa. In the courtyard, his Bugatti Veyron was parked casually. Upon sighting the luxury vehicle, the general manager's lips twitched involuntarily. It was astonishing that such a top-tier luxury car was not kept as a collectible, but rather used as a means of transportation. Indeed, the life of a wealthy individual is marked by audacity. As Chu Ling walked ahead, the general manager and Bai Yun marveled at the rare flowers in the garden, rendered speechless by their exquisite beauty. Truly, a top-tier tycoon is evident in the delicate flora they cultivate. The two followed Chu Ling into the villa, where the opulent interior left the general manager too daunted to take a seat. The lavishness was overwhelming. He felt akin to Lu Lao, gazing in wonder at everything around him. Standing on either side of Chu Ling, the general manager and Bai Yun conversed about the operations of the Jinling branch. They articulated the company's status with clarity, providing Chu Ling with a comprehensive understanding. Mr. Chu, are there any specific documents you wish to delve deeper into? The general manager inquired earnestly. I can provide you with the financial statements and quarterly reports whenever you need them for your review. After all, as a major shareholder, your authority is paramount. Please, take a seat, both of you. Let us converse at a leisurely pace, Chu Ling remarked, observing the two flanking him like guardians. And he could not help but feel a bit uncomfortable. No, Mr. Chu, you are far too gracious. The general manager insisted, declining to sit. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed a unique aura about Chu Ling. Despite his youth, there was something that commanded respect. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he turned to Bai Yun and said, Mr. Chu, since you are acquainted with our director Bai, she will serve as your secretary in addition to her role as our branch director. You may delegate any tasks to her. Bai Yun, taken aback, thought, I feel as if I have been sold. Before Chu Ling could respond, the general manager began instructing Bai Yun in front of him. Director Bai, you must assist Mr. Chu well and perform this job diligently, understood? Rest assured, I will request a salary increase for you when I return. Your compensation will be commensurate with your duties. His primary concern was ensuring that this major shareholder was satisfied, even if it meant granting Bai Yun the same salary as himself. Citing other matters at the company, the general manager prepared to leave, but Bai Yun attempted to follow him. Director Bai, stay here and discuss work with Mr. Chu. I shall take my leave, he instructed, leaving Bai Yun utterly speechless. Did the general manager just abandon her here? This peculiar feeling, was it akin to being thrust into the jaws of a tiger? Yet, realizing she had no choice but to stay, Bai Yun resolved to fulfill her responsibilities. She stood beside Chu Ling and asked, Mr. Chu, is there anything I can assist you with? Chu Ling glanced at her playfully and said, didn't I mention? You are destined for great things, aren't you? Chapter 37, The Cousin Arrives. In the blink of an eye, she became his secretary. Bai Yun instantly grasped Chu Ling's insinuation, recalling the incident at the parking lot when her button had popped off. Destined for greatness. Surely he could not be referring to that incident. The memory made her fair cheeks flush a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Noticing her embarrassment, Chu Ling decided to refrain from teasing her further. Instead, he took out his phone and added Bai Yun as a WeChat contact. While annotating her details, he remarked, I'll reach out to you if I require anything. All right, she replied. They engaged in light conversation for a while, during which Bai Yun gradually warmed up to Chu Ling, shedding her initial shyness and breaking into smiles intermittently. After some time, as the hour grew late, Bai Yun confirmed that Chu Ling had no further tasks for her and took her leave. How could it be him? She pondered while driving home, reflecting on the earlier events. Her impression of Chu Ling from their previous encounter in the parking lot was still vivid. He was a clean-cut young man, handsome and possessing a pleasant demeanor. She recalled spilling coffee on him and felt she owed him a new outfit. However, Bai Yun could never have anticipated that they would meet again in such a manner. Upon returning home, she opened WeChat, contemplating what to chat about with Chu Ling. Yet, as she considered it, a wave of shyness washed over her. Just as she was about to message him, the general manager called. Director Bai, there is something I need to inform you about. After bidding farewell to Bai Yun, Chu Ling was preparing for bed when he received a message from her. Mr. Chu, do you have time tomorrow? The board of directors has sent some gifts for you, which should arrive in Huaxia. If they were ordinary items, Bai Yun would handle it. After all, she was now Chu Ling's nominal secretary. However, since these gifts were from the board, it was only appropriate for Chu Ling to receive them personally. Adding a sense of ceremony, and honoring the board's sentiments. Chu Ling did not ponder it deeply and replied, "Let us discuss it tomorrow." If he had no other engagements, he would accept the delivery. After sending the message, he placed his phone on the bedside table and prepared for sleep. Meanwhile, on a train heading from Jiangcheng to Jinling, a number of youthful boys and girls, brimming with vitality, gathered in groups, some chatting while others played games. This was their first and last trip together before embarking on their separate paths, and each one cherished it deeply. This journey held profound significance for them. A collective excursion at 18 would be etched in their memories forever. Unlike the raucous groups around her, a girl with a bobbed haircut sat quietly, her eyes glued to her phone screen, a dreamy smile gracing her lips. The screen displayed her chat with Chu Ling. This girl was none other than Chu Ling's cousin, Chu Mingming. Dressed in denim overalls paired with a white t-shirt, she exuded youthful charm and cuteness. Her fair face bore a hint of baby fat, and when she smiled, two shallow dimples appeared. Her doe-like eyes sparkled with warmth and friendliness, embodying the spirit of a delightful neighbor. "Hey, little silly girl, what are you smiling about all by yourself? Did something joyful happen?" her roommate, Zhang Lei, inquired, munching on a bag of open potato chips while peering at Chu Mingming's phone screen. "Nothing much," Chu Mingming replied, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "I told my cousin that I would be arriving in a few days, but I'm wondering what his expression will be when he sees me tomorrow. Hee. With this surprise visit, I might even meet my future cousin-in-law." As she spoke, her excitement grew, and the dimples on her cheeks deepened. "My cousin is so handsome. Surely his future wife will be a stunning beauty as well. Just thinking about it makes me so eager." Zhang Lei rolled her eyes, crumpling the chip bag and tossing it into the trash. "You little rascal, you're being quite mischievous. Hurry and get some sleep. We should arrive in Jinling by morning." This girl, clearly lost in her own whimsical thoughts, hasn't even heard the announcements reminding everyone to switch to night mode. With that, she took hold of Chu Mingming's hand and led her towards their sleeping quarters. Chu Mingming, brimming with excitement and devoid of any trace of drowsiness, lay on her bunk, lost in a flurry of thoughts. It had been over a year since she last saw her cousin, and she was curious about how he was faring now. How wonderful it was that she would finally see him tomorrow. This trip to Jinling was orchestrated with her classmates primarily to reunite with Chu Ling. The enjoyment was secondary. As she tossed and turned, Zhang Lei, who overheard her restlessness, couldn't help but tease, "What's wrong? Afraid your cousin might have a girlfriend and not take you out?" "Never." Chu Mingming's head emerged from beneath the covers as she whispered in a conspiratorial tone, "My cousin has always cherished me since we were little. Even if he has a girlfriend, that won't change." Filled with unwavering confidence in her cousin, she reminisced about how he always took her along on his outings. All right. You are the little princess, we get it," Zhang Lei replied, keeping her voice low to avoid disturbing the other classmates. She then pulled out her phone and began to chat with Chu Mingming via WeChat, allowing the two girls to unleash their excitement through a flurry of images and messages. Eventually, Zhang Lei succumbed to sleep, her phone illuminating the dim space. With a soft sigh, Chu Mingming walked over and tucked the phone under Zhang Lei's pillow before returning to her own bed. Whether it was the unfamiliar bed or her heightened excitement, it took a while before she drifted into a hazy slumber. The next morning, while Chu Mingming was still lost in her dreams, a few of her roommates called out to her, "Mingming, wake up. We're about to reach the Yangtze River Bridge." Having gone to bed quite late, she was still in a groggy state and reluctantly sat up, mumbling, "What's so special about the Yangtze River Bridge? Jiangxing has one too." Before she could finish her sentence, a yawn escaped her. Zhang Lei, casting a sideways glance at her, exhaled in exasperation, "It's not the same. Come see for yourself. From here, the Yangtze looks entirely different." Despite her skepticism, Chu Mingming's body betrayed her as she turned to look out the window. There lay the expansive Yangtze River, appearing far more dynamic from their vantage point than it ever did in Jiangxing. She could even see several fishing boats at work, with fishermen occasionally strolling barefoot on the decks, an ordinary scene, yet it felt fascinating when viewed from a train. There are so many fun and delicious places in Jinling. Where should we go first? Zhang Lei's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and her mouth nearly watered at the thought. The classmates enthusiastically debated their options, with some suggesting the Confucius Temple, while more preferred to drop off their luggage at the hotel and rest before exploring. Chu Mingming, however, remained silent, her gaze fixed on the Yangtze River Bridge, aware that their train would soon arrive at the station. She pulled out her phone, ready to call Chu Ling. Noticing her urgency, a roommate casually inquired, "Mingming, does your cousin have a job now?" Chu Mingming, uncertain, replied, "He graduated this year. He should be looking for a job." "Oh, which school did he graduate from?" A classmate interjected, intrigued by their conversation. Having just completed their college entrance exams, they were beginning to ponder their future paths. Chu Mingming hesitated before confessing, "My cousin didn't do well on the exams. He attends the Jinling Business Vocational College." Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the group, as they were taken aback, unsure of how to respond. The Jinling Business Vocational College was merely a junior college, not even comparable to a third-tier institution. What kind of promising career could a graduate from there hope to secure? To ease the awkwardness, Zhang Lei cleared her throat and declared, "I've met Chu Ling. He's quite handsome, you know. You can see for yourselves later." The mention of a handsome guy sent the nearby girls into a flurry of excitement. Their curiosity piqued as they chimed in, "We definitely need to see him. Ming, didn't you say you wanted a sister-in-law? If your cousin is really handsome, I could be his sister-in-law." As the girls giggled and teased one another, Chu Mingming noticed the time and took a moment to call Chu Ling. As soon as he picked up, she feigned mystery. "Cousin, guess where I am right now?" Chu Ling paused, bewildered by the cacophony of voices in the background, and asked in disbelief, "No way, you can't mean you've arrived in Jinling?" Unable to contain her laughter, Chu Mingming replied, "Yes, I've made it to Jinling. The train will arrive at the station in just a few minutes." Surprise. Chu Ling sighed with exasperation. "You mischievous girl, playing with surprise tactics, huh? Just wait until I see you. I'll have a word with you. Don't wander off after we arrive. Wait for me to pick you up, understood?" Chu Mingming obediently affirmed, then inquired with concern, "Do you have time now? If not, I'll go to the hotel with my roommates first and then find you." She certainly didn't want her unexpected arrival to disrupt her cousin's plans. "You can stay at my place. There's no need for a hotel. It's not safe for just a few girls to be alone. Your roommates can come too. I have enough space for all of you." Chu Ling firmly rejected her suggestion. For high school graduates like them, money was scarce, and they would likely stay in budget hotels. But as for his little cousin, Chu Ling was not about to take any chances. Chu Mingming was taken aback by his words. When had her cousin bought a house? She had no knowledge of it. Glancing at the time, Chu Ling said, "I'll come to pick you up now. Talk later." With that, he hung up and began to gather his things, driving his Bugatti Veyron swiftly towards the Jinling train station. Chapter 38. Is there a problem? "Oh dear, my cousin always treats me like a child," Chu Mingming muttered, her tone laced with playful complaint, yet her face radiated joy. Lai, I just spoke with my cousin, and he said we don't have to stay at a hotel. We can go to his house instead." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her voice rising in an endearing pitch that exuded charm. Her demeanor had a magical effect, uplifting the spirits of those around her. The morning sunlight streamed through the train window, enveloping Chu Mingming in a warm glow, transforming her into an enchanting sprite bathed in golden light. This scene did not go unnoticed by a few boys nearby, who stood frozen in place, captivated. Her fair and delicate face blossomed with a flower-like smile, revealing charming dimples, while her long eyelashes cast a mesmerizing shadow across her features. The girl with luminous eyes is truly the dream of every young man. Male classmates gazed at Chu Mingming, utterly mesmerized by her extraordinary beauty, which radiated a particularly delightful aura. Within their chests, it felt as if a small deer had been forcibly lodged, darting back and forth, causing their hearts to race tumultuously. Just as several boys found themselves ensnared in this enchantment, a group of brash classmates approached, their eyes taking in the spectacle before them. The leader of the group followed their gazes, letting out a derisive laugh, mocking, "Look at you losers. All you can do is watch. Let me tell you, Chu Mingming will eventually be with our boss Chang. Before you entertain any thoughts, consider your own worth." The boys, enraged by their words, felt a fierce indignation but lacked the courage to retort. Zhang Chang was notorious in their school as a bully, leveraging his family's wealth and a fortune of several million to dominate the scene. His affluence afforded him a lavish lifestyle, and many students and local thugs had become his sycophants due to his financial prowess. Anyone who dared to cross him risked being ambushed after school, left bruised and battered. Zhang Chang himself rarely showed his face, making it nearly impossible to seek justice, even if one called the police. What good would it do if the thugs denied their involvement? Those who ended up in detention for a few days would only return to seek revenge. One male classmate had been expelled for retaliating, deemed to have engaged in a fight. Consequently, fear of Zhang Chang spread throughout the school, emboldening his arrogance. Zhang Chang had long set his sights on the beautiful Chu Mingming, pursuing her fervently, yet she remained unimpressed by his advances. Nevertheless, he would not allow anyone to encroach upon what he deemed his goddess. To him, Chu Mingming was destined to be his girlfriend, sooner or later. The group of sycophants did not maintain their bravado for long before being summoned by Zhang Chang. Dressed in supreme apparel and limited edition Air Jordans, he reclined on a bunk, his feet carelessly resting on the bedding. His face was etched with disdain as he impatiently remarked, "Look at the situation you've put us in, forcing us onto this train. The conditions are deplorable. This bunk is unbearable. My backside is nearly breaking. Lying down is uncomfortable. My back is in agony. If we weren't almost there, I wouldn't endure this any longer." Feeling sheepish, one of the sycophants stepped forward with a forced smile, addressing Zhang Chong, Brother Chong. We noticed Chu Mingming was traveling by train, and we thought we could create an opportunity for you. Zhang Chong waved his hand dismissively, indicating he understood. However, their suggestion sparked an idea within him. Zhang Chong stood up, stepping outside to address his fellow students. Classmates, once we arrive in Jinling, I plan to treat you all to accommodations at a 3-star hotel. Of course, I will cover the expenses. It's safer for everyone to stay together. Those who choose not to join, well, don't expect me to take that lightly. The students immediately erupted in excitement. Staying at a 3-star hotel? Goodness, how much would that cost over several days in Jinling? However, if they saved on hotel expenses, their individual budgets would be considerably more generous. With this thought in mind, they encircled Zhang Chong, showering him with praises. Brother Chong, you're too generous. No wonder you're the wealthiest person in our school. Your generosity is unmatched. This is what true friendship looks like. We're forever grateful. Chu Mingming, overhearing Zhang Chong's announcement, paid him no mind, and instead turned to her roommates, asking, "What about you guys? Where will you be staying?" Zhang Lei, catching the yearning in Chu Mingming's eyes and glancing at the smug Zhang Chong, replied, "We'll follow you, if that's all right." The very thought of Zhang Chong's ostentatious display made Zhang Lei feel nauseated. The further away from such a person, the better. All right, rest assured, I'll make all the arrangements. Chu Mingming beamed at the support from her roommates. Her decision quickly reached Zhang Chong's ears. Upon hearing the news, his face darkened with anger. His intention had been to flaunt his wealth before Chu Mingming. Additionally, staying in the same hotel would provide him an opportunity to pursue her more closely. Yet now, she had outright declined. However, once words were spoken, they could not be retracted. Zhang Chong contemplated briefly before striding toward Chu Mingming. Chu Mingming, I was thinking it would be safer for all of us to stay together. And I'll cover the room expenses. If you have any concerns, feel free to voice them. He wore a smile, feigning affability. Chu Mingming gently shook her head, declining. I'm sorry, but I just spoke with my cousin, and he said we could stay at his place. Since we're in Jinling, I intended to visit him anyway. Zhang Chong remained silent, but one of his sycophants chuckled derisively. Your cousin? Didn't you just say he graduated this year from that, what was it? Oh right, the Jinling Business Vocational College, and he is already buying a house. Do you realize how high housing prices are in Jinling? What money could a vocational college student possibly have? If he had money, he wouldn't be attending such a school. He'd be out earning. The remaining sycophants echoed similar sentiments, belittling and mocking Chu Mingming. Your cousin sounds impressive, inviting you and your roommates along. Huh, how big could his place possibly be? Not like he is offering you a lavish stay. Even Brother Chong wouldn't invite that many people to his villa at once. Zhang Chong scrutinized Chu Mingming's expression, noting her lowered brows and eyes, mistaking her demeanor for indecision. He hastily interjected, I think your cousin is just trying to save face. Surely you don't believe a vocational school graduate can afford a house. Even renting a place big enough for 5 would be a considerable expense. I'm only looking out for your safety. It wouldn't be wise for so many of you to squeeze together. Zhang Chong's words masqueraded as concern for Chu Mingming, yet underneath lay a barrage of insults directed at her cousin. What money could a lowly college graduate possess? Perhaps he resided in a cramped, dilapidated apartment, forcing several individuals to share space for the night. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingming's anger ignited instantly. She glared at Zhang Chong, her dark, luminous eyes brimming with frost, and retorted, Who do you think you're looking down on? Is it just because you have a bit of money? Can one truly look down upon this and that? Regardless of your wealth, you are merely spending your parents' money. My roommate and I are heading to my cousin's place. So what? Even if it means sleeping on the floor, it is our freedom. What is the problem with that? Chapter 39 Indeed, Zhang Chong narrowed his eyes, suppressing the anger that surged within him. To slap oneself in the face in front of so many, it is splendid. Chu Mingming, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Will you come with me or not? Zhang Chong's tone had soured considerably. Chu Mingming let out a cold laugh. I have made my intentions abundantly clear. I am going to find my cousin. The other students observed their quarrel, too intimidated to breathe, until Chu Mingming tossed out a final remark and strode back to the dormitory with her roommate. They noted Zhang Chong's displeasure and quickly attempted to placate him. Brother Chong, do not stoop to their level. They are simply naive, impoverished students, completely unaware of the merits of a 3-star hotel. Honestly, what is it with Chu Mingming? Just because she is a bit more attractive, she feels the need to put on airs. Does she truly believe herself a lady of high standing? Such a person is bound to suffer in the end. He disdainfully observed the reactions of his classmates, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he sighed. I had initially intended for us to be together, but it seems I am the unreasonable one. After all, everyone has their own freedom. Forcing everyone to congregate is indeed inappropriate. Let us part ways and find our own accommodations. Part ways? The moment Zhang Chang's words left his lips, the students were left in stunned silence. Did that imply their complimentary 3-star hotel was no longer an option? This was a significant financial loss. Panic ensued among the students as they rallied around Zhang Chang, their voices rising in urgency. Brother Chang, please reconsider. If she won't go, we will accompany you. Chu Mingming is just a country bumpkin who has never experienced the world. We want to see the 3-star hotel too. Don't refuse us, Brother Chang. Brother Chang, you? With your sense of justice, wouldn't you want to leave us girls helpless, would you? It's safer for us to stay together. Observing the frantic expressions of his classmates, Zhang Chang sneered before turning to leave without a word. As Zhang Chang's figure receded, the group of students glared at Chu Mingming and her friends with palpable malice. If it weren't for these accursed individuals, they wouldn't have had to exceed their budget and resolve their own lodging issues. The animosity directed at Chu Mingming and her companions was unmistakable, with scornful remarks flying freely. Ah, how enlightening. So beauty equates to superiority? Oh, spare us. She is merely disdainful of us and refuses to share accommodations. Our humble existence must be quite offensive to her. And what is this nonsense about staying at her cousin's house? Someone from a vocational school being able to afford a house or rent a large one. Absurd. How selfish. Now our chance at a 3-star hotel is ruined, and we have to pay out of pocket. To have such classmates, what a stroke of misfortune. Chu Mingming, incensed, thought it was their prerogative where they chose to stay. What did it have to do with these people? Was this not a form of moral coercion? It was utterly shameless. The hostility of the crowd became increasingly evident as Chu Mingming and her dormitory friends found themselves isolated. They scattered throughout the train car, each wearing similar expressions of disdain and contempt, their derogatory remarks growing louder. Chu Mingming wished to confront them, but was restrained by Zhang Lei. Mingming, it's not worth it. We need not stoop to their level. How selfish they are. If we don't go, they will place the blame solely on us. It's laughable. The other roommates shared her outrage, agreeing with Zhang Lei's perspective. These people are blind and heartless. Zhang Chang is clearly up to no good. We certainly cannot stay with them. Indeed, if people like them existed in the past, they would be akin to traitors. For the sake of fleeting benefits, they have discarded all dignity. Mingming, do not let it get to you. This is our graduation trip, and such opportunities will not come again. Consider it merely a nightmare. They cast glances toward their former classmates, now devoid of any goodwill. At such a young age, they had already learned to curry favor and prioritize wealth, truly disheartening. After enduring a barrage of mockery, the train gradually approached Jinling Station. Attention, passengers, we are nearing Jinling Station. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. Thank you for your cooperation. The announcement echoed repeatedly as the students prepared to retrieve their luggage and exit. Jinling Station was considerable, yet the stop would not exceed 10 minutes, necessitating readiness. Chu Mingming joined the line for her belongings, just as several girls exchanged glances and deliberately bumped into her. With her luggage still in hand, she could not evade the collision and was painfully jostled against the edge of the seat. What are you doing? Chu Mingming recognized their intent and asked, exasperation evident in her voice. The girls exchanged knowing looks, a flicker of triumph flashing across their faces. One stepped forward, feigning politeness. My sincerest apologies. We were also in a hurry to grab our luggage. Honestly, you all have your arrangements. Why compete with us for every second? Just let us through first. Our plans for the 3-star hotel have fallen through, and we need to book a hostel. The others chimed in. Oh, we are in a different situation now. Your cousin lives in Jinling, so of course, he has a big house. You are essentially a wealthy heiress. Is it too much to ask for us to pass? Oh, so you are a wealthy heiress. No wonder you look down on the 3-star hotel. Perhaps your family's maid stays at a 5-star establishment. With such financial means, we cannot possibly compete. I previously thought that vocational schools were merely junior colleges. It seems they are indeed institutions for the affluent. Their mocking and derisive tones only serve to make them more loathsome. Just as Chu Mingming was ready to retaliate, Zhang Lei held her back. Lei, they are infuriating. Why are you stopping me? Chu Mingming demanded angrily. Zhang Lei gently pinched Chu Mingming's cheek. We need not concern ourselves with them. The girl scoffed. Not worth it? Huh. I suspect you are simply afraid to confront us. You and your few dorm mates are no match for us. As they dragged their luggage out, they continued to speak derisively. Look at them. Too proud to stay in a 3-star hotel. I am now curious about her cousin's big house, which is supposed to accommodate so many people. What a joke. Please, show off all you want. Who can't pretend? Have you not heard of Versailles literature? The housing prices in Jinling are even higher than those in Jiangqing. Can her cousin truly afford it? Why would he need to attend a vocational school? TSK, one might say that a vocational school graduate, even with a down payment, would struggle to amass sufficient funds for monthly loan repayments, wouldn't they? Their voices were deliberately raised, clearly intended for the ears of Chu Mingming behind them. Enraged, Chu Mingming could tolerate their remarks about herself, but when it came to her cousin, she absolutely would not stand for it. She longed to retort. Yet several girls had already dragged their luggage away, leaving her behind. Observing her agitation, Zhang Lei and a few dorm mates began to console her, advising her to disregard such girls and not diminish her own stature. While we're at it, let us check our makeup. We're about to see Chu Ling. And I haven't laid eyes on him in ages, Zhang Lei exclaimed, already procuring a cushioned foundation and scrutinizing her reflection in the compact mirror. The others shared her anticipation, having heard tales of Chu Ling's striking good looks, eager for a glimpse of the real deal. One by one, they disembarked from the train, forming small clusters as they lingered, reluctant to depart. Given the difficulty of hailing a taxi near the train station, they resolved to wait at the nearby bus stop. Being students on a budget, they were keen to save any money they could. Moreover, the bus was not only economical but also spared them the possibility of being overcharged by a driver. As Chu Mingming and her companions approached the bus stop, a sudden exclamation from a classmate pierced the air. "Look over there, my goodness." All eyes followed the classmate's pointing finger, mouths agape in astonishment, rendered speechless. Chapter 40. The Luxury Vehicles. There, just a short distance away from the train station, a fleet of Rolls-Royce cars was parked. An entire convoy of Rolls-Royces. Leading the pack was a long-wheelbase Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed by other models like the Phantom and the Wraith. Each vehicle gleamed like new, radiating the unique luster of top-tier paint under the sun's rays. The front of the cars showcased Rolls-Royce's classic design, exuding a sense of unparalleled safety with their robust presence. The contours and lines along the waist and rear were a testament to Rolls-Royce's supremacy. Merely standing there, they commanded an air of authority that was impossible to overlook. The glimmering hood ornament symbolized opulence and status. Now, with an entire convoy parked before them, the onlookers felt as though they were facing an army. The sensation of being overwhelmed palpable in the air. Not only were the students mesmerized, but even passers-by found themselves halted in their tracks, enchanted. "Changgu, you're the expert when it comes to cars. How much do these cost?" inquired one of Zhang Chang's sycophants. "Let me tell you, these cars are something else. You think they are just ordinary Rolls-Royces? No. If I'm not mistaken, these are all custom-made Rolls-Royces. Each one costs at least several million, if not over 100 million. Did you see that long-wheelbase Rolls-Royce at the front? The price is surely above 150 million. 150 million? For a single car?" Zhang Chang's words left everyone in a state of shock. They had only just reached adulthood, and their understanding of money was still developing. Hearing such a staggering figure sent chills down their spines. The astonishment was evident on their faces, unable to contain their disbelief. Zhang Chang, noticing their bewildered expressions, felt a swell of pride. What a bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. You needn't be so surprised. These vehicles are typically used by large corporations for business purposes, not owned by individuals. Think about it. Who could afford to purchase so many luxury cars? Zhang Chang explained. The group nodded in agreement, gazing at him with admiration. Indeed, he was a wealthy individual, and his insights were unparalleled. Seizing the moment, the classmates lavished Zhang Chang with compliments. "Changgu is absolutely right. Ordinary companies wouldn't possess such resources. These cars are simply extravagant. Thank goodness we have Changgu here, or we wouldn't even recognize these vehicles." Chu Mingming and Zhang Lei stood entranced by the luxury cars, marveling at the opulence of Chu Ling, where even a simple pickup could be so lavish. At that moment, Chu Mingming's phone rang. It was a call from Chu Ling brother. "You called me right after I got off the train. What a coincidence." Chu Mingming answered excitedly, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Hearing her joyous tone, Chu Ling couldn't help but smile, a grin spreading across his face. "I seem to possess a sixth sense. Where are you now?" "I'm at the train station exit," Chu Mingming replied, scanning her surroundings for something conspicuous to help her cousin locate her more easily. "I'm near the bus stop, cousin. I'm waiting right here for you. How about that?" After not receiving a response, she assumed her cousin was unaware of the bus stop's location. Just as she was about to continue looking around, she spotted a familiar figure not far off, beaming with a smile as he gazed in her direction. It was indeed Chu Ling, who had spotted her but chose to remain silent, reveling in the suspense of her discovery. With his right hand holding his phone and his left carrying a breakfast of soy milk and fried dough sticks, it appeared he had brought her a morning treat. Chu Mingming's eyes widened in delight as she leaped into the air, vigorously waving her hand and calling out, "Cousin, I'm over here." Her excitement was palpable, her voice ringing out loudly enough for nearby classmates to hear. Instinctively, they turned to look at Chu Ling, and in an instant, they were all rendered speechless. This handsome man was Chu Mingming's cousin? Wow, he is extraordinarily handsome. Chu Ling appeared to be around 21 or 22, remarkably youthful, with shiny, well-groomed black hair. He was tall and athletic, his figure strikingly well-defined. Particularly captivating was his face, which seemed chiseled, with prominent features and deep, expressive eyes that were now focused on her. With every movement, he exuded an effortless charm, like a gentle breeze. He was simply stunning. If he were to debut, he would undoubtedly eclipse even the most celebrated young stars. While the girls were lost in admiration, the boys quickly snapped back to reality, their expressions shifting from awe to disdain. This Chu Ling is quite amusing, coming all this way to pick up his cousin, yet carrying only a humble breakfast. How lackluster. Moreover, the packaging was clearly from a local vendor, undoubtedly lacking in hygiene. Couldn't he have chosen something a bit more refined for his sister? As these thoughts crossed their minds, the boys' looks of disdain for Chu Ling intensified. They scrutinized his athletic attire, which, while fitting, appeared to be entirely dependent on his physique for its appeal. After examining him closely, they found no trace of any brand logos. In their eyes, even a counterfeit label would have sufficed to prevent such a shabby appearance. Clearly, his clothes seemed like mere street market fare. Oh right, this Chu Ling is just a loser who graduated from a vocational school. Huh, this cousin is quite poor. He can't even compare to Changji's Supreme. Nor is he even as expensive as our Nike and Adidas. One boy, unable to contain himself, mocked. What good is good looks if one is still relegated to wearing street vendor clothing and carrying breakfast from a stall? In the eyes of the group of boys, Chu Ling epitomized the quintessential image of a loser. You shouldn't compare like that. It's truly degrading my status. Zhang Chang exclaimed with a look of disdain. What kind of loser could he possibly be compared to? Rather than feeling pleased, he perceived it as an insult directed at him. Zhang Chang was, after all, a bona fide wealthy young man. And what comparability could there be between him and a mere face that could hardly be regarded as presentable? Casting a glance at Chu Ling, he asked disdainfully, is this the cousin that Chu Mingming has been so infatuated with? He appears to be quite unimpressive, both in looks and demeanor. The sycophants nearby, noticing Zhang Chang's displeasure, exchanged knowing glances and replied, from what we gather from Chu Mingming's words, this must indeed be the fellow. Brother Chang, I'm not trying to speak ill of anyone, but look at him. He's dressed like a loser. I bet he could be taken down in a matter of moments. The boss is already unhappy, so they are all eager to trample on this Chu Ling. What good is being handsome if he is just a pauper? The remaining sycophants chimed in. Indeed, this outfit really screams of vocational school. Can someone like him afford to rent a place in a big city like Jinling? Rent a place? I fear he wouldn't even be able to pay the rent without starving himself. A single room at most, nothing larger. I thought he was a rich kid with a wealthy background, ready to buy a house right after graduation. What a disappointment. Their words, whispered among themselves, reached Chu Ling's ears not at all, as he approached Chu Mingming with breakfast in hand. As Chu Mingming saw her cousin drawing nearer, she could hardly contain her excitement and dashed towards him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Cousin, I've missed you so much, she exclaimed, her voice soft and tender, akin to that of a young girl yet to wean. Chu Ling couldn't help but chuckle, wrapping an arm around her with the hand that held his phone. Wary of her stumbling, observing her joy, he felt a warmth in his heart. The little child who once chased after him was now a graceful young lady. Yet their bond remained as close as ever. At your age, you should be more composed. Look, you almost spilled the soy milk I bought for you, he said with a smile, though his tone carried a hint of affectionate reproach. Chu Mingming pouted as their eyes met. In the next moment, a holographic screen appeared before Chu Ling. Name, Chu Mingming. Attractiveness, 96. Height, 165 centimeters. Affection level, 90 inf. I just wanted to see you. Now that I'm here, are you already looking at me with disapproval, cousin? Chu Mingming made a playful face, reaching out to take the soy milk from Chu Ling. As she touched the still warm cup, a smile graced her features. Her cousin truly cared for her, bringing along hot soy milk. Here, there's enough for you all. Chu Mingming turned to her several roommates, offering them the warm drink. Zhang Lei had been observing Chu Ling, cradling her soy milk with both hands. Chu Ling, it's been a while since we last met, and you've become even more handsome. The other roommates, already captivated by Chu Ling's striking good looks, chimed in with praises. Yes, I had always heard Mingming say her cousin was handsome, but I didn't realize how understated her description was until now. Exactly. Surely, Mingming must have downplayed his attractiveness to keep us from pursuing him. Chu Ling, with your looks, do you have a girlfriend? If so, would you consider changing partners? Chu Ling listened with amusement before turning to Zhang Lei. You must be Xiao Lei, right? You've transformed as well, becoming increasingly lovely. He sincerely greeted the other roommates, expressing his gratitude for their care towards his cousin. Mingming often spoke of how well they treated her. The roommates blushed at his courteousness, quickly insisting it was merely mutual support. Yet, in their hearts, they were elated, thinking how fortunate it would be to have such an exceptional boyfriend. Unaware of the girl's sentiments, Chu Ling looked at the group of charming young women with a hint of discomfort. Ming Ming, already feeling a bit hungry and smelling the delightful aroma of breakfast, began to eat at the roadside. Of course, she didn't forget her roommates and shared some with them. Cousin, are you hungry? Would you like to share a bite? As she spoke, she brought a fried dough stick to Chu Ling's mouth. He naturally took a bite, then glanced at the classmates nearby who were eyeing them enviously. Ming Ming, aren't you going to share some of the breakfast with the other students? I deliberately bought extra. Zhang Chong had been watching the intimate exchange between Chu Ming Ming and Chu Ling, his fists clenched in anger, wishing he could crush Chu Ling. Aren't they supposed to be cousins? Why are they so close? It's infuriating. Chu Ming Ming, with a composed expression, chose not to respond and took another bite of her fried dough stick. These classmates wanted to partake in the breakfast her cousin bought? They could forget it. She looked at her cousin, noticing his slight discomfort, and asked with genuine concern, Cousin, what's wrong? Did my arrival interrupt something important? Chu Ling shook his head, smiling as he replied, It's nothing. I was just caught off guard. I didn't expect so many of you here. My vehicle might not accommodate. Chapter 41, Arrival. Chu Ming Ming glanced at her 4 roommates, and with herself, they numbered 5. However, being all slender girls, they could certainly squeeze in together. With that thought, she smiled brightly. It's all right, cousin. Regular cars usually seat 4 or 5, and we're all so slim. We'll fit just fine. Chu Ling scratched his head in embarrassment. If it's 4 or 5 seats, I wouldn't have a problem, but my car only has 2 seats. As his words left his lips, Chu Ming Ming and her friends were momentarily taken aback. 2 seats? Their faces displayed a hint of awkwardness. Nearby classmates overheard Chu Ling's statement and stifled their laughter. With expressions of disdain and mockery, they whispered to each other, See, I told you. Chu Ming Ming is just deceiving us. She claims her cousin can afford a big house in Jinling. Yet here he is, reluctant to take a cab, arriving on a motorcycle? How laughable. Haha, this is hilarious. I was thinking, it might not even be a motorcycle. Maybe it's an electric bike or a shared bicycle. I think a shared bike is more likely, otherwise. If it were a motorcycle, why didn't he ride it here? Motorcycle men can be quite handsome too. Zhang Chong and his companions were also struggling to suppress their laughter, their gazes toward Chu Ming Ming filled with amusement. Indeed, we knew it. What wealthy relatives could Chu Ming Ming possibly have? This guy is just a vocational school graduate, a total loser. Only a naive girl like her, who has never seen the world, would treat him like a treasure. A sycophant shook his head with a sigh, his eyes brimming with mockery. The other sycophants, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in with various jibes and derisions aimed at Chu Ling. They were itching to hail a cab and follow him to see the destination of their so-called city village. A city village? Huh. I believe you've truly hit the nail on the head. A lowly graduate from a vocational school, no doubt he resides in a city village. They say beauty without brains is common, and I never quite believed it until I laid eyes on Chu Ming Ming. Now, I find myself somewhat convinced, huh? They had deliberately turned their heads away, their disdainful expressions and attitudes on full display. A poor wretch, if it weren't for his connection to Chu Ming Ming. They wouldn't spare him a glance as they passed by. Even the girls who had initially been captivated by Chu Ling's handsome visage now wore expressions of disappointment. He is so good-looking, but alas, he is too poor. Zhang Lei and her companions exchanged awkward smiles, and finally, Zhang Lei stepped forward, attempting to mediate, saying, Ling Go. How about this? You and Ming Ming go ahead, and we'll take a cab to catch up. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling thought it was a rather good idea. All right, I'll give you an address. You all can manage to take a cab there. Chu Ling nodded, acknowledging that the distance to Tanglong Bay wasn't too far and the route was quite safe. Zhang Lei watched Chu Ling discreetly, concerned that the accommodation he rented might be inadequate, yet she hesitated to voice her worries. If it were just her and Ming Ming, they could manage to squeeze together. But with 3 other female roommates, it could become inconvenient. With this in mind, the sensible Zhang Lei suggested, Chu Ling Gu, you needn't be so polite. We could just stay at a hotel. Zhang Lei's suggestion was astute, as proposing such an option would also save face for Chu Ling. After all, they had initially planned to stay at a hotel, so they wouldn't feel disappointed. To her surprise, Chu Ling shook his head in refusal, looking at Zhang Lei with a warm smile and saying, Xiao Lei, it's you all who shouldn't be so polite. My home can comfortably accommodate you. Trust me. It's safer that way. Wait for me a moment. I'll go get the car. With that, Chu Ling made his way toward the parking lot. Observing him leave, the students nearby were thoroughly amused. This cousin of Chu Ming Ming certainly knew how to put on airs. Going to get a car? What? Is there a shared electric vehicle parked in the lot? Why not just skin one right here? Truly a loser, while everyone else sees through the charade. He insists on putting on a grand performance. Just a drama queen. As they pondered this, they noticed Zhang Chong approaching Chu Ming Ming, flanked by several sycophants, who loudly proclaimed, I thought he was some wealthy relative. Haha, how laughable. The sycophants echoed his sentiments with exaggerated laughter and sarcastic tones. Brother Chong, you can't say that. I see Chu Mingming's cousin is extraordinary. His shared electric vehicle is parked right there. Such a ceremonious lifestyle. Uffed, indeed quite ceremonious. To bring his cousin, who traveled so far, to munch on fried dough sticks in public, I would have been utterly embarrassed. Choosing to forego a sumptuous meal at a 3-star hotel to instead enjoy street food. TSK. Chu Mingming's thought process is rather peculiar. I admire it. Chu Mingming, observing their contemptuous expressions, felt a surge of anger ignite within her. Are you done yet? How I choose to live my life is my own affair. Have you eaten too much for breakfast to meddle in others' business? Truly, you're just gluttons with nothing better to do. The other roommates, equally incensed by their arrogance, couldn't help but retort, stop with the snide remarks. Aren't you all spending your family's money too? Exactly. You're spending your family's money. What right do you have to mock others? If you want a meal at a 3-star hotel, hurry up and queue, or you might miss out. No matter how poor we are, at least we spend our own money. As for you, trailing behind Zhang Chong for free food and drink, how dare you criticize others? Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance, rapidly approaching them. Chapter 42. What more do you want? Everyone instinctively turned to look, and there it was, a Bugatti Veyron, charging towards them like a beast. The vehicle, with its perfect blend of black and orange, paired with the distinctive contours of a supercar, it dazzled the onlookers. The sound of the supercar was a thrilling roar, crashing down like a tidal wave, overwhelming everyone present. The supercar's low chassis resembled a crouching leopard, poised to pounce for the kill. All stood agape, spellbound by the magnificent sight before them. Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to grasp what they were witnessing. The boys swallowed hard, captivated by this beast. This was the car a man ought to drive. It fulfilled all their desires for conquest, utterly exhilarating. However, they soon found their gaze drawn to the Bugatti's license plate. Gold A99999. Even though they were merely impoverished students, they understood the rarity of such a plate. 5 nines, the pinnacle of license plate numbers. To possess such a plate, one must undoubtedly be a prominent figure in Chu Ling. Zhang Chong was equally astounded. His mouth agape as if a fist could fit inside. His heart raced, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn, a Bugatti worth 50 to 60 million? Is Chu Ling really this prosperous now? Just arriving, he'd already seen a lineup of custom Rolls Royces outside the train station, and now a Bugatti? What on earth was happening? As he spoke, his eyes greedily followed the Bugatti, wishing he could grow extra eyes. The crowd, hearing Zhang Chong's words, was left in shock. 50 to 60 million for a supercar? My goodness, today is a feast for the eyes with all these luxury cars. Their hearts could barely take it. Brother Chong, perhaps you could enlighten us? One sycophant eagerly suggested. Naturally, Zhang Chong was unwilling to miss such an opportunity to show off. He nodded, proclaiming, of course, this is a Bugatti Veyron, famously known as the strongest supercar on Earth. It utilizes a W16 engine, capable of reaching a top speed of 407 kilometers per hour, accelerating from 0 to 100 in just 2.5 seconds. Its power is absolutely unrivaled. The title of the strongest on land is not given lightly. After Zhang Chong's introduction, the crowd felt their hearts race even faster. Indeed, it was a super luxury car, too. 5 seconds. Wasn't that merely the time it takes to inhale? At that moment, the Bugatti approached them, coming to a stop a short distance away. The windows slowly rolled down, revealing Chu Ling's handsome features. A gentle smile graced Chu Ling's face as he waved at Chu Mingming, saying, Mingming, get in. Boom. A single sentence, akin to a thunderclap, resounded in the ears of the gathered crowd. It was as if time itself had been suspended, leaving everyone, including Chu Mingming, frozen in place. Glances flitted between them, a shared confusion enveloping the air. Why on earth was Chu Ling seated within the confines of a Bugatti Veyron? Wasn't the plan to ride shared bicycles? How had it transformed into a supercar? This option had never even crossed their minds. To begin with, Zhang Chong was particularly taken aback, nearly biting his tongue in shock. They had never anticipated that the so-called loser they had scoffed at would be behind the wheel of a Bugatti Veyron. Could he truly be one of the prominent figures of Chu Ling? This was a supercar worth 50 to 60 million. Even Zhang Chong, who considered himself reasonably affluent, might not possess assets that could rival the worth of this vehicle. The very man they had looked down upon was casually cruising the streets in style. Zhang Chong's mind was in turmoil. Even if his family possessed equivalent assets, it was inconceivable that they would sell their cars, houses, or businesses to acquire a sports car. Was that not madness? This could only imply that Chu Ling's worth far exceeded that of the Bugatti Veyron by countless magnitudes. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Chong was engulfed in bewilderment. Who exactly was this Chu Ling? He appeared to be but a few years their senior, yet possessed such wealth. Others, too, gazed at Chu Ling's vehicle, their legs trembling slightly in disbelief. What a formidable individual. casually emerging in a car worth 50 to 60 million. The crowd collectively felt their intellect faltering. The girls, especially, were consumed by regret. Why had they ever opposed Chu Mingming? A cousin so handsome and affluent. Having such a boyfriend would surely elevate one to the pinnacle of life. Now having missed such a splendid opportunity, they felt an intense sense of resentment. As Chu Ling prepared to provide Zhang Lei and the others with the address of his Tanglong Bay residence, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Bai Yun. Chu Ling hesitated for a moment before answering. As soon as he did, Bai Yun's sweet voice resonated through the line. Mr. Chu, the gifts from the board have arrived in Jinling. May I inquire where you are now? Would it be more convenient to deliver them to your home or another location? I'm currently at the train station picking someone up. Perhaps we could reconnect after I return home? Chu Ling replied, tucking the phone between his shoulder and ear while jotting down the address. Bai Yun paused momentarily. You are at the train station? As she spoke, Bai Yun exited her vehicle. The moment she stepped out, she caught sight of Chu Ling's Bugatti Veyron. Its striking color and design were unparalleled in Jinling. Bai Yun informed Chu Ling to hold on as she swiftly approached him. The crowd, still reeling from shock, found their attention drawn to the stunning Bai Yun as she advanced toward Chu Ling. My word, what a beautiful woman. They watched in awe as Bai Yun approached Chu Ling. Noticing her, Chu Ling exited his car and casually inquired, what kind of gift is this? Why all the mystery? Bai Yun flashed a radiant smile and gestured toward the convoy of Rolls-Royce vehicles opposite them. Those are the private gifts from the board. Her words struck the crowd like a heavy hammer to the chest. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Zhang Chong and the others were left utterly dumbfounded, their legs trembling, struggling to maintain their balance. These luxury cars worth billions were mere gifts? What kind of company could afford such extravagance? A Fortune 500 company, perhaps? Bai Yun then proceeded to introduce the cars, each word resonating with the onlookers, emphasizing their staggering prices even more than Zhang Chong had managed. The custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom alone was valued at over 2 billion. Chu Ling, amused, raised an eyebrow and remarked, now that's quite a generous gesture. The timing is impeccable. It's as if the universe sent a pillow just as I felt drowsy. Perfect, as I need a car to pick someone up. Turning to Zhang Lei and the others, he cheerfully said, Xiao Lei, you needn't take a taxi. You can use these cars instead. Upon realizing that Zhang Lei and her friends were his guests, Bai Yun eagerly stepped forward to assist with their luggage. Chu Mingming and her companions stared at Bai Yun, momentarily dazed. They were merely inexperienced girls, utterly unaccustomed to encountering such a sophisticated and alluring urban beauty. She was simply breathtaking. Moreover, they couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Sharing the same gender, they began to resent Bai Yun for her extraordinary looks and figure. Chu Mingming's eyes darted around before she turned to Chu Ling and whispered, Cousin, who is this lady? Could she be a candidate for sister-in-law? This is my personal secretary, Chu Ling responded, introducing Bai Yun to the group. His peers gazed at him with jealousy, their eyes turning green. She was a secretary? A personal one, no less. What did that imply? Observing the stunned classmates nearby, Chu Ling asked Chu Mingming, Are these all your classmates? Perhaps we should invite them to join us in the car? We can drop them off wherever they wish to go. Chu Ling's proposition was quite reasonable. After all, Bai Yun was delivering the cars, which would undoubtedly come with drivers. It wouldn't be a hassle to drop off Mingming's classmates at their hotel. Upon hearing Chu Ling's suggestion, the crowd erupted in excitement. After all, this was a Rolls-Royce, a custom model, worth over $1 billion. If all went well, they might never have another opportunity to ride in such luxury. With this thought in mind, they eagerly looked to Chu Mingming, hoping she would agree. However, Chu Mingming let out a scoff, her tone icy. There's no need. They're in a hurry to find their own accommodations. Let us not hold them up. While the others might have forgotten their earlier words, Chu Mingming remembered them all too clearly. Hadn't they belittled her cousin as a failure, merely a vocational school graduate? Now they sought to bask in his glory and ride in his car? It was sheer folly. Chu Ling remained silent, observing Chu Mingming's reaction, realizing that there must be a deeper reason for her demeanor. Otherwise, his usually sensible and well-mannered cousin would never adopt such a stern expression. Understanding this, he chose to disregard them, allowing his gaze to grow indifferent. The classmates, hearing Chu Mingming's words, felt a chill wash over them, as if doused with icy water. After a moment of silence, a voice emerged from the crowd. Mingming, we're all classmates. The previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. After all, we've shared years of camaraderie. We would love the chance to ride in such a luxurious car. Wouldn't that be all right? Chu Mingming cast a glance at the speaker, recognizing her as the girl who had bumped into her earlier. How dare she shamelessly mention their friendship? When she had criticized and mocked her, had those years of camaraderie simply vanished? As other classmates noticed that Chu Mingming remained silent, they began to chime in as well. We are all classmates, so why must we make things so awkward, right? After all, this is our graduation trip. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to be joyous? Grant us this opportunity. We have never traveled in such a luxurious vehicle before. This could be our shared joy, don't you think, Mingming? Surely, you wouldn't be so stingy, would you, Mingming? We have already offered our sincere apologies. What more do you want from us? Chapter 43. You don't want to. In an instant, they all stood upon their moral high ground. They cared not whether this constituted moral coercion. After all, there were many of them, and the reasoning lay with them. Chu Mingming gazed at their self-righteous expressions, coldly laughing in anger. Am I that familiar with you? Why should your happiness during this graduation trip depend on my capitulation? You still think we can share in the blessings together? And what do you mean by asking what I want? I want nothing. I simply wish for you all to keep your distance. The more Chu Mingming pondered, the angrier she became. She turned to look at Chu Ling and said, Cousin, shall we leave? Without hesitation, Chu Ling nodded at her attitude and started the car. The Bugatti Veyron roared to life, speeding ahead. The following Rolls-Royces immediately followed suit, and as they passed by, the others caught a glimpse of Zhang Lei and her companions, who were laughing and chatting in the extended Rolls-Royce. All the classmates stood frozen, watching a fleet of luxury cars vanish from sight. Regret washed over them as they realized how foolish they had been. They wished they could slap themselves out of frustration. Their narrow-mindedness was painfully evident. They had offended Chu Mingming over a mere 3-star hotel stay. Offending her was tantamount to indirectly offending her cousin. It was obvious to any discerning eye just how much Chu Ling cared for Chu Mingming. He was so concerned she wouldn't go hungry that he personally bought her breakfast, though they were unaware of Chu Ling's true identity. The presence of a Bugatti Veyron worth 50 to 60 million and a fleet of Rolls-Royces worth several hundred million spoke volumes. At the very least, he was a top-tier magnate. Now, they had not only lost a chance to experience luxury cars, but also the opportunity to mingle with the elite. Brother, Jiling appears quite prosperous, Chu Mingming exclaimed, her little head nearly pressed against the car window, taking in the sights. Silly girl, what you just saw is the city center of Jiling. Of course, it's bustling. Chu Ling chuckled at her words, finding her adorable. Chu Mingming huffed in dissatisfaction. She certainly knew it was the city center, but the environment here was far superior to Jiangchen. Chu Ling ruffled her hair playfully, prompting her to complain, Cousin, you're bullying me again. What can I do? You look so easy to tease. Chu Ling laughed heartily. As they shared laughter, Chu Mingming glanced at her cousin. She was uncertain how her cousin had managed to thrive so remarkably, yet she understood that his journey had not been easy. She had once overheard her parents discussing how her uncle had started his business with great success, supported by her aunt, and had been flourishing. Back then, she even aspired to be like her aunt, who was well-read and cultivated. When she mentioned this to her mother had laughed and said, Your aunt is from Tianjin, well-versed in the arts and knowledgeable, with a broad perspective. You cannot compare with her. Later, she had asked her mother why she never saw her aunt's family and why her cousin never spoke of his grandmother. Her mother always told her not to inquire further. After her cousin's family fell into hardship and her uncle's leg became lame, she once sought to understand the situation but was scolded by her parents. Since then, even her curiosity remained unvoiced. However, seeing her cousin's current success genuinely made her happy. At that moment, Chu Ling sensed Chu Mingming's gaze upon him and turned his head, asking, What's up? Are you staring at me? Nothing much. Just noticing how handsome my cousin has become, Chu Mingming replied with a playful smile. Only you would say such sweet things, he said, ruffling her hair once more. While the cousin and sister shared affectionate banter, several girls in the back of the extended Rolls-Royce gazed excitedly out the window, softly discussing the splendor and beauty of the surroundings. Bai Yun heard them and smiled, saying, The place we just passed through is the city center. Once you all settle in, you can come explore. There are many delightful places to eat and play here. I believe you will enjoy it immensely. Thank you, Sister Yun. Zhang Lei smiled brightly in gratitude. They had established a rapport with Bai Yun as soon as they got into the car. Zhang Lei's amiable nature and sweet tongue allowed her to converse effortlessly with Bai Yun. The intimacy with which Zhang Lei addressed her maid Bai Yun almost wished to truly adopt her as a sister. Zhang Lei glanced at her phone, which was displaying navigation, and soon realized they were moving further away from the city center. Sister Yun, isn't Brother Ling's house in the city center? She asked, puzzled. Given Chu Ling's current economic standing, he should be residing in the most luxurious area, right? In the minds of these young girls, wealthy individuals should reside in the most expensive locations. The closer to the center, the higher the prices. Conversely, moving away from the urban area drastically reduced costs. Bai Yun chuckled lightly and offered a brief explanation, clarifying that Mr. Chu's residence was not in the city center. Zhang Lei was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting surprise. Oh, is that so? But if Brother Ling lives so far away, isn't it quite inconvenient for work? Plus, being so far from the city, Isn't shopping and socializing a hassle? Silly girl, some matters are not as simple as you imagine, Bai Yun replied with a gentle smile. Do you know where Mr. Chu's residence, Tanglong Bay, is located? The girl's eyes brightened simultaneously. This sounded intriguing. Tanglong Bay? Though unfamiliar, it sounds quite prestigious. The girls in the back seat instinctively leaned forward, eagerly watching Bai Yun. Sister Bai, it's not our first time in Jinling. How could we know so much? Please share with us. Let me put it this way. The Tianfeng Tanglong Bay, where Mr. Chu resides, is the most luxurious community in all of Jinling. Bai Yun's words underscored Tanglong Bay's status in Jinling. The most luxurious community, without a doubt. The girls exchanged glances, envy etched on their faces. Truly worthy of Chu Ling. He resides in the finest place, befitting his wealth. The most luxurious community? I wonder what it's like, one roommate murmured. Poverty limited her imagination. Apart from a larger and more impressive house, what else could be so different? Bai Yun's character was genuinely kind, rather than mock the girls. She patiently elaborated, every aspect of Tianfeng Tanglong Bay is exquisite. With mountains to the rear and rivers to the front, it embodies opulence. Most importantly, it features top-tier villas tailored for high-end clients from Jinling. Only the most distinguished dignitaries can reside there. The girls nodded, somewhat understanding, but still unable to fully grasp the concept. Do you know what it looks like? A young girl inquired, lowering her voice. Zhang Lei blinked and, stroking her chin, responded, I believe it resembles those quaint, two-story villas depicted in American television dramas, perhaps? The wooden structures exude a charming vintage aura, while also being remarkably eco-friendly. Especially during the snowy season, such a house seems like a place where Santa Claus might appear at any moment. After all, these homes are not only modest in height, but also adorned with chimneys, quintessential for Santa's travels. The girls grew increasingly envious, pondering the bliss of residing in such a delightful abode. Bai Yun silently drove on, suddenly pointing to a fork in the road ahead. If we take a turn, we will reach the exclusive road to Tanglong Bay. Once you see that road, you will understand why those houses command such exorbitant prices. The girls were somewhat puzzled. After all, it was merely a road, and what significance could it hold? Just then, as the road curved, their field of vision expanded dramatically. To their astonishment, they discovered that this road was 2 lanes wider than the previous main road. Yun, you mentioned this road was exclusive, yet it appears so wide, Zhang Lei exclaimed. Her mouth agape. The opulence of such a broad and pristine roadway indeed radiated affluence. This luxurious community was a revelation to her. Not to mention, the greenery flanking the road was unlike that of an ordinary street. Ginkgo trees stood at intervals, beneath which flourished a riot of vibrant blooms. Although they could not identify every species, they recognized some as tulips, their sweet fragrance permeating the air. At that moment, the flowers were in full bloom, exuberantly displaying their beauty, captivating the young girls in the car. How stunning! They marveled. There is even better to come. Bai Yun remained silent as the vehicle continued forward. Soon reaching a mountainous stretch, the girls gazed in awe at the surrounding trees, the hills, the Yangtze River, and the bustling city of Jinling laid out below. From this vantage point, the river appeared transformed, resembling a jade ribbon winding through Jinling, exuding an inexplicable grace. The mountains behind were equally breathtaking, cloaked in sunlight that bestowed upon them a golden armor, presenting a majestic and imposing sight. The young girls found themselves speechless. Living in such an environment felt akin to a celestial existence. This exclusive road was sparsely populated with vehicles, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of Tanglong Bay. As the convoy approached the community, their speed began to slow as they made their way to the entrance. Upon spotting a black and orange Bugatti Veyron, the security guard immediately recognized it as belonging to the owner of Villa Number 1. However, upon glancing further back, the guard was taken aback. My goodness, has the owner of Villa Number 1 purchased a new car? And it's all Rolls-Royces. How much must that cost? What are you doing? Stop daydreaming. Raise the barrier. The captain, observing anxiously, was concerned that the lead car belonged to the owner of Villa Number 1. If that individual took offense, the entire security team would face dire consequences. Oh, right. The guard hastily raised the barrier, exhaling a long sigh of relief as the convoy streamed in. Captain, who exactly is the owner of Villa Number 1? The guard, gazing in admiration as the cars disappeared from view, inquired. The captain shot him a reproachful glare. If he hadn't reacted swiftly, they would have offended a significant figure. You think I, as the security chief, could possibly know their identity based on their license plate? Mind your own business and focus on your duties, he admonished, turning to patrol as it was time for his rounds. Chapter 44, Photographs. The grand entrance of the Tanglong Bay Villa area left the young girls in awe, as they had never encountered such opulence before. By this time, their vehicle had officially entered the villa district, with the outermost villa coming into view. The modern three-story villa left Chu Ling and Zhang Lei utterly astonished. This villa is breathtaking. It surpasses anything seen in films by countless degrees. The garden was meticulously landscaped, and from their vantage point, they could see lights illuminating the second floor and glimpses of the interior decor. Though it was merely a portion, it left the girls utterly mesmerized. This decor is simply lavish. I never imagined such a residence could exist. Chu Ling, their brother, resided in such a divine place. Bai Yun, observing their expressions, couldn't help but smile, finding them adorable. Yet she soon felt a pang of recognition. She too had worn a similar expression upon her arrival a couple of days prior. Shaking her head in resignation, she acknowledged that it was not that they lacked experience. The sheer exclusivity of this place was overwhelming. Even someone like Bai Yun, who prided herself on being worldly, was astonished. What more could be expected from these naive young girls? The car soon arrived in front of Villa Number 1, and the group fell into silence as they beheld the structure, which was at least twice the size of the previous lavish villas. The villa's landscape resembled a private garden, leaving the girls at a loss for words to express their astonishment. If the previous villas were the epitome of luxury, then this villa no. One was akin to a celestial palace, a realm of unimaginable grandeur. Yun, can we get out here? Zhang Lei and the others could no longer contain their excitement, eager to experience the ethereal atmosphere surrounding the palace. Bai Yun parked the car at the entrance of Villa Number 1 and cheerfully said to them, "Of course, you can." The girls hurriedly exited the vehicle, and at that moment, Chu Ling emerged from the Bugatti Veyron as well. The young girls congregated, chattering animatedly. "My goodness, Ming, this place is incredible. I swear, I will never dare to covet your cousin again. He is far too wealthy." Just a moment ago, I glanced back and realized that Villa Number 1 is situated right in the center of the entire community. This must be the legendary king of buildings. Did you need me to tell you that? Just look at this colossal structure. Could you not have imagined? Ming said, her lovely face falling in a feigned exasperation. "Please, do not act as if you were aware of this all along. Had I known my cousin lived in such conditions, I would never have crammed us all into that green train." Zhang Lei laughed and playfully wrapped her arm around Chu Ming's shoulder. "All right, why dwell on that? We are about to enjoy the fruits of Ming's good fortune. Come on, let us go inside and take a look." The girls, laughing and chatting, walked through the grand entrance of Villa Number 1, where Chu Ling awaited them, having parked the car. "You will be staying here for the time being. There will certainly be enough rooms." The girls exchanged glances, realizing that even if the rooms were limited and they had to share, they were unwilling to leave. "Come, I'll show you around so you won't get lost," Chu Ling said, already heading into the villa. Chu Ling casually guided them around, revealing a meticulously maintained outdoor swimming pool that lacked the overpowering scent of chlorine typical of public pools. Understanding the young ladies' penchant for beauty and their dedication to maintaining their figures, he informed them that this outdoor pool was complemented by a small gym located in the basement of the villa, which they could access at any time if they wished. As he spoke, completely oblivious to the astonished expressions of the girls behind him, he continued his narrative. "This villa is extraordinarily luxurious, akin to paradise." Just as they thought the tour had concluded, Chu Ling led them to the garden, a personal favorite of his, where the exquisite flowers he tended were finally ready to be showcased. Upon entering the garden, the group was left speechless. Is this a private garden belonging to the villa? It resembles a specially constructed botanical garden. The vast expanse boasted an incredible variety of plants. The flowers appeared exceptionally beautiful, and the girls instinctively sensed that these blooms were of a distinctly rare variety. While they were engrossed in their speculations, Bai Yun, who was trailing behind, let out an exclamation, "Oh my goodness, boss, you even cultivate the Tianhe Chunlan?" Chu Ling and the others were momentarily bewildered, resorting to their phones to search for information. When they discovered the results for Tianhe Chunlan, their eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. It turned out to be an exorbitantly priced orchid, with a single pot costing over $1 million. "Cousin, how about we explore somewhere else?" Chu Ling suggested, glancing at her roommates with a look of alarm. Truth be told, she was just as startled as they were. This was an immense amount of money. It would be safer to keep their distance. Chu Ling, momentarily taken aback, had not considered the implications, assuming the girls were unfamiliar with flowers, and led them to the fish pond instead. He even showed them his pet alligator tortoise. The sight of the dinosaur-like creature left the girls in awe, prompting them to whip out their phones to capture numerous photos. This was a rare find, especially one that was personally raised. It was utterly fascinating. Finally, Chu Ling guided them to the audiovisual room. Although it was labeled a private audiovisual room, its size and arrangement were indistinguishable from that of a small cinema. The only difference was the luxurious leather sofas and the finest audio equipment within. "If you ever wish to stay in, you can watch movies here. It should be quite enjoyable," he thoughtfully suggested, considering every aspect to ensure the girls felt comfortable. This consideration deeply moved Chu Ling and her roommates. realizing how kind Chu Ling was. The vast space took them a whole hour to explore, even if they merely stood and glanced around. Let us go? I'll show you your rooms now. At this point, Chu Ling led the girls to the guest rooms upstairs, helping them settle in briefly. With ample rooms available, he paired them up, ensuring they could look out for one another. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly lunchtime. With that thought, Chu Ling approached the girls, saying, "You must be tired. Why don't you freshen up and change before coming down for lunch? I'll prepare everything." "Thank you, Chu Ling." The girls cheered excitedly, reveling in the fabulous environment that felt almost dreamlike. Chu Ling then made his way downstairs, calling a Michelin-starred restaurant to arrange for a chef and ingredients to come to the villa. The restaurant manager promptly agreed and soon arrived with the chef and staff, delivering fresh ingredients in high-end sealed containers directly to the villa. By the time Chu Mingming and her friends came downstairs after changing, the chef was ready with a variety of dishes prepared for them. Watching the chefs bustling in the kitchen left the girls momentarily stunned, but they quickly came to terms with the situation. After all, it was only natural for a wealthy individual to have chefs at their service, right? Chu Ling took his seat at the head of the table, gesturing for the girls to sit wherever they liked as the meal was about to commence. The first dish was a red-skin radish with foie gras. The radish still bore its delicate green leaves, appearing exceptionally fresh. The chef had trimmed part of the radish's base, allowing it to stand gracefully on the plate, with the leaves standing upright like a miniature tree. A small piece of foie gras, seared to perfection, exuded the sweet aroma unique to butter, resting in the shade of the radish. A gentle slice with knife and fork revealed the tenderness of the foie gras, which melted in the mouth with an exquisite flavor. Even Bai Yun's eyes sparkled with surprise as she softly praised, "Truly deserving of a Michelin 3-star chef. This skill is unparalleled." "Michelin 3-star restaurant?" The girls gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief as they stared at the bare plates before them, feeling a mix of despair and regret. Internally, they were lamenting. "If only I had known it was Michelin 3-star cuisine, I would have snapped a photo for my social media." Determined, they resolved that the next dish must be photographed before tasting. Before long, the second dish of pan-seared Kobe beef was served. The waitstaff presented it professionally, enthusiastically explaining, "This Kobe beef was air-freighted to the restaurant this morning. It is now at its optimal cooking time." One exquisite dish after another flowed onto the table, showcasing the finest culinary delights from around the world. The presentation from the Michelin-starred restaurant was breathtaking, prompting Chu Mingming and her friends to snap numerous photos, which they eagerly uploaded to their social media accounts. "Don't forget to share those stunning views of the villa too," Zhang Lei chimed in, her eyes sparkling as she operated her phone. The other girls smacked their foreheads. Had it not been for Zhang Lei's reminder, they might have forgotten to post the villa's breathtaking scenery. Such magnificent content simply had to be shared to give others a glimpse of their experience, especially for Chu Mingming and Zhang Lei, who still harbored a grudge against those who had previously belittled Chu Ling for coming from a vocational school and labeled him a poor loser. Now, they were determined to show them what it truly meant to be a top-tier billionaire. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong and his companions had just managed to find the hotel they had booked after a lengthy search around the city. Exhausted and disinclined to converse, they decided to stop by a nearby fast food restaurant for a quick meal. "Look, Chu Mingming and her friends are posting photos." A sycophant, flipping through QQ, received a notification from a friend's upload. Zhang Chong furrowed his brow, pulling out his phone to check, and was met with photos of the villa's stunning interior and exterior, various themed rooms, and an extravagant feast laid out before them. In an instant, the group erupted in astonishment. "My goodness, this house is enormous. Look, there are themed rooms and even a cinema. The level of extravagance is beyond my imagination. The garden resembles a botanical garden, and those flowers are stunning. How much do you think that lobster costs? Is that too abalone? Honestly, just looking at the photos makes me feel full." Chapter 45, known by all. In truth, it wasn't fullness that they felt. It was a profound sense of discontent. What a splendid opportunity it was. My cousin had inquired several times whether I would like to take care of an old classmate. Alas, they squandered that chance entirely. Had they not done so, taking advantage of the connection with Chu Mingming, at the very least, I could have toured the exquisite villas of Jinling and enjoyed a ride in luxury cars. Once we entered the university campus, I could have boasted about it extensively, making it easier to find a girlfriend, wouldn't it? The more they pondered, the deeper their regret grew, rendering the meal before them unappetizing. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Chu Ling had already finished his meal, seated at the dining table while observing the multitude of beautiful women engaging in lively conversation and laughter. With the presence of such stunning girls, not to mention the breathtaking Chu Mingming and Bai Yun, each boasting a beauty rating exceeding 95, this villa was indeed exuding charm. This was the essence of life. Once everyone had finished their meals, Chu Ling waved his hand, declaring, "Take a good rest for a while. This afternoon, I shall take you shopping." Upon hearing the word shopping, The eyes of the young women sparkled with extraordinary brilliance, and they cheered Chu Ling's name. Observing their jubilant expressions, Chu Ling sighed quietly within. No wonder it is said that women with a sense of entitlement adore shopping. It is undeniably a truth. After chatting for a while in the living room, everyone retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Once the afternoon nap concluded, they changed outfits and gathered in the living room. Chu Mingming donned a new dress, one she had specifically purchased before coming to Jinling to impress her cousin. She deliberately twirled in front of Chu Ling, sweetly asking, "What do you think, brother? Does it look good?" As he gazed at the enchanting Chu Mingming, Chu Ling's smile broadened, and he replied, "Of course, it looks splendid. After all, you are my cousin, the most beautiful of all." Pleased with his compliment, Chu Mingming turned away with a triumphant smile, her heart brimming with joy. Indeed, her cousin had an exquisite taste. Chu Ling looked at the assembled group and announced, "All right, everyone is here, let us set off." He and Bai Yun took the wheel of separate cars and headed towards Wanda Plaza. The plaza was bustling with people as always. After parking, they made their way directly to the luxury goods section. As soon as Chu Ling stepped off the elevator, the sales associates at the nearest high-end boutiques recognized him. Wasn't he the extravagant young man who had previously spent millions in such a brief time? The sales associates' eyes gleamed with excitement as they rushed over. "Mr. Chu, welcome. Today, we have received numerous new arrivals that perfectly align with your exquisite taste. Do you remember me? I was the one who assisted you during your last visit. How about I take you inside to browse?" "Mr. Chu, you left in such a rush last time that you didn't even have time to apply for a membership card. Why don't we take care of that first? And I can help you accumulate points?" The sales associates spared no effort to entice Chu Ling into their store. Their behavior astonished Bai Yun and the others. Were these not the aloof saleswomen of luxury stores? To see them so openly vying for customers was quite a transformation. Chu Mingming pouted, feeling a tightness in her throat. "Brother, what have you done in the past?" Could it be that he had emptied an entire store? Chu Ling merely chuckled, choosing silence as the sales associates led them into the store, where they indulged Chu Mingming and Bai Yun in a shopping spree. After all, their purchases would trigger divine rewards. Money flowed in effortlessly. "Cousin, I've had enough. Please, no more." Chu Mingming was already dizzy from her cousin's lavishness. Just yesterday, she had been a frugal student squeezing into a crowded train, and now this rapid transformation was overwhelming. Chu Ling blinked, observing the astonished expressions of her friends, and remarked, "Mingming, this is where you went wrong. You should have brought your roommates along. Your brother is treating you. Shouldn't you share a little with them? To be a good person is to understand the essence of sharing, you know?" Influenced by his words, Chu Mingming acquiesced with a soft "oh" and hastily distributed the designer bags she was carrying to her roommates. Zhang Lei and the others were taken aback, repeatedly declining. "One bag costs tens of thousands. We're not worthy." Chu Mingming shot them a fierce look, asserting, "If it weren't for your support, I would have been bullied endlessly. Take them. This is also my cousin's intention, didn't you hear?" Her roommates exchanged glances, hesitating. Ultimately, Zhang Lei took the lead and accepted the bag. She wrapped her arm around Chu Mingming's shoulder and cheekily said, "Well, I want to be polite then. From now on, I'm your little sidekick. I beg you to take care of me." Chu Mingming was both amused and exasperated by Zhang Lei's antics. Following this, Chu Ling guided them from store to store, purchasing without hesitation, swiping his card at every turn. By the end of their excursion, each girl was laden with bags from various prestigious international brands. Chu Ling estimated that he had spent a few million, and the rebates were astonishingly high, reaching tens of millions. Observing this rebate figure, Chu Ling felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, and he regarded the young women before him with even more fondness. Truly, there is strength in numbers. What a delightful experience. Once they had nearly completed their shopping, they descended the stairs together, their impressive presence leaving other shoppers in awe. Each of these young women wielded numerous luxury items. My goodness, how much must this all cost? They gazed at Chu Ling, speculating about which affluent family he hailed from, as he strode through the plaza with such a multitude of beauties. Moreover, seeing him surrounded by so many stunning women transformed their expressions from curiosity to astonishment. Surely, he couldn't be their benefactor, could he? What an extraordinary situation. Chu Ling was quite pleased with the day's achievements as he led the group back to the villa. After an afternoon of shopping, the young women were utterly exhausted, yet they had never experienced such joy in shopping before. Each one was elated. After a brief rest, they began to explore the villa, of course, with Chu Ling's permission. Zhang Lei and another roommate were captivated by the blood-red dragon fish in the aquarium, marveling at its beauty, especially the scales of the fish, which shimmered like flowing rubies, almost luminescent. Just as one of them was about to reach out to touch it, Chu Ling's voice rang out behind them. "Stop!" The two girls were startled and quickly withdrew their hands. Zhang Lei turned to Chu Ling and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, brother Chu Ling. We were just so fascinated by its beauty that we wanted to touch it. Chu Ling waved his hand. He bore no grievance towards the two young women. This creature is carnivorous. I fear you might get bitten. After all, in comparison to humans, it is rather unremarkable. He then retrieved a can of specialized blood dragon fish food, showcasing the live fish and shrimp inside to the girls. Zhang Lei and her roommate suddenly understood. It was evident that Chu Ling held them in high regard. Brother Chu Ling, how much is this fish worth? Zhang Lei inquired curiously. Chu Ling pondered for a moment and replied, I'm not entirely sure, but it should be around 4 million. This blood dragon fish had matured and undergone 3 transformations. Its current hue was as vibrant as a ruby, making it a remarkably rare specimen. If the price of 4 million were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly attract a frenzy of buyers. 4 million? For a single fish? The two individuals inhaled sharply, their eyes widening in disbelief as if startled by an unexpected revelation. Could it be true? How could it be so exorbitantly priced? Chu Ling turned towards the source of the voice and spotted Bai Yun and her companions, who had somehow congregated nearby. Upon hearing the price, they too became collectively petrified. The group had gradually become accustomed to Chu Ling's lavishness, and after spending an entire afternoon shopping, they were all quite fatigued, opting to lounge on the sofa while engaging in conversation. After dinner, Bai Yun accompanied Chu Mingming and the others for a brief chat. Noticing the time on her wrist, she remarked, It's getting late. I should head back now. A look of reluctance washed over the faces of Chu Mingming and the others. And Zhang Lei grasped Bai Yun's arm, sweetly imploring, Sister Bai, are you really leaving? Let us see you off, having spent the day together. The charming and graceful Bai Yun had captured the affections of all the girls. The thought of her departure left them feeling somewhat disheartened. Observing the dimming light outside, Chu Ling turned to Bai Yun and suggested in a conciliatory tone, If you don't mind, you could simply stay here for the night. There are plenty of rooms upstairs, and we could easily accommodate another guest. Moreover, having Bai Yun around would be beneficial, as it would provide a comforting presence for the girls. Upon hearing Chu Ling's proposition, Zhang Lei and the others brightened up and eagerly urged, Sister Bai, please stay. We had planned to play cards together, didn't we? Very well, I shall heed Mr. Chu's suggestion, Bai Yun replied with a smile, nodding without any hesitation. The girls were elated at her agreement to stay. Chu Mingming and Zhang Lei immediately pulled Bai Yun onto the sofa, eagerly soliciting her advice on which majors to consider for their studies and even inquiring about the challenges faced by women in the workplace. Chu Ling, overhearing their conversation, could not help but chuckle, saying, You've only just graduated high school and are already pondering your future careers? As he spoke, he scrutinized his younger cousin, Chu Mingming, who still appeared very much like a young girl, yet here she was, thinking ahead with remarkable foresight. With wide eyes, Chu Mingming replied matter-of-factly, Of course. You wouldn't understand, cousin. Our generation faces immense pressure. I even planned to start a small business while in college, attempting to venture into entrepreneurship. Her eyes sparkled at the mention of entrepreneurship, as she was on the cusp of turning 18, ready to legally register a company, heralding the dawn of her era. Chu Ling raised an eyebrow, fully supportive of Chu Mingming's ambitions. Well then, be sure to learn from your sister Bai. She is quite impressive, after all. Bai Yun, as the director at the Jinling Rolls-Royce headquarters at such a young age, was certainly no small feat with that. Chu Ling retired to his room. Lying on his bed, in the next moment, a notification appeared. Please complete your sign-in for today. Sign in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. You have acquired ownership of the Jinling Xianin Hot Springs Resort. Ownership of a hot springs resort? Now, that is intriguing. Chu Ling did not dwell on it. Rising to take a shower before retiring for the night. The following morning, Chu Ling awoke naturally. He remotely drew the curtains, revealing a bright sunny day. The sunlight bathing his face in warmth, lifting his spirits. After a quick wash, he descended to the living room. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating Bai Yun, who was diligently practicing yoga. Having been awake for some time, Bai Yun donned a light, gray yoga outfit, performing her poses with great focus. The sunlight seemed to cast a golden hue upon her, rendering her exceptionally ethereal and beautiful. Even Chu Ling found himself momentarily captivated, accompanied by soothing yoga music. Bai Yun gracefully executed various poses. Her yoga attire clung perfectly to her skin, delineating her curves with exquisite clarity. Standing tall with an impeccable figure, her silhouette resembled a masterpiece crafted by divine hands, where even the slightest motion could diminish her exquisite beauty. Such a Bai Yun, even when thoroughly covered, incited the imagination, leaving one curious about the wonders concealed beneath her attire. Unaware of Chu Ling's presence, she extended her delicate arm, gradually lowering her slender waist to maintain a parallel alignment with the ground. Her left leg elevated slowly until it aligned straight with her right leg, resembling an arched bow. Frozen in that stretching position, time seemed to stand still. In her stillness, Bai Yun exuded an aesthetic purity. Chu Ling, taken aback by her impressive pose, thought to himself, wow, women truly possess bodies as supple as water. Her long, slender legs accentuated her voluptuous figure, making her already ample bosom appear even more pronounced. With a sigh, Chu Ling realized he had been prophetic. He had always believed Bai Yun was destined for greatness, and it was indeed no idle boast. Observing her now, he couldn't help but marvel at her evolution. As he approached Bai Yun, he thought to himself that men are often entranced by certain attributes. Rather than steal glances in secret, it was far better to be forthright about it. After all, the intentions of Sima Zhao were clear to all. Chapter 46, Social Mortification. Upon hearing Chu Ling's footsteps, Bai Yun ceased her movements, crouching down to roll up her yoga mat. After neatly rolling it, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and inquired, Mr. Chu, may I prepare breakfast? What do you typically prefer in the morning? Please, just call me Chu Ling. There's no need for formalities, he replied with a smile. Bai Yun nodded in acknowledgement. She first returned the yoga mat to its place, then picked up a water cup from the table, preparing to hydrate. This was a saline solution she had prepared before her yoga session, a part of her daily routine. Consuming saline water after yoga aids in digestion and enhances beauty. As Bai Yun grasped the water cup and began to head towards the kitchen, she inadvertently stepped on a soft exercise ball nearby, losing her balance. Ah, she exclaimed, stumbling forward and twisting her ankle, releasing a sharp intake of breath tinged with pain. Water splashed out, soaking a small patch on her gray leggings. The cotton yoga outfit absorbed the moisture readily, creating a conspicuous mark. Are you all right? Chu Ling rushed over. Noticing Bai Yun's pained expression as she stood there, trying to suppress her discomfort, he gently placed his hands on her shoulders, offering her support as he guided her toward the sofa. As she sat down, Bai Yun momentarily lost her balance, leaning forward and inadvertently colliding with Chu Ling. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she realized her chest had brushed against his elbow, but Chu Ling was too focused on ensuring she did not sustain further injury to notice. Chu Ling observed the slightly swollen ankle of Bai Yun, furrowing his brow as he remarked, It seems we have run out of ointment for bruises and injuries at home. Bai Yun, attempting to recall, softly replied, I saw some in Mengming's emergency first aid kit while helping her organize yesterday. Suppressing a chuckle, Chu Ling could barely conceal his amusement. I could fetch it for you, as long as you're not concerned about any misunderstandings. Huh, what do you mean? Bai Yun paused, her expression momentarily blank. She glanced at Chu Ling's teasing gaze, then at the tissues beside her and the dampness on her pants, seemingly connecting the dots. This, Bai Yun muttered under her breath, casting a playful glare at Chu Ling. Noticing her mock frustration, Chu Ling laughed heartily. Just wait here. I shall retrieve an ice pack and some medicine to promote circulation and alleviate bruising. Shortly thereafter, Chu Ling returned, carrying a small first aid kit. He plopped down on the floor, his eyes immediately drawn to Bai Yun's elegantly long legs. From a distance, he had perceived them as straight and slender, but up close, their delicate curves were enticing, tempting one to touch. Goodness, he thought, these legs show no signs of muscle. They must feel divine to the touch. With a wink, Chu Ling reached out and grasped Bai Yun's leg, startling her. As she instinctively attempted to withdraw, he firmly instructed, don't move. Bai Yun felt her mind go blank. No male had ever touched her leg before. The warmth of Chu Ling's hand seeped through her thin yoga pants, igniting a spark within her that quickly turned into an all-consuming fire. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Chu Ling observed the abnormal redness on Bai Yun's delicate ankle and frowned slightly. One hand gently cradled her soft foot, while the other applied the ice pack to the swollen area, massaging it with a tender touch. Ouch! Bai Yun winced, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Be gentle, Chu Ling, it hurts. With a hint of exasperation, Chu Ling glanced at her, knowing that a brief moment of discomfort would lead to relief. He sighed inwardly, realizing that the swelling required a firm massage to dissipate, and she could simply endure it. After all, he was being quite gentle, wasn't he? Girls could be so delicate. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei had just awakened and, still in a daze, stumbled out of her room, inadvertently overhearing their conversation. Bai Yun's pained exclamations and Chu Ling's soothing reassurances jolted her awake. What was happening? Blushing furiously, Zhang Lei retreated to her room, but soon found herself eavesdropping at the door, straining to catch the sounds from outside. The heavy breathing and slight moans from Bai Yun made her face burn even hotter. Oh no, how unfortunate to wake up at such a moment, she thought. Could it be that Chu Ling and Sister Yun have some hidden intentions? Surely they wouldn't forget that we're here? How brazen to carry on like this in the living room. And so early in the morning too. It's utterly mortifying. Thankfully, the sound soon ceased. Chu Ling inspected Bai Yun's ankle and declared, all done, you can stand up now. Bai Yun, cautious of the lingering pain, tentatively tested her weight. To her delight, the discomfort had significantly diminished. Encouraged, she ventured to move around and was pleasantly surprised at how much better she felt. Given her yoga practice, her body was quite supple, so the sprain was not severe, leaving only a trace of pain. With proper care over the next few days, she would soon be back to her active self. Thank you, Chu Ling, Bai Yun beamed, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Zhang Lei, hearing the silence, descended the stairs and was greeted by the sight of the two just standing up. Her eyes darted between them, noticing Bai Yun's damp leggings and the scattered tissues on the floor. She gasped, dashing back upstairs, her mind racing. I knew it. I wasn't mistaken. They were indeed up to something so early in the morning. Chu Ling and Bai Yun exchanged bewildered glances as Zhang Lei fled. What just happened? Chu Ling mused. Did that little girl misunderstand something? As this thought crossed Bai Yun's mind, her face flushed with embarrassment. Oh heavens, could this be any more humiliating? To have such an awkward situation witnessed by a young girl. There's no way to explain this. Chu Ling shrugged nonchalantly, observing, these young ladies seem to have matured. They appear to understand a lot more now. Bai Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean they understand more? Nothing happened. Frustrated, she pinched Chu Ling's waist in protest. He chuckled at her indignation. Stay still, or the consequences may be beyond your tolerance. At his words, Bai Yun froze, instantly obedient. Seeing her compliance, Chu Ling encouraged her to relax on the sofa while he headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Bai Yun, unable to remain still, cautiously returned to her room to change into clean clothes before emerging once more. Chu Ling worked swiftly and soon had breakfast ready. Chu Mingming and a few of her roommates gradually made their way downstairs. Spotting them, Chu Ling called them over to enjoy the meal. Wow, cousin, your culinary skills have truly improved. This fried egg is delicious, Chu Mingming exclaimed after taking a bite. The other girls were equally absorbed in their food, relishing every bite. Too engrossed to speak. Only Zhang Lei remained silent, her face a deep shade of crimson as she sipped her milk. Across from her, Bai Yun was similarly preoccupied, focusing intently on her breakfast but clearly distracted. Noticing the unusual atmosphere between the two, Chu Mingming furrowed her brow in confusion. What is wrong with you two? You were fine yesterday. Xiaolei, are you feeling unwell? She asked, concern etched on her features as she placed a hand on Zhang Lei's forehead. Noting no signs of fever, Zhang Lei quickly waved her hands. I'm fine, really. As she spoke, her gaze met Bai Yun's, and both girls felt their faces flush and hearts race in unison. Chapter 47. I understand everything. As breakfast concluded, Bai Yun hurriedly stood to clear the dishes. Feeling utterly embarrassed, cousin, we've made plans with sister Ian to go out today. She is going to show us around Jinling, Chu Mingming said with a bright smile. Sharing their plans with Chu Ling raising an eyebrow, he inquired, aren't you going to need me? Chu Mingming gently shook her head. No need. Sister Yun will be with us. She is a sensible young lady. Although her cousin has become quite wealthy now, it is evident that his workload has increased substantially. One cannot allow their presence to hinder his responsibilities. Well then, with sister Yun around, who needs a cousin? Chu Ling jested, casting a glance at the several young beauties before him. Addressing Bai Yun, you can simply drive the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom and take them out for a leisurely day. Chu Ling had considered everything thoroughly. After all, only Bai Yun among them is capable of driving, and it is far better to be in a luxurious extended Rolls-Royce, which is spacious and comfortable. Bai Yun responded, all right, I understand. After this, Chu Ling turned his attention to Chu Mingming, inquiring with genuine concern, by the way, Mingming, do you have enough money on you? Shall I transfer some to your Alipay? As he spoke, Chu Ling retrieved his phone, navigating through his Alipay friend list, muttering to himself. Just a moment, let me find your contact. Chu Mingming quickly shook her head, declining. No need, cousin, I have money. To meet Chu Ling, she had made considerable preparations, even secretly working at McDonald's to save up some pocket money, sufficient for their outings. Almost simultaneously as she finished speaking, Chu Mingming's phone chimed with an Alipay voice notification, revealing a transfer of 5 million yuan. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. Did they just hear that correctly? 5 million was deposited? Is it the norm for the wealthy to be so extravagant, starting with 5 million as pocket money? Zhang Lei and the others were completely stunned by Chu Ling's audacious gesture. This was no ordinary cousin. At this rate of indulgence, he could well be a brother. The young girls gazed at Chu Ling with starry eyes, and Zhang Lei took a couple of steps forward, earnestly asking, Chu Ling, does your family need another younger sister? Biological sister, cousin, little cousin, or even a sworn sister? I'm open to any. Bai Yun, equally astonished by Chu Ling's generosity, couldn't he help but chuckle at Zhang Lei's words. These girls were truly delightful. Chu Mingming, still in disbelief, stared at her phone, her trembling fingers opening Alipay. Staring at the string of zeros in her balance, she fell silent. It was indeed a transfer of 5 million. While she was aware of Chu Ling's wealth, She never anticipated that her cousin would so generously bestow such an amount as pocket money. It was overwhelmingly kind. As she contemplated this, glancing at her friend's envious and jealous expressions, she found herself at a loss for words. "Cousin, what are you doing? We're just going out for some fun. Why give me so much money?" Chu Ling said, half pouting, half teasing. Chu Ling affectionately gazed at her, ruffling her hair, thinking, what a naive girl. Completely unaware of her cousin's intentions. "You can activate the goddess rebate. Just spend freely. The more you spend, the more I earn. This is a foolproof venture. You must make the most of it." However, he couldn't express this thought aloud. Thus, he resolved to persuade her gently. "You just bring your good friends to find your cousin. I will ensure everything is arranged for you. Just enjoy spending. And whatever is left over can come back to me." Seeing Chu Ling's insistence, Chu Ling reluctantly accepted. She looked up at him, earnestly stating, "Don't worry, cousin. We won't spend recklessly." Chu Ling was somewhat speechless. He truly wished to convey to his innocent cousin that he greatly hoped she would indulge herself more. He reminded them to be cautious and safe before sending them on their way. Bai Yun intentionally lingered at the back. Once the other girls had exited, she softly called out to Zhang Lei, "Lei, I need to explain something to you." Zhang Lei, noticing Bai Yun's flushed cheeks, gently shook her head, displaying an understanding demeanor. "Sister Yun, you don't need to explain. I completely understand. Rest assured, I won't speak of today's events to anyone." Bai Yun thought to herself, "What do you know? You clearly have no idea what is going on." Seeing Zhang Lei's understanding expression, her mindset began to unravel. What kind of mess had she gotten into? It was merely a minor injury from doing yoga in the morning. So how did it escalate to this point? Now, it seemed hopeless to clarify anything. Bai Yun exhaled heavily, feeling as though the heavens were punishing her with social embarrassment. Chapter 48. Who is this important figure? Despite her frustration, Bai Yun still took the girls out for a day of fun. Once the extended Rolls-Royce hit the road, it immediately attracted attention from passers-by and other drivers. "Look, isn't that a Rolls-Royce? Wow, why is that car so long? You clearly lack automotive knowledge. That's what they call an extended version, you know? Just look at the pure gold emblem on the hood. That alone costs over 300,000. This car is incredibly luxurious. It rivals a presidential vehicle. I must snap a picture and post it on my social media." Inside the Rolls-Royce, Bai Yun was conversing with the young ladies. "Shall we head to the Confucius Temple first?" Zhang Lei nodded vigorously, her face brimming with excitement. Yes. I've heard that the snack street at the Confucius Temple is particularly famous. I've been wanting to try it." Bai Yun smiled gently at Zhang Lei's enthusiasm, shaking her head lightly. "This little girl is quite the foodie. The Confucius Temple isn't merely a snack street. It is a place dedicated to Confucius himself. Haven't you heard the saying? If you haven't visited the Confucius Temple, it's as if you've never been to Jinling." As Bai Yun introduced the site, she decided that their first stop would indeed be the Confucius Temple. Chu Ling blinked her eyes dreamily, expressing her longing. "I've heard so much about the beautiful scenery by the Qinhuai River, especially at night. It's said to be extraordinarily picturesque. The Qinhuai River has been bustling since ancient times, though the young girls had only heard its name but had never seen it. Now that they had the opportunity to visit Jinling, they were determined to explore it thoroughly. Bai Yun drove the Rolls-Royce straight to Gonyuan Street, where she found a parking space. The Confucius Temple is one of the most renowned tourist attractions in Jinling, perpetually bustling with visitors, regardless of the time. "Wow, Sister Bai, are all these tourists from out of town?" Chu Ling gently tugged at Bai Yun's hand, her curiosity piqued. The sheer number of people was astonishing. Bai Yun shook her head softly, explaining, "Actually, not all of them are from out of town. Many locals enjoy visiting here during their leisure time, especially families with children. They often bring their kids to experience the ancient architectural complex, broadening their horizons and allowing them to soak in the atmosphere of the Confucius Temple, hoping they will develop a love for learning. Then let us go in and experience it ourselves." Zhang Lei chimed in from Bai Yun's other side, smiling brightly. As Bai Yun walked along, she elaborated, "The present-day Confucius Temple is a complex of ancient buildings that includes the temple itself, the academy, and the Jiangnan Gonyuan." Amidst their laughter and chatter, they soon arrived at the Desheng Hall. The Great Achievement Hall serves as a sanctuary for venerating Confucius, showcasing the exquisite Hui architectural style. The intricately designed lattice windows leave a profound impression on all who behold them. The Qinhuai River gracefully meanders past the Confucius Temple, reminiscent of a delicate maiden, exuding unparalleled beauty. On the opposite bank, the screen wall is adorned with two vividly carved golden dragons, and Bai Yun gestures toward them, remarking, "In the evening, the lights illuminate this area, transforming the Qinhuai River into a completely different scene." "How does it change?" the young girls inquire eagerly. Bai Yun pauses for a moment before softly replying, "By day, the Qinhuai River is as tranquil as a maiden, while by night, it bustles with life, akin to a beautifully adorned woman." One is heavily made up, while the other is unadorned, yet both possess striking beauty. The girls listen with anticipation, determined to find an opportunity to return in the evening to experience the nocturnal splendor. As they enter the central temple courtyard through the Great Achievement Gate, the 8 statues of Confucius's renowned disciples, crafted from exquisite white marble, capture their attention. Oh, by the way, what would you like to eat for lunch? Shall we savor the snacks at the Confucius Temple or dine at a nearby restaurant? Bai Yun inquires as she guides them. She recalls a nearby restaurant, Xian Palace, which offers a breathtaking view of Chu Ling, making it quite distinctive. However, the girls shake their heads vigorously, resembling rattling drums, opting against the restaurant due to its high prices, preferring instead to sample the local delicacies at the temple. Although Chu Ling had generously provided funds before their outing, the girls are reluctant to spend his money. Just the day before, they had received numerous valuable gifts, and they do not wish to squander it. Chu Mingming nods in agreement, expressing her desire to save her cousin's money, acknowledging how difficult it is to earn these days. One must be prudent with finances. Observing the girls, Bai Yun silently admires their good character. Were it a different group of children, they would likely indulge in the finest offerings without regard, simply because it wasn't their own money. This frugality is commendable. Do not fret about the expenses. Allow me to treat you. Bai Yun smiles, hoping to see their reactions. Chu Mingming and Zhang Lei exchange glances, each wrapping an arm around Bai Yun's, playfully insisting, "No, dear sister Bai, today it is our turn to treat you. Just don't mind the modest dining arrangements." Meanwhile, Chu Ling had been waiting at home all morning, only to realize after lunch and a nap that he had not received a single notification. "Goodness," he exclaimed. "The girl is excessively frugal, not spending a penny of his money." Just then, his phone vibrated, followed by a voice notification announcing the arrival of 500,000 yuan. Staring at the returned funds, Chu Ling felt a sense of helplessness. Clearly, without his monitoring presence, these girls' spending habits were concerning. Sighing at the wasted morning, he murmured to himself, "Let's take a stroll." Having changed into appropriate attire, he prepared to head out. He intended to visit the Walmart in Wanda Plaza to purchase fresh ingredients and prepare a meal for the young ladies. Suddenly, he recalled the striking image of Bai Yun from earlier that morning. Her figure was truly captivating. In contrast, the other girls appeared rather pitiful, lacking in comparison to her. With this thought in mind, Chu Ling resolved that it was time to showcase his culinary skills and nourish the girls properly. Driving his Bugatti Veyron to Wanda Plaza, he aimed to park in the garage. The security staff greeted the arrival of the supercar with enthusiasm, respectfully directing Chu Ling to the parking area. "Sir, there are spaces available below, and retrieving your vehicle is quite convenient." Chu Ling nodded in gratitude and proceeded downward. As he searched for a parking spot, he noticed a group of young men approaching, engaged in lively conversation. Each one donned international luxury brands, clearly indicating their affluent status. Their female companions were equally striking, dressed in fabrics that left little to the imagination, showcasing their figures while exuding an air of dependence. The young men draped an arm around their partners, yet their attention remained focused on one individual among them, conversing softly. This central figure, appearing to be in his mid-20s, wore a tailored Armani leisure suit, standing tall and upright, a stark contrast to the other wealthy youths. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a military demeanor about him, emanating an aura of competence and sharpness. The respect in the gazes of his peers and the politeness in their dialogue revealed a departure from the usual arrogance of privileged youth. After all, he was none other than Du Juanji, the heir of one of Chu Ling's 4 prominent families. Having graduated, Du Juanji chose not to pursue studies abroad, but instead committed himself to military service, recently returning from duty and recognized as the future leader of the Du family. Upon learning of his return, the other young men eagerly sought to cultivate connections with him. With his busy schedule, today marked a rare occasion for him to join them in leisure. "Why don't we go out for some fun?" one young man proposed, noting the group consisted solely of men and shopping lacked excitement. Upon hearing this, another young man perked up. "By the way, I forgot to mention, do you know what I saw today?" The others looked at him, humorously commenting on his worn-out demeanor indicative of indulgence. "In your eyes, aside from women, is there any other life form?" The young man dismissively shook his head. "Of course not. Women are like clothes. For those of us in this stratum of wealth, who doesn't have a plethora of outfits to change daily? Even the most exquisite beauty isn't enough to linger in my memory." Impatiently, the others urged him, "Stop teasing us. Just tell us." Another chimed in, "Yes, quit dragging it out. What could be so significant? Are you still a man? You all are so impatient." The young man chuckled, mystifyingly stating, "You won't believe it, but I saw a customized, extended Rolls-Royce Phantom." The group fell silent, astonished. "No way. When did such a car arrive in Chu Ling?" They were momentarily taken aback, but soon regained composure, realizing that while luxury cars were desirable, they remained indifferent. After all, They were affluent young men, accustomed to the extravagant. One remarked casually, "It's just a car, really, not worth much." The one who had initially spoken scoffed, "Not worth much? What if I told you it was a bulletproof custom version? Just a little over 200 million. How's that for extravagant?" Everyone was momentarily stunned, turning to stare at him. Just a little over 200 million? That's already quite extravagant. One young man gasped in astonishment. What kind of big shot has arrived in Jinling? Chapter 49, The Finest and Smoothest. The young heir shook his head gently and remarked, "Who knows? He had merely encountered it by chance on the road. How could he possibly know so much?" After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Du Juanji, who stood in the center and respectfully inquired, "Brother Ji, do you have any news?" After all, the Du family was one of the four great families. Their information was undoubtedly more reliable. "I don't know. I haven't received any news either," Du Juanji replied with a shake of his head, though he remained vigilant. His prominence among the younger generation of the Du family was not solely due to being the eldest grandson, but rather a testament to his intellect and capability. If such a prominent figure truly arrived in Jinling, he would certainly devise a way to make their acquaintance and cultivate a favorable relationship. "Let us go? Let us fetch the car and have some fun," one of the young heirs called out, as their vehicles were parked nearby, ready for a drive. One by one, the others retrieved their cars and set off, while Du Juanji, accompanied by his female companion, was just about to start their vehicle when a thunderous roar reached their ears. The distinctive sound wave momentarily stunned Du Juanji. He rolled down the window and gazed towards the source of the noise, his eyes widening in astonishment. A Bugatti Veyron cruised past him, its striking black and orange color scheme captivating his attention. Du Juanji felt a tightness in his throat, rendered speechless by the sight before him. This was indeed a Bugatti Veyron. A true aficionado of sports cars, Du Juanji was well aware of the vehicle's exorbitant price, not falling below 50 to 60 million upon purchase. The beastly growl of the Bugatti sent him into a trance. It truly deserved the title of the most formidable supercar on the planet. One could discern its superiority merely by sound. The W16 engine, akin to a heart, provided the vehicle with unparalleled power, achieving 100 kilometers per hour in merely 2.5 seconds. For an ordinary individual, such seconds might seem inconsequential. But for those who crave the thrill of speed, even a fraction of a second signifies an entirely different experience. Du Juanji's heart raced uncontrollably, affirming the prowess of the Bugatti Veyron. Yet, when had Jinling ever witnessed such a high-caliber luxury vehicle? "Brother Ji, what's the matter?" His female companion noticed something amiss with Du Juanji and inquired with curiosity. The other young heirs had already exited and were waiting for their return upstairs. Du Juanji, without elaborating, merely gestured towards the car and said, "It's nothing. You go ahead and get in." The female companion obediently entered the vehicle, while Du Juanji approached the direction of the Bugatti Veyron. At that moment, Chu Ling had finally found a suitable parking spot. As he was parking, he noticed Du Juanji standing beside his vehicle. Rather than approaching immediately, Du Juanji politely waited until Chu Ling parked and stepped out before he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Du Juanji." As he spoke, he extended his business card with both hands, demonstrating utmost respect. However, internally, Du Juanji was in turmoil. The youthful visage of the car owner astounded him. This driver appeared to be merely 21 or 22, even younger than himself. To be driving such a top-tier supercar at this age undoubtedly marked him as one of the elite young heirs of China. Noticing Du Juanji's gesture of sincerity, Chu Ling accepted the business card and shook his hand in return. "Hello, I am Chu Ling." After introducing himself, he handed over his own card. Du Juanji received it with great reverence, unable to conceal the delight on his face. Gazing at the card in his hand, he noticed it was embossed in gold, displaying only the name and phone number. Such a simple card made Du Juanji's lips twitch. Recalling his grandfather's words that true influential figures do not need business cards to assert their identity, this unpretentious card perfectly aligned with his grandfather's wisdom, didn't it? As Du Juanji examined Chu Ling's car and business card, he suddenly noticed the license plate, Jin A99999, a prestigious plate of the highest order. Du Juanji was momentarily stunned, as if struck by a thunderous explosion within his heart. Anyone could purchase a top-tier luxury vehicle, but such a license plate could not be acquired merely through wealth. Otherwise, the members of Jinling's four great families would have long since seized it. A plate of such caliber, the 95 sovereign, would allow its owner to command respect throughout Jinling. Upon seeing this plate, Du Juanji instantly concluded that Chu Ling was no ordinary individual. In fact, he dared not even speculate on Chu Ling's true identity. In his heart, he pondered, what could such a person possibly be doing in Jinling? Regardless, I must find a way to befriend him. Just as Du Juanji's mind raced with thoughts, his phone rang, interrupting his contemplation. He realized he had been lost in thought for quite a while, and Chu Ling had already departed without him noticing. The caller was another young heir. Brother Ji, why haven't you come upstairs yet? It's south not advisable to drive in this public parking lot. A lewd chuckle echoed through the line. This was not the time for jokes, so Du Juanji exchanged a few words about heading up shortly before hanging up. He returned to his car, driving away from the basement with his female companion. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within him. He furrowed his brow, deciding that he must call his grandfather once they were outside. Meanwhile, Chu Ling had arrived at Walmart. As he pushed his shopping cart forward, his attention was suddenly captured by a graceful figure. Silken black hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, with a few playful strands falling onto the girl's delicate arms, accentuating her fair and exquisite skin, evoking an irresistible desire to know its texture. Dressed in a fitted white tracksuit, the girl's slender figure was elegantly outlined, and her long, straight legs were neatly aligned. The more Chu Ling observed this silhouette, the more familiar it became, and a smile crept onto his lips. Could it be that this was Chu Xiaobing? What brought her here? Grocery shopping, perhaps? As this thought crossed his mind, a mischievous idea flitted through his consciousness. Scanning the area, Chu Ling stealthily approached a corner, his movements light and agile, his eyes glinting with a playful spark. Chu Xiaobing remained oblivious to the peculiarities around her, utterly engrossed in selecting abalone from a tank. Her delicate fingers meticulously examined the shellfish, as if she were a connoisseur of top-tier delicacies, selecting them with utmost care. While choosing, she murmured to herself, "Well, I should start with the smaller ones for the experiment. Last time, I believe I heard Chu Ling mention he quite enjoys eating abalone." Just as Chu Xiaobing finished her thought, a sudden gust of warm air brushed against her ear. As someone blew lightly beside her, the unexpected action startled her, causing her to instinctively recoil. "Yes, I particularly enjoy the fresh and tender ones." A familiar voice resonated in her ear, deep and magnetic, piercing through her consciousness like a sword. Chu Xiaobing felt her very soul tremble at the sound, her fingers involuntarily twitching, causing the abalone she held to slip from her grasp and splash into the tank, drenching both of them in water. The chilling droplets of water cascaded down her face, rousing Chu Xiaobing from her reverie. She turned her body to behold Chu Ling, whose face was adorned with a mischievous grin, inciting a vexation that made her teeth itch with irritation. This rascal. Not only did he remain silent when he saw her, but he also had the audacity to sneak up behind her to frighten her. Chu Xiaobing feigned anger, glaring at Chu Ling, her doe-like eyes glistening with an innocence reminiscent of a fluffy kitten. With a playful punch to his chest, she exclaimed, "You nearly scared me to death." Her petite strength was akin to a kitten's playful swats, causing no pain, only an endearing tickle. Chu Ling scrutinized Chu Xiaobing and teasingly inquired, "What's this? Do you wish to hone your culinary skills and prepare a meal for me?" A soft chuckle escaped her lips, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her downturned gaze, making her all the more endearing. The sight of her gentle smile momentarily suspended the air around them. Several patrons, perusing the seafood section, couldn't help but pause and admire her beauty. "Such a stunning young lady. You're truly captivating. Who says I'm preparing anything for you?" Chu Xiaobing retorted defiantly. Chu Ling blinked, observing her proud demeanor, and remarked, "Oh, still putting up a front? I heard your murmurs just now." Upon hearing his words, Chu Xiaobing's eyes widened slightly, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and even her delicate ears turned a rosy hue. Her rosy appearance evoked an irresistible urge to savor her sweetness. Aware of Chu Ling's gaze upon her, she turned her head away, her face still ablaze, and defended herself with, "That was merely my plan to use you as a test subject. Don't get too cocky." Chu Ling chuckled heartily, shaking his head as he said, "Oh, come on. Let us stroll around and see what else we can buy." Chapter 50, The Bar. This little girl clearly exhibited a shy demeanor. If he continued to tease her, he feared she might become indignant. Chu Xiaobing tugged at Chu Ling, pointing towards the abalone pool. "I haven't made my purchase yet. Do you know how to pick the best ones?" Chu Ling leaned over the pool, selecting an abalone, and stated, "See, this one is particularly good." Knowing that Chu Xiaobing was unfamiliar with these matters, he began to educate her step by step. First, one must check if the abalone meat is intact and its color is a tender pink. Any with missing flesh and a dull hue is certainly not fresh. With his clean, slender fingers, he pointed to the abalone, adding, "Also, the larger the abalone, the better. You shouldn't start with the smaller ones, as their flavor will be significantly compromised." Chu Xiaobing initially listened attentively, adopting a receptive demeanor. However, upon hearing Chu Ling mention starting practice, her face reddened once more. This scoundrel, why must he say such things out loud? It was utterly infuriating. Chu Ling assisted Chu Xiaobing in selecting several abalones, neatly packing them into a bag. Their freshness would make for an excellent meal at home, straightforward and uncomplicated to prepare. As they ventured into the seafood section, Chu Ling deemed it inappropriate to return empty-handed. He selected a Chinese sturgeon and a flounder, along with some fresh shrimp. Today's shrimp look quite good. Would you like some? He gently inquired, glancing at Chu Xiaobing. She furrowed her brow, observing the shrimp swimming in the tank, and asked, "Is it troublesome to prepare these?" "Not at all. Just toss the shrimp directly into boiling water for a quick blanch, and a dip in some exquisite sauce will make them delectable," Chu Ling replied. While blanching might be simple, it preserves the shrimp's natural flavor, showcasing an excellent seafood preparation method. Hearing Chu Ling's explanation, Chu Xiaobing's spirits lifted, and she eagerly mimicked him, scooping up some shrimp. After completing their purchases, the duo pushed their respective carts towards another aisle. While selecting vegetables and fruits, Chu Ling's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, revealing the name Yu Qingji. A hint of exasperation crossed his face. It had been quite some time since they last communicated, and he had almost thought he had lost contact with him. Yu Qingji was Chu Ling's roommate from his first year at vocational school. They had forged a strong bond initially, but their communication had dwindled once he began his internship. Nevertheless, the camaraderie between men often transcends communication. Their relationship remained intact. They shared a mutual understanding, and Yu Qingji was undoubtedly a man of integrity and loyalty. They were practically brothers, aside from the absence of a formal oath of brotherhood. "Hey, buddy, you finally remembered your older brother?" Chu Ling jested as he answered the call. Before he could say more, Yu Qingji's deep voice, tinged with a hint of raspiness, reached his ears. "Ling-gu, come out for a drink with me. I'll be at Shangfeng Bar soon. You should hurry over." Chu Ling was momentarily taken aback and inquired with concern, "What's wrong?" "I've just gone through a breakup." The gloomy tone in Yu Qingji's voice left no room for doubt about his distress. A breakup? This revelation took Chu Ling by surprise, as he recalled Yu Qingji's girlfriend being quite beautiful. What could have led to such a split? What happened? Yu Qingji sighed heavily, lamenting, "I don't know. Ling-gu, we were so close, and then I discovered she had a tattoo." Upon hearing this peculiar reason, Chu Ling burst into laughter, scolding, "You ungrateful fool. It's just a tattoo. It's merely a personal preference. Think of it as a little spice in life. It's not just any tattoo. It's of the character." Yu Qingji was nearly in tears. This was an unbearable affront, just when he was on the verge of conquering new territories. This revelation had left him psychologically scarred. Chu Ling, bemused, quipped, "How many strokes are there in the character? Which stroke are you at?" Initially speechless, he then replied, "All right. I'll be there." In situations like this, one could only drown their sorrows in drink. After ending the call, Chu Xiaobing leaned in, inquiring, "Where are you headed?" "To a bar," Chu Ling replied candidly. Chu Xiaobing murmured to herself, "A bar," her tone laced with hesitation. After a moment of internal conflict, her gaze settled on Chu Ling's face, and with a bold determination, she declared, "I'll accompany you." Chu Ling observed Chu Xiaobing's resolute demeanor, reminiscent of a hero ready for battle, and couldn't he help but chuckle softly. "Have you ever been to a bar?" Chu Xiaobing felt a surge of indignation at his implication. She glared at Chu Ling and retorted, "I'm of age and have lived in a big city for years. How could I possibly have never been?" Noticing her slightly guilty expression, Chu Ling struggled to suppress his laughter, shaking his head in resignation. All right. You're a worldly person. I shall rely on you to show me the ropes." Chu Xiaobing huffed in satisfaction. "That's more like it." Chu Ling took out his phone and dialed Chu Mingming. She answered promptly, "Cousin, what's up?" "Mingming, I have some plans tonight, so I want to be home for dinner. You all should enjoy something delicious outside," he said with a hint of apology, understanding her cousin's social obligations. Chu Mingming responded thoughtfully and hung up. The pair continued to shop for a few more items before heading to the parking lot. Chu Ling placed their purchases in the car before guiding Chu Xiaobing towards Shangfeng Bar. By now, it was peak evening traffic, and the roads were congested, with a seemingly endless line of vehicles stretching into the distance. The sight of Chu Ling's Bugatti Veyron drew the attention of numerous drivers, who even began to jest with their companions in the car. "Look at that. What is the use of driving a luxury car? That Bugatti, worth 50 to 60 million, still gets caught in traffic, doesn't it? It can't fly away, can it?" However, despite such remarks, the drivers near the Bugatti instinctively made way. Even if they were in a hurry to get home, it was unwise to jest with a Bugatti, something they could never afford. The family inside the car sighed quietly. For such a top-tier luxury vehicle, what did it matter if it was stuck in traffic? It still commanded a prestigious status that warranted respect from all. As night gradually descended, the vibrant neon lights flickered to life, heralding the onset of the nightlife filled with revelry. Chu Ling maneuvered his car, inching it toward the entrance of the Shangfeng Bar. "At last, we've arrived," exclaimed Chu Xiaobing, the passenger, with a note of exasperation. "This first-tier city is dreadful. The traffic is terrifying." The Shangfeng Bar was nestled on the most bustling street, surrounded by an array of bars and nightclubs that transformed into a lively spectacle at night. A throng of young people congregated at the bar's entrance, chatting and waiting for friends. Suddenly, one of them spotted Chu Ling's vehicle and exclaimed, "Look, that sports car is so cool." The exclamation was loud enough for many nearby to hear, and in an instant, all eyes turned toward them. Upon seeing Chu Ling's car, the onlookers appeared frozen, their faces a mask of astonishment. "Oh my goodness, that's a Bugatti Veyron. Our Chu Ling has truly developed. We have such an incredible car here. Open your eyes and take a good look, kid. It's not just the car that's impressive. Check out the license plate. You're still too young to understand. The Bugatti was simply magnificent. How did they hit the jackpot? So young and yet driving such an exquisite car. How enviable." The chorus of admiration continued, and just as it faded, a young man nearby snuffed out his cigarette with disdain. "What a shameless car owner. Driving that car just to show off and pick up girls, right?" Beside him, a girl scoffed and retorted, "Stop being so bitter. I think you're just jealous." "But isn't it strange? I've spotted several Ferraris and Lamborghinis here tonight. Is there a gathering of wealthy young men?" Upon uttering this, her eyes sparkled with excitement. If that's the case, it's a golden opportunity. Just attaching oneself to any of them could lead to a life of luxury. A gathering of wealthy young men? Someone nearby shook his head. "Ferraris and Lamborghinis can't hold a candle to that car. Those rich kids wouldn't even be worthy to kiss its tires." The crowd was left in awe by his words. If the wealthy young men weren't even on par, what kind of status did this driver hold? They gazed longingly at the Bugatti Veyron as it gradually departed from their sight. Chu Ling drove directly to Shangfeng Bar, the grand structure resembling a luminous beacon, radiating a dazzling blue light that accentuated the bar's uniqueness. "The entrance of this bar is spectacular," exclaimed Chu Xiaobing, her eyes wide with excitement. Chu Ling smiled faintly and explained, "The bar's exterior consists of 2 layers of glass, with at least a meter gap in between, creating this stunning visual effect. It's as if the entire building is glowing." In front of the Shangfeng Bar was a spacious parking lot, already filled with numerous vehicles, predominantly luxury cars. At the entrance, a striking red Ferrari 812 was parked. Noticing Chu Ling's car, a security guard hurried over, bowing respectfully and saying, "Welcome. You may park your car right at the entrance." He gestured to indicate the spot. Chu Ling parked the car and stepped out, leading Chu Xiaobing into the bar. Once inside, the security guard straightened up, returning to his usual demeanor. "Captain, why did you let him park at the entrance? Isn't there already a Ferrari there?" inquired a rookie security guard, bewildered by his captain's deference to Chu Ling. The captain shot him a glance, saying, "You greenhorn, take note. The entrance, known as the Dragon Head, is reserved for the finest cars that grace this bar. That was a Bugatti, a supercar worth 50 to 60 million, far surpassing the price of the 812. A Bugatti can easily buy 10 of those Ferraris. What is there to dispute?" The rookie guard stood agape, astounded. Goodness, such wealth. Spending millions, or even tens of millions on a car. Do they make their money from the win? It was truly extravagant. "I understand now. Thank you, Captain." The rookie's expression shifted to one of realization. If he wished to thrive here, he would need to educate himself on the brands and models of cars. The captain nodded and instructed, "Contact the Ferrari owner and ask him to move his car. If he refuses, we'll just have to lift it out of the way." The Dragon Head's spot is exclusively for the most luxurious vehicles. As Chapter 51 unfolded, Chu Ling and Chu Xiaobing stepped into the bar's opulent interior, where Chu Xiaobing was mesmerized by the lavish decor. This was her first venture into a bar, and everything felt novel. "Let us go find you Chengji," she suggested. Just as they were about to weave through the crowd, a female voice called out, "Xiaobing, is that you?" Turning in response, Chu Xiaobing immediately recognized the voice. It was none other than her university classmate, Zhang Nan, who was presently linked arm in arm with a man. The man appeared slightly older, dressed impeccably in a suit, exuding an air of success. "You, Zhang Nan, you're more beautiful than ever. I almost didn't recognize you." Chu Xiaobing greeted her with a bright smile. Zhang Nan beamed at the compliment, thrilled to hear it from Chu Xiaobing, who was known as the campus beauty. "Aren't you in Shanghai? What brings you to Jinling?" she inquired curiously. After graduation, they had all gone their separate ways, and Zhang Nan had assumed Chu Xiaobing remained in Shanghai, given its superior job market. With Chu Xiaobing's capabilities, she would surely thrive there. Chu Xiaobing explained, "I've enrolled in a Master program at Jinling University, so I'm back. I suspect my future will also be here in Jinling." The two chatted for a while, and suddenly, Zhang Nan smacked her forehead, a look of regret crossing her face. "Oh dear, I forgot to introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Xia Jinghao, the HR manager at Jinling Ocean Trading." Turning to Xia Jinghao, she continued, "Jinghao, this is my university classmate, Chu Xiaobing." The two exchanged polite nods, acknowledging each other. Subsequently, Chu Xiaobing introduced Chu Ling to them. Zhang Nan gently leaned her body against Xia Jinghao's, in a coquettish tone inquiring, "Darling, may I play with my friends tonight?" Xia Jinghao's gaze lingered on Chu Xiaobing. captivated by her superb figure and striking beauty, his eyes shimmering with awe and desire. Such a stunning woman is truly a rare gem. Just as he pondered how to further familiarize himself with her, Zhang Nin unexpectedly provided him the perfect opportunity. Xia Jinghao felt a surge of joy within. Though he maintained a composed exterior, nodding lightly as he replied, "Your friends are my friends. Of course, you may." "Thank you, darling." Zhang Nin was pleasantly surprised by Xia Jinghao's willingness to accommodate her, her heart brimming with happiness. However, Chu Xiaobing, upon hearing their exchange, wore an apologetic expression, saying, "I'm truly sorry, but we are here to meet friends." Although delighted to see her old classmates, Chu Xiaobing did not lose sight of her purpose for being there. Xia Jinghao was unwilling to let such a splendid opportunity slip away and interjected, "What one more person? Just invite him to join us. After all, if he's your friend, he's mine too. What does it matter? Rest assured, tonight I shall treat you all expenses will be on me." His tone was exceedingly grandiose, exuding an air of arrogance. He aimed to attract Chu Xiaobing's attention with his ostentatious display of wealth. The more he gazed at Chu Xiaobing's enchanting visage, the more he desired her. If only he could find a girlfriend like her. He would wake up smiling from the dream. At that moment, Zhang Nin approached and grasped Chu Xiaobing's hand, shaking it as she insisted. "We haven't seen each other in ages. Let us have some fun together." Chu Xiaobing still refrained from immediately agreeing, instead glancing at the standing Chu Ling. "Chu Ling, what do you think? Is it convenient for you to join?" Chu Ling nodded in assent. Xia Jinghao observed the interaction between Chu Xiaobing and Chu Ling, feeling a wave of disdain. Was it merely a night out at a bar? With someone covering the tab, was there really a need for his consent? What did he know? Xia Jinghao scrutinized Chu Ling from head to toe, filled with contempt. This man, apart from being somewhat handsome, possessed little else of merit. A pretty face was the most useless attribute. What good was it if it couldn't be leveraged? Moreover, Chu Ling appeared far too youthful, resembling a penniless student. This thought filled Xia Jinghao with a sense of smugness. He had encountered all manner of situations. Dealing with a student like this would be a piece of cake. With Chu Ling dismissed from his mind, Xia Jinghao raised his hand, inviting Chu Xiaobing to walk with him deeper into the venue. At that moment, a bar attendant approached, guiding them to a booth. As they settled into the booth, a small spotlight illuminated Chu Xiaobing perfectly, casting her in a radiant glow. In that moment, she resembled an angel descended from the heavens, her every glance and smile captivating the hearts of those around her, leaving them spellbound. Xia Jinghao was nearly entranced, an insatiable desire igniting within him. He yearned to captivate Chu Xiaobing. He must possess this beauty to showcase his sophistication. Xia Jinghao began to extol the virtues of the bar. This establishment was not only a standout in Jinling, but also rivaled those in the Suzhou and Hangzhou region. Not only was the decor opulent, but the sound and lighting systems were also of the highest caliber. Just the exterior renovation had cost over 10 million. As he boasted, his girlfriend Zhang Nin appeared to be hearing this for the first time, gasping in astonishment. Over 10 million just for the exterior? Is it really that expensive? My goodness. The owner of this place must be incredibly wealthy. Noticing his girlfriend's exclamation, Xia Jinghao cast her a satisfied glance and continued, "Moreover, this place is equipped with the complete Eaton sound system. Do you know what brand that is? Let me put it this way. It's the same brand of sound system installed in a Rolls-Royce." As he spoke, he observed Chu Xiaobing's reaction. Unfortunately, she seemed disinterested, her demeanor lacking enthusiasm, while Chu Ling bore an equally indifferent expression. Noticing their lack of response, Xia Jinghao produced a silver card from his pocket. Waving it before them, "I'm a silver card member here. All expenses are at a 5% discount. Of course, this silver card isn't for everyone. It requires a deposit of 100,000. Upon uttering this, he cast a glance toward Chu Ling. 100,000? Could a penniless student like him afford that? Chu Ling and Chu Xiaobing remained largely silent, prompting Chu Ling to pull out his phone and contact Yu Qingji, asking him to join them at the booth. Yu Qingji soon arrived, and Xia Jinghao smiled at the unremarkable newcomer, even shaking his hand. "We're all brothers here. Let us enjoy ourselves tonight, my treat." Yet, internally, he felt even more disdain. This newcomer was inferior to Chu Ling. After Yu Qingji expressed his thanks, he sat beside Chu Ling, appearing notably dejected, lacking any vitality. Seeing his good friend after a long absence, he had many words lodged in his throat, unable even to engage in small talk. Observing his glum expression, Chu Ling affectionately draped an arm around his shoulder, cheerfully saying, "Don't be upset, it's just a woman. Wait a moment, and I'll show you what paradise is like." Paradise? Yu Qingji managed a bitter smile, feeling as though he were trapped in hell. "Forget about me. How are you doing?" He forced himself to ask Chu Ling. Chu Ling nodded, replying, "I'm doing well, getting by." Chu Xiaobing, sitting beside him, nearly rolled her eyes at his response. "Brother, do you have a misunderstanding of the phrase getting by? If that is your definition, then we are merely enduring a life of hardship, akin to purgatory. While Chu Ling conversed with Yu Qingji, Sha Jinghao silently scrutinized them. His keen eye noted that Yu Qingji wore low-end domestic sports brands, inferior even to Nike and Adidas. Associating with someone like him, Chu Ling's status evidently didn't soar too high either. Thus, Sha Jinghao looked down on Chu Ling even further. Such a man was hardly worthy of being compared to him. Just then, a glimmer of insight struck him, and he directed a question at Chu Ling and Yu Qingji. Given your age, you must have graduated by now, right? Yu Qingji, without hesitation, replied, yes, just graduated and found a job recently. You both could consider coming to my company. I can offer you high salaries. Sha Jinghao chuckled. I'm the HR manager at Jinling Ocean International Trade. Securing positions for you would be no challenge for me. After saying this, he glanced at Chu Xiaobing, recalling her mention of plans to develop her career in Jinling. His company was a leader in foreign trade in the region, and with the continuous growth over the years, it was on an upward trajectory, promising an even brighter future. Sha Jinghao had devised a clever scheme. Ostensibly, he claimed he wanted to introduce jobs for Chu Ling and his companion, yet in truth, it served merely as bait to ensnare Chu Xiaobing. Regrettably, Chu Xiaobing did not even lift her head, completely disregarding him. Chu Ling and Yu Qingji, meanwhile, paid him no mind, engrossed in quiet conversation. Brother Ling, I truly feel a weight in my heart, Yu Qingji lamented, burdened with unspoken woes. Seeing Chu Ling was akin to finding family, and he felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. In the past, Yu Qingji had shown immense dedication to his girlfriend, responding to her every need with a fervor unmatched, even by a deity. Chu Ling, empathetic to Yu Qingji's plight, recognized the sacrifices he had made. After investing so much, receiving such scant reward would drive anyone to madness. At that moment, Sha Jinghao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Frowning, he wondered if he had ingested something amiss. He hastily rose to make his way to the restroom, and just as he departed, Zhang Nin began to experience similar discomfort. She suspected their lunch might have been the culprit and quickly followed suit towards the restroom. After a brief exchange with Yu Qingji, Chu Ling noticed that Chu Xiaobing was nearly silent. He leaned closer to inquire about her well-being, asking if she was adapting. Chu Xiaobing nodded, admitting, if not for you, I truly wouldn't have dared to come. The bar's atmosphere overwhelmed her with an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity. Due to the noise, they found themselves nearly pressed together as they spoke. Observing their closeness, Yu Qingji wrapped an arm around Chu Ling's shoulders and whispered in his ear, brother, isn't this a bit cruel? I just mentioned my breakup, and here you are, flaunting such a beautiful girlfriend to taunt me. Our friendship is sinking. Chu Ling chuckled at Yu Qingji's glum expression, exclaiming, don't be hasty. Didn't I promise you a gift? It's up to you to see if you can handle it. A gift? Yu Qingji looked bewildered as Chu Ling ignored his confusion and signaled to a nearby waitress. The waitress, a stunning figure in a nearly bursting miniskirt, approached with a slight bow and inquired, what can I do for you, handsome? Taken aback by Chu Ling's striking features, she paused. As he reached into her uniform pocket to retrieve the drink menu, she instinctively covered her chest, only to blush upon seeing what he held. Oh dear, what a misunderstand. She sighed inwardly, feeling a tinge of regret. Such an attractive young man could have sparked an intriguing story, perhaps one where she benefited. Chu Ling assessed the drink menu, marking 30 bottles of Ace of Spades champagne, along with various soft drinks. That should suffice for now, he declared, handing the menu over with flair. The waitress stared at the order, momentarily stunned. After what felt like an eternity, she finally asked, are you certain, handsome? 30 bottles of Ace of Spades alone is quite a fortune. Waving her off, she departed with the order. Yu Qingji and Chu Xiaobing exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unaware of what had transpired. Was the waitress new? Why was she so astonished by a mere drink order? As they pondered, a shout erupted from a nearby booth. What on earth is happening? Many patrons turned to witness a procession of waitresses carrying trays laden with champagne and soft drinks, heading toward Chu Ling's table. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The sheer number of waitresses and the grandeur of the display left everyone dumbfounded. Suddenly, a discerning patron exclaimed, wait, he's ordered Ace of Spades champagne. Upon hearing the name, fellow guests froze, their expressions a mix of disbelief and awe. Did I just hear that right? The legendary Ace of Spades? Good heavens, each bottle costs 5,000. How many has he ordered? The spectacle was remarkable, drawing the attention of nearly everyone in the bar. Numerous women began to approach, craning their necks to catch a glimpse. Having long frequented nightlife venues, they knew well that such an abundance of drinks was unlikely to be consumed by one person. Their intentions were clear. 1. To partake in the fine spirits, and 2. To potentially charm a wealthy patron. As the throng of women approached with eager eyes, Chu Ling felt a sudden surge of anxiety and instinctively pulled Chu Xiaobing closer. Her petite frame nestled perfectly against him, and with a slight tilt of his head, he could hear the rapid beating of her heart. In that moment, Chu Xiaobing was utterly stunned. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her mind fell blank, unable to command her body to retreat, despite knowing she should. How about you serve as my shield? Chu Ling's voice whispered in her ear, warm breath brushing against her skin. This unfamiliar sensation sent a shiver through Chu Xiaobing, rendering her body rigid. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she felt herself being effortlessly drawn into a warm embrace, landing squarely on Chu Ling's lap. He gently rested her head on his shoulder, and a strange warmth enveloped her, leaving her frozen in place, akin to a statue. Chu Ling's hand naturally found its way to her waist, the heat of his palms seeping through the fabric and onto her skin. Chu Xiaobing trembled slightly, comforted by the warmth that felt almost protective, nestled against Chu Ling's chest. Their posture appeared intimate and suggestive, resembling that of a couple deeply in love. Several young women approached, their gazes initially fixed on the dashing Chu Ling. However, upon realizing he was not available, they quickly turned their attention to Yu Qingji. Though perhaps not as handsome, his wealth could compensate for any shortcomings. Hey there, do you have room for company? May I join you for a drink, handsome? One woman asked. Another chimed in. Oh, I won't compete with these ladies. Just save me a drink, and I promise to be good. In the blink of an eye, Yu Qingji found himself encircled by a plethora of alluring women. Gazing at the long legs and fair skin within arm's reach, he felt a tightening in his throat, forcing him to swallow hard. Although these young ladies wore heavy makeup, their youthfulness was unmistakable. Their figures varied, some voluptuous, others petite, tall, or short. As Yu Qingji's eyes wandered over the fair skin surrounding him, he felt his vision blur slightly from the overwhelming sight. He turned to admire a nearby beauty, exclaiming to himself how stunning she was. No, truly radiant and full. Just then, the DJ ascended the stage, microphone in hand, announcing to the crowd, Table 21's gentleman has spent 300,000, becoming the lead patron of Shangfeng Bar tonight. The uproar that followed was electrifying, a cacophony of cheers and gasps erupting throughout the venue. The patrons were awestruck, grappling with the sheer audacity of such expenditure. 300,000, just like that. How extravagantly wealthy. Yet, upon reflection, it felt exhilarating. The lighting technician, quick on his feet, directed the spotlight toward Table 21, prompting a wave of applause and gestures of homage from the crowd. The title of lead patron was reserved for those with substantial means. Yu Qingji was almost beside himself with excitement, his fingers trembling around his glass. For the first time in his life, he was surrounded by beautiful women, their voices sweet as honey, calling him handsome in the most flirtatious tones, leaving him utterly weak in the knees. Although these women could not compare to Chu Xiaobing in beauty, they surpassed the ordinary by leaps and bounds. Not to mention, they all took great care of their figures, making for a truly delightful sight. Cradled by so many admirers, Yu Qingji felt as though he might float away. Chu Ling had not deceived him. This was, indeed, paradise. Envy and jealousy radiated from those observing the men at Table 21. This was the life a man should lead. The unremarkable Yu Qingji was now the center of attention, akin to the moon surrounded by stars. As for Chu Ling, the girl beside him, even with makeup, paled in comparison to Chu Xiaobing. Moreover, Chu Ling had his arm wrapped around Chu Xiaobing's slender waist, the sensation exquisite. Perhaps sensing the softness of the girl in his embrace, Chu Ling's hand began to caress her waist. After all, he was no paragon of virtue, and men were simply that way. Meanwhile, at another booth, a group of young men and women sat with grim expressions, their gazes fixed on a young man in the center. The atmosphere was tense, as if waiting for him to make a decisive move. One young man could no longer contain his frustration. Glancing in the direction of Table 21, he seethed. Qiangu, it seems your lead patron position has been usurped. Our spending was supposed to be the highest. The so-called lead patron position is awarded to the table with the most substantial expenditure. Qian Duo's face darkened as he watched Chu Ling basking in the limelight across the way. It was his birthday, and he had planned to order drinks to claim the lead patron title and enjoy the thrill of being surrounded by beautiful women. Instead, Chu Ling's 30 bottles of champagne had snatched that title from him, and the women who had previously gathered around him had flocked to Chu Ling's table. Damn it. The women in nightclubs are so fickle. The young men beside Qian Duo grew increasingly restless, especially as they beheld Chu Ling's handsome visage, their frustration mounting. With looks like that, why waste money on seducing women? It's a complete waste of resources. One of the young men exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. I'll pay to take that kid down. I refuse to believe we can't handle him. His words were met with fervent agreement from the others. Yes, let us band together. With our combined resources, we can easily take him out. This idea was met with enthusiasm. Let us reclaim what is rightfully ours. Qian Duo, hearing their fervor, signaled a waiter over. Bring me another 200,000 worth of champagne, he commanded decisively, his gaze fixed on Chu Ling. He was eager to see how Chu Ling would respond. Good. Sir, please hold on. The waiter rushed off, visibly elated. Such a large order meant a hefty commission for him. At that moment, the DJ received the notification and returned to the stage to announce the new lead patron. Shifting the spotlight to Qian Duo. Bathed in bright light, Qian Duo felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The title of lead patron was inherently his, and tonight would belong solely to him. Chu Ling observed the dimming lights above him and glanced toward the illuminated booth. His gaze met Qian Duo's. A clash of defiance and disdain. Qian Duo's eyes gleamed with arrogance, challenging Chu Ling to respond. The young men and women at Qian Duo's table, fueled by triumph, began to whistle, gesture obscene signs, and even pretended to aim imaginary guns at Chu Ling. While the insult was minor, its impact was significant. The young men and women finally felt vindicated. Aren't you quite the hotshot? Come at us. Chu Ling raised an eyebrow, bemused by the unusual eagerness to engage him in this game. Since they were so keen, it would only be polite for him to reciprocate, wouldn't it? A wicked smile crept across Chu Ling's lips as he beckoned the fiery beauty from earlier and said, "Hand me the microphone." Without hesitation, the sultry girl retrieved the mic and placed it in Chu Ling's hand. "I'll have 100 bottles of champagne. Come drink for free." His declaration left the crowd astounded. Even Qian Duo and his companions were taken aback by such extravagance. Calculating the potential total, it seemed Chu Ling's expenditure could nearly reach 1 million. Faced with such a figure, Qian Duo's expression darkened, leaving him speechless. The fiery beauty glanced at Chu Ling, a hint of embarrassment in her demeanor, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, sir, but we don't have that many bottles of champagne. Even a top-tier bar like theirs could not maintain a vast stock of high-end beverages like champagne. Having over 100 bottles was already an extraordinary inventory." "Oh, is that so? Well, never mind," Chu Ling replied nonchalantly. The patron stood in stunned silence, bewildered. What did he mean by never mind? Was he joking? The crowd erupted into a chorus of boos. Qian Duo and his companions felt their anxiety dissipate, realizing, so this kid was just putting on a show. Qian Duo's table began to mock him. What a performance. Almost pulled a muscle. Did he bribe the waiter to put on this act for us? No money. No showboating. PLL gets struck by lightning. Young man, when you step out, perhaps you should carry a lightning rod. Meanwhile, Chu Ling, microphone in hand, spoke again. Since there is none, let us all indulge tonight. I shall cover the bill. Chapter 53, a stunned silence. His words rendered the entire venue instantly mute. Is he really offering to pay for everyone? It was as if a bomb had detonated, and the room erupted into exuberant cheers. Each person left utterly astonished. The atmosphere surged with excitement. Behold the magnificent Tycoon. What a generous benefactor. We applaud you. Unbelievable wealth. I had always thought the tales of young Master Zhao treating the entire bar were mere stories. Who would have imagined I would witness it firsthand? On the other side, Qian Duo and his companions were left utterly flabbergasted. This was too much, even if he could afford to cover the whole place. It wouldn't surpass what Chu Ling had done. One young man glanced at Qian Duo's frustrated expression and exclaimed loudly, "Isn't this kid just showing off? Let us drink him into poverty." Those words seemed to fly directly into Chu Ling's ears. He seized the microphone once more and addressed Qian Duo's table, saying, "That table. I shall not be covering your bill. You dare to provoke me and expect me to spend my money? Dream on." Qian Duo, the group of wealthy young masters and ladies, their composure shattered in an instant. What does he mean by this? He is deliberately calling us out. Isn't this is outrageous. Just as the crowd was celebrating, Sha Jinghao emerged from the restroom and caught wind of Chu Ling's declaration. An ominous premonition surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Sha Jinghao rushed over, bellowing at Chu Ling. "What are you doing, kid? Do you even realize what you're saying? Even if I were to offer to treat, you're going too far by treating the whole room. Have you considered your own status and financial capacity? You don't measure up. I wouldn't even dare to treat the entire crowd." Sha Jinghao was genuinely incensed. He was merely a mid-level manager in a company. His salary was decent, but not enough to frivolously spend. With that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to invest it elsewhere? Throwing money around here? Isn't that madness? The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. He grabbed a nearby waiter and began to deflect, insisting, "It's this kid who claimed he would treat everyone. It has nothing to do with me. When it comes time to settle the bill, you should look for him." The reason he was so eager to disassociate himself was that he still had a fair amount of money left on his silver card, and he couldn't afford to be dragged down by Chu Ling otherwise. He would suffer a significant loss. After saying this, Sha Jinghao resumed his tirade against Chu Ling. "You are just a student. How pretentious can you be? Are you deliberately trying to set me up? I assure you, this is not my affair. I want to be picking up the tab." With that, The crowd finally grasped the situation. Qian Duo's group felt a surge of relief. Oh, so it's just a show of bravado? Now that your power isn't protecting you, what do you intend to do? One of the women at Qian Duo's table remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Not only her, but the other wealthy young ladies and gentlemen began chiming in, their faces adorned with mocking expressions. They had genuinely panicked moments ago, but now, it seemed, there was no reason for alarm. They were not only calm, but eager to observe the spectacle, curious to see how this young man would fare. What if he lacked the funds? Oh, that would certainly lead to a most unfortunate situation. Chu Ling, however, offered no explanation. He simply produced a bank card and handed it to the stunning waitress. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the card, and the audience awaited the revelation in hushed anticipation. A moment later, the DJ stepped forward, signaling to the audience. We have verified that Mr. Chu indeed possesses the means to make such a statement. The crowd erupted once more in jubilation. Incredible. It's free again. Meanwhile, Qian Duo and his companions were left reeling, their composure crumbling. Their emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. And who could withstand such turmoil? Qian Duo began to question his very existence. Today was his birthday. Was fate conspiring against him by sending this young man to thwart his celebrations? What a calamity. Sha Jinghao was equally stunned, his expression one of disbelief. How could this be? This young man, so youthful, possessed such wealth? He couldn't fathom it. And a sense of regret began to creep into his heart. He lingered, eager to discern the unfolding situation. The festivities continued unabated until midnight. Even Chu Xiaobing, elated, indulged in a small drink. Having never tasted alcohol before, she felt a sudden lightheadedness. Chu Ling, however, abstained from any intoxicants, as he would be driving soon. Qian Duo and his companions had never felt so humiliated. They had longed to leave, but couldn't bear to part with the exquisite wines they had begun to enjoy. So they forced themselves to remain until midnight. Let us go. I truly can't drink anymore, Qian Duo said, swaying as he stood up. The group helped one another as they made their way to the entrance. Upon stepping outside, Qian Duo exploded in outrage. What the hell? My Ferrari 812 was supposed to be parked out front. Why is it gone, replaced by another vehicle? His vision, blurred by drink, prevented him from clearly identifying the car before him. A surge of rage ignited within him, vowing to obliterate whatever he laid eyes upon. Fueled by alcohol and pent-up frustration, Qian Duo lunged at the car with a rock in hand. Damn it, I'll show you all. But in the next instant, a young man dashed out from the side, grabbing Qian Duo around the waist and shaking him violently. Brother Qian, are you out of your mind? That's a Bugatti. Worth 50 to 60 million. If you throw that rock, you'll be ruined. Bugatti? 50 to 60 million? Qian Duo's eyes widened in shock. And after several moments of focus, he finally recognized the vehicle before him, a Bugatti Veyron. The terror of nearly causing a loss of 50 to 60 million sent Qian Duo's legs buckling beneath him, crashing to the ground. He was genuinely paralyzed with fear, his face ashen. Forcing himself to take deep breaths, once he regained a semblance of composure, he exclaimed, "Good brother, if it weren't for you, I would have been finished." At that moment, Chu Ling and Yu Chengji appeared, with Yu Chengji asking Chu Ling, "It's late. How will you get home?" Chu Ling replied simply, "I drove here." As he spoke, Chu Ling walked ahead toward the entrance, with Yu Chengji following closely behind, and a defeated Sha Jinghao trailing behind them. They all beheld the Bugatti Veyron parked at the entrance, alongside Qian Duo, who was still clutching the rock, poised to strike. Seeing this, Chu Ling chuckled, "What's this? Unable to compete with the dragon head, and now you wish to smash my car?" Qian Duo and his companions instinctively turned to face Chu Ling's handsome visage, their expressions frozen in disbelief. "This is your car?" Qian Duo, along with Sha Jinghao, found themselves at a loss for words. They gazed at Chu Ling in incredulity, struggling to accept the reality before them. This young man, so youthful, was remarkably wealthy. To own a Bugatti Veyron meant he was undoubtedly a premier tycoon. Had they truly offended a top-tier magnate? Qian Duo stood in shock, his face pale as death. All he wanted was to celebrate his birthday. He never anticipated it would unfold this way. Feeling a bit lightheaded, Chu Xiaobing exited the bar, her steps somewhat unsteady. Observing this, Chu Ling hurriedly approached her, carefully assisting her into the car and gently fastening her seatbelt. He then stepped out, glancing at his friend before turning his attention to a girl clinging to him, and whispered, "Make sure to take precautions. We wouldn't want any fatalities." Yu Chengji, upon hearing Chu Ling's words, playfully punched him and exclaimed, "Bro, today I've truly understood what paradise feels like. And do refrain from boasting. Just look at that girl in your car. She's a genuine beauty." Yu Chengji regarded Chu Ling with envy. They were classmates, yet after years apart, Chu Ling had seemingly soared to new heights. After a brief conversation, Chu Ling returned to the driver's seat. Disregarding Qian Duo and the bewildered Sha Jinghao in the back, and drove away. At the entrance of the bar, only Qian Duo and the others remained, disoriented in the wind. What sort of formidable individuals are these? A Bugatti? Surely, I haven't offended anyone of that caliber, Qian Duo pondered, glancing at the other wealthy youths beside him. He shouldn't know who I am, right? A slightly displeased young man beside him remarked, Brother Qian. I think I saw him glance at your license plate. Qian Duo exclaimed in frustration, what the hell? Should we flee? How do I handle being targeted by such a big shot? Meanwhile, Chu Ling gazed at Chu Xiaobing beside him and smiled. Xiaobing, you really ought to refrain from drinking in the future. One glass and you're down. I know, Chu Xiaobing playfully retorted, her cheeks flushed, unsure if it was due to being cradled in Chu Ling's arms all night or the effects of alcohol. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Chu Xiaobing's home. As she stepped out of the car, the breeze caused her to sway slightly, prompting Chu Ling to quickly step forward and catch her in his arms, lifting her effortlessly like a princess. Chu Xiaobing, feeling the position, gently wrapped her arms around Chu Ling's neck. What's this? Are you expecting me to carry you upstairs like this? Chu Ling leaned down, whispering softly in her ear, causing her to shiver, her body becoming even more pliant. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, she added, my parents have gone back to our hometown for the next few days, so they're not home. Don't misunderstand. I mentioned this to say that I need you to take me back. Chu Ling smiled at her as he carried her upstairs. At the door, he retrieved the keys from her pocket, opened the door, and, after closing it behind them, proceeded to carry her towards the bedroom. Gently placing her on the bed, Chu Ling looked at Chu Xiaobing, who still clung to his neck, and asked, What's this? You don't plan on letting go? Before he could finish speaking, Chu Xiaobing suddenly pulled him closer, and Chu Ling felt a warm sensation brush against his lips. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood, and thus, he and Chu Xiaobing. Chapter 54. Blind massage. The following morning, Chu Ling awoke early and, turning his head, found Chu Xiaobing still peacefully asleep beside him. Her breaths were soft, and her eyelashes resembled delicate fans, casting shadows beneath her eyelids. Chu Ling's gaze wandered over her petite, perfectly shaped nose, eventually resting on her lips, as red as blooming begonia petals. Against her milk-white complexion, that shade of red appeared even more alluring, evoking an irresistible desire to taste. A satisfied smile graced Chu Ling's lips as he placed a gentle kiss on her mouth before drifting back to sleep. When Chu Ling awoke again, he found Chu Xiaobing had already risen and was searching for something. Leaning closer, he caught sight of the title on her phone, How to Clean Bloodstains from Bed Sheets. Chu Ling could only chuckle, then he pulled Chu Xiaobing into his embrace. Awake? Chu Xiaobing looked at him, her eyes brimming with affection, for feelings had blossomed over time. Yesterday had certainly been lengthy. With a teasing smile, Chu Ling replied, awake, but still wishing to sleep. All right then, he said, leaning in closer. Not that kind of sleep. A few hours later, Chu Xiaobing lay sprawled, her eyes glowering at the refreshed Chu Ling, utterly speechless. Humph. Thank goodness these past few days have been safe. At this, Chu Ling felt a bit embarrassed, realizing there truly hadn't been any precautions taken. After a quick wash-up, he began preparing a lavish breakfast. Opening the fridge, he was relieved to see it stocked with fresh ingredients, grateful that he had maintained a clear mind the previous night to bring the good food upstairs. Otherwise, today's feast would have been impossible. Setting a frying pan over the heat, he cracked a few eggs into it. With premium bacon on hand, he meticulously fried it in butter until tiny bubbles formed on the surface, then placed it on a bed of lettuce he had prepared earlier. Once the eggs were perfectly fried, he placed them atop the bacon, wrapping it all in lettuce and securing it with plastic wrap. With a swift motion, he sliced the vegetable sandwich in half, the runny yolk oozing slightly, making it particularly enticing. The red bacon, green lettuce, and golden yolk harmonized beautifully, creating a visually stunning dish. Part of the lettuce glistened with the bacon-esque grease, emitting a delightful aroma. This vegetable sandwich was made especially for Chu Xiaobing, as she had drunk for the first time yesterday and might not have much of an appetite upon waking. A light meal would be beneficial for her recovery. Noticing the abalone he had purchased yesterday was still fresh, he cleaned it thoroughly and sprinkled it with a special garlic sauce before placing it in the steamer. Setting the timer. Despite managing multiple dishes simultaneously, Chu Ling appeared composed, as if each action had been meticulously choreographed, unhurried, and perfectly timed. As the time approached, he began to set the dishes on the dining table in the living room, just as Chu Xiaobing emerged from her room. Chu Xiaobing walked slowly, her gait a bit unsteady, her brow slightly furrowed, suggesting she was not entirely comfortable. Sensing Chu Ling's gaze, her cheeks flushed, and she playfully admonished, "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before?" Blaming the mischievous Chu Ling, she thought, had he not been there, she wouldn't be in such an awkward predicament. With a slight smile, Chu Ling mused, "I've seen, and I must say, I've seen it all." All. Chu Xiaobing quickly understood the implication behind his words. Just as she opened her mouth, Chu Ling's voice echoed above her. I think I could stand to see even more clearly. Shall we do it again? Chu Ling, towering over her, leaned down to catch her eye, winking as if to say, this time, I'll be sure to observe closely. You're incorrigible. Chu Xiaobing waved her hands in embarrassment, too shy to meet his gaze. Remembering the intensity of the previous night, she dared not repeat the experience. I'll just go wash up first, she declared, hurrying to the bathroom. After she finished her morning routine, Chu Ling had already prepared a sumptuous feast, laying out a table brimming with delectable dishes. My goodness, you actually made so many dishes, Chu Xiaobing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chu Ling. She had heard from her dorm mates that if, after becoming intimate, a man continued to invest effort in caring for you, it signified true love. Looking at the array of dishes before her, Chu Xiaobing bit her lip and feigned interest in the food, concealing a flicker of excitement in her eyes. Chu Ling nodded towards the steamed fish and vegetable sandwiches, gently advising, if you're not too hungry, start with something light. As Chu Xiaobing admired the specially prepared dishes and listened to Chu Ling's tender voice, her heart nearly melted. So this is what it feels like to be in love? How blissful. Chu Ling raised his head to look at Chu Xiaobing and discovered that her affection level had reached 96, unlocking the permanent rebate skill of the goddess. With the rebate multiplier fixed at 10 times. This meant that every time Chu Ling spent on Chu Xiaobing, he would receive a tenfold return. A glimmer of joy flickered in Chu Ling's eyes as he observed Chu Xiaobing savoring her food, his expression growing even gentler. Your vegetable sandwiches are absolutely delicious. They taste so fresh and pure, even better than those meticulously slathered with mayonnaise. Chu Xiaobing exclaimed with delight. The flavors of the various ingredients were distinct, yet when combined, they transformed as if undergoing a chemical reaction, resulting in an explosion of exquisite taste that left one craving more. Chu Xiaobing was not solely focused on her own meal. Knowing that Chu Ling adored abalone, she delicately picked out the succulent meat and carefully offered it to his lips, feeding him. Seeing Chu Ling relish the dish filled her with waves of satisfaction. How about some shrimp? I'll peel them for you, she said, already beginning to remove the shells. The fresh shrimp she had purchased the previous day were easy to peel. After dipping the shrimp meat in a delicious sauce, she brought it to Chu Ling's mouth, watching him swallow it whole. In that moment, Chu Xiaobing resembled a devoted little wife attending to her beloved, her eyes filled with joy. Indeed, the treatment a man receives can be entirely different based on his capabilities. Chu Ling basked in the royal treatment, looking at Chu Xiaobing with a smile, saying, make sure you eat plenty too. I made this just for you. He peeled a few shrimp for Chu Xiaobing as well, offering them to her mouth. And after she ate, he added with a grin, from now on, I'll peel the shrimp for you to spare your hands from any injury. I wouldn't want to see you hurt. Their meal was imbued with affection, rich in tenderness. After finishing, Chu Xiaobing insisted on tidying up without letting Chu Ling help. Bustling around energetically, Chu Ling, taking out his phone to check, was surprised to find a friend request notification on WeChat. Upon checking the timestamp, he realized it had been sent the previous day. He had been at the bar and then engaged in a lengthy duel with Chu Xiaobing, completely missing the message. Meanwhile, in a villa in Jinling, a figure paced anxiously. This person was none other than Du Juanji, the young master of the Du family, whom Chu Ling had encountered the previous day. After returning home, Du Juanji had added Chu Ling on WeChat using the phone number on the business card. But he had yet to receive a response. Why hasn't he accepted yet? It's been all night and half the morning, Du Juanji lamented, sporting dark circles under his eyes. In his eagerness to speak with Chu Ling, he had kept his phone's ringer at maximum volume and had barely rested throughout the night, waking up frequently to check if his friend request had been accepted. Yet, the night had passed in silence, without any sign of response. Du Juanji continually reassured himself that such a distinguished young master must lead a vibrant life and wouldn't he be glued to his phone. However, as midday approached with still no word, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Just as he began to believe his social standing was insufficient to match Chu Ling's, the request was accepted. The notification ping sent Du Juanji leaping from his chair in excitement. He gazed at the WeChat chat interface, his enthusiasm bubbling over. Wetting his lips, he sat up straight on the sofa, thoughtfully crafting his words. Hello, I'm Du Juanji, the one who greeted you in the parking lot yesterday. Do you remember? I took the liberty of adding you using the number on your business card. Du Juanji meticulously edited and revised his message, being exceedingly cautious. Since this was their first conversation, he wanted to leave a good impression, carefully considering each phrase before sending it. After several minutes, he finally settled on a message and sent it. Chu Ling replied promptly, confirming he remembered and assuring him there was no need for such formality. Du Juanji's eyes lit up at the response. This young master was remarkably down to earth, igniting a desire in him to forge a genuine friendship. After chatting for a while, Du Juanji seized the opportunity to grow closer, saying, "How about I call you Chu Gu from now on?" After sending the message, he anxiously awaited a reply. Watching the screen intently, "That works for me. Feel free to call me by my name," came Chu Ling's swift response. Du Juanji's eyes narrowed with satisfaction. He had successfully taken the first step. Excited by the prospect of a growing friendship, Du Juanji quickly typed, "Chu Gu. I have some influence in Chu Ling. If you need anything, feel free to reach out, and I'll ensure it's handled well. By the way, I have a WeChat group filled with prominent young masters and ladies from Chu Ling. May I add you? They've long admired you." "Sure," came Chu Ling's simple affirmative reply, sending Du Juanji into a state of exhilaration. Being able to connect with such a distinguished young master was indeed a stroke of luck. Du Juanji was confident that Chu Ling's identity was extraordinary, especially given the impressive car he drove. He must be from a prestigious family. Establishing this connection with Chu Ling would bolster his own status among Chu Ling's elite. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaobing had finished clearing the dining table and was now sitting in a chair, glaring at Chu Ling in mock annoyance. Though she had merely tidied up the dishes, she could still feel the discomfort in her body. Remembering the events of the previous evening, she felt her cheeks flush, playfully scolding, "It's all your fault for being so rough and taking so long. You have no sense of tenderness. Now my entire body aches. I feel like I'm dying." Chu Ling set aside his phone and approached Chu Xiaobing, pulling her to her feet. "Let me give you a massage. It will alleviate some of the discomfort." "Can you really massage?" Chu Xiaobing asked curiously, looking at Chu Ling, who seemed to be a treasure trove, revealing more delightful surprises the longer they spent together. Without a word, Chu Ling swept her up in his arms, eliciting a startled gasp from her as she clung to his neck. "What are you doing?" Chu Xiaobing asked shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. "You'll see," Chu Ling replied, carrying her off to the bedroom, completely oblivious to the phone screen lighting up with a group invitation from Du Juanji. Gently laying Chu Xiaobing on the bed, Chu Ling extended his hand to massage her. Chu Xiaobing's skin was as fair and smooth as the finest silk, and the moment his fingers made contact, it felt as though he were caressing exquisite satin. With a touch imbued with warmth, the sensation was utterly delightful. As she began to perceive Chu Ling's impeccable technique, the tension in Chu Xiaobing's body gradually dissipated. The words he had uttered earlier had startled her. Had he insisted, she would have found it impossible to refuse. Yet, now feeling his genuine care through the massage, she was touched by the kindness of this man. Before long, however, Chu Ling encountered an obstruction, the nightgown Chu Xiaobing wore. He tugged at it with a hint of disdain, saying, "Relax, don't be so stiff. Also, this fabric is quite bothersome." Bothersome? Chu Xiaobing's mind conjured certain images, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How could she possibly undress? Observing her bashful demeanor, Chu Ling boldly remarked, "Weren't we exposed to everything last night? What is there to fear? Can you perform a blind massage?" she asked. "Blind my foot, hurry up," Chu Ling retorted, playfully slapping the appropriate spot. Chapter 55, 3 Men Create a Tiger. "Oh." Chu Xiaobing turned her back to him and quickly lay down on the bed. Chu Ling sat at the edge, using both hands to help her clear her meridians. Without the hindrance of clothing, Chu Xiaobing could distinctly feel the warmth of Chu Ling's hands, radiating through her skin to every part of her body. His hands seemed to possess a magical quality, making her feel as if she were lying on a sun-kissed beach, where the sunlight was gentle yet warm, lulling her into a drowsy state. The areas of soreness that had plagued her were soothed by his warm touch, akin to a miraculous remedy, rendering the pain almost imperceptible. Chu Xiaobing felt an overwhelming sense of relief, even suppressing the urge to sigh in contentment several times. Soon, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she fell into a peaceful slumber. Listening to Chu Xiaobing's steady breathing, Chu Ling's face softened with a gentle smile. This girl had been utterly exhausted the previous night and had not rested well. Now, having helped her ease her tension, it was only natural that sleep would claim her. Chu Ling's hands did not cease their ministrations. He merely adjusted the pressure slightly. Since he was already engaged in this task, he might as well give her entire body a thorough treatment. Moreover, Chu Xiaobing's skin was exceptionally delicate, making it hard for Chu Ling to resist the urge to cherish the moment. Such a splendid texture deserved to be savored. Meanwhile, Du Juanji was left waiting anxiously, his patience wearing thin. "What does this mean? Why hasn't he replied?" He stared at his phone. Having waited for over an hour without seeing Chu Ling accept the invitation to join the group, his heart raced with anxiety, and he felt as if he might explode. He pondered many possibilities. Could it be that Chu Ling acknowledged him but looked down on the wealthy heirs and heiresses of Chu Ling? Was his invitation perhaps too presumptuous? Doubt crept into Du Juanji's mind. His intentions had been good. He merely wanted the prominent heirs and heiresses of Chu Ling to be aware of Chu Ling's existence, thus preventing any future conflicts from arising. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, and having hardly slept the previous night, Du Juanji inadvertently dozed off while clutching his phone. The midday sun bathed him in warmth as he instinctively turned over and fell asleep on the couch. After Chu Ling finished massaging Chu Xiaobing, he gazed upon her serene, sleeping visage and suddenly felt as though he had forgotten something. Ah, right. Du Juanji had mentioned wanting to add him to the Jinling elite group, hadn't he? Finally recalling, Chu Ling picked up his phone to check and indeed found a group invitation. Upon opening the message, he chuckled. The group was amusingly named the Future of Jinling. It struck him as quite fitting. After all, these young heirs held significant resources and connections within Jinling, making the name quite reasonable. Without hesitation, he clicked to accept and joined the group. At that moment, the group was abuzz with activity as several young heirs and heiresses were engaged in conversation. Du Juanji's group had a rule that one must change to their real name upon joining. In the chat, the lively discussion continued. Hey, have you all heard about what happened last night? Zhang Haitao asked. What do you mean heard? Just spit it out. Hurry up, stop beating around the bush. Jia Qian interjected impatiently. Zhang Haitao's words ignited a flurry of responses from the usually reticent heirs and heiresses, all urging him to get to the point. Don't joke around about serious matters. Just tell us what happened already. As everyone pressed for answers, a notification popped up in the chat. Chu Ling has joined the group. The unfamiliar name caused a momentary pause among the young heirs and heiresses, as the group was typically stable and rarely admitted newcomers. However, they quickly dismissed Chu Ling, assuming he was merely an outsider brought in by Du Juanji. As prominent heirs of Jinling, it was unlikely they would pay any mind to a wealthy second generation from a small town. Choosing to overlook Chu Ling, Jia Qian sent another message, her fury palpable through the text. If you don't spill, I'll personally come after you. The mere sight of her words sent chills down the spines of the young heirs, who instinctively crossed their legs. Jia Qian's fiery temperament was well known. Zhang Haitao, feeling the heat of her wrath, quickly interjected. Please spare me, Jia Qian. I was going to mention Qian Duo. You should all remember him, right? Upon hearing his mention of Qian Duo, many in the group acknowledged they had heard of him. Wasn't he the heir of the Qian family? The Qian group was of moderate size in Jinling, yet it held a certain level of notoriety. Zhang Haitao shook his head, typing in the group. It seems you all truly haven't received the news. You have no idea. Qian Duo is preparing to flee. The entire Qian family is on high alert. I've inquired, and it appears that the other heirs who usually associate with him have been locked away by their families, completely barred from leaving. Attempts to contact them have gone unanswered. It seems their families have confiscated their phones. The atmosphere within these families is tense, as if the executives have not even shown up to work today, leaving everyone wondering what arrangements are being made at home. Zhang Haitao eloquently expounded at length, initially captivating the attention of the other young masters and ladies, who began as mere gossipers. However, as they absorbed more of his words, trepidation took hold. It might be commonplace for a few signs to abscond, given that they were all second-generation heirs, often embroiled in misdeeds and fearful of familial retribution, seeking refuge from the storm. Yet, to witness entire families bracing for an impending crisis was unprecedented. They had never encountered such a phenomenon before. A few of the more astute young ladies and gentlemen fell silent, meticulously analyzing the current predicament. Being offspring of prominent families from Jinling, they were usually well informed. Yet this time, they were entirely in the dark. This absence of information suggested that it was not the machinations of any one family from Jinling. Could it be that individuals from other provinces had extended their reach into Jinling? Contemplating this, the young masters and ladies began to tense, their gaze fixed intently on their mobile screens. After Zhang Haitao concluded, the group erupted into a fervent discussion. What on earth was happening? How had things escalated to this extent? Why were they completely oblivious? I had a vague inkling about this information, but it seemed inconsequential, so I brushed it off. Now, with Tao Gu's revelation, it appeared that the news had been systematically suppressed by their families. What was truly occurring? How did it suddenly spiral into such chaos? Following a fruitless debate, they urged Zhang Haitao to continue his analysis. The suspense of an unfinished narrative gnawed at their insides. Zhang Haitao, please don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us. Others chimed in, eager to grasp the specifics. Tao Gu, satisfy our curiosity, and I'll treat you at the nightclub tonight. How about that? Proposed one. That sounds splendid. Tao Gu, I'll accompany you. Another added. Please, no more teasing, just get to the point. Exclaimed another, exasperated. Zhang Haitao, can you articulate your thoughts more succinctly? Stop dragging it out. It's infuriating. Jia Qian interjected, chastising him soundly. As the eldest daughter of the Jia family, one of the 4 prominent families in Jinling, she felt no need to mince words with them. Besides, their camaraderie was well established, and they were all familiar with her temperament. Zhang Haitao, lounging on the sofa in the villa's living room, observed the anxious expressions of the young masters and ladies before he began to type leisurely. I heard from a friend of my good brother that Qian Duo has offended someone he shouldn't have, which is why he's so frightened. The entire Qian family is on high alert, immediately contacting other families. The other young masters, fearing repercussions, have also gone into hiding. Given how terrified those families are of the Qian family, it's natural they would take precautions. As soon as Zhang Haitao completed his message, he noticed the chat box below filled with ellipses, leaving everyone utterly speechless, unwilling to engage with him. Hey, what's this? Are you all scared too? Zhang Haitao, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, added a mischievous emoji to his message. The other young masters and ladies, now incensed, unleashed their ire. Zhang Haitao, you've spewed a load of nonsense. We already know they've offended someone they shouldn't have, but who is it? Just say it. They demanded. This is just an expanded version of the earlier news. So, by merely adding more words, it has suddenly transformed into the truth? Exactly, Tao Go. If you know the identity of this person, please reveal it at once. If it's someone formidable, we need to prepare. Zhang Haitao, equally frustrated, retorted. I don't know either. If I did, wouldn't I tell you? He couldn't fabricate an identity when he was clueless. The group, witnessing Zhang Haitao's response, began to ridicule him. Then why speak at all? You've left us in limbo. This is utterly irresponsible. Seriously, this is what you offer? No offense. But you've handled this terribly. Count me in on the complaints. I'm utterly exasperated. Zhang Haitao, observing the barrage of critiques, felt his own temper flare. Was ignorance of the individual's identity a sign of unreliability? If he hadn't spoken, they wouldn't even know what had transpired. Besides, did they truly believe that Zhang Haitao possessed such limited capabilities? He could easily divulge secrets that would send shivers down their spines. With that thought, he typed again, please. Refrain from being so harsh. While I may not know who the individual is, I did hear the sequence of events from my good brother's friend. This time, the young masters and ladies adopted a more pragmatic approach, refraining from being easily baited. One young master inquired, is this information reliable? We can't be reacting to mere hearsay. If the news were unfounded, wouldn't they be unnecessarily agitated? That person was present at the scene yesterday. Not only did they provide a complete account, but they also experienced it firsthand. Zhang Haitao typed indignantly, otherwise. How would I know if those families had sealed off the information and you were left in the dark? The group's demeanor shifted instantaneously, rallying around Zhang Haitao, urging him to elaborate. They offered a plethora of lavish dining and entertainment options in return. Satisfied, Zhang Haitao began to recount the events. Qian Duo celebrated his birthday yesterday, bringing along several young masters from other families to Shangfeng Bar. You all know Qian Duo's flamboyant nature. He practically wanted to take flight on his birthday. I heard he had prepared a substantial sum, hoping to indulge extravagantly at Shangfeng Bar. However, he unexpectedly encountered a formidable opponent and directly clashed with them. The young masters and ladies in the group appeared enlightened, realizing how the conflict had originated. And then what happened? How did they clash? Someone inquired. Zhang Haitao finally ceased his teasing and swiftly relayed the rest. Can you guess what the mysterious individual ordered? They demanded 1,000 bottles of Ace of Spades champagne and 1,000 bottles of premium vodka. 1,000 bottles? The young masters and ladies were astounded, repeatedly scrutinizing their screens to confirm they were not mistaken. My goodness, how could someone order so much? That must be nearly 10 million, right? To spend 10 million just like that, this person is outrageous. It's clear Qian Duo has crossed paths with someone extraordinary. This must be the largest single order in the history of Shangfeng Bar, right? The owner must be over the moon. The other young masters expressed their envy, well aware of the lucrative profit margins in nightclub beverages. Shangfeng Bar must have raked in millions that night. Remarkable indeed. Zhang Haitao chuckled and quickly added, but Shangfeng Bar doesn't have that much stock. Even Shangfeng Bar wouldn't dare to keep such an inventory of Ace of Spades champagne on hand. Upon hearing that there was no stock, the individual remained unfazed and casually took the microphone, announcing that they would cover the entire venue's expenses for the night. The young masters and ladies were left in shock. Without 1,000 bottles, he simply opted to cover the entire venue? Even they wouldn't dare to do such a thing. In any ordinary bar, covering the entire venue would still cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions, especially after the DJ made the announcement. The entire venue erupted in a wave of retaliatory spending, and the bill that ensued was an astronomical figure that one could scarcely fathom. This magnate, astonishingly, reserved the entire Shangfeng Bar for his personal consumption. Shangfeng Bar is renowned as the most opulent establishment in Jinling, a paragon of luxury that would stand unabashed even in the likes of Suzhou and Hangzhou. To claim one could reserve the entire Shangfeng Bar is to unequivocally declare oneself a super-rich heir. However, due to the bar's extravagant nature, some affluent individuals expressed disbelief regarding such spending power and directly questioned, are you not fabricating tales? Is there truly someone so ostentatious? Upon witnessing this skepticism directed at him, Zhang Haitao was incensed and gulped down the tea from the table in one go. He slammed the cup back onto the table, visibly displeased, and messaged, "Is there any necessity for me to deceive you? Besides, such matters can easily be verified. I heard it straight from a friend of my good brother. They were so inebriated, they hardly knew what was happening. I assure you, this minor financial loss for Qianduo is just that, a loss. And no one would make a fuss over such trivialities. It's hardly a significant issue, and ordinarily, one would let it pass. But guess what happened next? That fool Qianduo, intoxicated, went outside, picked up a stone, and prepared to vandalize someone else's car. Do you know what car he was targeting? A Bugatti Veyron, a luxury vehicle worth 50 to 60 million. And this chap dared to raise a stone to smash it. Would you not agree he is a fool?" Chapter 56. We were mistaken. The young heirs and heiresses were once again taken aback. A Bugatti Veyron, indeed a rare sight. It is an arduous feat for the average person to even glimpse one. And here was Qianduo, intent on smashing a car. No wonder the owner was infuriated. At that moment, an affluent young man below inquired, "Even if he is a super-rich second-generation heir, that only means he possesses more wealth than we do. Surely, even the most extravagant among them would not act with impunity in Chu Ling? We can accept their wealth. There is no reason to contest that. However, to annihilate multiple conglomerates in Chu Ling in one fell swoop seems a tad exaggerated, does it not? Even the strongest dragon cannot suppress the local snake." As soon as these words escaped the young man's lips, the rest of the heirs and heiresses nodded in agreement. Indeed, on their home turf in Chu Ling, they had not yet felt the slightest tremor, so perhaps it was merely an act of bravado. Just as everyone was about to exhale in relief, Zhang Haitao spoke up once more. "You believe one cannot act with impunity in Chu Ling? Huh, youngsters, you are truly naive. Do you know what license plate the Bugatti Veyron bears? Jean A99999, the license plate of Supreme Prestige?" Upon hearing this, the entire group fell silent. This was the most coveted license plate imaginable, one that even the four great families of Chu Ling had failed to obtain. Yet it was affixed to this individual's vehicle. Surely, such a person could not be ordinary. The heirs and heiresses were struck dumb, paralyzed with fear, entirely unaware of the identity of this individual. Zhang Haitao, observing the silence in the chat, assumed everyone was glued to their screens, and thus, with a hint of pride, continued, "Surely, you all understand the significance of this license plate? After all, it is a plate from our Chu Ling. An investigation has already been initiated into the owner's identity. But guess what? No one has been able to uncover who this person is. This vehicle seemingly appeared out of thin air in our Chu Ling. Consequently, everyone is saying this individual is a scion of a prestigious family from Tianjing, a top-tier second-generation heir. I have no qualms about revealing this. That person has already mobilized connections at the highest levels and is preparing to sanction the Qian family." Doubt dissipated, and the young heirs and heiresses wore grave expressions, pursuing Zhang Haitao for further details about the impending actions. "Brother Tao, my dear brother Tao, what movements has that person made? What news have you heard?" Their anxiety was palpable. Zhang Haitao's mention of high-level connections and sanctions sent shivers down their spines. Flattered by the attention, Zhang Haitao relished the moment, deliberately pausing before responding. "That individual has issued an ultimatum. If the Qian family does not hand over Qianduo, they will ensure the family's bankruptcy and obliteration from Chu Ling." Obliteration? Is that even a possibility? One young heir exclaimed, filled with dread. This is a matter of life and death, far too terrifying. For these heirs and heiresses, a mere brawl was within the realm of acceptability. But a situation where lives were at stake was beyond their capacity to bear. "Do you think the Qian family can relinquish Qianduo?" One heir cautiously posed, treading carefully. A young heiress quickly replied, "After all, Qianduo is the young master of the Qian family. Surely they would protect him?" They might have their reservations about Qianduo's character, but they could not bear the thought of watching him perish, hoping the Qian family would shelter him. Is that so? The younger generation of the Qian family is hardly lacking in number. Would they really jeopardize the family business for one wayward young master? A heavy silence enveloped the group as they grappled with this sobering reality. Meanwhile, the fear of that eminent heir had escalated to alarming heights. At this moment, Chu Ling had settled down, lounging on the sofa while perusing the group chat records. The increasing lines of worry etched across his face spoke volumes. Faced with the discussions of the group, Chu Ling was utterly bewildered. Could it be that last night, besides himself, another individual had reserved the entire Shangfeng bar? This was utterly incongruous. He had merely requested 100 bottles of Black Label champagne. How had that spiraled into 1,000 bottles alongside 1,000 bottles of vodka? What on earth was he to do with such a copious amount of alcohol? Create a swimming pool for bathing? This was completely absurd. Furthermore, how had he suddenly acquired so many identities and begun applying pressure on the Qian family? Was this not sheer fabrication? Chu Ling found himself both amused and exasperated. The several hundred thousand in expenses were mere trifles to him. He had no intention of competing with Qian Duo, merely wishing to assist his good brother Yu Qingji in overcoming the shadows of heartbreak. Moreover, while Qian Duo had indeed contemplated vandalism, it had been nothing more than a fleeting thought, and there was no reason to take it seriously, was there? Chu Ling distinctly recalled that when he departed, those young heirs had been paralyzed with fear on the ground, and many had witnessed it. He surmised they refrained from showing their faces due to embarrassment, not out of fear for their lives. These individuals truly had a talent for storytelling. As Chu Ling continued his lamentations, Zhang Haitao resumed his messaging. You are likely unaware, but it seems that person has already begun to exert pressure. They have given the Qian family 3 days. If they do not surrender Qian Duo, they will deploy the military to eradicate the Qian family. The military? Eradicate? The group felt their throats constrict, swallowing hard as panic surged through them. This was not merely a matter of Qian Duo's life. It was a threat to an entire family. Everyone believed Qian Duo was doomed, for when compared to a family, a single life seemed inconsequential. Chu Ling interjected, what on earth are you all discussing? This is becoming increasingly absurd. How did he become such a tyrant? What was even more disheartening for Chu Ling was that these individuals actually believed it. Such an outlandish tale, and they accepted it with unwavering certainty. Such ruthlessness. We must exercise caution and absolutely avoid provoking the other party. It is truly terrifying. Who would have thought that a second-generation heir from Tianjing would arrive? This is indeed a show of force. The most outrageous part is that the Tianjing second-generation heir commands more respect than we, the local big shots. This is utterly absurd. The young lords and ladies present have begun to realize that this situation is far from simple, and they sound the alarm in their hearts. We must tread carefully around this Tianjing heir. Either we fawn over them, or we keep our distance. Chu Ling, observing their discourse, could already imagine the terror-stricken expressions on their faces. He couldn't help but sigh and send a message in the group. Where did you all get this information? It must be false. Doesn't it seem too far-fetched? Upon seeing Chu Ling's message, everyone was taken aback, wondering, who is this person? It soon dawned on them that he was the new addition from an out-of-province city. They looked down upon him, thinking, how dare a second-generation heir from another province act so arrogantly in our Jinling circle? His audacity to question their words was nothing short of hubris. They thought, we cannot afford to offend the Tianjing heir, yet we can't let this little brat get away unscathed. With this in mind, an unquenchable fire ignited within them as they fixed their gazes on Chu Ling's avatar, barely restraining their rising anger. The first to speak was Zhang Haitao, who, faced with the challenge, was seething with indignation. You, an out-of-province second-generation heir, how dare you question me? His tone turned hostile. Brother, how can you speak like that? This is confidential information I've obtained. It's your fortune to even see it. With Zhang Haitao taking the lead, the other young lords began to chastise Chu Ling as well. Indeed, I have received similar intelligence. Brother Tao's sources are extremely reliable. I heard that Qian Duo is indeed hiding at home, too scared to come out. I called him, and no one answered. Brother, I advise you not to speak carelessly. Do you understand? That person is not someone you can provoke. Their words were not merely accusations, but also served as a warning to Chu Ling to maintain a low profile and avoid drawing the ire of powerful figures, lest he find himself in dire straits. Observing their admonishments, Chu Ling felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. I swear, I'm not that impressive. So why are you all inflating my reputation? This left him utterly bewildered. Then, a thought struck Chu Ling. Reminiscent of a phrase he had once encountered, there exists a kind of greatness that is defined by our perception of your greatness. As the group noted Chu Ling's silence, they assumed he was intimidated and began to mock him. Everyone, let us go easy on him. After all, he might be a wealthy second-generation heir from another city, with a perspective unlike ours. The things we discuss may be beyond his understanding. Who does this country bumpkin think he is? Not grasping such straightforward logic and still daring to join our group? What an embarrassment. They lamented. Let us be considerate of him. Just as we cannot fathom the extravagance of the Tianjing heirs, he cannot relate to our experiences, which is only natural. As the conversation unfolded, it seemed as though they had found a certain balance in their minds, choosing to disregard Chu Ling entirely. He simply did not belong to their echelon, making communication futile. Ding, ding, ding. The WeChat group messages erupted like a storm, waking a drowsy Du Juanji with a jolt. Having barely slept, the cacophony of notifications left his expression grim. He casually opened the group messages, starting from the top. Upon reading, a wave of terror washed over him, rendering him speechless. He had not anticipated that during his brief slumber, Chu Ling had accepted the group invitation and engaged in conversation with these individuals. Du Juanji, still somewhat dazed, became fully alert, his complexion shifting from grim to ashen. He leapt from the sofa. the pain from colliding with the coffee table barely registering as he imagined the horror brewing within him. If what Zhang Haitao and the others said was true, they had just offended a powerful figure. Realizing this, Du Juanji swiftly attempted to send a message to halt the unfolding situation. However, before he could type, another message popped up. I asked some friends. They said that person might also be a prominent heir from Modu. The current rumors on the street are quite mixed, with whispers suggesting he is a descendant of the Aizen-Joro family. Royal lineage? How impressive. Yet, on reflection, it seems plausible. For such extravagant demeanor is not something an ordinary person could maintain. Thus, the enigma surrounding this individual's identity only deepened. Regardless, we must remain vigilant and exercise caution when we step outside. The group of young lords continued to extol the so-called mysterious identity, which became increasingly dubious. Chu Ling could hardly bear it. You all are utterly full of hot air. I merely reserved a venue. How did it escalate to this? And a descendant of the Aizen-Joro family? Be careful, lest their ancestors come knocking on your window at night to discuss family trees. Pondering for a moment, Chu Ling decided to send a message to clarify that the incident was merely a minor conflict at the bar, nothing as exaggerated as they presumed. Yet, his message was met with complete disregard. They couldn't even be bothered to mock him. What do you know? What do you mean by a minor conflict? People are in danger here, they retorted. At that moment, Du Juanji's message finally appeared. What in the world are all of you doing? He had been so anxious that his hands trembled, causing him to type with numerous typos, which delayed his response. The group was momentarily stunned by Du Juanji's outburst. What is wrong with Zhiga? Why is he so upset all of a sudden? One young lord quickly typed a response to explain. Zhiga? Here's the situation. We were discussing last night's events. Something went down at Shangfeng Bar, and it seems Jin Ling is in for a major upheaval. A mysterious second-generation heir has come to Jin Ling, and they are intent on taking down the Qian family. After a brief pause, the young lord continued, by the way, who is this country bumpkin you brought in? He clearly lacks any understanding. While we are discussing serious matters, he dares to question us. Were it not for your sake, we would have already given him a taste of our displeasure. You should really keep your people in check. He is a disgrace to you. Zhiga? Others chimed in, stating, how dare he doubt the information we shared, as if he possesses any insight. He clearly has no grasp of his own standing and will never amount to anything. Regardless of his potential, he cannot be allowed to cause trouble for us. Zhiga, it would be best to distance yourself from this individual. That way, we can all feel at ease. They speculated that once the aftermath of Qian Duo's situation unfolded, he would surely learn to fear them. Du Juanji was nearly driven to madness by the escalating situation. These fools were practically courting disaster. He tried to intervene, but his efforts were in vain. And my subordinates? Du Juanji typed a message on his phone. This one is driving a Bugatti, license plate number Jean A99999. In an instant, the entire group fell into a profound silence. The young elites before their screens were momentarily stunned, but in the next heartbeat, they erupted in a frenzy. A Bugatti, bearing the prestigious 95th license plate? Wasn't that the very figure they referred to as the elusive second-generation magnate? The realization struck them like lightning, rendering them utterly speechless. Their eyes widened instinctively, fixated on the screen, as they struggled to comprehend what they had just witnessed. They had ridiculed that very individual, termed them a disgrace? A mere second generation from another province? Clueless about the world? Their minds raced uncontrollably, replaying the recent rumors they had heard. The thought of the dire consequences sent shivers down their spines, raising goosebumps all over. It was over. Just moments ago, they had mocked Qian Duo for offending the big shot. Now, they found themselves in the same predicament. Their minds went blank, paralyzed by fear, and they could only instinctively begin a flurry of apologies. Big shot, we truly did not know it was you. Please, do not take it to heart. I will slap myself in remorse, all right? I was blind to your greatness. Please, have mercy and do not hold this against us. We beg your forgiveness. We were terrified by your reputation. Chu Ling read these messages with indifference, shaking his head gently before tossing his phone aside to check on Chu Xiaobing. The girl had been asleep for so long, she should be waking up soon. Meanwhile, the young elites in the group, unable to see Chu Ling's response, felt their composure shatter. Was this an indication of his refusal to forgive? Or perhaps he deemed their contrition insufficient? They recalled how Qian Duo had paid dearly for his wealth compared to Chu Ling, and now they were directly under fire. It was over. All was lost. In a frenzy of dread, they created a new group chat, pulling Du Juanji into it. Upon entering the new group, Du Juanji glanced around, just about to inquire what was happening when a barrage of messages flooded in. The young elites were bombarding him. Brother Du, are you trying to trap us? You brought this person in without a word. What do we do now? We have collectively doomed ourselves. Have we offended this individual? Can we still enjoy our lives? Are we destined to meet the same fate as Qian Duo? Our situation seems even more precarious. Some young ladies began to weep, choking out, I don't want to die? Why hasn't he replied? Has he sent someone after us? Should we flee? They had become a flock of startled birds. Du Juanji felt overwhelmed, realizing he was now their sole lifeline, and they all began to plead with him. Since you brought him in, you must know him well, right? Please intercede for us. Brother Ji, you can't abandon us in our time of need. Help us devise a plan, anything. Du Juanji felt a headache coming on, thinking, I am not well acquainted with that person either. He decided to stop responding altogether. The young elites were left dumbfounded, realizing they had been cast aside. Oh, meanwhile, while they were in a state of utter chaos, Chu Ling was nestled in bed, catching up on sleep with Chu Xiaobing. Chapter 57, Cooking. Watching the peacefully sleeping Chu Xiaobing, Chu Ling lay down beside her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and drifting off himself. When Chu Xiaobing awoke, Chu Ling was still in a deep slumber. Noticing it was nearly noon, she carefully got out of bed, intending to prepare lunch for him. The kitchen had plenty of ingredients, so Chu Xiaobing decided to stir-fry a couple of dishes. Too complex a meal was beyond her skills, so she opted for a simple stir-fry of greens. With her mind made up, she washed the vegetables. The greens she had chosen with Chu Ling yesterday looked particularly fresh and crisp, a delight to behold. To prevent the oil from splattering as it had the last time, Chu Xiaobing had a clever idea. She would put the greens and oil into the pan simultaneously before igniting the gas and covering the pot. Listening to the muffled sizzling sounds, Chu Xiaobing felt immensely satisfied. I am quite the little genius. This way, I won't get splattered. However, as the vegetables were nearly done, she absent-mindedly rummaged through the cupboard, only to discover they were out of salt. Honestly, there's always something that delays my ascension to culinary greatness. Chu Xiaobing mumbled, glancing down at her pajamas. Not wanting to change before heading out to buy salt, she decided to borrow some from her neighbor. With that thought in mind, she threw on a coat and knocked on her neighbor's door. Who is it? A brisk female voice called from inside. Recognizing her neighbor's voice, Chu Xiaobing quickly responded, Sister, it's Xiaobing. I'd like to borrow some salt. After a moment, the door swung open, revealing a woman in her 30s. She beamed at Chu Xiaobing, ushering her inside with warmth. What's up, Xiaobing? What did you need to borrow? Salt, Chu Xiaobing said, a bit sheepishly. I was about to cook, but I found I was out of salt, so I thought I'd come and borrow some. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes sparkled with curiosity, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. Oh, I've heard from your mother that you're quite the delicate flower at home. What's this? You're cooking now? Is there something going on? As she spoke, she winked at Chu Xiaobing. At her prime and strikingly beautiful, it was high time for Chu Xiaobing to experience love. Moreover, as a neighbor, she had heard some noises through the wall last night. TSK, one must admit, those sounds persisted for quite a while. Even she felt envious. Chu Xiaobing's face flushed with embarrassment, and she was too shy to respond. The woman continued to chuckle, quickly retrieving a half bag of salt from the kitchen, teasing. Take it all. We wouldn't want you to die of embarrassment. With that, she burst into laughter again. Chu Xiaobing, blushing, wrapped some salt in a tissue, muttered something about the pot still having vegetables, and dashed back home. She shed her coat and hurried to the kitchen, quickly opening the tissue-wrapped salt and sprinkling it into the pot. At that moment, Chu Ling also stirred awake. Although he had only napped briefly, he felt refreshed and utterly comfortable. Hearing faint sounds from the kitchen, he furrowed his brow, sensing something might be amiss. For reasons unknown, he suddenly recalled the terror he experienced when Chu Xiaobing cooked previously. This young lady wouldn't be experimenting with some culinary catastrophe again, would she? With that thought, Chu Ling shot up, hurriedly slipping on his shoes and making his way to the kitchen. Just as he approached the kitchen door, he spotted Chu Xiaobing holding a paper bag, pouring its contents into the pot. The white powder looked suspiciously like. Chu Ling thought, is she attempting to poison her husband? Chu Xiaobing poured the salt into the pot and was about to discard the paper when she noticed Chu Ling staring at her in bewilderment. Flustered, she exclaimed, This is salt, not poison. I can eat some to prove it. After Chu Xiaobing finished speaking, she felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, as if her words bore the weight of 1,000 secrets. Chu Ling, observing her flustered demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, how could I possibly be unaware? He was merely teasing her. The way she reacted was simply too endearing. How annoying. Chu Xiaobing shot him a glare, feeling exasperated at having worried for so long. Chu Ling discreetly glanced at the vegetables simmering in the pot, noting that the once fresh and vibrant greens had succumbed to the high heat, wilting and darkening, with charred spots marring their surface. He swiftly wrapped an arm around Chu Xiaobing's delicate waist and, while turning off the gas, guided her out of the kitchen. All right, enough with the cooking. Let us go out for lunch instead. Where are we going? Chu Xiaobing turned to look at Chu Ling, feeling a pang of regret at the meal she had prepared. It would be such a shame not to eat it. Chu Ling winked, shifting the topic with a cheerful tone. Never mind that. How are you feeling now? At that moment, Su Xiaobing remembered to stretch her body and exclaimed with delight. I feel so much better. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten all about it. I feel as if I've returned to my former self. Your massage technique is absolutely phenomenal. In fact, I think I feel even more comfortable than before. Upon hearing her praises, Chu Ling raised an eyebrow, gently pinching her chin to compel her gaze into his eyes. He let out a playful hum before. When was before him? Su Xiaobing's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, and she retorted, What are you thinking? I feel better than I did yesterday, comfort-wise. As she trailed off, her voice dwindled to a whisper, almost inaudible, definitely not as comfortable as last night. Chapter 58, Claiming Sovereignty. Indeed, the transition from girlhood to womanhood, though subtle, brings forth profound transformations. At that moment, Su Xiaobing resembled a delicate bird, embodying a sense of being conquered. Chu Ling chuckled softly and placed a firm kiss upon her lips, satisfied as he led her to change clothes. He intended to take Su Xiaobing out for a stroll and to test her tenfold rebate. To truly capitalize on the rebate, they needed to purchase high-ticket items. Thus, purchasing real estate, and specifically the priciest options, seemed most expedient. When it came to the most expensive properties in Jinling, the Tianfeng Tianlong Bay, where Chu Ling resided, undoubtedly topped the list. However, both the commercial and residential units had sold out, leaving only the prospect of visiting available shops. He recalled that during his last visit, some stores still had units for sale. Let us go. I'll take you somewhere splendid. With that thought in mind, he took Su Xiaobing, now dressed, out the door. As Chu Ling drove towards the sales office of Tianfeng Tianlong Bay, they soon discovered that the parking lot was completely full upon arrival. Observing the array of luxury cars within, Su Xiaobing couldn't help but exclaim, It truly is the most luxurious community. Even the sales office is bustling every day. Chu Ling affectionately ruffled her hair before parking along the roadside, and together they approached the sales office. Entering through the grand entrance, they were greeted by a vast courtyard adorned with a fountain and numerous small flower beds, with a wide avenue laid out in thick red carpet, meant exclusively for guests. Walking on the carpet allowed them a clear view of the large floor-to-ceiling windows of the sales office. Hand in hand, they stepped into the sales hall, where several sales personnel promptly rose to their feet. Hello, welcome to Tianfeng Tianlong Bay. As the premier community in Jinling, the expectations for the sales staff were exceedingly high. The company mandated that all visitors be treated equally, forbidding any preferential treatment. However, as the personnel stood, they had already scrutinized Chu Ling and Su Xiaobing's attire through the expansive windows. Though they were dressed well, it was evident they had arrived on foot without a vehicle, which offered a glimpse into their financial standing, suggesting it was not particularly robust. Additionally, their youth was apparent, while the young man was handsome and the young woman striking. This was a sales office, not a place where charm alone could secure a deal. The seasoned sales staff quickly formed their judgments. Although they stood ready to approach Chu Ling and Su Xiaobing, their pace was deliberately slow, highlighting the eagerness of the newcomer, Lu Yu. Good day, sir. My name is Lu Yu. Is this your first visit to our establishment? Lu Yu greeted Chu Ling and Su Xiaobing with warmth and enthusiasm. Observing the interaction, the older sales staff exchanged knowing glances, retreating to their seats with satisfied smirks, as they were well versed in the art of taking advantage of newcomers. Lu Yu understood the dynamics at play. She was indeed new, but not naive, her insights crystal clear. Nevertheless, as a newcomer, she felt compelled to cater to whatever clients were available, even if they were the less desirable ones. Yet, this did not hinder her from treating Chu Ling and Su Xiaobing with utmost respect and enthusiasm. Are you two here to view properties today? Would you like me to assist you with the details? Chu Ling nodded, taking Su Xiaobing's hand as they moved toward the model display. To his surprise, as he lifted his gaze, he spotted a young woman standing next to the display, clad in a black ruffled dress that accentuated her figure. She possessed a certain charm, with delicate features that radiated a youthful innocence, her long hair cascading in soft waves over her shoulders. Yet, when compared to Su Xiaobing's beauty, she paled in comparison. As Chu Ling observed her profile, an unmistakable familiarity struck him. It dawned on him that the girl was none other than Li Huan. The sight of her elicited a hint of embarrassment on his face. During his high school years, he had harbored feelings for Li Huan and had even professed his affection. He vividly recalled her apologetic expression as she gently responded, I'm really sorry, Chu Ling, but right now, I just want to focus on my studies and not consider dating. Chu Ling had taken it in stride. After all, a confession was merely a matter of personal choice. Ironically, just days later, Li Huan had begun dating another boy from school, diving headfirst into a passionate romance. Those moments had imparted a crucial lesson to Chu Ling. One should never trust a woman's words, for they can be deceiving. Yet, those were tales of yesteryear. Everyone has experienced the pangs of youthful naivete. It was only natural that a young woman might not be interested in romance. And to force the issue would be to act like a rogue. As Chu Ling became lost in thought, Li Huan, sensing a gaze upon her, turned to look at him. Her eyes widened with recognition as she beheld his handsome visage. Chu Ling, she instinctively called out, immediately regretting it as a hint of awkwardness crept into her demeanor. Memories of their past interaction flooded her mind, recalling how she had turned him down, reasoning that despite his handsome appearance, the decline of his family's fortunes made him an unwise choice. The two individuals met, their encounter tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Yet, being old classmates, it was only natural to exchange pleasantries. With this thought in mind, Li Huan approached with a cheerful demeanor, gazing at Chu Ling with a radiant smile, and remarked, "It has been quite a while, my old friend. I hardly recognized you. You have become even more dashing. How have you been lately?" "Quite well." Chu Ling responded politely. Li Huan's gaze then shifted to the side, landing on Chu Xiaobing. Her eyes instantly filled with admiration. Wow, she's an absolute stunner. Even as a fellow woman, Li Huan could not help but acknowledge Chu Xiaobing's striking beauty. Today, Chu Xiaobing donned a short, pure white cotton top paired with beige wide-legged trousers, which subtly revealed a slender strip of skin at her waist, exuding a youthful vibrance intertwined with a hint of playfulness and allure. Having just transitioned from girlhood to womanhood, she radiated a captivating charm that was hard to look away from. Her flawless complexion, devoid of makeup, still showcased bright eyes and a radiant smile. Her gaze brimming with vitality, reminiscent of a vast ocean. "Is this beautiful lady yours?" Li Huan exclaimed, a playful grin gracing her features. Before Chu Ling could respond, Chu Xiaobing stepped forward with a smile, introducing herself. "Hello, I am Chu Ling's girlfriend, Chu Xiaobing." Observing her assertive declaration of ownership, Chu Ling couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chu Xiaobing then cast a glance at Chu Ling, which seemed to question him, compelling him to shrug and leave her to speculate. After all, she was still quite far from you. Seeing Chu Ling's demeanor, Chu Xiaobing couldn't suppress a smile. Upon hearing Chu Xiaobing's introduction, a flicker of complex emotions briefly crossed Li Huan's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. At that moment, Chu Ling interjected, inquiring, "Are you here to view properties?" "Yes," Li Huan replied, elaborating, "I am accompanying my parents. They have some spare funds and are considering investing in a commercial property. There are only 10 shops left, but the prices are rather steep, which has given them pause." Tianfang Tanglong Bay is renowned as the most expensive residential area in Jinling, and naturally, the commercial properties surrounding it have seen a dramatic increase in price. However, investments in fixed assets have always favored buying high rather than low, prompting many to inquire about prices, as they anticipate the future potential of Tianfang Tanglong Bay. Yet, the exorbitant prices have deterred some. Chu Ling nodded in agreement, smiling as he added, "The commercial properties here hold significant investment value. If you hesitate, they may soon be gone." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chu Ling led Chu Xiaobing towards another area. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, having noticed Chu Ling engaging with acquaintances, made her way to the tea room to prepare coffee for the two. Just as she was about to return, an older salesperson called out to her, "Xiao Lu, have you seen General Manager Lu come by?" "General Manager Lu?" Lu Yu replied, perplexed. "Which Lu?" The older salesperson, feigning a dramatic moment, smacked his forehead and said, "How forgetful of me. You just started, so how would you know our big clients? I mean Lu Kai, the head of Tianqing Industry. He is a longtime customer of Tianfang Tanglong Bay. A few days ago, he reserved 2 commercial properties with me and should be here today to complete the paperwork. If you see him, make sure to let me know, all right?" Without waiting for Lu Yu to respond, the salesperson continued to ramble. "Ah, General Manager Lu is truly wealthy. 2 properties, and the total price is over 10 million. Lu Yu felt a surge of frustration, knowing she had no acquaintance with this General Manager Lu. Yet being asked to notify him if she spotted him felt like a mere display of performance. However, the thought of the substantial commission from such a sale made her heart sink. This ostentatious boasting was decidedly disheartening. With a forced smile, Lu Yu replied, "All right, I understand. I have other clients to attend to, so I must be off." "Clients?" The older salesperson's expression morphed into a concoction of intrigue, mockery, and disdain. He chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he quipped, "Well then, make sure to cater to them." With that, he sauntered away. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu steeled herself, mentally preparing as she grasped the tray and approached Chu Ling and Chu Xiaobing. "Mr. Chu, may I take you both to the lounge for a moment? I would love to introduce you further," she said, exuding warmth and professionalism. Upon receiving their consent, the trio settled onto the sofa in the lounge, and Lu Yu presented them with the coffee. Just as she was about to begin her introduction, Chu Ling interrupted, "Is lunch complimentary here?" Lu Yu, taken aback, stammered, Well." Just then, the older salesperson, having overheard Chu Ling's question, nearly burst into laughter. Quickly covering her mouth, She hurriedly walked away. This was clearly a case of someone seeking a free meal. It appeared today's newcomer would leave empty-handed. Lu Yu sighed inwardly but maintained her smile, replying, "Yes, sir. It's nearly lunchtime, so why don't we all go together? You can enjoy your meal while I provide you with information." Chu Ling responded enthusiastically, "That sounds great." Lu Yu nodded and stood, leading the two to the employee cafeteria. Using her meal card, she procured lunch for them, and they found a vacant table. "Mr. Chu, we currently have 10 commercial properties left at Tianfeng Tanglong Bay, all in prime locations. While the prices are high, the potential for appreciation is immense," Lu Yu began. Not rushing to eat, but rather softly outlining the current status of the properties. She had mentally prepared herself, ready to treat even a free meal seeker as an opportunity for valuable experience in client interaction. "Only 10 left?" Chu Ling inquired. Then, reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a bank card and handed it to her, saying, "All right, I see I am late. I'll take all of these." Lu Yu was taken aback by the sight of the bank card, her speech faltering as she stammered, What? Sir, are you certain? Would you like to see them in person first? I have yet to provide a thorough introduction." She had prepared an extensive pitch, nearly ready to deliver it. With an elegant demeanor, Chu Ling took a bite of his food and slowly replied, "If someone buys them while you're still introducing, I would lose out. Wouldn't I? Please proceed with the paperwork." He then turned to Chu Xiaobing, extending his hand. "Where's your ID? Hand it to me." Chu Xiaobing, a bit confused, nonetheless complied, producing her identification. "The properties will be under your name. Once the contract is ready, you can simply sign," Chu Ling instructed, continuing to eat. After finishing, he remarked, "You would think that Tianfeng Tanglong Bay, being the premier community, would have better employee benefits. The food's flavor could use some improvement." At this moment, Chu Xiaobing finally emerged from her state of shock, truly startled. With her small hand clutching the corner of Chu Ling's garment, she exclaimed, "You want to buy this for me? This is simply too extravagant." She was reluctant to accept such a precious gift from Chu Ling, especially when considering the staggering price of the 10 commercial properties in the most upscale neighborhood. "Or perhaps, who do you expect me to purchase it for?" Chu Ling gently coaxed Chu Xiaobing, saying, "Look, your belongings are essentially mine, aren't they? Do you really wish to run away?" Chu Xiaobing gazed at Chu Ling helplessly, raising 3 fingers in a serious manner as she declared, "I swear, I will definitely not run away." How could she even think of escaping? After all, this was a man who was wealthy, handsome, and had ample time to let her flourish. What more could she desire? Chu Ling pinched Chu Xiaobing's cheek and said, "It's settled then." Chu Xiaobing seemed inclined to persuade Chu Ling further, but alas, before she could finish, she was interrupted. Chu Ling's clean, slender fingers gently rested upon Chu Xiaobing's soft lips, silencing her. Sitting across from them, Lu Yu witnessed their interaction entirely. She wished to bury her head in her meal and pretend she was invisible, yet the words pierced her ears like tiny daggers. It was utterly infuriating. Lu Yu felt both helpless and speechless, as if her mouth had been pried open and filled with dog food. As a single woman, she could only flee in despair. At that moment, she wanted to shout, "Kill the dog." However, Lu Yu swiftly returned, holding the sales contract for the 10 commercial properties and solemnly handed it to Chu Xiaobing. After Chu Xiaobing signed, Lu Yu then returned the bank card to Chu Ling. The transaction was officially complete. Just then, a notification screen appeared, detected that the host successfully spent 40,000,000 yuan, triggering the goddess rebate skill, activating tenfold rebate, returning 400,000,000 yuan. Chapter 60, Too Intimidating. Spending 40 million to receive a rebate of 400 million. Lu Yu stared at the signed contract, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had truly signed it. She never anticipated that she would secure such a significant deal. A commercial property worth 40 million. She had hit the jackpot and could finally hold her head high. Yet, Lu Yu was not solely indulging in her pride. After all, without Chu Ling's grand gesture, this substantial order would not have materialized. Regaining her composure, Lu Yu resumed her professional demeanor and smiled, saying, "Mr. Chu, Miss Chu, congratulations on becoming our most esteemed clients at Tianfeng Tanglong Bay. Please hold on a moment while I contact the staff to prepare the property ownership documents for you." Chu Xiaobing blinked in astonishment and asked, "Is your efficiency this high? Can you really issue the documents the same day?" The speed was simply astounding. Lu Yu smiled slightly, pride evident in her nod as she replied, "Indeed, Miss Chu, we have dedicated personnel to expedite the acquisition of the ownership documents." The success of Tianfeng Tanglong Bay is undeniably linked to their meticulous attention to detail. Such unparalleled service truly allows clients to experience a divine sense of satisfaction. The three resumed their meal together, and soon the ownership documents were delivered. Lu Yu presented the documents to Chu Ling, raising an eyebrow. He cheerfully remarked, "Hand it directly to our landlady." He then turned to Chu Xiaobing. Lu Yu felt another wave of dog food was being thrust upon her and quickly interjected. I believe that personally delivering it would yield a better effect. After all, it was Chu Ling who had purchased it for Chu Xiaobing, a staggering sum of 40 million. Such an expensive ritual could not be squandered. Chu Ling considered this logic and took the documents, without a glance, and stuffed them into Chu Xiaobing's embrace. Trust me. Just hold on to it. Chu Ling had no intention of listening to Chu Xiaobing's refusals. Chu Xiaobing felt a tremor in her heart. The ownership documents, worth tens of millions, were now cradled in her arms, and the sensation was surreal. Observing her reaction, Chu Ling chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Your perspective is lacking. Are you truly frightened by a few ownership documents? It seems I must help you elevate your status." Elevate. Chu Xiaobing shot a sidelong glance at Chu Ling, pondering how one could elevate themselves. She sensed that this was surely not a good method. Chu Ling's lips curled into a subtle smile, remaining silent. Some celestial methods are meant to be understood, not spoken. All right, we've enjoyed our meal and secured the property. Let's depart. Chu Ling called to Lu Yu, intending to lead Chu Xiaobing away. Lu Yu, overhearing Chu Ling's words, felt on the verge of tears. This was not merely a meal. It was a benevolent gesture from a charming benefactor. If only she could encounter more clients like this, she would ascend to the pinnacle of her career in no time. Lu Yu hurriedly matched their pace, heading towards the sales office's entrance. Such a generous client deserved to be escorted home, and Lu Yu was more than willing to oblige. At that moment, a rugged-looking man entered the sales office, his appearance starkly contrasting with the high-end suit he wore. He hurried into the office, seemingly anxious. Yet, this incongruous appearance attracted the attention of an older sales representative, who approached him with exaggerated enthusiasm, addressing him as Mr. Lu with a radiant smile. "Mr. Lu, you have arrived." The seasoned saleswoman spoke sweetly, knowing he was her major client and must be treated with care. Mr. Lu, grinning broadly, boomed. "I'm here to purchase those 2 commercial properties. You promised to hold them for me, right?" The locations of those properties were prime, though their prices were exorbitant. Previously, Mr. Lu's funds were insufficient, but a recent influx of payments prompted his urgent visit. "Of course, as you instructed, I will adhere to your wishes. Since you've given me the word, how could I possibly refuse?" The saleswoman shot him a flirtatious glance. Mr. Lu, consumed by thoughts of the properties, had no other concerns. He swiftly pulled out his bank card and handed it over, saying, "All right, let us get this settled. It will put my mind at ease." "Got it." The saleswoman accepted the bank card, internally rejoicing. This was a transaction worth millions. She could finally treat herself to a designer bag this month. Just as she was about to lead Mr. Lu inside, she caught sight of Lu Yu accompanying Chu Ling and Chu Xiaobing out. The 3 were animatedly chatting, particularly Lu Yu, whose demeanor was exceedingly respectful. She trailed after them toward the exit, leaving only a silhouette behind. The older saleswoman smirked at their retreating figures, thinking to herself that this young lady's deal had likely fallen through. It was evident that such a youthful client would not be able to finalize a contract. However, once Lu Yu returned, she would surely boast about her own accomplishments, having already drafted a fine piece of Versailles-style prose in her mind. "Mr. Lu, please have a seat. I'll fetch you some coffee," the saleswoman said, guiding him to the lounge area before turning to leave. Mr. Lu, however, was displeased and impatiently urged, "Stop with the formalities. Just finalize the property details for me, and I'll treat you to coffee all night long." All right, I'll be right back. Is that satisfactory?" The seasoned salesman, wearing a forced smile, made his way to the office area, pondering how quick-tempered General Lu was. Such enthusiasm in presenting money to others. What a commendable comrade he was. Just before heading out for lunch, she had checked the status. And in such a short span of time, could it be possible that everything had been sold? Internally, the salesman grumbled while swiftly entering the sales system to draft the contract. However, to her astonishment, the query rendered her utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Could it be a system error? Why did every shop display as sold? All at once, 10 commercial properties, worth over 40 million, had vanished. The seasoned salesman was taken aback, hastily rebooting her computer and reassuring herself that it was merely a glitch that would resolve with a restart. Yet, upon the system reboot, the sales database remained devoid of listings. Every shop had indeed been sold. She attempted to navigate the mouse, realizing the computer's responsiveness was impeccable. This was not a technological issue. How could this be? Staring at the sold notification on the screen, disbelief etched across her face. She was caught off guard when General Lu entered, pointing at the monitor and interrogating her. "What did you just tell me? How could you guarantee this? I instructed you to hold those shops for me. And this is how you handle it." Lu's voice escalated with indignation. He had meticulously planned his project, anticipating profits upon acquisition. Now, with the proverbial cooked duck flying away, how could he not be anxious? The seasoned salesman quickly offered a conciliatory smile, explaining, "Please, don't be alarmed. I will investigate immediately." She felt a surge of panic. Was she truly being set up? If the properties were genuinely unavailable, not only would her commission be forfeited, but she would also have offended a major client. For a salesperson, this would be a cataclysmic blow. At that moment, the sales manager, drawn by Lu's booming voice, approached, inquiring about the commotion. Their upscale establishment, Tianfeng Tianlong Bay, prided itself on luxury and comfort, and any disturbance could tarnish their stellar reputation. The manager's expression darkened at the thought of customers overhearing the ruckus as he fixed a glare on the seasoned salesman. Upon seeing the manager, the salesman felt a flicker of hope and quickly recounted Lu's predicament. The client has already reserved with me, but it seems our system has encountered a problem. The sales manager, grasping the situation, replied, the system has not erred. All remaining properties have been sold, just as Lu packaged them moments ago. You need to inform the client that, indeed, there are no listings available. Lu package sale? That encompassed 10 shops, totaling over 40 million. The seasoned salesman felt her heart sink, her complexion paling drastically. Her commission, her designer handbag, were they all slipping away? Just then, Lu emerged, fuming and directing his ire at the sales manager. How do you conduct business? Were you unaware that I had reserved first? I brought my money, and you tell me it's gone? Lu was not only furious but felt an urge to explode, targeting these deceitful individuals. The manager, furrowing his brow, calmly responded, Sir, since your reservation did not include a deposit, it can only be considered a verbal promise, which holds no legal weight. Without a deposit, the properties were free to be transacted. Upon hearing about the deposit, Lu felt a wave of regret wash over him. The seasoned salesman had previously broached the subject of the deposit twice, yet Lu had clung to a sense of false security, believing such an expensive property would remain unsold for some time and eventually be his. He thought that if he paid the deposit up front, the cumbersome refund process would be a hassle if he later changed his mind. Realizing his own fault, Lu dismissed the manager and turned to unleash his fury on the seasoned salesman. What is wrong with you? You've jeopardized my business. How do you intend to compensate me? I don't care. You must find a way to acquire those shops for me. You've proven to be more of a hindrance than a help. I placed my trust in you, yet you've betrayed me. You must bear the responsibility for this. Lu's booming voice echoed with increasingly harsh accusations, drawing the attention of several salespeople. The seasoned salesman could no longer contain herself, covering her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. Another seasoned salesman, unable to bear the scene, suggested, the buyer just left. If you truly wish to purchase, you might consider pursuing them for a discussion. Lu paused, contemplating the suggestion. It was indeed a viable idea, and he was keen to confront the buyer for an explanation. After all, he had shown interest first. Why should they have the right to purchase? He was determined to discover who these individuals were, who dared to disregard his claim. With this resolve, Lu hurried towards the exit. From a distance, he spotted Chu Ling and Chu Xiaobing, and bellowed, Stop right there. Chu Ling and Chu Xiaobing, on the verge of entering their vehicle, froze at the sound of his furious shout. However, Chu Ling had already pressed the car key, and the nearby Bugatti's lights flashed twice, signaling it was unlocked. Lu gazed at the open Bugatti, lost in contemplation. He had intended to confront them, but forgot that someone capable of producing over 40 million at a moment's notice was no ordinary individual. Look at their vehicle, a Bugatti Veyron. A luxury car valued between 50 to 60 million, far surpassing his own means. Lu felt a twinge of hesitation and was concocting an excuse to retreat when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the Bugatti's license plate, which read Noble 95. This was unfathomable. Lu nearly questioned his own existence. Had he encountered a big shot? Chu Ling opened the car door for Chu Xiaobing, allowing her to enter first while turning to Lu, inquiring, What can I assist you with? The sight of such a robust man dressed in formal business attire struck an odd contrast. Upon noticing Chu Ling's frown, beads of sweat broke out on Lu's forehead as he quickly stammered, My apologies, truly, I mistook you for someone else. I didn't mean to intrude. As he spoke, he began to retreat, taking larger and faster steps, completely oblivious to the fountain pool behind him. Before Chu Ling could warn him, a loud splash echoed as Lu stumbled backward into the fountain. Nearby security rushed over to pull him from the water. Chu Ling observed, silently contemplating. With such a boorish individual, she now believed his earlier claims of mistaken identity.